For reasons unknown, the Earth was plunged into darkness, and giant mutated beasts seized the opportunity to invade the planet. At this moment, destiny decides everything. Those who awaken their mystic power will gain immense strength, admired by all. Even those who sense the mystic energy but haven't awakened it are recruited by powerful factions, guaranteeing a carefree life. This oblivious young man glued to his screen is Lai Van Muck, a very ordinary high school student. While the world strives for fame and power, he's lost in his silly games. On one side, the damsel in distress cries out for help, and on the other, he's like, "Okay, I'm coming, my love, don't worry." As he was focused, someone ran past, bumping into him and shouting, "Make way, make way! Lord Juan's convoy is coming through." A convoy of police cars followed, along with whispers of admiration for the powerful figure. "Oh my God, I saw him!" But Lee Yunmu, walking his own path, scoffed, "What's so great about mystical power anyway? I'd rather pay attention to this girl." With that, he turned and left. He doesn't care about sucking up to the big shots. His eyes are glued to the game character. "Sis, I'm here. It's about to begin." The female character in the game looks directly at him and proposes that if the player wants to start the game, please place their hand in the light. Without a second thought, Yunmu complied, and instantly the screen emitted a blinding surge of energy, causing him to wince as his hand was pulled inside. The girl, acting as the system's representative, announced the animation link was successful. The shadow system was officially activated, and the screen flickered as the young man remained utterly clueless. A shadow system? What's going on? Wait, something's moving in my shadow. What the hell is that? A terrifying figure emerges, and the young man pales. Did this guy just crawl out of my shadow? The system's notification rings out. Shadow manifestation complete. Congratulations. The system will reward you with experience points each time you complete a mission, and you can use these points to exchange for rewards. Yunmu stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds. Could this be the overpowered system they talk about in novels? I'm rich. I'm gonna make a killing. The system continued, explaining that only the user could see this shadow, which could be used to fight and complete tasks. Yunmu tentatively waved his hand, realizing that this was his shadow transformed and he could control it. Ha ha ha. Is this system from those dating sim games? Will my rewards be countless, beautiful girls? Just thinking about it, he picks his nose in excitement, ready to see what quests he can do right now. What easy task can I do first? Yunmu took a deep breath and shouted, "Go, my shadow!" The shadow dashed off aggressively, but suddenly its figure rapidly shrunk, leaving Yunmu astonished and dismayed. Hey, what's this? Why is it suddenly shrinking? The shadow weaves through the grass, punching an ant and sending it sprawling, then spinning to kick another in the gut. Yunmu sat blankly by the grass, marveling at how powerfully his shadow could fight. A few minutes later, another notification arrived. The ant extermination quest is complete. Do you want to receive the reward now? Yunmu's eyes lit up, and he jumped for joy. Of course, am I stupid enough to refuse? The young man raised both hands as the light of the reward shone on Yunmu. He was stunned. Was this mystical power? He could feel it. This was once only a dream, but now it's reality. Yunmu rushed home, shouting as if he wanted the whole world to know. Mom, I can feel the arcane energy. I have a chance to awaken." Unbeknownst to him, two figures on the street began to whisper. A man asks, "Isn't that the Lee family's kid? He probably doesn't know what's going on, does he?" The woman next to him replied, "Of course. Why else would he come back now? He didn't even notice the situation outside before running right in." Oblivious, Yunmu strides into his home, boasting, "Mom, I've hit the big time." But immediately, the scene before him stunned him. His mother was handcuffed. She yelled, "Xiaomu, run!" Yunmu recognized them as the mystics he'd encountered before, as his mother screamed, "Xiaomu, don't worry about me, just run." Yunmu's emotions were a whirlwind. He stood frozen, unsure of what to do, when suddenly one of them sped over, snapped his neck, and restrained him. "Run where? You'd best keep your mouth shut and lie still." Unafraid, Yunmu turned and questioned them. "What right do you have to barge into my home like this?" The man replied grimly, "Your father deserted his post during a mission, leading to the annihilation of a government squad. We are under orders to investigate." With that, he released Yunmu. The young man frowned and shouted back, "My father? Impossible. My father risked his life to protect others. There's no way he'd do something like that." The man smoking a cigarette said, "Don't get worked up. We're just starting the investigation. If there's been a mistake, come with us and the investigation will clear things up." But Yunmu couldn't accept that reality. He used Blink to move faster than lightning, snatching the gun. The man was stunned, and before he could react, Yunmu turned and pointed the gun at him, shouting, "My father would never desert the battlefield. Don't slander good people. Release my mother now or else." The subordinate chuckled. Kid, stop playing around. Only those who can sense mystical energy can activate this gun. What good is it in your hands? Be a good boy and put the gun down. Yunmu felt the arcane energy, quickly channeling it into the gun and activating it. He yelled at the man, "You forced my hand!" The guard accompanying him shouted in alarm, "Holy crap, the transistor is lit up." That kid's an awakened. Stop him now. The more threatened Yunmu felt, the more determined he became, and he unconsciously pulled the trigger. The bullet, crackling with arcane lightning, hurtled toward the man in sunglasses. But against all odds, he only lost his cigarette and hat, effortlessly deflecting the shot. Is this the power of a mystic? Yunmu asked, grinding his teeth in anger. The man remained calm, slowly approaching Yunmu. He announced, "I didn't expect you to sense the arcane energy, kid. We don't have the authority to arrest you right now, but we must take your mother with us." Yunmu cried out, "I won't let you take my mother. My father is definitely innocent." Seeing the situation escalate beyond control, his mother intervened, urging, "Xiaomu, let it go. Just listen to them." "Xiaomu, I truly didn't know you could sense Huan power," she interrupted. "It's just a shame your parents might not see you grow up. I've always hoped for a bright future for you. Remember to take good care of yourself. Your parents will be proud of you." His mother was taken away, and as the man passed him, he uttered a single sentence. "I also believe your father is innocent, but everything must be handled according to procedure. And if you want to save your mother, awaken your mystic powers quickly." "Kid, are you still being stubborn at a time like this?" With nothing left to lose, Yunmu begins to accept reality. He resolved to chart his path to becoming a mystic. The mystic test was only a week away, next Friday, and it only came once a year. If he misses it, he'll have to wait another year. He turns to the system and asks, "How many experience points do I need to awaken my mystic power?" The system responds immediately, 100,000 points. Your own perception can also be converted into experience points. Yunmu looked at the 100,000 points and sighed. "Do I have to kill 100,000 more ants in a week to awaken?" Hearing his doubts, the system offered to automatically level him up, so he wouldn't have to worry. Without hesitation, Yunmu gave the order. Automatic mode activated, system responding, commencing operation. Immediately, Yunmu's shadow dashed off, grinding for experience in his place, as Yunmu muttered, "Relying on the shadow alone won't be enough. I need to cultivate more diligently and sense more profound energy to increase my chances of enlightenment." Yunmu pulls out the book 100 Ways to Sense Profound Energy and begins to study it intently, memories of his father, Li Shangmin, flooding his mind. This book was the birthday gift his father gave him. He looked at it, his eyes filled with determination, and told himself, "Father, wait for me. Your son will protect you this time." A week flies by, and the important day arrives at last. This is Class 12A3 at number 16 High School in Katfong City, where Yunmu studies. In the tense atmosphere, the teacher's voice echoed. "Today, you will participate in the most important day of your lives. The Mystical Power Awakening Test. It's okay if you haven't sensed any mystical power yet. But I hope you'll work even harder when you enter society and become good citizens. If you're lucky enough to awaken your mystic power, you'll join the defense forces, fight space monsters, and become noble guards. And if you awaken during this test, you'll become revered heroes. A slim chance, but you are the greatest hope of the central continent." Suddenly, Yunmu burst through the classroom door, shouting, "Teacher, wait! Sorry I'm late." He was panting as if he'd run to school at full speed. After that, the students moved to the gymnasium to begin the test, as the teacher's announcements echoed continuously. Wang Wang hasn't awakened next. Yunmu sat in the corner of the class, panting and sighing. "That was close. I almost lost my chance to awaken my powers." Looking around, he notices the number of participants has dwindled, meaning many have already given up. Suddenly a voice cuts through the air. "Oh, isn't that Li Yunmu? I thought your cowardly self would skip the exam. I can't believe you have the nerve to show your face." Qian Fei, a classmate of Yunmu's from Class 12A3 and the sole heir to a wealthy family, didn't miss the chance to mock him about his father. "The whole city knows about your dad," said Dan, chiming in. "What are you trying to prove?" "Exactly. You don't just become a mystic, it's not like picking vegetables," and nearby students made sure Yunmu heard them. "I heard his father ran away when things got tough. I almost befriended him before I knew he was in the military." Looking back, it was fortunate. Suddenly, a loud shout silenced everyone. "Qian Fei, you petty man, you're glaring at Yunmu because he's close to the girl you like, aren't you? Get lost while you still can, or you'll regret your barking." This is Zhang Kai, Yunmu's close brother, pointing at the group next to Qian Fei and letting loose. "Take off your hypocritical masks, all of you. You used to try to get to Yunmu through me, but now that his family is having trouble, you turn around and bite him. Do you have any shame?" Qianfei, realizing he couldn't argue with someone who had nothing to lose, turned and left, scoffing. Just a stray dog without a backer? Let's see how long you can keep barking. As things calmed down, Zhang Kai sighed contentedly. That was so satisfying. My vocabulary is getting better and better. Yunmu smiles. Thanks. Zhang Kai points to himself, chuckling. We're brothers, but no need for thanks. How's your dad? Are you okay? Yunmu replied with a serious expression. Don't worry about it. They said they're still investigating and we're just lining up. It's almost our turn. Is that Lin Li, the school beauty and Yunmu's childhood friend, calling out to him? Did you come all this way to cheer me on? The moment they locked eyes, Zhang Kai scurried away. I don't want to get in the way. I'll go line up. Yunmu bluntly replies, It's not what you think. I'm here to take the test too. Lin Li continued, her eyes now serious. Yunmu, I've heard about your father. Though the timing might be off, I wanted you to know that I sensed the mystic force a few days ago. Lin Li continued, her voice steady with determination. This might be selfish, but I want to enter the higher realm that everyone dreams of. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I want to try. So, I'm sorry. Lamla feigned tears, her eyes brimming with a truly aggrieved look. But Yunmu saw right through her intentions, smiling outwardly while cursing her inwardly. All those promises and flattery were just to profit from my father's reputation. Childhood sweethearts, protecting me. All lies. Our ancestors taught us that you can know a person's face but not their heart, and how right they were. From the start, they were deceiving each other for their own gain. Seeing his silence, Lin Li grew worried, fearing it would damage her image. So she continued to play the kind girl, asking, Yunmu, are you okay? Yunmu turned and left, saying coldly, I understand what you mean, so I wish you success on your exam today so you can fulfill your dream. With that, he headed straight for the examination platform, bypassing the waiting crowd, as his best friend, Zhang Kai, shouted, Hey Yunmu, the line's over here. I saved you a spot, come on over. But Yunmu ignored her and continued to the platform. Just then, Qianfei was gloating, thinking it was finally his turn, when Yunmu stepped forward, threw him back, and shouted, Get out of the way! Qianfei fell to the ground, cursing and yelling, You lunatic! How dare you cut in line? You still don't know your place? Yunmu coldly replied, What gives me the right? The fact that I'm a mystic right now. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on the testing device, causing it to glow intensely. The aura of a mystic emanated, visible to all. Lin Li watched in stunned disbelief, stammering, No way! Qianfei was equally shocked, sweating as he cursed inwardly. That bastard actually awakened completely. He's really a mystic. Suddenly, Zhang Kai jumped up, overjoyed, and put his arm around Yunmu, stifling his domineering aura, laughing. My brother, you've awakened. You were hiding it so well. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on you. A man in glasses approaches, holding a box. To find such a promising seed at the age of 16, who would have thought? Awakening without external stimulation. Here, this is your mystic badge. From this moment on, you'll receive all the special privileges the guild offers mystics. Zhang Kai blankly holds the badge and asks, Who is this old man? Yunmu grimaced, snapping at Zhang Kai. Let go of me. This is embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Lin Li approached him, continuing her act as the fragile girl. Yunmu, about that. Yunmu scratched his head mockingly. How should I put this? Let me think about it. Then he brushed past her, echoing her own words back at her. Perhaps it's selfish of me to say this, but I want to enter the higher dimension you dream of, so I'm sorry. Van Muk walks away, his words a fatal blow that leaves Lam Li stunned. Sometime later, back home, Yunmu called his mother, who was overjoyed. Well done. My son has truly awakened his mystic powers. Your father is no longer being pursued and is receiving the best treatment. Yunmu replies, I'm all grown up now, Mom, so don't worry too much. Just take good care of Dad. I'll visit when I have time. After hanging up, Yunmu looked down at the badge on his chest, thinking, So this is the badge everyone craves? It looks pretty ordinary. He realized the Sage Badge's main purpose was to activate the dimensional void and subspace, and he was overjoyed at the prospect of entering it immediately. No sooner had he thought this than a notification rang in his ear. The dimensional void was about to be activated, and the verification of the Mystic Badge was successful. Mystic number 930, 664, Li Yunmu, possessing the right to enter the dimensional void, now updating. Once the upload was complete, his body was suddenly pulled into a distorted space. A few seconds later, Yunmu opened his eyes, seeing many bright spots like snowflakes covering his head. Aside from that sight, he saw nothing else. Yunmu began to explore, but suddenly sensed something behind him. He spun around, yelling, "Who's there?" only to be met by two expressionless mannequins. He sighed, thinking, what kind of weird thing is just placed here to scare people? Just then, a burst of laughter rang out behind him, making Yunmu almost wet himself. He quickly turned to see the culprit, a bouncing teddy bear. Yunmu was even more confused, wondering what kind of toy this was. Luckily, the teddy bear seemed friendly, hopping closer and greeting him. "Hello, I'm your guide. You can call me Pedro. This is the Dimensional Void, where you can acquire all sorts of dimensional cultivation methods and battle physiques, arguably the most important place for a mystic to enhance their power. Next, please create your appearances in this dimensional world." Yunmu wondered in confusion. "What? The two of us? But I'm all alone," Pedro replies. "Are you trying to be funny, kid? There are clearly two of you. My kind may be colorblind, but we're not number blind. Don't underestimate me." Yunmu points at his shadow, asking if it counts as well. Upon confirmation, Yunmu pondered. It seems this illusory dimension recognizes his shadow as an independent entity. Good. Maybe it will help me break the dimensional space's restrictive rules. With that thought, he cheered happily. All right, time to create a character. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth. This is a headache. I'll just make the face like mine and change the accessories a bit. Yunmu also chose a dynamic tracksuit for his shadow, for ease of movement later on, as Pedro continued to guide them. "If you're both ready, I'll send you to the dimensional world. Are you prepared?" Van Muck asked, bewildered. "We're going now." Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath Yunmu vanished. He plummets downward, tears and snot flying, screaming, "Ah, give me a moment to prepare." As his eyes adjusted to the insane speed, he looked ahead, thinking, "Here it is. I see the light." Could it be what he thought? A magnificent, pristine dimension beyond the clouds? Moreover, he and his shadow gently landed, as if gravity didn't exist here. Yunmu glanced around, assessed the area, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this place is absolutely top tier." Pedro continued to explain the basic rules, noting that time in the null-dimensional world moves 3 times faster than in the real world, giving those who reside here more time to cultivate. Yunmu was taken aback. No wonder all the big shots try every possible way to set foot in this dimension. Suddenly, he overheard the crowd murmuring, "Wow, look, someone from the Hong clan is challenging Lord Goguryeo." Unconsciously, Yunmu looked up at the screen above, completely speechless. Seeing this, Pedro immediately explained that it was the dimensional battlefield. This is the virtual combat system here, perfectly replicating your power to battle others. Naturally, many choose it as a place to hone their combat skills. Yunmu was extremely interested, eager to join. Pedro was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Right now? Fine, have it your way." The dimensional battlefield activates, and as soon as the words are spoken, the tiles beneath Yunmu's feet begin to vanish. Before long, the towering buildings transformed into lush trees, and then 2 items were suddenly thrust into Yunmu's hands. He stared at them, suspicious. "What now? What the heck? Why is it giving me this all of a sudden?" Suddenly, a whistling sound from behind sends shivers down his spine, as if he can taste death itself. It's a strange feeling, but it's this reaction that allows Yunmu to turn his head to the right, dodging a sharp arrow that plunges deep into the ground. The arrow's tip still faintly radiates arcane energy. Yunmu immediately points his gun towards the source, ready to strike, as a strange figure appears above, amused. "Ha ha, looks like I've got a good draw, meeting a newbie in my first match of the day. Hey kid, just stand there and enjoy it. Meeting me in your first match just means you're unlucky," he said, firing a barrage of arrows at Yunmu, none of which hit their mark. Yunmu rolled away and dove into a nearby bush. The man chased after him, sneering, "Don't think you can escape me by running, kid. Instead of wasting time stalling, why don't you just come out and let me end this quickly? Wouldn't that be less painful?" But Yunmu remained silent, ignoring him, and the man pressed on, continuing his taunts. "I've given you a chance, but you refuse to come out? Then don't blame me for what happens next." Before he could finish, Yunmu appeared behind him, whispering, "What are you in such a hurry to find?" The guy froze, stiff as a board, realizing his mistake. Immediately after, a shot rings out as Yunmu pulls the trigger, blowing his head apart. Ending the fight, he put his hands in his pockets and offered some wisdom. "Chasing after someone on their own turf is just foolish. You may be new, but you're not some newbie to be pushed around. High combat power, but your tactics suck. What are you so smug about? Even the ants in my house are stronger than you." The figure vanishes, revealing a dazzling golden planet and several smaller blue ones. Dazed, Yunmu muttered, "What is that?" Suddenly, the 4 stars shot toward him, merging into his body, causing him to scream in agony. After a long while, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, panting. He asked Bang, "What was that? How did it suddenly enter my body? Did I do something wrong?" Just then, the system chimed in, congratulating him on absorbing the Void Shard. For the first time, the system reward is a Grade A Gold-tier cultivation technique from the dimensional battlefield. If you defeat someone with mystic power, you have a chance to obtain Void Essence. It can be exchanged for techniques in the dimensional shops, Yunmu wondered. What kind of technique? Are you talking about the kind humans used to cultivate in the Golden Age before the world fell into darkness? The system then sends 2 more notifications. The Golden Armor technique you just received is an ancient martial arts defense skill. It can reduce damage taken by 30%, and each upgrade can block an additional instance of damage. Yunmu felt the powerful golden armor enveloping his body, and he chuckled inwardly. Excellent, time to test its power. He called out, "Pedro, where are you?" Suddenly, Pedro popped his head out from the nearby bushes and replied, "I'm over here." Yunmu approached and suggested, "I want to fight one more round, is that okay?" Pedro was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You're going all in, huh? All right, let's start the next round." The system soon transformed into a different setting. Yunmu sighed wearily. "It takes forever to change locations, this is so annoying." As he said this, his opponent appeared. This time, a red-haired beauty with a bountiful chest, wielding a pair of daggers, slowly stepped forward. She clearly wasn't fond of ambushes like the first one. Yunmu scratches his head, unnerved. "She's my opponent? I've never hit a woman before, not even with a handkerchief, but to win, I have no choice." Without hesitation, Yunmu pulls the trigger, sending a cold, leaden candy her way. The woman quickly slashes the bullet away with her sword, then cranes her neck to curse him. "Damn it, trying to sneak attack me? As a man, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Yunmu approached the girl closely, whispering, "Listen, I'm here to win, not to put on a show." He swung his left dagger, but she flipped back, dodging the blow, and countered from behind. Turning back, she asked, "Are you a common cultivator?" Confused, Yunmu asked, "What's a universal profound force?" The girl channeled profound energy into her daggers, slashed down, and shouted, "You don't even know what universal profound force is. Looks like you really are a universal profound pretender." Yunmu mustered his strength to throw her off, retorting, "What the hell are you talking about?" The woman flipped through the air, landing a good distance away. She takes a deep breath and says, "Never mind, let's end this quickly." Suddenly, her mystical energy surges, unnaturally enveloping her body. It seems she's activated some kind of technique. The moment her eyes opened, she moved with lightning speed, teleporting and slashing at Yunmu. As you stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening, you saw a spray of blood before your eyes and realized you'd been struck, the pain washing over you as you screamed in agony. The woman's technique is called the 36 Styles of Heavenly Severance, and she mocks Yunmu, assuming he's too weak to retaliate. "My 36 Heavenly Annihilation forms are a superior technique that no one can..." She didn't even finish her sentence before freezing up. Unbeknownst to her, Yunmu had already appeared by her side, leaving the girl utterly shocked. She tried to recover and fight back, but it was too late. Yunmu swiftly ended the match with a horizontal strike. He continued to feign ignorance. "What was that you said about no one being able to what? I couldn't quite hear you." As her consciousness faded, returning to the void dimension, she trembled, thinking, "This is impossible." Could he possess that technique? Meanwhile, Yunmu's injuries are being healed by the system as he sighs, "Ah man, that hurt like hell. I thought I was done for. That 36 moves of Zhao Tianjue must be Wu Zhuan's attack technique. Luckily, my Golden Bell armor absorbed a lot of the damage." Just then, the system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, you've gained 76 void points and mastered the basic Mad Blade skill." Yunmu was a little surprised, exclaiming, "So much? It seems the stronger the opponent, the greater the reward." He felt full of energy. "All right, back to grinding. Pedro, next match." Meanwhile, outside the dimensional void, news of his victory appears on the notice board, and someone mutters, "Xiaowu must be devastated by this defeat. Being beaten by a common mystic is the last thing she ever wanted." Just who is this Li Yunmu? It's hard to believe he withstood the 36 Styles of Heavenly Severance. Perhaps he possesses some rare defensive technique. 3 days later, in Yuntian City, Yunmu carried a basket of fruit, grumbling as he walked. "Big cities are such a pain. I can't even find this rundown hospital after searching for half a day. And Dad, even with the best medical benefits, he wouldn't choose a bigger hospital. I wonder if this remote clinic even has the facilities to treat him properly." Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice nearby. "Please, please don't do this." Yunmu glanced over and saw some thugs cornering a girl against the wall. One of them said, "Don't worry, we just want to chat." Of course, it would be even better if you opened up and had a few drinks with us. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, her face flushed, and whispered, I'm sorry, but I really have to go. The leader sneered. I understand. Your father's in the hospital. You need money, right? Of course, you'll be compensated handsomely. I'm not short on cash. As soon as he finished speaking, a basket of fruit slammed into his head, sending him sprawling. His men rushed to help him, but Van Mook appeared, coldly warning, if you're looking for prey, I suggest you try somewhere else. The black and green-haired man turned around, aggressively demanding, Who are you? Van Mook ignored him, bending down to pick up the scattered fruit, sighing. Oh, they're all ruined. I bought these to visit my father in the hospital. How could this happen? It's all your fault, so pay up. The girl recognized Yun Mu and quietly asked, Xiaomu, why are you here? Yun Mu asked, his expression unchanged as he cut her off. Stay put. You're old enough to take care of yourself, yet you still get into trouble. The man in blue stood up, pulled out a knife, and cursed, Punk, do you know who my father is? Without hesitation, Yun Mu kicked the knife from his hand and casually replied, Of course I know who your father is. Of course I know. But you don't seem to know, so let me explain it to you. Without another word, Yun Mu kicked him hard in the face. Screams and threats echoed in the alley, but all in vain. Yun Mu continued to beat them mercilessly until each of their faces were covered in blood, completely motionless. Yun Mu calmly takes the blue-shirted man's wallet, then casually sits on his men, scoffing. Seriously? You call yourself a boss with so little money? This is my fruit money, you know. The blue-clad man gasped. You've beaten my brothers, and you have enough compensation. Can we leave now? This hero act is a one-time thing. You don't plan on protecting her for life, do you? Yun Mu was slightly startled, then turned to look back. Huh? Hero saves the damsel? What nonsense are you spouting? This girl is my sister. A few minutes later, Yun Mu held the man's business card in his hand, read it, and shook his head with a sigh. So his name was Liu Xiaoguang, a drug dealer. Every time I meet my sister, it's nothing but trouble. Is my sister a magnet for thugs? She just trailed behind me, stammering apologies. Yun Mu sighed. Never mind, I wouldn't have found this hospital if I hadn't met you here. As for that business card, I don't care about it, and he tossed it straight into the trash. Liu Ruyan looked at Yun Mu awkwardly and said, Because Dad's injuries were much worse than we thought, the money I've earned over the past few years has been almost entirely spent. But don't worry. I've been working hard to save money, and I won't let Dad be kicked out of the hospital. Hearing this, Yun Mu looked puzzled. Why do you look so guilty? I'm not blaming you. As an adopted daughter, you've done more than enough. Leave the money to me. I'm a mystic now, so I have plenty, and thank you for everything you've done during this time. Soon after, Liu Ruyan led Yun Mu to the hospital. Is this the place? Go to the hospital room first. I'll go pay the fees. Liu Ruyan nodded, but couldn't help but ask, Do you know which room your father is in yet? Van Muk replied immediately. I know, you can go ahead. A few minutes later, Ryan entered the hospital room announcing, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Yun Mu's mother turned and said with a smile, Oh, Ruyan, you must be tired. Sit down, rest, and have some water. Yun Mu's father, Li Zhongdan, lay on the hospital bed, smiling weakly. We've troubled Xiaoyan so much during this time. You're busy as can be, yet you still have to run back and forth to take care of this useless old man. Thank you so much, Liu Ruyan replied with wide eyes. Oh, Dad, don't say things like that, she replied. Oh, and about the hospital bills, you don't have to worry about them anymore. They've been paid in full? Li Zhongdan weakly replied, See, I told you, if you just borrowed money from my friends, they would definitely lend it to you. As he spoke, Yun Mu suddenly entered, interrupting him. Hey, old man, I don't remember you having friends like that. Yun Mu's parents were startled by his sudden appearance. Unfazed, Yun Mu casually enters the room. Dad, how are you feeling? Have you been feeling any better these past few days? His father tried to lighten the mood, replying, You little brat, I feel much better without you annoying me. But then, Yun Mu suddenly noticed something, freezing as he looked at his father. Li Zhongdan, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, calmly said, Why the long face? Aren't I talking to you just fine? It's just my legs are gone. It's not the end of the world. Losing only your legs in such a disaster is fortunate enough. Oh, right, I paid for the hospital bills, didn't I? How could you possibly have that much money at your age? Seeing him sit up, Yun Mu quickly warned, Hey, don't move around too much or you'll tear your wound open. I told Mom already, didn't I? I've awakened and am now a true mystic, so I get a monthly salary. Upon hearing this, his father burst out laughing in disbelief. Ha ha, stop messing around, kid. I gave birth to you. Do you think I don't know your limits? Don't talk to me about enlightenment, you probably haven't even scratched the surface. A mystic with a salary? You'll split my stitches laughing. Van Mook, underestimated by his own father, fumes with anger, retorting as he storms out, "Fine. If you don't believe in me, I'm leaving. I'll fend for myself." Still acting like a child, I see. How long do you think you'll last as a mystic? Xiaoyan, hand me that box over there, and what are you doing just standing around? Come and get it. Yunmu picked up the box and wondered, isn't this your favorite warrior armor? His father confirms that this armor can greatly enhance a mystic's power. Yunmu asks if his father really intends to give him something so precious. My father explained that he probably wouldn't have a chance to use it again, so he might as well give it to me. But it's not something you can wear all the time. The biochemical regulation within is beyond the endurance of ordinary people. First, remember to keep it safe, lest it bring disaster. For those with mystical power and those who are enlightened, it will be of great help. In other words, whether you can wear it or not is not up to you. This armor will judge for itself whether you're worthy to wear it. Yunmu confidently declares, "Just so you know, I'm not trying to take your stuff, Dad. I'll take it to try it on and use it. Besides, don't worry, Dad. You'll still have a chance to wear it again because I'll definitely find a way to help you stand on your own 2 feet." Yunmu began channeling his mystical energy into the armor, causing it to rapidly transform. After a series of snaps and crackles, he reached out to receive the armor's components. "Come here and meet your new master." Witnessing this, Liu Ruyan was astonished. Dad, is that Li Jungdae?" he replied, his voice full of pride. "Yes, it is." Looks like Dan wasn't lying. He really did awaken. With everything settled, Yunmu panted wearily. "Whew, finally finished packing. I leave tomorrow. I'll be gone from Windcloud Fort for a while. I'm actually a little reluctant to go." Cut to the next day at the Mystics Association in Katfong City. "Lo, isn't that the second son of the Wong family?" "Master Liu, I told you your son would awaken." Just then, someone shouted, "Don't block the way. Isn't that the first rookie from Maple City?" "This is Luo Pu, the young master of the Luo family." Murmurs of admiration began to spread. "It's Luo Pu." I heard his father broke through to the highest realm of mystics, becoming a super mystic. Just then, Zhang Dexiong, the son of the richest man in Jifeng City, appeared. "Are you serious? This place is a dump. Is this Heavenly Cloud auction really trustworthy? Son, should we just go home?" "It's okay, Dad. It's just a little rundown. Think of it as experiencing the common life. Besides, I have the money you gave me, so it'll be fine." No sooner were those words spoken than another figure appeared. Liu Naijie, granddaughter of the Mystic Arts Association president. Finally arriving at Sky Cloud Fortress, he can meet his grandfather. The appearance of so many prominent figures causes an even greater stir. This year, the city has truly gathered all the talents. The top 8 in the Academy's Mystic Power exam this year all have decent results. Just then, a rebellious voice rang out, "You're all so shallow!" Our number 16 high school has also produced an awakened one this year. But no one is more over the top than Li Yunmu, who is being carried in a sedan chair and decked out like a gift basket. Jiang Kai stood proudly to the side, introducing him as gongs and firecrackers resounded. Now, please welcome the awakened Li Yunmak from our number 16 high school to the stage." Yunmu looked like he wanted to disappear from embarrassment, and even onlookers were confused. What the hell is this guy doing? Zhang Dexiong nearly wet himself laughing. "Ha ha ha, Dad, look at that guy. Is that guy mentally deficient or something? Ha ha ha." Sweating profusely, Yunmu grimaced, wishing he could disappear. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. And so, he was carried through the crowd, the judging eyes making it hard to breathe. Unlike the others, Liu Naijie simply smiles. Li Yunmu, so he's a new initiate this year as well. Just then, a woman walks out and shouts, "All right, it's almost time. All the new recruits, over here now. Next, we'll be dividing you into groups of 2 and sending you to Tianming Fortress. Step forward when your name is called." The first group to be called is Luo Pu. He's the first one. With a cold, emotionless expression, he simply replied, "Yes." The female supervisor continued, announcing that he and Zhang Dehong were in the same group. "You 2 may now step through the portal." Zhang Dexiong, like a child discovering the world for the first time, beams with joy. "Lucky me, I'm second." He turns to talk to Luo Pu. "You're from the Luo family, right? Have you ever teleported before? I wonder if there will be any dangerous incidents. I'm terrified of dying." Luo Pu grumbled, annoyed. "Quiet down." Less than a minute later, they vanished into the teleportation space as the supervisor called out the next group after Yunmu and Liu Naijie. Hearing this, Naitiep rushes over, grabs his wrist, and drags him into the teleportation gate. Still flustered and confused, he hears her turn back and gently introduce herself. "I'm Liu Naitiep. It's nice to meet you." Van Mook stammered, "Nice to meet you too." though he thought to himself, her voice is so pleasant. The next morning, still half asleep, Yunmu dragged himself to class, yawning as he opened the door. Good morning, everyone. But looking around, he's surprised to only see her. The girl cheerfully waves. Good morning. The young man is confused. Why is he the only one here? Where is everyone else? Is this a mass truancy on the first day? Natier kindly responds that the first few classes cover the theory, introducing the use of illusionary power, the illusionary power system, and the monster system. Most new students can sense phantasmal power from a young age, so they've already completed the theoretical studies before coming to Tianvan Bao. Nijai explains that the theory class is for those who suddenly awaken their powers, as Yunmu sighs, his hands in his pockets. Well, looks like we're the only dummies here. Good thing you're here too. It would have been embarrassing if I was the only one. As the two spoke, the teacher walked in, utterly shocked. Students in his class this year? Well, this is a rare sight. All right, I'm your teacher, so please return to your seats. Nijai, what are you doing here? This is Feng's university professor, Li Bowen. Hearing this, Nijai rushes forward, saying she came specifically to see him. It's been a while, she says, as Li Bowen smiles and asks how she's been. How has he been lately? My grandfather is doing very well. Your bones are still strong. By the way, there are new students this year, so you have to teach them well. He's a promising seed, but you know what happens if he isn't taught well. Yunmu could only stare blankly. Knowing the outcome, the young man was speechless as he watched his only classmate walk out and wave goodbye enthusiastically. Well, see you later. Remember to study hard. Yunmu wanted to cry. After all this time, he was the only fool. Meanwhile, the old teacher pondered, this is the first time in 4 years someone has taken my class. His foundation doesn't seem ordinary, but this year no one awakens naturally without blood and dimensional crystal absorption. And he also has a good relationship with the teacher's granddaughter. This kid must be special. Seeing Yunmu looking listless, the teacher asked, Is it tough being alone in class? Would you like to transfer? With just the two of them, there's no need for formalities. They head to the roof to chat instead of teaching. You really don't know anything, not even the basics of the mystic arts? Yunmu curtly replies that it's none of his concern. Even so, Li Beiwen enthusiastically explains the levels of illusionists from lowest to highest: common crystal, black crystal, silver crystal, gold crystal, and rainbow crystal. Beyond that, you transcend the realm of illusionists and become a super illusionist. Tell me, Master, how can I improve my cultivation? Li Beiwen asked, sitting nearby. To advance, you must first activate your illusionary acupoints, 12 in total. The illusionary acupoints on the left chest, right chest, and abdomen can enhance your defense. Those on the soles of your feet and calves enhance agility, and those on the palms and arms enhance attack. And the illusion points on the skull can sharpen the reaction of the nerves. After activating these 12 points, you can reach the black crystal realm. Yunmu gets straight to the point, asking how to activate the phantom points. Well, it's not hard. You just need to kill enough dimensional beasts and absorb their phantom power crystals. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later all the freshmen were called to assemble. Yunmu, still the most clueless of them all, muttered, Why are they calling everyone here so early in the morning? Are the teachers here too free? Suddenly, Hu Yu stepped forward to mock him as usual. Isn't that the little brother who's still stuck learning theory every day? What era is this that someone still has to study basic theory? I wonder how he even got in here. Van Mook grimaced and Chumo cursed inwardly. This is getting annoying. Why is he always on my back? Am I ruining his chances with the ladies? Just then, Li Bowen stepped out, smacked Hao Yu on the head and said sternly, No messing around in my class. Get back in line and the rest of you come here and listen to me. Li Bowen continued in a humorous tone. Don't think I'm just a handsome upperclassman. I'm a properly paid teacher at this school. A moment later, he turned serious again. Back to the matter at hand, today's the practical lesson you've all been waiting for, so show me what you've got. Yunmu, still as clueless as ever, muttered, A practical lesson? What are we learning? Li Baiwen continued. Today you'll form teams of 2 and head to different locations to complete your practical exercise. Today's objective is to hunt down 10-dimension beasts, a goal that fills Yunmu with determination. This is it. This is exactly what I needed. Li Baiwen didn't stop there, continuing on. The dimensional beast won't hold back just because you're students, but don't panic too much. If your life is truly in danger, I'll intervene. Otherwise, trust in your own strength and that of your teammates. That's how you survive in this world. That's all I have to say. Now form your teams and report back to me when you're done. Suddenly, Luopu approached her and said, Liu Naijie, I'd like to team up with you. Would you be willing? Liu Naijie broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Huh? She thought to herself, Luopu is personally inviting me to team up. What should I do? I don't want to be on his team at all. After a moment's thought, she mustered her courage to answer, Classmate Luopu, I know you're very strong, but... At that moment, Yunmu quickly seized the opportunity, wedging himself in between them. Liu Nijie, will you team up with me? Li Yunmu and Liu Nijie's practice team is transported to ruin number 7. With her vast knowledge, Liu Nijie quickly recognized their location and explained, "This is Ruin 7, once a vital human base in the 5th dimension. But it tragically fell to ruin due to space monsters far stronger than anticipated." However, Yunmu, lost in thought, nonchalantly asked, "Why did you reject Luopu? He's clearly strong. This practice would be much easier with him." But Liu Nijie explained that he always seemed arrogant and cold, as if the whole world owed him a debt. "I don't like the way he treats people, but thanks for helping me out back then." Yunmu casually replied, "It was nothing. I don't have anyone else to team up with. The other students avoid me like the plague. You're the only one." Just then, a ferocious roar from behind startled him. He spun around, hands raised in defense, muttering, "Low-level space beasts, they're here." Liu Nijie warns, "Be careful. These monsters hunt in packs led by a powerful leader lurking somewhere." Before they can react, a spatial beast appears behind them. It throws a powerful punch, sending Yunmu flying into the rubble. Nijie is stunned by the monster's strength. "Ai," she whispered. "Its power is immense. It must be the leader of these space beasts." But just as Nijie regained her composure, she leapt into the air, surveyed the situation, and smirked. "A big dumb brute like you must have a weak defense, which means you're no match for me. Be gone." As she prepared to attack, the beast moved with incredible speed, closing the distance and lunging at her. Liu Nijie, sweating and trembling, thought, Could it be a mid-level spatial beast? How is that possible?" The monster opened its jaws to devour her, but just then, Yunmu appeared, taking the blow for her. He said softly, "Wake up, Nijie. You're one of the strongest warriors in the class. Are you really going to be scared by a mid-level beast? Come on." Yunmu turned to face the beast, saying challengingly, "Hey, how long are you going to keep biting my hand? This uniform is expensive, you hear me?" He didn't hesitate, kicking the monster in the face, sending it crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. Landing, Yunmu couldn't hide his smugness. Was that a mid-level spatial beast? Not very strong, huh? Turning back, the youth noticed Nijie still standing there in feigned pain, crying out, "Ouch! My hand hurts so much I think it's broken. What should I do? I guess I'm not getting an award for Best Actor. Enough with the theatrics. You don't need to pretend in front of me." Nijie couldn't help but sigh. "I know you have a powerful defense technique. This is nothing." Yunmu's eyes widened in horror, and he quickly asked, "How do you know about it?" Nijie calmly explained, "The girl you defeated in the dimensional arena was my friend. Of course, I witnessed your entire match. Everyone thinks Xiaoyu lost because of weak skills, but I know Xiaoyu's 36 heavenly annihilation strikes are incredibly powerful. The fact that you can withstand attacks as swift as the wind and as fierce as a storm from that move shows you're no ordinary person." However, Nijie understood why he didn't want to reveal his strength, adding, "The world fears the unusual, and those who are special are often ostracized." Yunmu scratched his head, thinking, "I didn't want anyone to know about my defense techniques because my background is so ordinary, if not unremarkable. If anyone found out, I'd be questioned endlessly and become a guinea pig. But now that Nijie knows, he doesn't have to hide it anymore." Yunmu shrugs and smiles. "I just wanted to be normal friends with someone, but now that you know, I don't have to hide it anymore. In that case, space monsters, let's throw caution to the wind and have some fun." Seeing Yunmu roar, the space beasts immediately jumped back in fright, crying out, "Help! Help! Oh, mommy, I want to go home." After a while, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, bringing light and hope to the 7th ruin. Yunmu was still fighting with all his might, kicking the last low-level space beast in the face. With that done, he stood panting for breath. "Phew, that wiped me out. I didn't think fighting a few monsters would take so much energy." Yunmu turned to Nijie, curious. "Naite, is there a way for a normal person to obtain dark, profound energy like your friend?" Naite looks at him seriously and replies, "You want dark, profound energy? It's a high-level secret." She paused, then continued, "But since I know your secret, I don't mind telling you. However, even knowing this won't help much, as dark arcane power can only be obtained through inheritance. However, there is another way. Destroy a king-level space beast and absorb its crystal, but don't even dream of it. Not only are king-level beasts powerful, but they can also control countless, lower-level beasts, and the higher-ups worry that inexperienced mystics will risk their lives for this. That would affect the overall combat power, so they sealed this secret and didn't make it widely known. Do you understand? Yunmu sighed heavily. Yes, I understand, young lady. Meanwhile, Li Bowen stood at the rendezvous point, looking around and sighing, wondering why everyone was so slow this year. Could something be wrong? But soon after, the teleportation gate signals again. Which group will be the first to arrive? A voice echoed, and soon after, the pair of Yunmu and Naiji appeared, waiting there. Li Bowen saw them and couldn't help but sarcastically express his surprise. Well, what a surprise! You two were the first to complete the exercise. How does it feel? Did you have fun in the 7th ruin? Unable to contain his anger, Yunmu retaliated by shoving his boot into the instructor's face, calling him a bastard. You clearly said there would only be low-level beasts. How do you explain the sudden appearance of a mid-level one? Naiji almost died, you know that? Li Bowen feigns ignorance, his eyes fixed on Yunmu. A mid-level spatial beast? What? A mid-level beast? I had no idea. Realizing he couldn't rely on the old man, Yunmu turned back and said sarcastically, "Humph, the teachers in this school are all talk and no action." Uncle Wen watched him go, smirking to himself, still so headstrong. It seems a mid-level space beast wasn't enough to scare him. Moments later, the two freshmen stepped through the portal. It's an honor to be on your team, La Pu, Hoyu said obsequiously. Defeating 10 space beasts will be a piece of cake. At this rate, we're sure to take first place. However, his confidence quickly fades when he sees Yunmu and Naijie already waiting. Yunmu scoffs, Zoro pays for simps, huh? How are you slowing down the great La Pu? He's already in 2nd place. Oh, and La Pu, next time, choose a lackey who's actually useful. Don't just accept anyone who's good at sucking up, or you'll regret it. Provoked by Yunmu, Luopu approached and said coldly, "Excuse me, I need to get through." Yunmu didn't stop him, simply stepping aside as if nothing had happened. Luopu approached, his eyes gleaming with suspicion, and confronted Naijie, asking how he had completed the exercise so quickly. Could Yunmu have had something to do with it? Just then, Zhang Dexiong emerged from the portal, drawn in by Luopu's conversation. Naijie cursed inwardly. Why did he have to ask? She knew Luopu wouldn't believe her, even if she told him the truth, that Yunmu was responsible. Thinking quickly, she made an excuse. Oh, it's just that the space beast's attributes happened to be countered by mine, so they were easy for me to deal with. Hearing this, Harrion nodded, his face relaxed, and he smiled. So that's it. You really are lucky. A man from Zhang Dahong's group chimed in. This Yunmu is really lucky. Somehow he got paired with a super strong Naite, so now he doesn't have to do anything to be at the top of the class in practice. Zhang Dahong disagreed, scoffing with a sarcastic tone. Luck? I don't believe in luck. It's just a smokescreen to divert attention. Half a year passes in the blink of an eye, and here in Ruin 7, a monster roars, crushing the ground in a pool of its own blue blood. Yunmu has dealt with them all, their bodies littering the ground. He sighed, lamenting, "This is so boring. Fighting these guys doesn't even benefit me anymore." Thankfully, the training days at Fongvan Fortress are almost over, and it's time for the real fun to begin. The intercity ranking competition of the Central Continent. He returned to the academy, excited, but couldn't help but think that his cultivation speed over the past 6 months had been too slow, especially compared to his shadow system, which still wasn't finished updating after half a year. It must be cheating him. Muttering to himself, he couldn't help but complain, "When you wake up, I'll teach you some manners. These teachers have too much time, gathering us so early. I was up all night training. I don't have the energy to listen to their lectures." Just then, Tang-an stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Are all the new students here? If so, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to announce that in 1 week the city ranking competition will officially begin. The rules are that Tianyun Hall will send all of you to the Jiayu River area. The new students from each city will form teams of 5 to 7, tasked with eliminating space beasts. During the competition, the spatial eyes will monitor you around the clock, broadcasting your every move live to major cities across the globe. So don't even think about cheating, and don't forget to pick up your survival armor from the Mystic Guild. It will save your life in times of danger, so once you receive your armor, you are free to form groups without any restrictions. Finally, I wish you all the best in achieving the score you desire." After hearing that, Yunmu muttered to himself about the free survival armor. "Sounds good, but I think I'll stick with my dad's warrior gear. All right, time to find Naiji and form a team." When he made the suggestion, Naiji shyly replied, "I'm sorry, but I've already teamed up with someone else." Yunmu screamed. What the hell, how could you be so fast? Naitai explained. My guild arranged this beforehand. I have to team up with Luopu, and Hoyu has already formed his own team to participate. They believed that teaming up with players from other cities, even if it led to high rankings, would complicate their city's ranking progress. Okay, just follow the guild's arrangements. Naiji called out as he stood there. What about you? What are you planning to do? Yunmu waved his hand. Just relax, don't worry, there's always a way. Okay, he said that, but inwardly wondered who would want to team up with me. I don't even know anyone in this class. Suddenly, Zhang Dehong speaks in a friendly tone. Hey bro, having some trouble? If you're feeling lonely, join my team, I'll take care of you. Yunmu was stunned, his mind racing. This is Zhang Dexiang, the son of the wealthiest Fushang family in Gufeng City, right? I've never even spoken to him before, so why is he suddenly inviting me to join his team? But then again, what choice do I have? What choice did he have? Still, he tried to remain calm. Okay, I don't care who I team up with as long as I'm on a team. Zhang Dehong cheerfully replied, seemingly unconcerned. Great, let me introduce you to our team members. The story takes another turn as Yunmu realizes that Zhang Dehong's team includes Ling An, the son of the second richest man in Gufeng City, and Lu Qiang, the son of the third richest man, with Zhang Dehong, of course, being the son of the richest. He looks around with a grimace, cursing inwardly. What is this bizarre team? Should we call this a paradise experience for spoiled young masters? Dahong happily announced that the welcoming ceremony was over, and the team name would be Dahong. Now he'd go register with the teacher. Ling An speaks up, reminding him, Are you out of your mind? But there are only 4 of us. The teacher said we need at least 5 to form a team. Seeing Da Xiong's startled expression, Yunmu felt a sense of panic. Should he just give up? These pampered young masters and misses aren't quite right in the head. The next day, Yunmu took the free survival armor to sell. The shopkeeper handed him the money, saying, Here's your 7,500 space coins. Count it. After the transaction, Yunmu held the bag of money in his hand and sighed in frustration. What? I thought it was worth a lot more. Only got 7,500 space coins for it. What can I even buy with this measly amount? I can't even afford a basic tent to keep out the rain and wind, let alone the other essentials. Looking at Lu Qiang paying for expensive items, Yunmu admired these fools. Just then, Da Zhong pushed a cart full of supplies toward Yunmu and called out, Yunmu, aren't you going to buy anything to prepare for the trial? Yunmu forced a smile. You think everyone has money to spend like you rich kids? Zhang Dexiang was dumbfounded. Huh? You really don't have any money? You don't even have a car to get around or a tent to sleep in? Yunmu casually replied, What's the big deal? If I don't have a car, I'll run. If I don't have a tent, I'll sleep on the ground, getting closer to nature. Hearing this, Zhang Dexiang was deeply moved and rushed over to grab his hand. I didn't realize you were in such a state. Daxiong, I would never let that happen to a teammate. Come on, follow me. Witnessing this, Yunmu was speechless. Why the hell are you crying? With that, Da Heng dragged Van Muk to the shop counter, slammed his card down and declared, Boss, pack up all the props you have for me. The boss quickly complied and calculated the total damage. 143,000 space coins. Zhang Dexiong simply uttered 2 heavy words, swiping his card. Also, I want that vehicle and put it under this gentleman's name. And get me one of your best tanks. I need it next week. Yunmu, standing by, sighed. It's good to be rich, unlike a poor wretch like me. The owner finished the calculations and announced, Thank you very much. The total damage for this transaction is 12.7 million space coins, but Zhang Dexiong isn't finished yet, pointing to the tent behind him. Pack up the most expensive tent for my friend, too. The shopkeeper replied, Yes, that one is 600,000 space coins. Da Xiong declared straightforwardly, No problem. Swipe the card. Yunmu broke out in a sweat, trembling inwardly. Am I being kept? Sigh, this trip has been quite profitable. Back at the Mystic Guild headquarters, Hu Yu's giggles echoed. Heh. Chief Luopu, do you think that Yunmu guy will be able to participate in the Central Continent ranking competition qualifiers this time? Luopu coldly replied, I don't know, and I don't care. Hu Yu continued to boast, This time, Naijie is on our side, so no one will team up with him. Luopu asked, What's it to you? Why are you always targeting him? He resentfully explains, I just don't like him. He's clearly low-born, but acts like he owns the world. Just seeing his face makes my blood boil. Suddenly, a sleek sports car speeds past, nearly hitting him. He angrily shouts, Who's the idiot driving? Get out here and talk to me. And to his surprise, the luxury car belongs to Yunmu, who innocently peeks his head out, leaving Hu Yu utterly shocked. Having not seen each other in a long time, Hu Yu angrily questions Luopu. Boy, What are you doing at the guild at this hour? Yunmu stepped out of the car, calmly saying, "What else? I'm here to accept a mission. After all, in the upcoming ranking battle, the goal is to slay dimensional beasts, so complete whatever you can." Hearing this, Hu Yu burst out laughing mockingly. "What did you just say? Someone like you has a team too?" Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, "Little Moo Moo!" The guy turned around, his face frozen in shock as 3 other supercars lined up behind him. Zhang Dexiang sat on the hood of his car, his voice full of confidence. "Been waiting for you, what do you think of it? If you're not used to it, just buy a new car." Hu Yu looked at the lineup of luxury cars, unable to resist the sarcasm. "You call this a team? How do you spoiled second-generation brats plan to fight space beasts? Are you going to bury them in cash? Not to mention you don't even have enough people to show off." Before he could finish, the roar of a motorcycle grew louder and louder. The rider executed a stunning drift, spinning the bike around to face him. Seeing this, Hu Yu stepped forward and sneered, "Huh? Is this your team's 5th member? How hilarious." But Luo Pu, standing nearby, didn't think so. He panicked, his face pale as he stammered, She's Ling Hui from Penghua's 2nd-ranked high school." Daxiang waves hello to the long-unseen Ling Shui, while the term older sister throws Yunmu into confusion, only to be further stunned by Ling An's words. "Sis, what are you doing here? Are you planning to control me forever?" "No way, don't tell me you two are related by blood." Yunmu couldn't resist any longer, pointing at Ling Shui with wide eyes. "This can't be some kind of family jealousy, no way." Ling An fumes and jumps up. "Hey, are you looking down on me? I have a pedigree, you want to see it?" Nearby, Luo Pu approached Ling Shui, saying, "Hey, someone from another city competing would be considered cheating. It will greatly affect the performance of our Feng City. Have you thought this through?" Ling Shui, unfazed, casually replied, "What's the big deal? I've already transferred to Gufeng Academy." Before Ho Wu could understand, he asked Luo Pu, "Boss, who is that woman? Is she strong?" With a serious expression, Luo Pu explained that Fenghua City generally ranked much higher than Gufeng City, and that Ling Shui had already reached the Black Crystal rank. It was said that years ago she was favored by a powerful mystic and taken as a disciple, learning 2 extremely powerful combat skills. Among the younger generation, she's considered a top-tier fighter. "Oh, we'll be happy just having you there for numbers." Ling Shui smiled, teasing, "No problem. Da Xiong and Xiao Qiang, you two are looking quite manly, aren't you?" But Dieng Lingan still complained unhappily, "Sis, I don't want this. Transfer back to Fenghua City. I want my freedom." Ling Zhuo teleports over and playfully pinches his cheek. "You dare open your mouth? Your parents almost had a stroke when they heard you were at the bottom of your class, so they sent me here to whip you into shape." Just then, Yunmu spoke up. "Okay, save the catching up for later. Let's go register with the teacher first." This straightforward attitude piqued Ling Shui's interest, and she thought to herself that this boy was more than met the eye. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the city ranking competition has finally arrived as the announcement echoes through the system. "Attention, please. The Skycloud ship has landed successfully, and the competition begins the moment the gates open. I hope the freshmen can represent Gufeng City and achieve ideal results this year. Now begin the competition, and good luck to you all." The scene was broadcast live on the big screen in Gufeng City Square. The crowd murmurs with anticipation. It's starting, it's starting." Gulian Tianyun said that Gufeng's ranking this year depends on them. In the small city of Yuntian, Yunmu's father, Li Zhongmin, also asked Liu Ruyan to help him up so he could watch his son's progress. He smiled to himself, thinking, "Go get him, kid. Carve out your own future." Back at the race, Hu Yu smugly drove his vehicle carrying the Mystic Guild members, a wide grin on his face. "Don't worry. With my driving skills, no one can surpass us. All the best spatial beasts will be ours soon enough." La Pu coldly stated, "According to the map, there's a safe river area ahead. We'll stop there for a moment so everyone can put on their armor and prepare for battle." Meanwhile, Naiji wondered if his classmate, Yun Mu, was all right. He hadn't seen him lately and didn't even know if he had a team for the competition. That high is such a worrywart. Suddenly, LeFou spoke up with a warning. "Did you hear that roar behind us? Everyone, be on your guard." Hao Yu nervously asked, "Could it be a space beast? How could they encounter them so soon?" Just then, the roar of the car behind them grew closer and closer. He trembled inwardly. This was impossible. He'd personally overseen the modifications to this car. How could anything be faster? Besides, no one in Tianyun Fort is a better driver than me. Who are these people? Could it be? Just as he thought that, the car suddenly soared into the air, flying over his vehicle. He peeked out and saw Yunmu's group, and the ace driver was none other than Ling Wei, the big sister from Fenghua City. A moment later, the team stopped by a picturesque waterfall, and Yunmu asked, "Hey, have we finally decided where we're going?" "So, where do we go next? What's the point of chasing the lead when we don't even have a real goal?" Lingjie calmly replied, "I don't care where we go. Dealing with the space beasts here isn't too difficult for me." Lingan looked up and hesitantly suggested, "Take us somewhere safe. Lopu and his elite team are sure to get the most points anyway, so there's no need to risk our lives for nothing." Suddenly, Daihung chimed in with enthusiasm, "I hate people who are always so negative. But we have an expert like Tuyet with us, and this chariot is top of the line. If we can't win, we'll run. So, I was thinking we could make this our first stop." Lu Qiang looked at the location, a bit bewildered. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this the territory of the goblin wizard monsters?" Yunmu, ever clueless, asked, "What are goblin witches?" Lingan quickly chimed in, explaining with a frown, "You don't even know about them? They're the trickiest spatial monsters in this prison river area." Naively, Yunmu asks, "Are they really that strong?" Ling Shui explains that individually, they're actually quite weak. The problem is dwarf witches exist as a collective, are more intelligent than other beasts, and especially hate humans. Once a battle breaks out, they gather in large numbers to attack their prey. And if humans are surrounded by them, we're definitely done for. Hearing that, Yunmu gulped. He seemed to love life too much to die so soon. Just then, Zhang Dexiong explained why he suggested that location. Almost every team knew about them and wanted to avoid them. In other words, if we go there and eliminate them, the points are ours because there's no competition. Our team would be wiped out before we even scored any points. "You have to be alive to use the points you earn," Zhang Dexiong reassured. "What are you worried about?" "But we have the great Lingjue here, right? Everything will be fine." Hearing this, Yunmu turned to Shui and asked for her opinion, but Shui, nonchalantly eating a lollipop, replied, "You guys decide. I'm fine with anything." Hearing that, Yunmu made a quick decision. "In that case, I agree with Zhang Dexiong." Zhang Dahong knew his idea had both supporters and detractors, while Ling Shui remained neutral. He didn't hesitate and made his decision. "All right, with 3 in agreement, it's settled. Onward to the dwarf witch, everyone." Hearing this, Ling An jumped fearfully to her sister, Ling Zhui, her face contorted in tears. "Sister, let me off here. I don't want to go there and die. I'm not going." Zhang Dexiong regained his composure and said, "Sit tight. If you get out now, you'll be dead before you know it." A moment later, the team's vehicles reached the outskirts of the Goblin Witch's territory. Ling Shui spoke up. "We're likely to encounter them in a few hundred meters. Everyone out of the car, armor up, and prepare for battle." Zhang Dexiong was the first to finish dressing, his imposing figure asking a question. "Is everyone ready?" The gear he's wearing is the Silver Throne Destroyer armament. Lang An is clad in the Silver Seat Reaper weapon, Crosswheel Rend. We're both ready, and Lu Qiang is prepared as well. His gear is the Silver Seat Hunter weapon, the Blade of Death. Lu Qiang helplessly asks Ling An, "Are you that afraid of dying? Why is your gear all about defense?" Meanwhile, Ling Shui, clad in her Battle Priest's armor, chimed in, "I'm ready too." Zhang Dexiong, looking around, asked, "What about Xiaomu? Is Tiumuk ready?" But when Zhang Daxiong saw what Yunmu was wearing, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Heavens, how did you get that?" Yunmu looked confused, unsure why Zhang Dahai was reacting so strongly. Realizing he didn't understand, Dahai quickly explained, "What you're wearing is the Battle God Temple's warrior armor. You couldn't buy this armor with money. I once offered a huge reward, but I couldn't find one. Let me touch it. Oh my god, this feels amazing." Sweating, Yunmu wondered if there was something special about this suit. How did his father get his hands on it? Suddenly, a noise echoed from afar, along with the sound of footsteps, alerting Ling Shui, and she quickly turned around and said, "Shh! Quiet, something's coming. Everyone split up and find cover." Yunmu and Zhang Dazhuang immediately obeyed, darting off in different directions and quickly finding cover. Ling Zhou contacted them via radio, asking, "Dazhuang, where are you? Report." Using his rifle scope to survey the area, Zhang Dahung reports that he's spotted 2 dwarf monsters, apparently patrolmen, and Ling Zhui quickly orders him to check for any other spatial beasts nearby. Da Qiong responded, reporting that he had checked and found no other targets in the vicinity. Hearing this, Ling Shui gave the order. "Zhang Daqiong, Yunmu, prepare to move out." Yunmu quietly acknowledged over the comms. Meanwhile, the goblin was suddenly distracted by something, staring intently. Turns out it was a lollipop that Ling Zhui had been enjoying. The monster, never having seen such a thing, rushed to pick it up, eyes glued to it. Seeing this, Dai Qiong couldn't help but laugh, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Bingo, congratulations, you've won the prize." He pulled the trigger, blowing the dwarf monster's head apart. The remaining monster recoiled, ready to retreat and report, but Yunmu Tingling appeared behind it, unleashing the Mad Blade strike, instantly decapitating it. His eyes flashed with coldness as he whispered into the radio, "Target neutralized." Meanwhile, in the organizing committee's monitoring room, discussions were heating up. Black Emperor City is doing pretty well this year. In just half a day, they've already made it into the top 4. Someone quietly said, "Not as good as White Snow City, though. They recruited some super seeds this year. They were usually outside the top 50, but now they're sitting pretty in the top 10. That's a real leap." Another commented, "Yeah, Fong City was always around 130, and now they're climbing straight to 70. That's promising. I heard that Fengcheng has a supernova named Luo Pu this year, and these results are all thanks to him, right?" Li Bo Wen sat among the judges, muttering, "It's Pu, not just him. How could Gu Fengcheng get enough points to climb to this rank?" Back with Yunmu's group, Ling An was running for his life, screaming as he was chased by the dwarf monsters. "Xiaomu, where are you? If you don't help, I'm done for." Hearing this, Yunmu jumped out of the bushes, saying, "Why all the fuss? If you want to go fast, take it easy." With that, he kicks a pursuing goblin squarely in the head, then taunts the rest. "Come at me all at once. I'm busy and don't have time to play. Let's see how you handle my fire blade this time." The monsters, relying on their numbers, tried to overwhelm him, but each one that dared to attack was instantly cut in half by Yunmu, who also took the heads of a few others for good measure. Finding his attacks too slow, Yunmu decided to activate his Mad Blade skill. His blade flowed like water, each strike felling another dwarf monster, and after wiping them out, he landed with a flourish, panting from the exertion. Suddenly, 2 dwarf monsters still alive jumped up, trying to attack him in revenge for their comrades, but Yunmu didn't care, seeing them as nothing more than walking corpses. At that moment, 2 powerful bursts of arcane energy pierced their heads, ending them instantly. From above, Ling Shui reminded him, "Go all out and have fun. Leave these suicidal fools to us." Suddenly, a monster still alive jumped up, trying to escape, and Ling Shui shouted into the radio, "Yunmu, don't let it get away. It's going back to warn the tribe." Just then, Lu Qiang stepped forward confidently. "No need to rush, leave it to me." He expertly twirled his dagger, then activated the life-snatching slash skill, launching it at the dwarf monster. The attack instantly bisects the monster, and Lu Qiang triumphantly shouts, "Trying to escape? Not a chance." After observing, Ling Shui praised the team. "Well done. Our coordination is much smoother now." Zhang Deheng turns around, eager. "I miscalculated. We've taken down 30 to 40 goblins in these 4 waves, so we've earned a good amount of points. Then let's keep the momentum going with round 5. Anzi, go lure some more goblins over here." Hearing that, Ling An protested, "Stop sending me out there. I almost ended up as Monster Chow." "I'm not going again." Da Zhong seized the opportunity, teleporting in with a perverted, mocking expression. "Well, if you don't go, then let Xiaomu go. You can stay here and be the melee fighter in his place." Ling An, now invigorated, exclaimed loudly, quickly weighing the pros and cons, then called out to Da Xiong, "Wait! I won't be the main attacker. I'd rather be bait. It's less dangerous." Da Xiong walked over to Ling Shui and asked, "Sister Shui, why are you suddenly spacing out?" Ling Shui pondered. Was it really less than a year ago that Yunmu awakened his mystic power? Da Qiong confirmed, "That's right. I heard he only sensed the power about a week before the annual test began." "That means he's only been awakened for half a year," Ling Shui said seriously. "To reach this level of power in just half a year, something's definitely not right." Da Heng replied, "Of course I know he's not normal, and that's exactly why I invited him to join our team." Just then, Lang An lured the dwarf monsters back. He screamed, tears streaming down his face as he ran for his life. "Hey, everyone, get ready to run." The group turned pale with shock, facing a horde of goblin witch leaders. "Everyone, retreat immediately." The team ran until nightfall to escape the dwarf witch monster territory, stopping to build a fire and rest. Zhang Dexeng opened the summary table and grinned. "Ha ha ha, what a great harvest today." Let's see. Little Moo killed a total of 230 space beasts, accounting for 43% of the team's contribution. Second place goes to Chui, with 92 kills, contributing 35%. I only arranged for you to support the team, yet you still managed to kill so many. Truly worthy of being a level 2 Dark Star Mystic. Hearing that, Yunmu looked up and said, "Thanks, I wouldn't have been able to kill so many without your support. If Shui wanted to be number 1, it would be a piece of cake." Shui didn't say anything, but she secretly thought to herself, "He's giving me the credit, hiding his true abilities." The silence is broken when Zhang Deheng suddenly turns, a worried look on his face. "Anzi, why the long face?" Ling An could only hang his head, wringing his hands like a scolded child, tears streaming down his face. Boo-hoo, I tried all day and only killed 5 monsters, earning 5 points. Am I really that useless? Seeing his friend so down, Lugang quickly stepped forward, patting his shoulder reassuringly. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You were busy luring the monsters. How could you have any energy left to kill them? I've barely got more points than you, and I'm staying with the team. Here. Even Ling Shui couldn't bear to stand idly by, speaking decisively yet with compassion. All right. Must you whine at your age? I'll transfer points to you, okay? Yunmu was shocked to hear this. Points could be transferred to others? Without missing a beat, he said he'd transfer 15 points to Xiaoqiang as well, surprising Lu Qiang. Huh? Is that even allowed? Those were points you worked so hard to earn. Yunmu grinned, looking enthusiastic. What's okay or not okay about it? We're a team, so we advance and retreat together. Hearing that, Lu Qiang burst out laughing, his voice full of joy. Thanks, little Moo. If you were a girl, I'd definitely fall for you. Seeing that things had calmed down, Ling Shui gently reminded the group. It's late, let's divide the spoils and get back to camp. This battle is far from over. Later, back in his tent, Yunmu sat down, took out his spoils and murmured, Is this the mystic crystal the Great Bear mentioned? It's quite beautiful, and it even glows. Suddenly he remembered Ling Shui's instructions from this morning. The crystals taken from the space beasts are only effective for 12 hours, so he must use them all within that time. After careful consideration, Yunmu thought to himself that he originally planned to return to Tianyun Fort to open his meridians, but the current situation does not allow him to wait. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the system, his hands trembling, muttering to reassure himself. There's a first time for everything, but why am I so nervous? Sigh, each acupoint has its own unique effect. It's too hard to choose. Just then, Li Bowen's earlier advice echoed in his mind. I suggest you open the celestial point first. Though it's the only Xuan point on the head, its effect is greatest upon success, enhancing thinking, nerve response, and sensory acuity. Without hesitation, Yunmu raised the crystal, his eyes filled with determination. The celestial point it is. I'll start by attacking it. Immediately after his resolute cry, he crushed the crystal, absorbed the mystic energy, and focused his power. A beam of light condensed into a small sphere, flying straight into his brow. The system quickly displayed his progress. 15% complete. Immediately, Yunmu's legs trembled, and he nearly collapsed, barely managing to regain his balance after a moment. This feeling was far from pleasant. Yunmu gritted his teeth and continued, using the remaining 5 crystals. After more than an hour, he wearily checked his stats, sighing at the result. Is that right? How is it only at 70%? Didn't the master say that even those with poor aptitude only need 2 mystic crystals to open an acupoint? Is my aptitude even worse than the worst? Worse than the worst, huh? Just as Yunmu was struggling with the mystic crystals he had absorbed, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The shadow system has been successfully updated. He froze for a few seconds in surprise. Then, as if he'd just won the lottery, he jumped up and down like a child. My precious, you're back. Ha, where's the system? He immediately activated shadow mode, and in an instant, the mysterious shadow appeared. Yunmu squinted, assessing the situation with obvious interest. What's this? So, you get a warrior's armor like me? Nice. Before he could celebrate, the system dropped another bombshell of information. In this spatial realm, the shadow's power mirrors that of its host. Because the host's celestial gate is about to be impacted, the shadow's thinking has improved, and the host can now transfer their consciousness to control the shadow's body. The sudden information took Yunmu by surprise, but once he understood, he grinned and took control of the shadow body. I have to try this. Without hesitation, he immediately focused his mind to move his consciousness out of his body. His real body, now devoid of its spirit, collapses to the ground as his consciousness fully enters the shadow body. The shift in perspective left Yunmu in awe. Is that me? This is insane. I'm really in Shadow's body. This feature is amazing. It was worth the 6-month wait for the update. It would be a waste to sleep at night. Tonight will be a fun hunt, but I can't let the Big Bear Gang find out. Before long, the sky brightened and the sun rose behind the mountains. Van Mukle returned to the tent, collapsing onto the sofa, panting as if exhausted. Whew, finally absorbed it all. Last night I was fighting monsters and trying to open my meridians. My body was almost overloaded. Luckily, the number of crystals I got was enough to successfully open the celestial human meridian, so I guess it was worth it. As he spoke, He pulled out a strange object, turning it over and over in his hands, a bewildered look in his eyes. But what the heck is this? The dwarf witches I eliminated yesterday seem to be escorting it somewhere. It must be important to them. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Is our little Moo awake yet? Get your things ready, it's time to set off, Da Xiong called out. Hearing this, Yunmu put the strange object away, deciding to investigate it later. Outside, Lu Qiang was curiously questioning his close brother. How did absorbing the mystic crystals go yesterday? Ling An shrugged. Not bad. It took 4 to open 80% of my celestial acupoints. Lu Qiang sighed in frustration. That's great, really great. I used 5 crystals and only got 75% of my foot acupoints. Looks like my talent is even worse than yours. Just then, they saw Yunmu emerge from his tent, and they immediately asked, How about you? How many mystic points did you open last night? With your talent, you must be doing pretty well, Yunmu said, rubbing his temples. I don't remember exactly, but I think my 5 crystals only managed to open 70% of the celestial apertures. The 2 others couldn't believe their ears and immediately reacted in unison. 70%, is there some mistake? Even lower than us? When Wenmu nodded in confirmation, the 2 burst into laughter under the vast highland sky. Could it be that our talents are actually top tier, not trash? Just then, Ling Shui emerged, ready for battle. She reminded them, Stop fooling around, let's go, and you guys decide, where are we headed next? Zhang Dexiong immediately replied with a determined voice, Is that even a question, Sister Shui? We're going back to get revenge on those goblin leaders, of course. Over the next 4 days, their team improved at a rapid pace. Each member began to understand each other better, coordinating as if they had trained together for a long time. They even managed to defeat a high-ranking dwarf witch, something no one had dared to dream of before. Meanwhile, Yunmu secretly trained every night, using his shadow clone, allowing his strength to increase at an astonishing rate. By now, he had broken through 4 mystic caves, nearly doubling his overall strength since the first day of the competition. Yunmu's intense battles were recorded by the eyes of space, broadcast live to every city in the world. His extraordinary performance quickly caught the eye of a mysterious old man. The door creaks open as a subordinate enters, bowing respectfully. Sir, did you have a task for me? The old man glances at him, then speaks slowly, as if deep in thought. There seems to be a dark horse in Fong City this year. Are you aware? The subordinate immediately responded, his voice full of disdain. Yes, I know. His name is Yunmu, a nobody from a poor background, nothing special. Before he could finish, the old man cut him off, his voice icy. How insignificant can he be if he's doing what countless prodigies can only dream of? The subordinate paused, then nodded in acknowledgement as if just remembering something important. Yes, that's right. That kid and his team seem to have earned the most points for Gufeng City, even surpassing the highly anticipated team of Luopu. The old man's eyes grew deep and colder than ever. He cuts to the chase, saying that Yunmu and Luopu are indeed good seeds, but unfortunately their talents cannot be used by Fengcheng, and so they may be a considerable threat to our plans in the future. The old man smirked, his voice soft but cutting like a knife. An assassination. Isn't it normal for some new recruits to die during the Central City's ranking competition every year? He bowed respectfully. Yes, I understand, sir. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Elsewhere, the atmosphere in Yunmu's camp grew somber as he turned to Da Zhong, his voice laced with doubt. Are you sure we should raid this tribe next? It has over a dozen dwarf mages and an elder who's skilled at taming wild beasts. Da Yong nodded firmly, without hesitation. Don't worry, I've investigated thoroughly. The ones you mentioned are out hunting. They're not in the tribe right now. You know that dwarf witches always bring in more points than ordinary dwarf monsters. This is a rare opportunity. Just then, Ling Zhui spoke, her voice sharp but encouraging. I think Da Zhong's suggestion to attack that place is a good one. Seeing the 3 boys standing there, she frowned and explained. You've grown a lot in the last 4 days. It's time to try harder space beasts, and I also need their black crystals. Yunmu pondered, a quiet gratitude creeping in. Yes, Xue had greatly helped the team improve their strength over the past few days. She doesn't seem to have gained anything so far. He clenched his fist, stepped forward, and declared, Let's go, Da Xiong. It's time to face stronger monsters. Ling Shi tilted her head slightly, adding as if it were an unspoken command, Enzi, I'm still counting on you to handle things outside. Time dripped by, and as darkness fell, Ling An had yet to return. An unsettling feeling began to creep in. Yunmu glanced at Zhang Dexiong, his voice low. I have this uneasy feeling. Nothing will happen to Anzi, right? Dexiong patted his shoulder reassuringly, his voice full of confidence. Don't worry too much, he'll be back soon. He's successfully opened the hand acupoint these past few days. His attack power is now on par with mine. Before he could finish, a piercing sound cut through the air as a narrowly escaped, followed by a maddened roar. A massive dwarf monster charged in, swinging its claws with terrifying speed. Lingan immediately dodged, retaliating with a lightning-fast strike, severing the ogre's massive hand, which fell to the ground with a thud. Still, he didn't dare risk it, and retreated back to the formation, shouting, "Think I'm an easy target? Dream on. Everyone, prepare for battle, the goods have arrived." Yunmu stood up, brushed off the dust, and chuckled. "Oh, I thought you were lost. Let's get down to business." Before they could form ranks, a figure emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, is this the elite team everyone's been talking about? I don't see anything special about them. Or more accurately, they're as weak as snails. Your score this time around." "Sorry, we're going to take care of everything." They flew past Yunmu, laughing like they were playing cat and mouse. One of them landed right in front of Lingan, sneering, "How exhausting, you fool, but it seems your efforts were in vain." No sooner had they spoken than the two men shot like lightning past Lingan, straight into the horde of dwarf monsters. After that attack, they began to rampage as if taking a stroll in the park, effortlessly felling monster after monster with each swing of their swords. Van Mook watched from afar, his heart skipping a beat, and exclaimed, "To kill a dwarf witch in an instant. Just who are these guys?" "They're elite members from another city's team, here to steal our points. Our ranking must be too high, attracting this special attention." After clearing the battlefield, the two turned back, casting a condescending gaze at Yunmu's group. "Oh, you're more reasonable than I thought, and thanks for the free points. Let's go." Lugan could only stare in disbelief. Just leave like that? He doesn't care about the stolen points. Otherwise, he'd stay and have a heart-to-heart with them. Lugang was furious, his face turning red. What else could he do? "Shouldn't we teach them a lesson?" Dai Hung remained calm. The white-robed figure scoffed, "What do we gain from hitting them? It's not like it's enough." He glanced at Yunmu's group and sneered, "Look, they're deliberately ignoring us." The other one scoffs, "Humph, robbed of their points and all they can do is run away in despair." As expected, a cowardly bunch just hiding and stealing points. Then they both loudly taunt, "I know you're not convinced, but if you're not, be a man and come back here and teach us a lesson." Before he could finish, he teleported behind them. Daehung tried to ambush him, but before he could act, he was met with a devastating kick to the neck. His poor neck snapped with a sickening crack, and he spewed blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. The remaining white-clad figure stood frozen, screaming in terror. "Ooh, what just happened?" Zhang Dexiang warned, his voice as cold as ice. "You two have your points, so get lost. Otherwise, don't ask why the sea is saltier than tears." Just then, a piercing screech tore through the air, followed by a bright signal flare exploding in the sky. Everyone startled and looked up. "What is that?" Sweat begins to bead on Zhang Dehong's forehead. He swallowed hard and said sternly, "That's a signal flare. We have to run." Before they could understand what all meant, the ground shook, and a colossal figure descended from the afterlife right behind Da Zhang. A creature with a human body and a wolf's head, its eyes burning with bloodlust, stalked its prey, immediately attacking the blond man, tearing his clothes and sending him crashing to the ground. Though he escaped death, he was now just a walking corpse, coughing up blood with every breath. Yunmu trembled slightly, turning to whisper to Ling Shui, "What kind of monster is that?" Meanwhile, the monster growled and casually tore apart the remaining half of the man's body, and the surviving white-clad man, unable to bear the sight of his brother being ripped to shreds, charged forward like a living bullet. "Damn it, don't act rashly." Zhang Dexiang, seeing him charge forward recklessly, shouted, "Idiot, get back here. Don't go over there." But it was too late. A hand larger than himself swept across, slamming him into the ground like a pancake. His survival armor was more for show than defense, and as expected, he joined his friend in death. The hellhound slowly turned its head, eyeing Da Hung like its next meal. He froze, sweat pouring down, unsure if even his expensive armor could withstand another blow. Lingan looked around, still uneasy, and furrowed her brow. "Should we save them?" Seeing Lingan's hesitation, Yunmu shouted decisively, "Don't worry about them, just run. They won't survive." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Dahong drew his gun, his eyes sharp as he anticipated the danger, and he growled inwardly, "Humph, my silver seat armor is shattered. One more swipe and I'm done for." No time to think. Dahong retreats with the team, firing relentlessly at the hellhound ahead. But danger struck from another direction as a fiend suddenly appeared, blocking their path. A dwarfish witch perched on its shoulder, her eyes scornful, her laughter sharp as a razor. Hee, where do you think you're going? As the situation grew more dire, Yunmu reacted instantly, ducking to avoid a swipe, and shouted, "This is bad, there's one in front of us too." Daxiong immediately turned back, warning, "That's the elder of this tribe. Don't stop, break through, and retreat to the war machine." Without another word, the team changed direction, immediately turning to another path to circle back to the vehicle. As they ran, Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, his voice full of doubt. Where did all these dire wolves suddenly come from? "They never gather together," Zhang Dahong gritted out. "We must have fallen for the dwarf witch elder's trap." Yunmu couldn't help but ask, "What plan?" Zhang Dexiong replied, his eyes fixed on the battle ahead. "That signal flare was their way of communicating. We've been surrounded," Ling Shui added coldly. "This dwarf witch elder is formidable. It seems he's heard about how we've been wiping out other tribes and set this trap. Before we can react, another dire wolf appears, cutting off our escape." Yunmu turned back, his voice hurried. "What do we do?" Before they could react, the team was surrounded by dwarf shaman leaders and a horde of low-level monsters, leaving Ling An terrified and on the verge of tears. "Oh, what do we do? Sister Zue, I don't want to die yet." As tension filled the air, the dwarf witch elder's voice echoed, "You've killed quite a few of our kind these past few days, haven't you? Today, right here, I will make you pay blood for blood." "Oh, this ugly thing can talk like a grown-up? You're the first weirdo I've ever met." The dwarf warlock flinched. "Ugly? Fool, I am the elder in charge of a whole tribe of dwarves. I am an intelligent space monster, got it?" Lu Qiang stepped forward without hesitation, his voice icy. You're just a wretched elder." Before the exchange could finish, the elder roared in fury. "You whelps, don't push your luck. You dare look down on me when you're in my grasp? Do you want to die?" He cracked his whip. "I command you, tear them apart." The instantly obedient, tamed hellhounds roared and charged, their fetid breath like rotting corpses, their jagged teeth coated in grime. They were surrounded, the team with no escape. "Tear them apart!" Two demonic wolves then charged forward, their mouths full of sharp teeth, ready to devour everyone. At that moment, Yunmu summoned the system and said, "Sister Zhui, you're the only one here who can break through. Wait for my signal. Then break through to the car and drive back to pick us up. We'll hold them off until you return." Hearing this, Ling Shui asked worriedly, "Wait until I come back. Are you sure you'll be okay?" Yunmu smiled slightly and replied, "To be honest, I'm not sure. So wait a moment and you should reach into the system and find something." Immediately, Yunmu drew a long, glowing sword, leaping into battle and leaving behind the words, "You better hurry back." Seeing him charge forward, Ling Shui followed suit, using the dwarf mage's head as a springboard to accelerate. Meanwhile, Van Muk alone breaks through the encirclement, his sword dancing, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy as a dwarf mage rushes toward him, only to be cut down by his blade. Meanwhile, Ling Shui was on her way to get help when a goblin mage spotted her and blocked her path. Ling Shui left it behind, sweating as she thought, "Please, hold on until I get back." At that moment, a demon beast appeared out of nowhere. It growls, then lunges toward her. Caught off guard, Ling Shui turns to find the hellhound already upon her. Just then, a crash echoed as screws and tools flew through the air. Luckily, her brother, Ling An, stepped in front of her, taking the blow for her. Seeing her brother's blood spill for her, Ling Shui anxiously checked on him. Xiaoan gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, "Don't look back, keep going. If you can't drive the tank back, none of us will survive." He then gathered his inner strength and shouted, "Come on, you mutt, I'm your opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang An charged toward the demon beast. Suddenly attacked, it retreated for a moment, but quickly its claws lunged toward Lang An again. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and let the hellhound have its way. He quickly blocked with his swords, then crossed them, skillfully spinning them into a circle. Sensing his chance, Ling An unleashed his sword in a move known as the 10 Deaths Wheel Slash. Finally, he managed to kill the ferocious demon ape, though exhaustion and blood loss were evident on Ling An's face. Meanwhile, the two dwarven wizards glared, weapons in hand, and charged forward, but Lu Qiang was ready. He stood tall, watching his enemies charge. Prepared and skilled, Lu Qiang swiftly decapitated the two dwarf mages. He then breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that another was sneaking up from behind. But as it flew up to attack, a loud sound suddenly echoed. The dwarf wizard's body explodes, the loud noise startling Lu Qiang. He stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Lucky for him, just in time, Daichung takes aim and fires, warning them to watch their backs. Elsewhere, the dwarf witches are under constant attack, their limbs flying everywhere. Yunmu's face darkens as he stares at them, not having had a moment's rest. His hands move swiftly, striking down any goblin that tries to approach. Yunmu's attacks grew faster, and the number of dwarves he'd killed was considerable, but he remained vigilant, realizing that their reinforcements were growing, and they couldn't hold out until Tuyet returned. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered his thoughts, and Yunmu turned to face a horrifying sight. The monstrous Ngao somehow hoisted Langan upside down, while Dai Hung relentlessly fired at its remaining arm. Langan's head swam from being suspended like that. He was screaming like a stuck pig. Then, the demon flung Langan away with such force that his head throbbed. Seeing this, Dajong and Anza Yunmu were shocked and cried out, "This isn't good. They can't hold on much longer. I have to think of something." He immediately moved behind the dwarf witch, realizing the real threat was the ogre demons, and the one controlling them was the dwarf witch elder, who was surrounded by soldiers. To get to him, he'd have to get through them first. Immediately, Yunmu flew toward them, thinking, to defeat the enemy, capture their chief first. His eyes blazing, Yunmu gripped his sword with both hands and slashed fiercely. They never expected him to target the elder, who was stunned for a moment. For a moment, as Yunmu was about to strike, the elder remained stunned. What? Finally snapping out of it, he immediately turned and ran. Luckily, Yunmu's sword only managed to tear his cloak. He cried out in regret. "Hoops!" the elder angrily yelled, and the suddenly scolded demon wolves looked over in surprise. The frustrated elder witch shouted, "Hurry up and save me!" At the same time, Dajong began to provoke them, asking why they stopped. But the Maos weren't so easily fooled, and they quickly launched a burst of inner power with their claws. Yunmu's eyes darted around, and he narrowly dodged the attack. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, leaping back to create some distance. Dodging the attack, he glared at the dwarf wizard sprawled on the ground. It was a close call. The demonic Nyanangaos didn't stop there. Now he was their #1 target, so all 7 charged at him together. Calculating his odds at 1 against 3, Yunmu decides to risk it all. He lets out a great roar, focusing his inner strength. Yunmu's eyes turned red, and a massive power erupted from his body, with red lightning crackling around him. The chaotic severing blades. Yunmu is really going all out against these 3 Ngao demons, and Dashong is sweating just watching him. One person truly controlling 3 hellhounds? He rushes in to assist. Dahong shot one of the nearby demonic hounds as Lu Qiang asked, dumbfounded, "Hey, did you see that? Could his current state be what the elders call divine possession?" Yunmu's eyes are completely red, and his smile is colder than ever. Dahong chuckled. "You mean he's entered the legendary battle trance?" Dahong couldn't help but wonder as he looked at Yunmu. What secrets does this kid Li Yunmu hold? Even the dwarf witch elder is stunned. What is happening to this man? He took down 3 Mako ogres all by himself. In moments, Yunmu stood before him, his smile sending chills down the elder's spine. Suddenly, his men were sent flying, and the elder was paralyzed with fear. The annoyed dwarf elder turned around, yelling, "What now?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "You bastards, taste this!" As those words faded, a massive gun unleashed a relentless barrage upon the dwarves. The weapon's speed was overwhelming, leaving them helpless as they cried out in agony. Holding Ling An, Da Xiong hears Lu Gang exclaim with joy, "Da Xiong, look, it's Sister Jue, she's back." Ling Jue drives up, beaming. "The car's here, everyone!" Da Hong excitedly shouted, "Xiao Mumu, get in the car." But Yunmu continued his frenzied slaughter, seemingly deaf to their words. It was then that Da Zhong realized something was wrong, shouting, "Hey, I think he's not acting normal." Cut to the Mystic Association, where everyone is watching something on the system scanner. One of them reports in shock, "Chairman, a newcomer has entered the realm of the war god." The other adds, "Is it him? Have you blocked the images?" The man immediately replied, "All image data messages have been blocked and locked. President is satisfied. Very good. Report this immediately." The saint turns back to Yunmu, who is yawning contentedly. Yunmu sighs, relieved to be free, his body exhausted from the ordeal. Lu Qiang speaks up, "Back to your senses? You had no idea how brutal you were." Yunmu was stunned. "I don't know what's happening, but I suddenly felt a surge of power within me." He held out his hands, an uncontrollable desire for battle burning within. Immediately, Da Xiong gripped his shoulders. "All right, let's not mention it anymore." He continued, scanning the system. Although our lives hung by a thread, the harvest was plentiful. Besides the usual starstones, there are 2 black starstones. Focusing his scan, he said, "Little Mumu saved our lives this time, so I think we should give him everything we got." Yunmu was a little surprised to hear that. He looked at them blankly, asking, "All of it? For me?" Ling An happily said, "Just take it. We'd all be dead without you." Lu Gang added, "That's right, you deserve it." But Yunmu immediately stood up, his voice low and resolute. "I don't want it." What he said next moved everyone. In this operation, everyone worked hard, so let's divide the spoils as usual. I didn't really do more than anyone else. I did what anyone would have done. I was just trying my best to save my friend. Yunmu spoke, looking at everyone with sincerity. Then Da Zhong replied, "All right, since you put it that way, let's split it according to the rules. Everyone's exhausted after escaping death, so let's find a place to camp and rest." It's nice to have friends like these sometimes. After dividing up the tasks, everyone found a place to rest. The sound of the hot water flowing was incredibly soothing, and after his bath, Yunmu treated himself to a sweet drink. He exhaled with relief, feeling much better after the bath. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in, startling him. "Congratulations, host." Van Mook listened silently as the system continued. "Due to the host's outstanding performance, the system will issue a reward." Surprised, he wondered, "A reward?" As the system spoke, it presented him with a box. "The host's dimensional box reward has been distributed. Please check your inventory." Yunmu blankly picked it up, examining it. Dimensional boxes are used like a lottery, offering a chance to draw various equipment and combat skills. Yunmu put down his soda and after a long pause said, "Isn't this just a random loot box? Well, I'm happy to test out the new product. Whether you're lucky or not depends on the prize." Immediately, the dimensional box began to spin open. From within, components began to materialize, shocking Yunmu, who stared wide-eyed. The system vanished, leaving him dumbfounded. "Wait, I'm empty-handed," he shouted in frustration. "Damn it, are you messing with me? Nothing at all? A blank lottery box?" The system reappears, announcing, "Congratulations, host, you've won a grand prize." Yunmu couldn't help but get annoyed. "Congratulations, my ass, there's nothing here." The system then spoke up, mentioning an A-grade equipment part, a combat leg, which stunned him. An A-rank equipment piece? The system then said, "Congratulations, you've obtained A-rank combat maneuvering techniques. Would you like to use internal energy points to learn them?" Yunmu smiled, satisfied. "Is that even a question? Of course I'll learn it." Immediately, a beam of light enveloped him as the combat skill began to take hold. Yunmu was excited, as the light seemed to be transporting him somewhere else. In just a moment, his body was surging with power, and the system notified him that the aerial leg skill had been successfully learned. Yunmu smiled with satisfaction. "I can't wait to test the power of this combat technique." Night quickly fell, and the once empty forest was filled with the chirping of crickets. Below, a dwarf wizard patrolled with a torch, unaware that Yunmu's first shadow was about to strike from behind. Caught off guard, the dwarf wizard was sent flying with a single blow, barely able to scream, before number one followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks, delivering a relentless barrage in the blink of an eye. Finally, number one finishes him off with a devastating knee strike, sending blue blood flying and leaving the dwarf wizard's mouth agape. Number one seems very pleased with his attack. "Wonderful, this technique is truly interesting, so satisfying." Meanwhile, in Yunmu's tent, a dark figure silently slipped inside, comparing him to a photo, confirming their target. "Who sent him?" Having confirmed his target, he whispers to Yunmu. "Sorry, kid." He tossed the photo aside, smirked, and continued. "You're too talented. You'll get in the way of others. This intruder just keeps rambling on. I hope you remember the saying, 'Shoot the leader' in your next life." Meanwhile, number one looked at the dwarf shaman's corpse with satisfaction. With this combat skill set, no enemy stood a chance. At that moment, the system suddenly blared, "Warning, warning." Number one's eyes change instantly, an alert that Yunmu is in danger, urging immediate return to the host. "Warning, warning, the host is in danger. Please return to the host as soon as possible." Number one frantically shouts as the system rushes back to Yunmu. After enough blathering, the intruder makes his move, thinking Van Muck is asleep, but at the critical moment, Van Muck's eyes snap open. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion rocked his bedchamber. Yunmu sprang into action, tumbling through the air like a seasoned acrobat. Yunmu landed a safe distance away. It's unclear when he awoke, but he likely overheard the intruder's monologue. Something fell at Yunmu's feet as the intruder's voice echoed, "So you escaped my attack." Through the dust, his face emerged, and the intruder couldn't help but praise him. "This kid is very cautious." Yunmu eyed him warily, immediately asking, "Who are you?" Even though he's been discovered, he remains unfazed. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you tonight." Yunmu paused, studying his opponent intently as the man channeled his inner energy, eyes glowing, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You must die." His movements were swift, and Yunmu quickly reached into his system for a weapon, drawing a familiar long sword crackling with lightning. But his attack moved quickly to his hand, forcing Yunmu to drop his weapon to protect his arm. It seems they're mismatched in speed, and Yunmu lands on the ground, now sweating. Yunmu gritted his teeth, glaring at his opponent. Damn, he's too fast. I don't even have a chance to get my weapon. He sees the light radiating from him. Golden light. This man is halfway to becoming a Goldstone mystic. Why would such a high-level mystic target him? The intruder sneered. Your reactions are quick, but let's see if you can escape this time. And with that, he launched another attack. He barely has time to breathe before the intruder presses the attack, transitioning to close combat. Taking a brutal kick to the gut, Yunmu coughs up blood. And seeing his weakness, the assailant presses his advantage, sending Yunmu tumbling through the air. The kick sends him flying out of the tent, tearing a massive hole in its side. He looks up, blood streaming down his face, knowing he's no match without a weapon. As he fell, facing such a powerful foe, he thought, this is it. The intruder looked up at Yunmu, wondering if he was still breathing. Then this will be your release. With those words, he soared into the air, leaving no shadow behind. The intruder gathers his strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to Yunmu with a triumphant grin. Farewell! At that moment, a pair of feet frantically rushed toward him. It was Lingzui, running and shouting anxiously. Hearing the familiar voice, Yunmu saw a glimmer of hope and glanced over. Lingzui swiftly hurled her sword, freeing it from its sheath. Lingzui shouts to him as Yunmu faces a life-or-death situation. It seems she threw the sword accurately, and he caught it in time, finally getting a chance to fight back. Immediately, Yunmu shouted, "Thanks!" The intruder was surprised by Lingshui's sudden appearance. But before he could react, Yunmu unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. The two figures clashed as Lingshui watched anxiously from below. Yunmu turned the tables, prompting the intruder to scoff. Well, having a weapon makes you two feel like you're something. He exhaled, then channeled his inner power. Had enough? Now it's my turn to strike back. His fists clenched. He began a bizarre dance in the air, radiating confidence before Yunmu. He fought him with a smile, as if toying with a small prey, and Yunmu was struggling. He blocked with his sword, then unleashed a flurry of attacks. This guy is strong. His eyes follow the sword as if he has a 180-degree camera. He dodges every strike with ease, even complimenting the swordsmanship, calling it exquisite. Layer upon layer, Yunmu remains completely focused. He wouldn't let his opponent distract him, but the intruder stopped his blade with his bare hand. He casually put one hand in his pocket and commented, but realizing his explosive power wasn't enough, he paused, flung Yunmu away, and contemptuously added, "It's useless against me." The force was so great that Yunmu bounced around the central area like a ball. The intruder landed as he fell, glancing at Yunmu. "All right, game over." Before attacking, he couldn't resist commenting, "I must say, you're a good seed. It's a pity to kill you, but business is business, nothing personal." So Yunmu listened in silence, forcing himself to stand firm. At the same time, the intruder channeled his inner power, surrounding himself with a thick flame. This is the 8 Extremes Inferno Dragon Claw, and his eyes still held that look of disdain for Yunmu. Die. As he finished speaking, a terrifying ghostly face emerged from the flames, lunging towards Yunmu. The force of the attack stirs up a great wind around him, but suddenly a mysterious smile appears on Yunmu's lips. This subtle change did not escape the other's notice, and he stared in bewildered shock. As the flames closed in, about to engulf him, he wondered what the boy was smirking about. Then, a soft azure light emanated from Yunmu's body. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Total Mad Demon swordsmanship has reached level 4, and the technique has been upgraded. Now more confident, Yunmu casually slings his sword over his shoulder and smiles faintly. He smugly tells himself that he made it in time. It seems Yunmu was waiting for something. Yunmu grips his sword as a violent storm begins to brew. The technique he's about to unleash is the absolute lightning return to Origin Slash. The intruder glances over, guessing the kid intends to take on his 8 Extremes Inferno Dragonclaw, while Yunmu launches himself straight into the raging flames. In a flash, he turned defense into offense, unleashing a powerful sword strike with an icy light that countered the flames. Two opposing forces clashed, and the battle raged on, with the victor yet to be determined. All around, the great flames roared, filling the space with crimson light, and victory seemed assured for the intruder, until his fire vanished without a trace, leaving him in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, the intruder's eyes changed, filled with panic. and in the blink of an eye, an arm was severed, blood splattering on the ground. No wonder he didn't react. He was too shocked to scream. Yunmu pointed his sword at the attacker. This time, it's just your arm. Next time, you're dead. After a moment, the pain finally sets in. He clutched his spurting wound, screaming, "My hand, it hurts so much!" Yunmu remained expressionless, watching him writhe in pain, the intruder's face paling as he glared at him resentfully. "You bastard, this is unforgivable." Yunmu calmly drew his sword, issuing a challenge. "Why do you persist? If you don't treat that wound, you'll bleed out and die." But what he said made perfect sense, and the intruder immediately panicked and fled. Before leaving, he left the words, "Kid, remember this." And just like that, the long night passed, the intruder gone, and silence returned. Ling Shui approached him, then cried out, "Li Yunmu, your breathing is labored." And with that, Yunmu suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. This reaction scared Ling Shui half to death, and she cried out, "Li Yunmu!" Ling Shui rushed to catch him, anxiously shouting, "Hey, are you okay?" Though clearly unwell, Yunmu reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He says that, but the exhaustion on Yunmu's face is undeniable. He pauses to catch his breath, then tells her, "Thank you. I owe you my life. Luckily, he didn't see through my bluff. I'd be dead if I kept that up." Ling Shui didn't reply. She simply handed him a towel, to which Yunmu quickly responded, "Thank you." Soon after, everyone gathered together. Da Xiong wondered why Anzi and Xiaoqiang, who were on patrol that night, were only stunned by the mysterious man and not killed. He looked at Yunmu and surmised that their opponent's target wasn't the entire group, but rather just him. Ling Shui added, "It seems we've blocked some high-level interests, so they've sent assassins to eliminate our main force." Ling An then said, "But if that's the case, why only target Li Yunmu? Your strength is also considerable." She analyzes, "After all, our family is considered famous, even those above wouldn't dare attack me easily." Ling Shui recounts, "Master, I am a saint. Whoever it is must respect the old man's face." Yunmu inwardly scoffs. They bully him because he has no background and is an easy target. Filled with hatred, he secretly vows to avenge this humiliation. "Da Xiong is extremely worried about you. Let's not do anything these next few days and rest here. We'll talk about it once Xiaomumu's injuries have healed." Yunmu speaks up, "I'm fine. We've ranked high. If we rest now." Ling Shui immediately cuts him off with a pat on the shoulder. "What is this idiot saying?" She turned and said, "Your life is more important than the competition's results." Hearing this, Yunmu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Immediately, Ling Shui reminded them, "All right, everyone go get some rest. I'll take the night watch." Yunmu smeared his finger across the blood on the ground, thinking, "This isn't over. Don't think you can just walk away." He then coldly commanded the system to scan the blood for information. Obeying Yunmu's order, the system appeared, and the blood code on Yunmu's hand began to be analyzed. In no time, the system identified him, and his information was quickly stored in the database. At the same time, Da Xiong's voice startled Yunmu. What system did he just mention? Yunmu thought, realizing he'd been discovered. Morning arrives, and the forest air is more pleasant during the day. It seems Yunmu woke up even earlier than the sun, or perhaps he didn't sleep at all last night. In his hand, he holds a green power, but what does Yunmu intend to do with it? He then crushes it in his palm. Yunmu seems very pleased with this. Now it will penetrate all the illusionary acupoints. Vanmu smiles, grateful for the Shadow's constant monster slaying and loot gathering over the past 2 days, reminding himself that to progress further, he must condense the mystic stone armor. However, he'll have to be more careful when using the Shadow system from now on. Last time, he almost got caught and had to lie that he meant it was time to update his computer system. Daxiong didn't suspect a thing, saying that he thought his should be updated too, as the system notification sounded while he was lounging on the sofa. With 10,000 points, it asked if he wanted to spend them, and this time it was to create a second shadow. Hearing this, Yunmu immediately sat up, thinking about a second shadow. If he had a second shadow, wouldn't his monster-slaying experience be doubled? With that, Yunmu excitedly shouted, "That's great! Condense it!" And with that, he spent all 10,000 points. As soon as he said that, black rays of light appeared from Yunmu's hand. He watched with interest as another shadow split from his body. This process would surely take some time. Before him now appeared a large, circular hole. Yunmu looked over, intrigued, and chuckled softly. "This is my new shadow?" Unlike the first one, it looks a bit like a robot, and the condensation process was a success. Looking at them, Yunmu said, "But since there are 2 shadows, we still need names to tell them apart. Otherwise, no one will know who's being called. Thinking of this, he smiled excitedly. This will be solved, and his solution is to number them. Van Mook was extremely pleased with this method, as the two would be called number 1 and number 2 from now on, though he felt more like a naming failure. His good mood shattered by a sudden noise. Yunmu quickly composed himself. 1, 2, return. The insistent knocking only irritated him further. As Yunmu opened the door, he boomed, "I'm coming, what's the rush?" But his attitude instantly changed when he saw who it was. Oh, Tu Yet. Seeing him, Ling Shui cut right to the chase. "I just received word that many seated players have been attacked by assassins, including Luopu's team." Hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but worry. "Is she all right?" Ling Shui reassured him. "Don't worry. Luopu's injuries were the most severe. The others only suffered minor wounds." She added that the Mystic Guild had also launched a full investigation into the matter, and from what she knew, they were taking it very seriously. The masterminds and the city that harbors them will be severely punished. Well, Shui, why are you here at the camp today instead of training with the Great Bear Corps?" This question suddenly startled Ling Shui. "Huh? Well," her face flushed crimson, her voice a jumbled mess. Ling Shui was finally making her move. "Having observed you these past few days, I think you're a really good man. So, I'm here today because there's something I want to tell you in private." Yunmu's face flushed, and he thought to himself, could it be? Ling Shu, face down, spoke loudly. "I've thought about these words for a long time and mustered the courage to say them." Then she took all her courage and reached out to hold Yunmu's hand. "So you have to agree with me." His cheeks flushed, and a sudden heat washed over him. Inwardly, Yunmu was screaming, "It's finally here." Ling Shu looked at him happily and continued, "I want to test your swordsmanship, so fight me." Upon hearing those words, Yunmu's heart skipped a beat, and before he could gather himself, Ling Shui drew her sword. "Ready? Here I come." Yunmu scratched his head and mechanically drew his sword. "Okay, I'm ready." The awkwardness lingered in his mind as Yunmu thought to himself, "This woman is a martial arts maniac. What was I expecting?" Looking like a fool, Ling Shui immediately launched a powerful strike. She excitedly shouts, "Come on!" But Yunmu hasn't attacked yet. He's just lightly dodging those crazy sword strikes. But there's no denying she deserves the title of Sister Zhu. Every cut is quick and precise, with almost no mistakes to be found. But Yunmu wasn't about to be outdone. He was determined not to lose. His sword then struck. Ling Wei narrowly dodged the attack but couldn't help but be startled. So fast. But with a twist of his wrist, his sword danced through the air, and Yunmu smirked, ready to unleash a flurry of blows. Ling Shui immediately leapt back to safety, maintaining a safe distance. She glared at him, unable to help but admire his strength. Ling Shui eyed the swirling winds around Yunmu, thinking, absolute zero annihilation slash. He's using his ultimate move this early? Yunmu didn't answer, pausing in silence before shouting, "Taste this!" Startled, she realized the first strike was only the first level. But the moment he unleashed it, a cyclone erupted, forcing Ling Shui to evade with haste. And with that, Ling Shui was already flat on the ground, frowning. "I really can't hold back." As soon as she finished speaking, Yunmu appeared right next to her. Ding-dong watched from afar. The two are now in close combat, Ling Shui struggling to hold on, while Yunmu remains indifferent. He's already on the second level. Ling Shui was startled. 2 levels already? These martial arts skills can be stacked, and she's running out of time. For some reason, she suddenly flees, but Yunmu doesn't give chase. Lang Tuyet gritted her teeth, realizing she needed to escape. Facing him head-on would only expose her to his tricks. She had to find a way to break his swordsmanship. No sooner had she thought it than Yunmu attacked again, his sword slashing powerfully. Had she been any slower, she would have taken the full force of the blow. This was a sword technique from the 3rd level, and though struggling, Ling Shui was able to block it. After a moment, Yunmu abandoned the long-range attacks, grabbing her shoulder and preparing to strike. A murderous glint flashed in Yunmu's eyes as he coldly stated, 4th level. Suddenly, Ling Shui fiercely gripped his blade. Caught off guard by her reckless move, Yunmu inwardly cried out, "What?" Ling Shui gasped, his swordsmanship growing stronger with each move. She paused, glaring at Yunmu with murderous intent. "Then I'll finish you in 1 move." Immediately after, she gripped the long sword in her other hand, seizing the opportunity to strike. The blade sliced across his neck, catching Yunmu off guard and leaving him stunned. Ling Shui triumphantly declared, "The victory is mine." But Yunmu didn't seem to realize what had happened. Even against a strong opponent like Yunmu, Ling Xue's breathing became rapid, but she was still happy, while Yunmu couldn't help but pant heavily. Ling Xue was indeed a formidable opponent. They stood in silence, swords still at the ready. After that battle, both were exhausted. Sweat poured down Ling Xue's brow, but she looked at him and said, "I won." Ling Xue then sheathed her sword, prompting Yunmu to remark, "What a mad woman." Ling Xue's hand, which blocked the sword strike, was still bleeding profusely as the sun began to set. Lang Xue returned, invigorated. We were back. Daxiang, ever observant of his comrades, immediately noticed Ling Xue and asked, "Hey, what happened to your hand, Ling Xue?" She glanced at her bandaged hand and casually replied, "It's nothing, just a scratch." Everyone gathers and Daxiang begins to recount the situation. The three of us scouted the Dwarf Witch territory today. From what Daxiang observed, the Dwarf Witch clan has become more vigilant since last time. So, even though Xiaomumu's injuries have healed, it will be difficult to use the previous method to launch an attack. Yunmu listened in silence, but then Daxiang cheerfully continued, "However, I just learned some very interesting information that gave me a new strategy." He glanced at Yunshu with a smile, but it would be a lot of work for her. Suddenly mentioned, she was a little startled. Yunshu glanced at him, wondering what tricks this kid was planning, and after they finished discussing, everyone went back to their tents to get some rest. The next morning, Langan was in high spirits, smiling at Daiheng as everything he needed was loaded onto the vehicle. Daiheng replied, satisfied, "All right, we can set off, as long as Chituyet is ready." At that moment, an embarrassed voice spoke up. "Hey," I said. Lingzhu blushed in her slightly revealing outfit. "Is this really necessary?" Daxiong grinned. "Of course, this attire is crucial for our strategy." Behind him, Yunmu blushed in secret. Hearing Daiheng's words, she had no choice, despite her reluctance, remembering how strongly she'd protested the night before. "Stop joking around. I don't want to seduce the dwarf chieftain." Daxiong smiled wryly. Okay, I know this makes you uncomfortable, but it's all for the team." Yunmu chimed in. "What kind of crazy strategy is this? Zue has to sacrifice her beauty too." Lu Xiang recounts that during their investigation that morning, they stumbled upon an elderly wizard killing dwarf wizards, and overheard him ordering them to capture a beautiful woman as an offering to their elder. Hearing this, Daxiong immediately had an idea. "Let's play a big game this time. Since the dwarf chieftain is a pervert, we'll use that against him." He makes a sly gesture across his neck, wanting to capture the king before stealing, and directly kill the dwarf chieftain. "Do it." Back in reality, they quickly arrived where the two dwarf mages were guarding. Daxiong whispered, "Hey, do you see them?" "It's those two." Ling Xue was a little uneasy. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Daxiong grinned. "Don't worry, just stick to the plan." His eyes were cunning as he continued, "I'll pretend to chase you out so the dwarf witches will see you. When they see a beautiful woman, they'll take her and offer her to their leader. We'll follow and find the dwarves' lair without a hitch." Meanwhile, hidden in a nearby tree, Van Muk overheard Daiheng's plan. When the time is right, they'll strike, killing the dwarf chieftain and wiping them all out at once. And so, Daxiong calls this plan the Beauty Trap, much to Ling Xue's dismay. But in the end, Ling Xue agreed and began preparations. Immediately, a loud scream shatters the silence. "Little sister, stop." All this commotion has indeed attracted the dwarf wizard, who immediately turns to look in the direction of the sound. Immediately, as planned, Ling Xue quickly ran past them, feigning panic and screaming for help, and right behind her was none other than Daiheng, sporting a perverted look and a sly grin. 10 points for acting. Ling Xue forces herself to scream in terror, crying out for help. Looking at Daiheng's face, she inwardly despaired, thinking, "Ugh, I'm going to be sick from these words." The act was going perfectly until Daxiong tripped on a small rock and fell flat on his face. He yelped in surprise, crying out in pain as his hair tie snapped and fell to the ground. With his hair a mess, Daxiong sat up, wiped his face, and cursed his fall. The impact had brought tears to his eyes. He groaned, "That hurt." For some reason, this sight was extremely alluring to the dwarf witches. They stared blankly at each other as events spiraled beyond their expectations. The one being carried away was Daxiong, who screamed in surprise. "Hey, put me down!" Ling Xue was dumbfounded. "So, has my charm lost out to a man?" Meanwhile, by the big tree, the three young men are terrified. What is going on here? With a look of utter disgust on her face, Ling Xue could only watch as Daxiong screamed. "Hey, let me go!" "Well, what do you think you're doing?" she said, frozen in place. The story unfolds like a dream, and the three immediately emerge from their hiding place, Lugang anxiously shouts, "What can we do now? This is bad. The plan failed and Da Zhang was captured." Yunmu quickly reassured them. "Don't panic, everyone. It's not as bad as you think." He began to instruct, "Shui, hack into Da Xiang's network and track his location." Ling Shui immediately complied, and the tracker quickly pinpointed Dai Xiang's location. Yunmu added, "The only change to the original plan is that Dai Xiang is now the bait instead of you, Shui. There's no need to panic." He calmly continued, "We'll proceed as planned, working with Big Bear from both inside and out to kill the Goblin King. Let's move out. It seems today will be a long day for our Big Bear." Back in a dark cave, lit by a small candle. Inside, a girl with a gentle demeanor is tied up with her hands high above her head, none other than Dai Wung. Dressed in strange attire, he was visibly annoyed. The restraints were painfully tight. Just then, the dwarf witch's voice echoed, "The beauty you wanted is inside, great king." The man entered contentedly, adding, "Good, you can leave now. No matter what happens later, don't disturb me. Understand?" Holding a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of wine, his eyes lit up at the sight of Big Bear. "Ah, my little beauty. Have you been waiting long?" The king's eyes betrayed his lust as he gazed upon him, while outside, Yunmu continued his relentless slaughter. Many dwarf witches have fallen, and he happily announces, "The guardian monsters at the cave entrance have been dealt with. We can move out." Ling Sui reports that the coordinates show that Da Xiang is in this cave, which seems to be the nest of the dwarf witch monster, but we need to hurry. Da Xiang's coordinates haven't moved in a while. I think he must have been taken to the Goblin King. Yunmu anxiously instructed, "Anzi, Xiaoqiang, you two need to stay close. Getting left behind here is no joke." Lu Gang immediately agreed, and they quickly entered the cave as Yunmu and Song Xiao set off. Meanwhile, Big Bear disgustedly kicks the king in the face, yelling, "Get away from me!" He looks at him with disdain, muttering, "Disgusting creep." The great king staggered to his feet, tossing the bouquet to the ground before lunging at Great Bear. "My love, you're so eager. Let me show you some love." A sinister grin spreads across his face. "That's right, since you're so energetic, why don't we play a game?" The king squeezed Dai Hung's face harder, asking, "Did you say yes?" Meanwhile, Yunmu's group was still frantically following Da Xiang's trail, finally closing in on their target, where the entrances were like a maze. As Yunmu peeked his head out, he immediately heard the hushed whispers of the dwarf witches, and he stopped everyone in their tracks. "Wait a minute," Ling Shui asked, puzzled. "What is it?" Huddling against the wall, Yunmu whispered, "There are guards. We can't go this way." Ling Shui was getting anxious too, but this was the only path to the Dwarf King's chambers. Lu Qiang added, "What? What now? He doesn't actually want to fight them here, does he?" Meanwhile, Yunmu spotted a small hole above him, and a daring idea sparked in his mind. Yunmu seems pleased with his idea. "Hang on, Big Bear, I'm coming." The chains binding Big Bear's hands to the wall were released, finally granting him some relief. The Dwarf King then said, "Now, let's play a game." "How about this?" He held up the key slyly, stating the rules. "This game is called You Run, Then I Chase. If I catch you, I will. Because resistance excites me more." Daewung couldn't help but feel disgusted by this perverted, long-nosed freak. What a terrible game. Immediately after, the Dwarf King lunged at him. "Then let the games begin." The Dwarf King's eyes turned blood red as he grinned with excitement. "Run, little beauty." Daehyung then immediately jumped up and said disgustedly, "Who's going to run? You disgusting monster." His hand quickly slammed down on the Dwarf King's head. The dwarf wizard was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and Da Xiang seized the opportunity, relentlessly kicking the Dwarf King in the face, causing him to spit out blood. He had underestimated Da Xiang, seeing her as a weak, defenseless girl. Finding himself in this predicament, he was startled as Dai Wung quickly braced his hands against the ground, using the leverage to strike. Da Xiang spins around, unleashing a flurry of kicks, using the chains to ensnare the Dwarf King. His arms were bound in an instant, and he could only stand there as Daewung took control. He gleefully tightened the chain with all his might, cheering with excitement. The game was over, or so it seemed. But then the dwarf wizard's cunning voice echoed, "It's over. Who said that?" Somehow, he quickly dodges Daewung's attack. Of course, Daewung could have dodged, but the situation has changed, and the Dwarf King quickly gains the upper hand. Not stopping there, he pulls a weapon from his sleeve and charges straight at Big Bear. A beautiful weapon. The Dwarf King closed his hideous face on Big Bear, who recoiled in disgust, using his chains to keep him at bay. But the Dwarf King seemed to enjoy his struggles. "I've got you now." Da Zhang couldn't help but shout, "Get away from him, you creep." Meanwhile, the vents above begin to stir. Like a hero, Yunmu descends from above, kicking the dwarf away. As the stunned Dai-hyung falls to the ground, Yunmu cheerfully asks, "Hey, am I too late?" Ling Shui asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" Da-hyung replies with a smile, "If you'd been any later, I might have lost my innocence." Meanwhile, Yunmu's expression shifts as he glares at the ready-to-fight Dwarf King, who rises, laughing, "You damned human, using such a beautiful woman to trick me." His eyes changed, becoming more ferocious. "You've truly made me angry." Daxiong laughs, lifting his shirt. "Oops, I'm a man, so what if I lied to you?" "You bit me? I was just trying to trick you." Hearing this, his anger flared. "You'll only be laughing for now." The Dwarf King then channeled his inner energy, creating a whirlwind around him, emitting a powerful force as if he were evolving. Boulders are torn from the ground and sent flying. Yunmu grits his teeth. What is he doing? He looked at the Dwarf King, shock plain in his eyes. The pressure was immense. The Dwarf King is still evolving, gritting his teeth and letting out a roar, a vortex forming that seems to suck everything in. Outside, the large rocks tremble, and in an instant, Yunmu finds himself outside the cave entrance. Coughing from the dust, Yunmu stood and gazed in awe at the sheer power. The entire cave had collapsed. The Dwarf King stood on a high rock, looking down on him with disdain. Human. His body has completely changed, and his foolish appearance is gone. The Dwarf King coldly asks if he's ready to die, as an urgent red alert flashes on the system screen. Alert, alert, red energy detected. The supervisor was taken aback. Crimson energy? He stared blankly at the report, his eyes filled with apprehension. Regaining his composure, he immediately reported, "Chairman, the DF Sorcerer King has unleashed the great curse of the spatial realm, transforming into a king-class monster." The chairman was shocked to hear that the great curse of the spatial realm had descended. "This is bad. The Namchiu lifeform summoned by this spell will kill all the testers. Abort the game and recall all test subjects. Dispatch the Golden Stone Mystic to assist with evacuation." The others cheered loudly as the Dwarf King approached Yunmu. He extended his hand, now bearing sharp iron claws, and raised it towards Yunmu, unleashing a torrent of fire before he could even stand. The Dwarf King stood there, unleashing another wave of power, whistling confidently, sure of his victory. Yunmu stares at him, shocked to sense the change in his aura. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yunmu knows they can't face him right now. Sweating, he stares at the Dwarf King, the pressure alone triggering a primal fear. Meanwhile, the Dwarf King spins his sword in a circle, then raises it high. As soon as he finished, the Dwarf King swung his sword down at him, and Yunmu watched, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yunmu didn't dodge, his eyes blankly staring at him. His body was too terrified to move. Just then, Ling Shui rushed over, yelling, "What are you doing? Spacing out like an idiot?" She threw Meng Yunmu to the ground, continuing, "Snap out of it. There's no time to be daydreaming." Then, Ling Shui quickly summoned her sword. "Hey, ugly, look over here." With that, she slashed at the Dwarf King, her exhilaration a stark contrast to Yunmu's fear. Yunmu, struggling to breathe, urged himself to move. He then anxiously looked over at his two friends. "And Z, Xiaodiang, are you okay?" But those two had already fainted, seemingly unable to withstand the Dwarf King's pressure. And Ling Shui was sent flying, her slender body crashing into a large rock. Yunmu stared blankly, crying out in desperation, "Sister Shuo." The Dwarf King glanced at her, sneering in praise. "What a fine woman. Such a pity she's about to die here." His eyes filled with murderous intent, and the sword in his hand began to move. Yunmu was frantic, slapping his numb legs, urging them to move. The Dwarf King raised his sword again, coldly saying, "Farewell, woman." Yunmu was extremely anxious, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Move!" Meanwhile, the Dwarf King's sword began its descent towards Ling Shui, whistling sharply through the air. Yunmu watched anxiously, screaming and hitting himself. "Move!" Ling Shui couldn't move after the impact and could only brace for the blow. In the end, Yunmu didn't disappoint her, quickly breaking free from his fear and leaping into the air, his previously trembling legs now ferociously kicking the Dwarf King's head. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and crashed into a distant cliff face. Growing anxious, Yunmu turned to Ling Shui and asked, "Ling Shui, can you still stand?" Despite having just coughed up blood, she smiled brightly. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Are you scared, shaky legs?" Yunmu confidently smiled. "No time to be scared. I'd fall asleep if I waited any longer. I just sped myself up this time, so you stabbed your foot to get rid of the numbness." Ling Shui was speechless. "Hey, are you anemic?" Yunmu speaks up. "All right, since we're okay, let's get ready to run." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a car sped toward them, startling them both. Ling Shui struggled to her feet as the car screeched to a halt in front of them. "It's Da Zhong," he called out urgently. "Get in the car. This operation was reckless. We need to retreat quickly." Ling Zhu immediately went over. "Okay, let's find my brother and Zhao Qiang first." "Where are they?" Yunmu pointed. "They're over there." Meanwhile, the Dwarf King quickly awoke, using a rock to pull himself up. He glared at him. "It's you again." His cold voice startled Yunmu. The Dwarf King rubbed his sore spot, his eyes glowing a demonic red. "You little brat, I will take your life again." Yunmu stared blankly at him. The Dwarf King looked at him again, repeating himself, "I will have your life." His feet began to lift off the ground as he smugly said, "Still trying to escape in vain?" Yunmu silently watched him, seemingly at a loss for a countermeasure. The Dwarf King ascended higher, raising his hand and looking down. "You've underestimated me." Thunderous sounds immediately echoed as lightning gathered in his hands. Yunmu watched, his heart pounding with dread. Then, Yunmu immediately looked at Ling Shui and shouted, "Get in the car!" But she was still in a daze. Quickly, a massive explosion erupts, sending Ling Shui flying. Luckily, Big Bear caught her in time, urging, "There's no time. We have to get in the car now." Ling Shui struggled, crying out, "No, my brother, they're still inside." Just then, as her words faded, Ling and Lu Cheng were suddenly thrown out. Yunmu shouts, "Get them out of here!" Da Xiong is surprised to see the two lying motionless on the ground. Enza, Xiaoqiang, they didn't have much time to stand around. Yunmu immediately rushed over, grabbed them by the collars and lifted them up. "Sister Zhui, let's go." With all four safely in the car, Da Xiong said with satisfaction, "Okay, ready to roll, but Ling Shui can't help but worry." "Wait, are you really not the Li Yunmu I know?" As Da Xiong started the engine, he said, "If we don't escape now, we'll lose our chance. To defeat a king-level spatial monster, we'd need a miracle, so you still can't relax." Ling Shui's heart was in turmoil, but Da Xiong reassured her, "Don't worry. If there's a miracle in this world, it's him." Pausing for a moment, Da Xiong continued, "That miracle can only be Li Yunmu." Ling Shui fell silent. Da Xiong's eyes were sharp, his faith in Yunmu unwavering, but they hadn't gone far when a deafening shout echoed. He stopped the car. It was indeed Yunmu running frantically behind them, gasping for breath as he tried to shout, "Wait for me." Despite his strong faith in his friend, Da Xiong didn't expect him to deal with that guy so quickly. Ling Shui urged anxiously, "It's Li Yunmu, Da Xiong. Stop the car now." As Yunmu ran after them, he shouted, "Slow down, I can't run anymore." It was then that Da Xiong realized he hadn't misheard, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. As Yunmu hopped in, Da Xiong couldn't resist teasing him. "That was fast. I was ready to start memorializing our heroes." Yunmu was confused. "What do you mean reminisce about heroes?" Ling Shui couldn't help but wonder, "How did you escape? Could it be that you killed the Dwarf Witch King?" Yunmu waved his hand. "Of course not. How could I have done that alone? I just noticed he only got stronger in a confined space. I was just trying to get out of his range." Dai Xiong couldn't help but praise him. The kid's clever and lucky to have retreated safely. Yunmu didn't deny it, wearily resting his head against the car seat as he replied, "Yeah." Recalling the battle, Yunmu was truly overwhelmed, blood still gushing from his mouth as the dwarven sorcerer stood tall, gazing down at him. "You survived my lightning strike?" He grabbed Yunmu's hair and yanked his head back. Gasping for air, Yunmu cursed inwardly. "Damn it!" Golden Zhong was pierced, and the Dwarf King lamented that he even stayed for his friend. Such a touching friendship. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used his inner strength to throw him away like a ball. Yunmu was powerless, his back slamming against a large rock, causing him to cough up blood. The Dwarf King looked down on him, saying, "Even with such meager strength, you still dare to oppose me." At that moment, Yunmu suddenly smirked, knowing they couldn't possibly know what was happening here after being gone for so long. They probably won't see this coming. Then, Yunmu points at him. "Hey, Pinocchio, you're different from before," Yunmu said, now seemingly very interested. "Today, I'll show you something good." His eyes gleamed as he looked at the Dwarf King. "You should thank me for this." The shadow system is activated, and Yunmu leans back against the cliff, relaxing. "I'll show you something good." Then he called out, "Go!" Number 1, number 2. Two figures of cyan and violet burst forth from Yunmu's body. The Dwarf King was stunned, watching the strange lights envelop him. What? It wasn't long before the two shadows revealed their true forms, something the Dwarf King had never witnessed before. He wondered, "What in the world is this?" Yunmu wiped the blood from his mouth. "Did you really think I let my companions run and stayed behind to sacrifice myself for them? I just didn't want them to see how I killed you." He watched the dwarf's confusion with satisfaction. knowing some things are better left unshared. Then Yunmu commanded, "All right, 1, 2, kill him." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than number 2 lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the Dwarf King, who, still unsure of what he was fighting, leaped away. From above he could see number 2 clearly, but he still couldn't help but wonder, "Damn it, what the hell is that? Is it a creature from another dimension? Impossible." Yunmu sits back, enjoying the show as he shouts, "Hey, ugly!" He looked down on him with a smug smile, asking, "Have you forgotten?" Unbeknownst to him, number 1 had swiftly appeared behind him, and Yunmu finished his thought. "I still have one more." As soon as he finished speaking, number 1 quickly stabbed him from behind. Blood spews from his back and mouth as a sharp pain causes him to cry out. Yunmu casually watched the fight unfold, offering a scornful sneer. Then he stood up and dusted off his hands. "Okay, almost done. Time to head back." Seeing him like this, the Dwarf King couldn't help but wonder, "Where is this kid going?" Yunmu casually replies that it's obviously a retreat. The Dwarf King roared, "You bastard, you're just going to run? Don't you want to kill me anymore? Come back and fight!" Meanwhile, the two figures continued to exchange blows, and he barely blocked the attack after speaking. Yunmu smirked, "Come on, I can't beat you. Why would I stay and fight? I never said I wanted to challenge you. That's just wishful thinking on your part." His words and attitude infuriated the Dwarf King, who gritted his teeth in rage. As Yunmu turned to leave, he tossed back one last remark. "Besides, this is a battlefield, and victory is all that matters. People say the enemy is despicable these days." He turned back, stuck out his tongue mockingly, and said, "I'm afraid that's not a fool." Then he laughed and ran away leisurely. "Well then, I'm off. I'll leave number 1 and number 2 to you guys." Back in the present, Lingjue seems to be seriously injured, and she coughs violently while covering her mouth. Seeing her expression, Yunmu can't help but worry. "Sister Zue, how are you?" Zue lowered her head, reassuring him. "I'm fine, don't worry." He felt incredibly guilty and couldn't help but speak up. "I'm sorry, this is all because of me." "It's not your fault," Lingjue said gently. "It's your first time seeing a king-level spatial monster. If it were a normal person, they would have given up resisting long ago." Dajong added, "That's right." Looking at the two passed out behind him, was his will too strong for a normal person's first encounter with a king-level monster? Is that the normal reaction to seeing a king-level monster? At that moment, the system's voice echoed. The system announced that the Dwarf Witch King had been killed, but contrary to his expectations, the Dwarf Witch was panting, clutching his sword. The system then announced that the battle was over, and his shadows were all dead. The Dwarf King still stood tall, and upon hearing this, Yunmu's eyes narrowed with concern. This was an unexpected turn of events for Yunmu. His face tightened as he thought, "Damn, I didn't expect the shadow to be killed so quickly." At that moment, the system chimed in. "Since your shadow has died, do you want to revive it directly or revive it with thought?" Yunmu pondered. "Revive it with thought?" The system explains that revival with thought allows the shadow to upgrade into a dark soul, possessing emotions and simple intelligence, while also mastering combat skills better. And of course, the upgrade requires 2,000 points. Yunmu rubbed his temples. "All right, no need to explain. I choose resurrection with sentience." Judging by their direction, there was chaos outside, and Yunmu couldn't help but wonder why the surrounding spatial beasts were going berserk. At that moment, the system announced, "Okay, you have successfully revived and upgraded the shadow spirit." Just then, static crackled over the radio in the vehicle, followed by an urgent voice. "All test teams, listen up. A king-level monster has appeared in the testing grounds. The Mystic Association has decided to end the competition, and all teams must evacuate immediately." Da Xiong was shocked. "The competition's ending? All our points will be useless. But forget it. Life is more important." He then turned to Yunmu and asked, "Little Mumu, do you think the on—" But he couldn't finish his sentence. Seeing him sleeping in the car, despite the constant bumps, Da Xiong felt a pang of sympathy. Asleep, he really must be exhausted. Turning back to the Dwarf King, he sat down, panting, after dealing with the two shadows. Looking at the spoils of war before him, the Dwarf King made a decision. Although he killed these two, he let that human escape. "If we meet again, I absolutely must—" He didn't finish his sentence when a strange noise suddenly echoed. Nearby, the Dwarf King's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and watched in silence as a powerful light suddenly erupted, startling him. The severed body of Shadow Number 1 was regenerating, everything being recreated anew. In an instant, Number 1's eyes lit up. He sat up, gazing blankly at the intensifying light, wondering what was happening. "What's this? Number 1 can talk now." It suddenly spoke, its tone identical to its master's. "Hey, ugly." The Dwarf King gritted his teeth, silently observing what was happening. Number one cheerfully continued, "Didn't expect that, did you? We meet again so soon." The smile on Number One's face was like Yunmu's taunting him. "Do you remember me?" The Dwarf King scrambled to his feet. "It's you. You were inside that thing." Before he could gather his wits, Number One lunged forward, eyes blazing. There was a new edge to his eyes. The Dwarf King couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he'd changed. Number One immediately kicks out, sending the Dwarf King tumbling. He quickly sits up, not wanting to appear weak, but wary. "Damn it, the power of the space curse is almost gone, and I'm getting weaker." He thought to himself, it seems he needs to borrow some kind of power like the power of the curse. The Dwarf King couldn't help but shout, "The brat dares to come back. This time I'll kill you." Number One shielded his eyes, assessing the situation. "Huh? You want to play with lightning again?" But then, a sudden shock widened his eyes in surprise. Wait. Looking at the intricate circles on the ground, Number One realized what was beneath him was a cursed magic circle. Number One couldn't help but wonder, had it always been there, and why hadn't he noticed it before? Could the Shadow's eyes see energy clusters invisible to the human eye? At that moment, the Dwarf King raised his hand and the cursed magic circle began to gather with lightning. A massive light swirled around him. Number One wondered if this guy's power had been restored, and it seemed this cursed seal circle was the source of his strength. He quickly calculated in his head that he had to find a way to break the magic circle. The Dwarf King smugly said, "All right, almost ready." Then, going all out, he says, "I can send you on your way now." The sword in his hand is quickly summoned, and the Dwarf King becomes serious. As he lunged in for the kill, Number One's shadow remained unfazed. Then, a massive explosion erupted as the Dwarf King struck, engulfing him in smoke and dust. The Dwarf King roared, "The damned brat is fast! Where did he go?" At that moment, Number One's toe was inches from his head. "Hey!" The Dwarf King quickly raised his hand to block the blow, moving and dodging with practiced ease. Number One was knocked back, immediately using his hand as a support to keep from falling. His hands slam into the ground, and the force sends everything around him flying. Number One refuses to yield. It leaps again, kicking at the Dwarf King's head, but he swiftly catches its foot. At this, Number One is startled. The Dwarf King's speed is no joke. He grabbed Number One's ankle and threw him away, annoyed, saying, "So annoying," jumping around like a flea. Number One's body flew like a basketball, but for some reason he suddenly smirked. That smile didn't escape the Dwarf King's notice, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Then his eyes changed, as if he'd realized something. He blankly watched Yunmu's flying speed, wondering if it was trying to destroy the magic circle. Number One's hands reached the circle, everything going according to plan, while the Dwarf King realized what was happening and wondered how this could be. The man paused, disbelieving his eyes. My cursed seal formation. Above, Number One was ecstatic, laughing, "Found it!" And just like that, its hands quickly snaked into the gaps, tearing it apart. And in an instant, the Dwarf King's cursed seal was shattered. He couldn't help but shout in anger, "Damn it, this kid actually did it!" The Dwarf King was furious, doubly furious. He screamed madly, "Unforgivable!" As soon as he said that, he shot into the sky, the ground below shattering from the shockwave, affecting Number One as well. He sat up, coughing a few times from the rubble in pain. Number One calculated that even though the dwarf couldn't absorb any more power, he was still far stronger. He had to act fast and not give him a chance to attack. But as he landed, Number One was surprised. "Huh? Recruit the enemy?" Number One smirks at the thought. This move can be used right here, right now, immediately after he shoots towards the Dwarf King. He was a little startled as an attack flew past, sending rocks hurtling toward the Great King. But of course, he dodged it, remaining unscathed. The Dwarf King looked at Number One and casually mocked, "You were brutal earlier, now it's my turn." Number One grinned and asked, "Did you forget that I'm not your only opponent?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Number Two appeared behind the Dwarf King, startling him. The king's eyes widened and his fangs clenched in frustration, making him look truly terrifying. Before he could react, Number Two knocked the Dwarf King down, and Number One seized the chance to strike with a devastating kick. Number One and Number Two were overjoyed, treating the Dwarf King like a ball, passing him back and forth, over and over again. He was battered relentlessly and could only seethe with anger. Damn it, this guy's attacks are relentless. I can't escape. He quickly realizes that direct attacks won't defeat him, so he's trying to wear him down. The Dwarf King cried out in his heart. It seemed he would truly be killed by this despicable villain, dying such a shameful death. He then used his last reflex to grab Number One's leg. I won't accept this. He couldn't believe he was still fighting back at this point. Number One exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The Dwarf King immediately jumped onto Number One's back, holding on tight as he cried out in frustration. "What the hell?" the Dwarf King roared. "We're all going to die anyway." "Then die here with me." Number One was caught completely off guard. "What?" He turned back to see the Dwarf King's body expanding, and Number One quickly realized what he was planning. To self-destruct. Seeing him like a balloon, Number One was annoyed. This guy wanted to take him down with him. He was held tight, unable to struggle, and Number One cursed, "Damn it!" At that moment, he reached out his arm and yelled, "Warrior armament!" Just as he was fully tensed, the Dwarf King roared, and a massive explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke and fire. The explosion was devastating, shaking the surrounding area like an earthquake, leaving passersby to wonder, what was that? They're the elite squad of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. The girl quickly surmised, wondering if someone had already taken care of the Dwarf Witch King. We're too late. They quickly rushed toward the scene. They were both surprised to see a green figure flickering in the distance. Someone was in the thick smoke. The young man curiously observed the armor and upon closer inspection realized it belonged to the temple of the war god. Meanwhile, Yunmu paled, jolting awake from a nap, still shaken. Daxyong anxiously asked Han, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yunmu was bewildered. Oh, right. He leaned back in his chair, shaken. That was close. Good thing I disconnected from the dark spirit in time, or I'd be done for. The system then announced, "Congratulations, you have killed the strongest space beast dwarf witch king in the current area." Yunmu was secretly pleased. It seemed Number One hadn't died under the double protection of the warrior's armament and the golden heavy armor. Immediately, a series of notifications appeared, indicating Yunmu had acquired quite the spoils from this encounter. He couldn't contain his excitement, shouting, "Yes, we're rich!" Daewung also yelled, "What the heck, you scared me half to death." Yunmu looked out the car window and excitedly told his friend, "Hey, Dazhong, look at that!" Yunmu immediately saw the problem. Someone seemed to be surrounded by space beasts. Daxyong observes, "Isn't that a student from our academy? Why is she all alone? She's been separated from her team?" He suddenly gets a bold idea. "Hey, let's go save her." Daxyong was surprised. "What do you mean, save her?" Yunmu immediately opened the car door, saying that since they were all from the same academy, helping each other was a good thing. Da-young panics, pointing out the danger of going through the door, and wonders why Yunmu is so enthusiastic after waking up. Lingzhu happily replied, "Could it be that he has taken a liking to someone's daughter?" This question also confused Da-jiang. Meanwhile, Li Si struggles with the monsters. "Get out of the way. These monsters, their blood is getting all over her face and it's making her sick." "Damn it!" The space beast suddenly went berserk. "Everyone's been separated," Li Si said, frantically slashing at the monsters. Lost in the fight, Li Si doesn't realize she stepped on a creature's tail. Her steps faltered on the tail, which swung violently, sending her flying, her small body racked with pain. She faltered, and the space monster seized the opportunity, roaring as it lunged. Li Si couldn't defend herself, and she closed her eyes, screaming internally. Just then, a strong hand gripped the space monster's neck. Not looking at her, Yunmu spoke up, signaling to the still closed-eyed Li Si. Yunmu easily lifted the monster, tilting his head as he called out to her. "Li Si, the sunlight behind you makes you look like a god. Are you hurt?" A rosy hue surrounds Li Si, her face flushed as if kissed by the wind. She replies almost unconsciously, I'm fine." Once he knew his friend was safe, Yunmu focused on eliminating the monsters. "You're covered in their blood, but these things are nothing to Yunmu. You took down a whole horde and you're still raring to go. This is the last one, all done." Li Si stared blankly at the young man, thinking to herself, "That's Li Yunmu. He's amazing." At that moment, a loud voice snapped her back to reality, and she immediately looked over. Daxyong glares at Yunmu. "Are you done playing around? We need to get back quickly." Li Si stared at him, shocked. It was the pervert in women's clothing. Daxiong retorted in annoyance. "I'm not the one." Yunmu points at Daxiong. "Do you want to ride back with us?" Li Si responds with a radiant smile. "Huh? Is that okay? Thank you." The vehicle quickly drove to the school, the ancient Wind Academy. Ling An and Lu Cheng were still unconscious and were being carried away on stretchers as Yunmu watched his friends being jostled around, annoyed. "Hey, take it easy. He's injured. Do you even know how to carry a stretcher?" Spotting Yunmu from afar, the two youths wondered if it was him, and the other was shocked. What? Did that guy spill the beans? Little does he know, their group has propelled Gufeng City's ranking up by over 30 places. In the future, the city's status and allocated resources will greatly improve, and after 10,000 years of being last, the people of Gufeng City can finally hold their heads high. As Yunmu pointed around, Tang'an suddenly jumped on him from behind, delivering a heavy blow. My dear little brother. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Yunmu said, annoyed as he turned around. Did I scare you? Tang'an grinned slyly. Did I scare you? There, breathe, don't be afraid. Yunmu coldly asks, do you believe that if you keep touching me like this, I'll beat you to a pulp? But Tang'an shamelessly continued to tease him. Look at yourself. You must be injured, or why else would your clothes be so dirty and torn? Yunmu expresses her disgust. I'm fine. You can go, don't touch me. He then circled around, finally shaking off the nuisance. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Like some kind of pervert. And where's Liu Naijie? He's not back yet. Looking around, Li Si approached and startled him. Hello, little Moo. Yunmu looked over, surprised, and asked, It's you? Li Si frowned. What do you mean, it's you? How cold? He wondered, why are you calling me little Moo? Li Si replied, isn't that what the cross-dressing pervert called you? What? Others can call you that, but I can't? Yunmu couldn't argue with this annoying girl. Forget it. She could do whatever she wanted. Li Si smiled happily. By the way, tonight we... Ignoring Li Si, he looked directly at the classmate approaching, having spotted Liu Naijie Chang. The other person replied happily, he must be back. I saw their chariot parked there. Li Si was curious and worried about Liu Naijie. Are you two dating? Yunmu's face darkens. Why should he tell her? Suddenly treated so coldly by Yunmu, Li Si couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She quickly changed her attitude. Forget it, let me tell you. She only had minor injuries and must have returned to recover. Van Mook happily asked, really? He then walked ahead, with Li Si trailing behind, not hesitating to speak. I was thinking, let's have dinner together. Yunmu was surprised, and she casually replied, yes, to repay you for saving my life. Come to my dorm and try my cooking. But Yunmu refused. Sorry, I have plans tonight and really don't have time. I'll treat you another day. Li Si was a little sad. She silently hid her expression, but Yunmu didn't seem to notice and hurried away, saying goodbye. Bye-bye. Li Si wanted to chase after him, but she restrained herself. He hadn't gone far when Li Si couldn't help but call out, little Moo. Yunmu turned back, wondering what Li Si wanted. Yes? What is it? She cheerfully pressed, what day is another day? Yunmu couldn't refuse outright, and he stammered, which meant that Da Xiong hadn't changed out of that strange women's clothing yet, and was hiding in a corner, moved to tears. Our little Moo has finally grown up, as a disgusted passerby watches this pervert cry and peep. Finally, he's back in his room. Yunmu shouts, finally able to clearly see the reward for the dwarf wizard's self-destruction, and he can't wait. Then he picks up each item to examine it. Quite a collection, including paper and a spatial box. Suddenly, he seems to have spotted something incredible. Yunmu is startled and says, wait. He held the stone in his hand, his face darkening. Could this be? Yunmu examines the stone in his hand, realizing it's no ordinary object, but the legendary spatial mother stone. He held the small stone up to his eye, examining it closely before rushing off in a hurry. That's right, he remembers reading about it. After a frantic search, Yunmu happily finds the record. He flipped through the pages, searching, and finally found the information. Yunmu placed the stone before the drawing to compare. It was a match. According to the records, a spatial mother stone is like a treasure that can unlock an independent spatial world after refining, and the owner of the stone will become the master of this world. He was extremely pleased with this find. It seemed he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. So the dwarf witch king didn't self-destruct in vain. Immediately after, Yunmu happily exclaimed, System, I want to refine the space stone, but it costs 30,000 points to refine. Yunmu was stunned. Huh? This is too expensive. Are you even playing fair with your master? The ore belongs to me. How can the refining fee alone be so high? He finally relented. Forget it. 30,000 it is. There's no other way. Soon after, Yunmu closed his eyes to rest, and just as he dozed off, the system announced the refinement was complete. Surprised, Yunmu quickly opened his eyes in amazement. So fast! But upon opening his eyes, Yunmu was shocked to see he wasn't in his bedroom. Is this the world created by the Mother Stone? He eagerly observes his surroundings. I've seen a starry sky like this before. Unable to contain his excitement, Yunmu raised his hands and shouted, The most beautiful thing. Yunmu sits down to assess the situation. Although the space is vast, isn't the land beneath me far too small? He threw the stone he was holding, figuring anything thrown into such a small place would fill it up. But as soon as it was thrown, it dissolved, as if he were in an endless ocean. Yunmu looked at it, startled, and exclaimed, "Wow, it got bigger." He looked around again, realizing that this land would expand after absorbing space crystals. Suddenly, as if struck by a brilliant idea, he excitedly says, "If that's the case." Yunmu throws countless stones into the air, making it bigger and bigger. He collapses, panting, having thrown over 100 crystals in one go. It was exhausting, but surely it was worth it. The patch of land where Yunmu lies is now much larger than before, and he happily wonders if this expansion will be of any help to him. Realizing this, he suddenly became aware of the situation and despondent. Damn it, he was so impulsive, wasting so many crystals without even knowing what they were for. At that moment, the system explained, "This is the astral realm within your world." Yunmu wondered, "Astral realm?" The system added, "The power is generated within the host. But because the host's current level is too low, it can only absorb the force of external attacks." Yunmu, crestfallen, bit his hand. "It can be used for defense too? The golden armor and warrior's armament are now enhanced with world power. I'm wearing a padded suit." The system added, "But your star level is too low, and the damage that can be absorbed is almost negligible." Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Huh? This is small? Look at this. It's at least 70 or 80 square meters. I've noticed you've been really shady lately." After arguing for a while, he was exhausted, and Yunmu sat down, sulking. After spending 30,000 points and over 100 starstones, he ended up with something useless. He lay down, looking at the system, thinking that in theory, with enough starstones, the star realm would be invincible. Should he throw in some more? At this point, Yunmu suddenly paused, like a man waking up from temptation. He scratched his head, realizing how close he came to falling for the system's trap. "This is a bottomless pit, just trying to bankrupt me." He screamed to himself even though it could absorb damage. It was so tempting. But then, Yunmu fell silent, his eyes darting to the system as he internally debated throwing in just one more. Yunmu was like an addict at this point, and just then, his communicator rang. It was Da Xiong, frantic on the other end. "Hey, Xiaomumu, get dressed and come to the plaza, quick." "Startled, are we? What's going on? Why the rush? Just tell me what's going on." Immediately, Yunmu quickly changed and headed to the place Da Xiong mentioned, the ancient peak courtyard square. He ran here breathless, only to find everyone gathered. I thought Xiong and the others had run into something. As soon as Li Si saw him, he happily waved. "Little Moo over here." Yunmu approached, unable to suppress his question. "Why you?" Lisa was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" Yunmu asks directly. "Go back to your team. Why are you always hanging around with us?" Li Si was displeased. "Hey, do you have to be so cruel?" Ling Xue couldn't help but smile. "Youth is so wonderful." At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out, and before Yunmu could react, he was embraced tightly. "Li Yunmu, it's so good you're okay." Naijai looked over, smiling happily. "Long time no see, Jiang Dexiang," Yunmu said with annoyance, hugging her leg. "You startled me, you wretched girl." "Get down, you're heavy." Naijai chimes in. "I heard you were also targeted like Luo Pu. I was so worried. I'm relieved to see you're safe." Looking back at the fake smile Naijie was giving Yunmu, Li Si's face was as round as a steamed bun. At that moment, an arrogant voice echoed, "Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu and his rich kid entourage." That voice belonged to Ho Yu, who sneered, "What a surprise! I thought you were long dead." He then turned his attack to Yunmu. "How's everything going?" "How's it feel to be a rich man's lackey?" he thought, annoyed. "Why does it have to be this mad dog? How annoying!" Still no response from Yunmu, and Hu Yu shouts, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Before you can react, Da Xiong is already here." He glared at him, noting that his strength hadn't improved, but his foul mouth was a definite upgrade. Enraged, Hu Yu lunged forward and grabbed Da Xiong's collar. "Hey, you spoiled rich brat, you want to fight? Say it again if you've got the guts." Da Xiong's chilling voice startled him. "Of course I don't want to fight, but if you insist, then let's fight." His face was demonic, his eyes like ice caverns staring unblinkingly at Hao Yu. Overwhelmed by Da Xiong's presence, Hao Yu immediately released Meng'an and tried to leave. As he turned, he was met by Dr. Van, who looked at him wryly, saying, "Young people these days were so hot-tempered." Ignoring Ho Yu, Bowen turned to the girl sitting nearby. Ling Shui, put away your illusion gun. Lingzhe gives a bored chuckle, realizing she's been caught. Ling Tu looks at Hou Yu, saying he should thank the teacher, or he would have been dead. Ling Shui paused, her gaze turning 10 times more terrifying than even Da Xiong's, and coldly threatened. You're as good as dead, Yunmu laughs, stepping forward as Hou Yu shouts. Huh? What? Wanna fight? Da Xiong chuckled, stepping back. That Hou Yu kid's got a death wish. Ling Shui smirked, feeling sorry for him. Of all people to provoke, he had to pick Li Yunmu. Da Xiong chuckled. Indeed. Meanwhile, Ling An cheered, Go Li Yunmu, he's always looked down on us. Lu Gong was also excited, saying, Don't hold back. Hou Yu was extremely anxious and quickly rushed towards Yunmu. Inner strength fueled by resentment. I've put up with you for too long, kid. Prepare to be taught a lesson. But faced with his might, Yunmu effortlessly dodges. Hou Yu begins to sense something is wrong, but he doesn't stop his attacks. He throws a flurry of punches, but Yunmu effortlessly dodges them all. It seems Hou Yu is no match for him. He throws a punch straight for the face, but Yunmu swiftly catches it. Hou Yu began to taunt him, saying he was hiding like a scared bug. Hey, come on and hit me. Yunmu ducks low, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Well, if you insist, I won't hold back. Yunmu's fist finally lands, leaving Hou Yu frozen and helpless. And with one blow, Hou Yu is sent flying, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Hey, did you see what just happened? Hou Yu was just sent flying in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Si, Ling An, and Lu Qiang cheered with excitement. Amazing, fantastic. Little Moo, Moo. Hou Yu's blood dripped to the ground, but he stubbornly stood his ground. Hey, I didn't say... Yunmu pauses, looking over to hear what he wants. Immediately after, Hou Yu straightens up, using the momentum to launch himself forward. A fierce fire gathers in his hand as Hou Yu shouts, I've surrendered to words like that. Yunmu is somewhat moved, but he remains still, observing. Madness flashes in Hou Yu's eyes as he roars like a wild beast and charges. Yunmu calmly delivers a powerful punch to his face. Hou Yu barely had time to scream before blood gushed from his nose, and with one final punch, Yunmu sent him flying again. The students murmured again, Hey, he's being completely suppressed. Yeah, I didn't expect Li Yunmu to be this good. Everyone was surprised, looking at him flattened on the ground. I thought Hou Yu was so strong, especially since he's the team's main force. He heard all the chatter, but he couldn't move. Qingbao steps forward. All right, this childish squabble is settled. Now you can go to the vault and claim your reward, right? Yunmu agreed. Indeed, too much time has been wasted on such trivial matters. At that moment, Qingbao glanced over, stunned by what he saw. Yunmu calmly stated, Let's head to the vault, Da Zhang. As for what's behind you, Hou Yu is resorting to a sneak attack after losing. Than Bao, regaining his senses, shouted a warning. Watch out. Yunmu remained calm, glancing behind him. Realizing he'd been discovered, Hou Yu roared, Li Yunmu, I will never lose to you, die. The sharp knife in his hand was about to strike him. Hou Yu was consumed by hatred, wanting to tear Yunmu apart to wash away this humiliation. He swiftly dodges the attack, foiling the assassination attempt once again. Yunmu immediately seizes the knife-wielding arm, his grip tightening, and with a swift motion, Hou Yu's bones audibly crack. He roared in pain like a wounded beast, his once pristine arm now twisted at an unnatural angle. Those watching from the sidelines were horrified. Heavens, did he just cripple Hou Yu's arm? That was truly ruthless. Never provoke Li Yunmu again. Hou Yu writhed on the ground, screaming, My arm! Li Yunmu, I'll kill your ancestors. I want to kill you. He looks over, feigning innocence. Tang-an, he intentionally crippled my right arm. I'm reporting this to the guild. I want him charged. Tang-an coldly stated, You tried to kill him. He got off easy with just a crippled arm. He continued, As for your attempt to murder him, I will report it to the guild. Hou Yu was terrified. What? Yunmu asked coldly. Senior, can I go in and pick up the treasures now? He waved his hand. Go on, you've wasted enough time already. Ling An cheered with excitement. Okay, let's head in first then. Li Si felt a tinge of sympathy, though Hou Yu was annoying, was crippling his arm too extreme. Yunmu replied calmly, If I don't teach him a serious lesson, he'll only continue to cause trouble. Lisa watched him intently as Yunmu continued, I can't keep him around if he's shown intent to kill. Remember to never leave any chance for your enemies to retaliate. As he said this, a dark look crossed Yunmu's face. Meanwhile, Ling An urged, Da Qiong, hurry, I can't wait any longer. Everyone was on edge, wondering if this was the warehouse and if they should open it. As Yunmu pushed open the door, the items inside seemed to glow, and Ling An, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Isn't this place amazing?" He's going wild. It's a grade A treasure trove, filled with things that even Xiaoqiang's money can't buy. How do you think this arrogance suits me? He remained unfazed by all of this as Ling Shui exclaimed, "Hey, Li Yunmu, I found something really good here." Intrigued, he approached. "Shui, what did you find?" Ling Shui replied, "This is much more interesting than those swords and blades." Yunmu looked at the item and immediately recognized it as a skill inheritance. Ling Shui casually tossed it over. "Here, take a look." Startled, Yunmu quickly caught it. "Hey, don't throw it." The moment he touched it, he felt a shocking, murderous aura. Ling Shui explains, "This is an extremely powerful sword technique that perfectly suits your fighting style." Yunmu muses that this technique seems tailor-made for him. At that moment, the system alerted him to a valuable item nearby, an opportunity he shouldn't miss. Yunmu quickly looked over and saw an exquisitely crafted golden bow. The moment Yunmu saw it, he couldn't take his eyes off the bow. He quickly put down the orb in his hand and said to Ling Shui, "I'll take a look." Ling Tu called after him, "Hey, trust me, there's nothing more suitable for you than that." Meanwhile, Yunmu quickly took down the weapon. Ling Ji was surprised to see him pick it up, an old, dusty crossbow with a mysterious black bird symbol etched on it. Yunmu studied the design for a long time, then said, "I've decided. I want this." Ling Shui is quite surprised by this. Is he really giving up the Aurora killing intent for this old bow? Yunmu affirmed thoughtfully, "Yeah, I don't know why, but the moment I saw it, I felt like it was destined for me." He quickly packs up and leaves as Ling Shui calls after him, "Hey, are you really not going to reconsider? What a pity." She was helpless. This child really wouldn't listen to advice. Ling An fidgets. "Sis, haven't you chosen yet?" "Huh?" The Aurora color essence would be perfect for Li Yunmu. Ling Shui doesn't turn around, telling her to do as she pleases with the Aurora essence. Ling An holds the orb in her hand, stunned. It's useless to her, do as she pleases. Having obtained what he desired, Yunmu silently walked away, with Da Xiong's group following behind. "Hey, little Mu, did you just take your reward and run off on your own?" Van Muk smiled, apologizing for wanting to study the bow he'd just obtained. At the same moment, Ling An hands him the blue orb, telling him to take it. Yunmu is surprised. "It's Aurora killing intent." Ling An happily replies, "That's right. My sister gave it to me because she doesn't need it, but it doesn't suit me either, so I'm giving it to you. Besides," Ling An pauses, then whispers hesitantly, "I think my sister chose it for you. She's just too embarrassed to say it." Yunmu hesitates, but this item is far too precious, and Sui wouldn't have it otherwise. Lu Qiang chimed in, "I think you should accept it." He reasoned that the Marquis family was not small and would likely seek revenge, so he had to arm himself. "I think Sister Tuyet would agree." Dai Hung added, "Just accept it. Don't forget we're friends." Ling An added, "My sister and I will also help you." Finally, Yunmu stared intently at the blue orb in his hand. "Okay, I accept." He felt as if everything around him was painted pink. Yunmu smiled brightly. "Thank you, everyone." His heart was filled with warmth. It had been so long since he'd felt the warmth of friendship. Finally, he was home. Exhausted, Yunmu collapses onto his bed, finally able to breathe after a busy day of learning the Aurora killing intent system. The system informs him that he needs 4,000 experience points to learn it. Yunmu helplessly says, "Okay, this isn't the first time I've been scammed by my own black market." As soon as he spoke, the orb in his hand suddenly flew up high, and Yunmu silently watched it. The orb quickly opened, revealing a mysterious blue scene, and Yunmu exclaimed with delight. That energy now ceaselessly surrounds him, and Yunmu exclaims excitedly, "Whoa!" In an instant, the system announced he'd mastered Aurora killing intent. Yunmu panted, feeling this coercion was still unbearable, no matter how many times he tried. "Hey, is this the valuable item you mentioned?" He gripped the bow tightly, feeling as though it had been waiting for him in the darkness. The system then chimed in, "Congratulations on obtaining the 7 Vai-Du battle bow." Hearing this, Yunmu was taken aback, repeating the name, the 7 Wonders bow. Hearing this, Yunmu immediately thought of someone named Ming Ya. According to the system, this bow seals a soul that could destroy Ming Ya. Yunmu wondered, could it be that the attraction I feel is the weapon spirit in this bow summoning me? He couldn't help but be curious, but even if it was a powerful weapon spirit, it would be useless if it was sealed, right? The system then announced that he could upgrade again, and that doing so would release the seal, as Yunmu felt someone was waiting for him to enter. He exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade the system. The upgrade was quick. I thought it would take half a year to remove Mingya's seal. As soon as he says this, Yunmu is pulled into another dimension. His senses twist, his mind reels, and in an instant, his entire body is sucked inside. His vision blurred, and Yunmu slowly awoke, looking around in confusion. He wondered where he was, and as his vision cleared, he was surprised to find himself standing before a massive door. He was completely taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Before Yunmu could collect himself, the person inside spoke up. "Hey, kid, how did you get in here?" he asks, cutting straight to the chase. "You're Mingya, the Destroyer King. I'm here to unlock your seal, but I need your power. Lend it to me, and we have a deal." Hearing this, his eyes sharpened. Mayunga scoffed, saying I could save him. What a joke. Without hesitation, he shouts, "System, release the seal." But releasing the seal requires a great deal of internal energy, far more than he possesses. Yunmu then said, "Then use all of my inner energy, as much as you can." The system quickly agreed and began absorbing his power. The system finishes absorbing his power, leaving him with nothing, yet the chains are barely scratched. Mingya scoffs, asking if that's all he managed after all that talk. He couldn't help but mock, so it was just a bragging child. Yunmu's face darkened. "Is the difference really that vast?" Mingya taunts. "Did you think an ordinary seal could contain me? There are 3 supreme seals on my body. You've only broken the surface of the first, and you're still far from done." He paused, then said, "But no matter, let me lend you some power." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flew towards Yunmu, taking him by surprise. The light quickly coalesced into 3 bird-like figures, prompting him to ask, "These are the Dark Crows. They will obey your commands for now. Don't forget, if you remove my seal, I'll grant you even greater power. This is a deal." He excitedly held out his hand for them to land on. "Hey, don't worry about it. I'll definitely help you. It's also helping myself." Ming-Na never showed his face, and after the task was complete, he immediately dismissed him. "All right, that's enough for today. I'm tired. You can go now." As he finished speaking, Yunmu immediately began to fade away. His face was like putty, twisting and contorting into countless shapes until his whole body felt like dough dipped in water, and Yunmu woke with a start. He soon opened his eyes, his head throbbing with pain, and couldn't help but groan. He lay in bed with his bow, thinking, "I'm back." He looked at the bow in his hand, a complicated feeling washing over him. Yunmu rubbed his forehead, breathing a sigh of relief, startled by the experience. The scene shifts to a large building, where Yunmu arrives, following the paper in his hand. This is Wangwen Pavilion. He stands at the entrance, marveling at the fact that such a building exists in this era. But this is actually a pawn shop. Just as he was pondering this, a voice from behind startled him. A kindly old man greeted him with a smile, asking, "What brings you to our shop, young man?" He smiled kindly at him. "We have everything in our shop, and we can appraise items to ensure your satisfaction." Yunmu looked at him and said, "I'm not here to buy anything. How should I put this? I heard that you deal with illegal goods here." Hearing this, the old man was startled, quickly understanding the situation. "So, that's it. You're here to talk business. Then let's go inside and talk." With that, the old man invited him in. Hot tea was quickly served, and he took a sip. The old man sat down, calmly picking up his teacup. "I wonder what treasure our young friend has traveled so far to sell." Yunmu quickly placed the item on the table, noting it wasn't a high-end product. "Here it is. Make me an offer." The old man was shocked. Was this the crown of the Eye King? Then he looked at him with hidden amazement. This young man seemed ordinary, but to have goods of this level was unbelievable. He only needed a glance before holding up 6 fingers to name his price. Yunmu was immediately displeased. 150,000 was too low. This was definitely worth more. The shop owner corrected him. "Young man, you misunderstand. I said 1.5 million. Yunmu was shocked by the price. He picked up the crown, examining it closely. "Heroes emerge at a young age. Since you're so capable, I'm willing to take a loss and befriend you." It was then that Yunmu began to believe the old man. "All right, it seems you're not lying to me, so take a look at these." The shop owner was dumbfounded. "There's more?" Looking at the items before him, he felt like fainting. This is the battle armor of the dwarf wizard elder. The staff ring, it's a set. Say no more. I want it. I'll give you 12 million, and you've brought another book. How much for these rune remnants? The moment he saw it, he was secretly shocked. This was a genuine Southern Dynasty rune fragment. The shop owner earnestly advised, "Young man, keep it. I really can't take this." Then he sincerely added, "Let me give you one more piece of advice." The old man's expression was grave as he spoke of it. "Don't let anyone see this easily in the future. Seeing his tense demeanor, Yunmu felt the gravity of the situation and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a girl begins to remove her heavy bear costume. It was Ru Yan, who collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping for air. So tired. I didn't realize this thing was so hot. Ru Yan starts calculating, realizing her savings are almost gone, and her father's medical bills can't rely on him alone. She needs to work harder and hopes for a few more days of grace. Just then, a message notification popped up on her phone. A new transfer receipt, please check. As Nu Yen checked her phone, she stared in astonishment at the number on the screen. 3 million had just been deposited into her account, a truly significant sum. Ruyan guessed that the money must have come from Zhoumu, and with her task complete, she returned to the hospital. Opening the door, Ruyan announced, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." But her father's hospital room was full of people, and she wondered, who are these people? Her mother replied, "We don't know either, but these people came after you left and have been doing everything here since." The man looked at her. "Are you Liu Ruyan?" Someone ordered a space helmet for her. "Please sign here." She quickly grabbed the pen. Ruyan wondered. "These space helmets are pretty expensive, as I recall." Then the man said, "We've adjusted the settings, so just put them on and start them up. We'll be going now." Ruyan replied, "Okay, thank you." She told her parents, "Zhoumu must have prepared this." "Go ahead and put them on, Mom and Dad," Ruyan said. Her mother responded, "Yanni, are you sure this is safe? It's giving me the creeps." As Nu Yen tried it on, she explained that it was a high-end product bought by Tio Mook, so it should be fine to use. She began to explore the hat, wondering if the controls were here. As soon as she opened it, Rai was startled, her head spinning. Her vision blurred, and she felt a wave of sleepiness wash over her. Finally, her eyes closed, and after a moment, Nu Wai slowly awoke, startled by the scene before her. Where is this place? Just moments ago, she was in a hospital room, but now she's standing in a vast open area, completely alone. Just then, someone came up behind her, eager and excited. This place was truly magnificent, and it was none other than Trungdan. Startled, Ruyan turns and cries out, "Dad, your legs!" Zhongdan shouts with joy, "My legs are really healed. I can even jump." Her mother worried, "All right, slow down a bit." The whole family rejoices at Trungdan's restored legs when a voice echoes from behind. "Mom, Dad." Yunmu stepped forward, looking at them with a warm smile. "It's been a while." His mother rushed to embrace her son tightly. "My precious boy, I missed you so much. Let me hold you tight." Jungmin secretly observes him, noticing how much taller he's gotten. Yunmu was startled. His son had grown up so much. How embarrassing. He glances at Trungdan with a sly grin. What about his old man? It must feel good to have legs. If you're ever arrogant again, I'll erase your leg code. Jungmin laughs along. Who do you think you're threatening, kid? He seemed at peace, having relied on her to care for their parents all this time. It must have been hard, right? Startled, she replied, "It's okay. I'm the one who's always earned the money. I'm the one who's worked harder and struggled more." His mother was still confused, asking, "Son, where should we go now?" Yunmu calmly replied, "Go where? We're not going anywhere." Pausing for a moment, he happily continued, "This is our new home." After recounting everything, he didn't stay home for long. "All right, your parents are heading out. Remember to come back for dinner," his mother instructed. Yunmu wandered down the street. "I'm so bored. I really want to go to the space arena for some fun, but it's broadcast live, and if I get exposed, it'll cause big trouble." Suddenly, Yunmu stopped, remembering, "That's right." Yunmu immediately exclaimed, "Virtual spatial world, register for role play." And just like that, Li Yun quickly transformed into a different form. Satisfied, Yunmu puts on his hat, knowing that even if he performs too well, no one will know it's him. Pedro, enter the battlefield of dimensional realms. Then, Yunmu uses his alternate identity to compete in the arena. He snags every goal, 1 match, 2 matches, and many more. The referee's voice echoes. You defeated Li Yun. Looking at the system board, he was extremely satisfied with his results. This is your 10th consecutive victory. Pedro appears, saying you're amazing. Yunmu then felt a little bored, as playing with these randomly matched newbies was getting tiresome. But suddenly, Yunmu saw something that shocked him. Wait, he looks at the screen, surprised. Is that who I think it is? The bored young man rests his chin on his hand. Not a single worthy challenger all day. What a waste of time. He is Tang Ruochen, one of the top contenders in Tianyuan City. The crowd murmurs, "Hey, isn't that Tang Ruochen? He's known as the top of the younger generation in Tianyuan City. I'm such a fan." Blushing, the girls rushed over with paper and pens. "Excuse me, could we get your autograph?" "We're your fans." Young Chen smiled brightly. Of course, it's my pleasure. Thank you for your support. Pedro Rabbit also hands over the document. And while you're at it, sign this for me, he says with a smile. Okay, thanks for your support. Suddenly, Ruo Chen's face darkens. What is this, a declaration of war? Well then, he shouts, hey, who lost their bedrow? The letter stated, no need to call, I'll come myself. Mu Chen's face darkened. Who still uses a paper challenge letter these days? Couldn't they just send an email? Pedro seized the opportunity. One slice of watermelon for the lady, and this gentleman will pay. Pedro explained that he said you wouldn't read an email, so I delivered it directly and was told to get you to sign it. Pedro praised him while eating, surprised you were so easy to talk to, like a real grouch. He clearly tricked me into signing. Cut to the dimensional arena, where Yunmu is already waiting. He gazed up at the sky, bored. So slow? Was Pedro's work really this unreliable? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky. Yunmu looked over, overjoyed. He's here. As his feet slowly appeared, his face was one of indescribable coldness. He immediately looked at Yunmu and Pedro, asking if it was his. He slowly stood up and said, yes, she is cute. Multiple Chens are annoyed. Cute my foot. It ate one of my 36.5 yuan mooncakes. Remember to pay me back. The image of the two is displayed on the big screen as the city erupts with chatter. Someone is challenging Brother Chen. The girls scream in excitement. It's our Tran. People began to whisper, wondering if the challenger was a newcomer. Too many power-based abilities, huh? Maybe he's a fan of Chen. Looking at Yunmu, some couldn't help but admire him, saying the young man was too handsome. I want to admire him too. Another girl snidely remarks, fickle women. I thought you only admired Chen. Ruo Chen looks at Yunmu, who seems like just another ordinary mystic. Does he even know that I'm already a silver star? Yunmu casually replied, I know. Ruo Chen found this interesting, so he was truly brave. Immediately, he channels his inner power and strikes. If you think I'll show mercy, you're sorely mistaken. As he spoke, Ruo Chen was fully armed for battle. Yunmu lowered his hat. You've drawn your sword, excellent. I was worried you wouldn't fight. As he finished speaking, he quickly attacked Ruo Chen, who was caught off guard by his speed. But Yunmu was also extremely vigilant, as the two seemed evenly matched. Though Ruo Chen was initially surprised, he quickly regained his composure and kicked out at him. Yunmu was startled and couldn't help but marvel at his opponent's skill, thinking that Ruo Chen truly lived up to his reputation as the leader of the younger generation in Tianyuan City. After trading a few blows, Yunmu quickly leaps back to create distance, praising his opponent's impressive skill. Meanwhile, Multileg stared blankly at his hand, realizing that Li Yun was no ordinary man. He says to himself, a common Xuan cultivator couldn't keep up with my fighting. And then Ruo Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Hey kid, I'm asking you, are you really just a common stone? Yunmu feigns ignorance and gathers his inner strength to respond. Huh? What are you talking about? Wasn't it all written in the battle data? He said with a sly grin. It's the common stone, the double step. Then he quickly flew up and disappeared. Yunmu's movements became even more elusive. Ruchan couldn't even see his attacks. Startled, he found Yunmu before him in an instant, delivering a fierce blow as Ruo Chen roared, the 18 devil steps! Two figures blurred in the sky, their forms indistinguishable. He sneered, you've actually forced me to use the 18 steps of the heavenly demon? Van Mook swept past him, quickly retorting. Though your demonic arts are strong, Ruo Chen says, the gap between us is absolute. If I were only a step above, perhaps you'd truly have a chance. Immediately, Yunmu flew back slightly, yelling, try this! Mad blade. Instantly, their powers clashed, sending debris flying as Ruzhen was thrown back, struggling to stay on his feet. Yunmu was also knocked back, but of course he wasn't weak enough to fall from a single blow. Yunmu panted, then chuckled. I told you, it's cute. They fought from afternoon till dusk as onlookers filled the streets chattering. Hey, did you all see that? It was too fast. You could only see two beams of light colliding back and forth. The girl couldn't help but be startled. This Li Wun is powerful and others are curious. Huh? Why are you explaining it? I'm a huge fan of Ruo Chen. The 18 steps of the heavenly demon is a unique and powerful skill of the Tang family, and this Li Yun is actually able to contend with it. She wondered who this nobody, Li Yun, really was. Meanwhile, Yunmu's cheek swelled from a devastating blow. Yunmu immediately leaped back, trying to keep his distance from Ruo Chen. He smugly looks at Yunmu, saying, as I said, talent is useless against absolute power. Van Mooken enters a serious battle stance, stomping the ground hard enough to crack the earth and shatter the stones. Yunmu is indeed a top contender. He can still fight back against the stacked Mad Blade. 3 layers aren't enough, so I'll stack 6. 4 layers. No sooner had he thought it than Yunmu struck the ground with force. His legs twitched in surprise. Wait, this kid's attack is clearly stronger than before. He instantly leaped back and Yunmu followed, sword in hand, striking with a serious expression. Yunmu used 5 levels this time, and Ruochen also unleashed an attack, gritting his teeth in shock. Although he could dodge, Ruochen was terrified. This was proving difficult. Finally, Yunmu's foot landed on the ground, the force of his steps gradually increasing. A flicker of surprise crosses Ruochen's eyes. No opponent has ever pushed him this far. Yunmu has now reached the 6th level of his swordsmanship, unleashing a devastating blow upon the earth. Ruochen is startled, leaping back as the ground erupts. What did he just say? 6 layers. At that moment, his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Looking at Yunmu pulling his hat down, Duochen was horrified by the terrifying pressure. He couldn't believe it. Such mystical pressure shouldn't be possible at his level, he thought, watching the power surge through him. And what's more, what is the 6th level? How could he have grown so much in such a short time? Ruochen finally realized, wait, could he be stacking his attack power and all of his previous attacks? Just adding tricks for him, Yunmu's eyes now exuded a coldness. He cried out, "Thunderclap!" but his feet were frozen in shock. And just as he feared, Yunmu unleashed the devastating Kuiyuan slash. That powerful attack was the Tuyet Dien. Van Mook was radiating light and Niu Tran marveled at the sight. Victory or defeat would hinge on this one blow. Before he could catch his breath, Yunmu continued. This is my final attack with 100% power. In the end, Ruochen couldn't withstand the blow, his power completely drained. Finally, Yunmu's inner energy consumed the space, and Ruochen was pushed back. On the screen, Ruhen has vanished, leaving only the lingering smoke of battle. And a stunned audience. Is this real? He won! The crowd erupts as Li Yun's name flashes on the screen. Li Yun wins. The audience roars with excitement. Wow, it's unbelievable that Tang Rushen lost to a newbie. This Li Yun is my kind of guy. I'm a fan. Meanwhile, Da Xiong watched the match from a dark room, smiling with interest. Li Yun, Mad Blade, absolute return. Da Xiong recognized him instantly, finding it all the more intriguing. Meanwhile, the mad gale raged on, but Yunmu stood firm, finally aware of the situation. Pulling his hat low, Yunmu has won. Though victorious, he praises his opponent, acknowledging his skill. Pedro continues his challenge, leaving the crowd in awe. Wow, really? Li Yun is challenging the 3 heroes again. Immediately he continued the fight, unleashing a furious blade attack and his opponent couldn't withstand it, crying out. This event left everyone stunned. He won again. The crowd buzzed. He defeated Tang Rushen and now 3 of Tianyun City's top 10 candidates. This can't be a coincidence. This one night has shaken the entire city. Just who is this Li Yun? After the fight, as dawn breaks, Yunmu collapses to the ground. I'm exhausted. Fighting 2 masters back-to-back was too much. He was dumbfounded. Why were there 30,000 dimensional coins in his account? Pedro the Rabbit appeared to explain. It's a pay-per-view mode. Yunmu is surprised. What's that? Pedro explains further. Simply put, when your fan value reaches 10,000 SRs, the system will automatically require payment to view your matches. Once it's unlocked, they'll have to give me dimensional coins if they want to watch the battle live. Yunmu chuckled. Looks like I've accidentally become a celebrity. That's all for today. Pedro logs off, immediately leaving the match. It's late. I have to go home. My mom's waiting for me for dinner. Immediately after, the phone rings, surprising Yunmu. It's a video call from Liu Naijie. As soon as he answers, she shouts from the other end, Li Yunmu, did you see that battle just now with someone named Li Yun? Startled, he couldn't help but wonder. I saw it. Why are you so worked up? She replied. How can I not be? That man is powerful. All of Heavenly Cloud Fortress is discussing this Li Yun now. Naijie suspects that this Li Yun is you, doesn't she? They both wield the Mad Blade and their names are so similar. Yunmu was shocked. How could I be so powerful? But the budding suspicion was quickly extinguished. I thought so too. But as the rumors spread, he could only offer a wry smile. Rumors are just that. Rumors. Surprised, Yunmu realized the rumors were spreading fast and they needed to do something. After some discussion, Naijue suddenly remembered something. Hey, are you a disciple of some ancient hidden sect? Is Li Yun actually your brother, and is Mad Blade your family's unique martial art? Naitai added, in that case, you're both equally formidable. After all, the most terrifying sects are those indifferent to the world. Hearing this, Yunmu thought to himself, that's right. I don't have anyone backing me, but I can make others think I'm a disciple of a hidden sect, which will save me a lot of trouble. Seeing his silence, Naijie exclaimed, Hey, say something. Did you drop offline? He quickly confessed, That's right, he's my brother, I won't pretend anymore. He revealed his hand. Excited, Naijie says, I knew it. Yunmu replies happily, I'm only telling you this secret, you can't tell anyone else. Naijie quickly understood, Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Then she quickly said, I'm hanging up, goodbye. Yunmu replied, Goodbye. Meanwhile, Naijie sat on her bed pondering, He only told me? Her face flushed and the air filled with a sweet aroma. Naijie couldn't explain why, but she felt incredibly happy. Liu Naijie's words awakened Li Yunmu, and he decided to fake a powerful sect, find a reasonable explanation for his extraordinary power, and find a backer for himself. To build momentum, Li Yunmu also used a second virtual character to suppress his role in the virtual world and named him Li Feng, allowing numbers 1 and 2 to enter the virtual world with him in the images of Li Yun and Li Feng. Since the three of them appeared in the space battlefield at the same time, the rumor that Li Yun was Li Yunmu was automatically dispelled, and everyone went wild. Lord Li Yun, I love you. My surname is also Li. Please accept me into the Li sect as a disciple. At the same time, news of a hidden sect's reemergence spread through the arena like wildfire. Naijie calls out to him again, and Yunmu calmly replies, Hello, Liu Naijie. What do you want? She exclaimed. What's up? We're spreading rumors about your brother everywhere right now. Aren't you worried? Yunmu forced a smile. Go ahead and spread it even further, let the whole world know, he replied, realizing there was no way to stop it now, and worrying was pointless. Naijie then said, That's right, Tang Ruchen hasn't challenged again since being defeated by Li Yun. But this morning he's been online constantly. He must have gone to your brother to advise him to be careful. Hearing this, he thought to himself, He's been challenging Li Yun for days, but I've refused them all. Has he finally come to his senses? Fine, I'll talk to him. Arriving at Li Ziwei's rune stone shop, Yunmu is surprised. What's going on here? Liu, I'll hang up for now. Immediately, Yunmu cuts in line, saying, Excuse me, just trying to get through. Inside, a young man holds a large bouquet, saying, Miss Liu, I have some black crystals I'd like to sell to your family. Ruyan is startled, saying she doesn't need it, but the man persists, asking if he can take her to dinner since it's getting late. Yunmu quickly steps in, announcing, Excuse me, everyone, the shop is closing early today. Please come back tomorrow if you wish to do business. But the man persists, asking why. Nguyen was about to agree to a date with me. Another man shouted, Don't even dream about it. Nguyen agreed to go out with me. Yunmu turned to her and said, I entrusted the shop to you because I believed you could handle things reasonably, but it's become a mess. Ruyan apologized sheepishly, and Yunmu replied, Don't apologize. I'm not blaming you. Dejected, he picks up the stone, surprised by her popularity in this fantasy world. Well, it's even black crystal. Looks like they're all young masters from wealthy families. Who knows? You might actually marry into one and live the life of a princess. Ruyan looked dejected, but she didn't want to live the life of a princess. She spoke with utter sincerity, only wanting to live with her parents and Mu. He silently gazed at her, an indescribable pain flashing in his eyes. He then remembered, Right, are the crystals I need ready? Nguyen quickly pushed out a large suitcase. They're ready, but what do you need so many crystals for? Yunmu's face darkens. That's right, it's clearly a huge sum of money, but in the star realm it's only a few square meters, more expensive than a house. Just then, the phone rings, startling him. It's Lingan calling, and Yunmu answers immediately. Hanzi, what's wrong? Lingan replies anxiously. Li Yunmu, please, come help us, we're getting slaughtered. Suddenly, he was being vague, leaving Yunmu confused. Lingan continued, Hurry to the space arena. Alarmed, Yunmu urged, Wait, explain yourself first. Immediately after, he grabbed his suitcase. I'm heading out. Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner tonight. Meanwhile, Li Si is busy arguing. What are you talking about? Say that again if you dare. Just wait until I beat you all to a pulp next time. Rip you to shreds. Da Yi was smug. What if you did? Don't think learning a few combat skills makes you hot stuff. With your combat skills, even a string of A-grade fighting techniques would be wasted on you. He continued to rant. Ling Zhuo wasn't here. Da Zhong's team is just trash. Li Si fumes, and Lu Qiang tells Da Zhong to go curse them out too. Go to hell, you dog fart. Da Zhong smiled wryly, but what they said was true. Don't get too cocky, Li Si shouts. Our trump card is here. At that moment, Yunmu finally arrives. I say, What kind of trouble have you guys caused while I was gone? He frowned, worriedly scolding, "It's only been a few days since Sister Tuyet left, and you're already causing problems." Seeing him, Lisi burst into tears, like a child running to their parents. "Xiaomu, you're finally here. They're bullying us." Lu Gong excitedly pointed at him, laughing. "Here comes Team Daxiong's strongest card. Prepare to lose." Yunmu frowned. "I never said I would fight." Lying and kneels down. "Huh? You're not going to fight? You're really not going to fight? You won't help us get revenge?" Yunmu then said, "I've been watching, and the other side isn't that skilled. Logically, Dajiong should be able to handle them easily, not lose so badly." Looking at his brother, Ling An spoke honestly. Dajiong was a bit strange today, like he wasn't interested in fighting, like he was deliberately losing. Hearing this, Yunmu paused, thinking to himself, deliberately losing. "Hey, are you guys even coming? If not, we're leaving. We don't have time to waste on trash." Lu Gong gritted his teeth. "You're all dead." The other guy chimed in. "I'll bet 10,000 crystals we win. If you add someone, then so will we." Lu Chang was full of confidence. "Add whoever you want with Li Yunmu here. We fear no one." Da Ye smirks. "Well done, brother. You can come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked out, his voice full of triumph. They took the bait. It was Ruo Chen. He exclaimed, "You've worked so hard, playing the villains and doing all the work. But who are we to each other anyway?" The sight of him stunned the group. "Wait, isn't that?" Even Yunmu was dumbfounded. Dai smugly confirms, "That's right, it's him." Dajong grins, thinking to himself that betting only 100,000 crystals was far too boring. "Want to raise the stakes?" Yunmu asked, beads of sweat forming as he watched. Yunmu's face darkened as he thought to himself, "This Tang Ruchen." Rushin said honestly, "I apologize. My friend was just running his mouth to stall for time." He glanced at Yunmu, then continued, "To lure Li Yunmu here. But Yunmu doesn't seem to care. So what if you lured me here? I still have no intention of fighting you." Ruoshin interjected, "Don't say that. You're still missing a good blade, aren't you?" Ruoshin took out a sword and handed it over, saying to Yunmu as if it were a betting reward, "It'll be yours." Lisi immediately recognized it as the Snowjoy Cold Blade, prompting Lingan to ask, "What's the Snowjoy Cold Blade?" Lisi explains, "The Snow Morning Cold Blade is forged from millennia-old black bloodbird ore from the Tianshan Mountains. Though it's a B-grade sword, its potential is limitless. If you inscribe the corresponding runes, it will become an A-rank rune battle blade, and if you add a weapon spirit to further enhance its quality, it will become a true Southern Dynasty weapon." "Sorry, young Master Tang," Ruo Chen continued. "Win or lose, you can have the blade. But if we win," Yunmu interjects, "you'll let me meet Li Yun, right?" Ruo Chen can't help but praise. It's so easy talking to smart people. Yunmu thought to himself that Tang Ruchen was indeed clever, offering a condition he couldn't refuse. He never expected Ruchen's obsession with Li Yun to be so profound. He scratched his head and said, "All right, I agree." Ruchen is excited. It's a done deal. Images of the two opponents appear on the screen. Witness the clash between the Hidden Sect's successor and the Bloodhall's vanquished Heavenly Dragon. The crowd roars as the Tang family puts forth the Snowjoy Cold Blade. This Snowjoy Cold Blade is valued at 10 million, isn't it? Everyone's talking about it. Tang Ruochen was clearly defeated by Li Yun, so why is he looking for Li Yunmu? Surely Li Yunmu doesn't have time for him. A defeated opponent seeks recognition as the system's announcement echoes. The battle countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Yunmu speaks. The team arena is truly massive, as large as a tropical rainforest on an island. The voice continues. 4 or 5 seconds. Da Xiong speaks up. "How's it going?" "Are you nervous about your first team battle?" Yunmu smiles contentedly. "I'm excited. Don't you dare get in my way with Nuok Tran." The countdown continues. 32. Daewung smiles, saying he won't compete with him. We can't defeat him either, and the countdown ends. A battle begins as he grips his bow, lost in thought. "Go forth, Mingya. Show me your power." Daxiong asks in surprise, "Little Mu, when did you learn how to use a bow?" It was then that Yunmu remembered, "That's right. I don't know how to use a bow or even any archery techniques. System, what archery skills can I learn right now? Hurry, I don't have time." The system continued to ramble, but he didn't have time to listen. "Whatever, just learn it. Hurry, I'm in a rush." Everyone just saw him standing like a statue. Dajong was dumbfounded. Did he disconnect? He's not moving at all? At that moment, a dark shadow swiftly flew past, and Daxiong warned, "Someone's coming. Prepare for battle." Yunmu just stood there, dazed, as Daxiong commanded, "Li Si, protect Xiaomumu. He seems disconnected. Don't let him." Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu snapped back to his senses. Instantly, he leaned back and gracefully leapt into a tree, surprising Da Qiang, and Yunmu quickly summoned his bow and arrow once more. Standing in the sunlight, drawing back his weapon, Yunmu looked every bit the valiant warrior, and the crowd watched with bated breath. Wait, isn't his skill berserker blades? He can use a bow too. Wait, this guy's attacking, from thousands of meters away. Wow, such speed, 7 arrows in an instant. No wonder he's a descendant of the Li family. His opponent couldn't help but cry out. He watches, wide-eyed, as the arrows relentlessly hurtle toward him. Hyun-Soo is terrified, dodging continuously, unable to retaliate. Seeing his body unharmed, the cowardly Zhuanzi patted his chest, relieved. The crowd was furious. What was going on? Turns out he's a master of body fluttering. Hurry and use your mad blade, everyone's waiting. You're really far behind Li Yun. Meanwhile, Yunmu raises his bow and arrow, saying, "Celestial Hound devours the moon." From behind Hyun-Soo, a blue lightning bolt appears, striking a tree with what looks like a strange seal. Hyun-Soo must have felt it. It instantly coalesces into a massive wolf, slowly lunging towards him, and Hyun-Soo slowly turns, his heart skipping a beat. Hyun-Soo then lets out a deafening roar that echoes through the mountains. The audience is shocked. What kind of wicked technique is this? It really tears people to shreds. Da Yi is terrified. Duo Chen and Xuanzi are done for. Many Tran is shocked. His bow has such a long range. Meanwhile, a Luong is struck by an arrow, and blood immediately flows. Seeing his teammate struggle, Niu Tran worried, "Are you okay?" Leaning against a tree, a Liang said, "I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Everyone be careful." But then, a dark crow snatched him away, and many legs could only scream helplessly. "A Liang!" Suddenly suspended in midair like that, a Liang screamed in terror. "What is this? Let me down now." Finally, with one decisive blow, Yunmu finished him off in midair. Seeing his target fall, Yunmu couldn't help but feel pleased. Very well. Then his eyes turned cold. Only 3 remained. Everyone held their breath, observing the bird with its jet-black feathers and crimson eyes, making it look incredibly mysterious. Everyone was stunned. It was a dark swallow, a creature of the Southern Dynasty I'd only ever seen in books. They looked at him, puzzled, but wasn't the Destruction King Dark Goose supposed to be sealed away? How could it be? Another member of the Ruo Chen squad is running for their life. In truth, the enemy's attack range is too far. We need to get closer quickly. He barely got away before an arrow pierced his leg. The pain is unbearable. Lai Chia is terrified. He can't get close at all. His range is simply a slaughterhouse. As soon as he said that, Li Shuang's head was separated from his neck, and fresh blood spurted out. As Ruzhen ran, she said, "Li Chang is done for too, leaving only the 2 of us. Don't get hit, the blood will attract the hive." Da Yi grits his teeth. "Of course I know that, but how can avoiding getting hit be so simple?" As they finish speaking, Yunmu's rain of arrows comes crashing down. Startled, Da Yi gritted his teeth and furiously drew his weapon. This kid. Cornered, Da Yi charged forward madly, shouting, "Don't underestimate me!" He steeled himself. "Ruo Chen, I won't run anymore. There's no escape. It's better to face them head on." Ruo Chen replied, "Okay, then you take the front to protect me. We'll get close to him as long as—" But before the words were even finished, an arrow pierced Da Yi's head, and he fell instantly, eliminated from the match. "Da Yi!" Rao Chen shouted, now furious, as he glared at Yunmu and cursed. Meanwhile, perched on a slender branch, he was pleased with himself, having taken down another opponent. Yunmu smiled, calculating that only Tang Rushen remained. He glanced at the scarecrows, all thinking the same thing. Wasn't this supposed to be a team battle? Why did they feel so left out? At that moment, a powerful burst of light erupted like a volcano, startling Yunmu. He immediately turned to look. Was this the power of Kim Thatch? Only after his teammates have fallen does Spider finally reveal his power, quickly approaching Yunmu and looking up at him. "I've found you," Yunmu said with a triumphant grin. "Hey, did those 2 guardians break through their cultivation limits?" Ru Chen asks. "That's right. This was originally meant to deal with Li Yun's mad blade. Looks like we have no choice but to use it now." As he spoke, he channeled his inner strength, causing the ground beneath him to crumble, but Yunmu quickly leaped away to dodge the attack. He immediately drew back his bow, gathering his inner strength. Like a flying squirrel, Yunmu leaped from branch to branch, constantly changing his attack position to distract his opponent. But Ruchen wasn't about to give in easily. He immediately drew a 5-pointed star in the air, then shouted, "The protection for Yunmu is being calculated, but it's been blocked. It's up to you guys then. Go Min Nan." as Chan began to get annoyed. These crows are so annoying. He glared at Yunmu, vowing to blast his crows away. Instantly, Chen roared, "Unleash beastly frenzy!" His body erupted, emitting a blinding light that startled Yunmu. Lisi couldn't help but shield his eyes, asking, What is that thing?" Daxiong says, "If I'm not mistaken." He pauses as Ruchen's eyes emit a powerful light. That big pig he summoned is called a battle soul. It looks kind of cool. Yunmu scoffed. "That's a soldier's soul? How pretty." Immediately, Yunmu appeared behind Ruo Chen, his eyes gleaming. Ruojin channels his inner power, ready to strike, as the war spirit pig roars and attacks Mingyan, declaring, "I'll beat you to a pulp." The soldier spirit ruthlessly reached out and squeezed Mingyan. The crow cried out in alarm, and before it could react, the spirit crushed Mingyan in its hand. Nuchan was pleased with this and became smug. "Two of them!" Van Mack shouts, unable to get close, and there's only one left. Things are getting tense. Having no other choice, Yunmu calls for help. "Hey, Destroyer King, do you hear me?" Mingya quickly responded. "Did you call me for something?" He then telepathically added, "Look at the guy down there. Can you beat him?" Mingya smirks. "Huh? A berserker. That's not even worth my little toe." Yunmu retorts, "But the dark swallows you gave me are almost all gone." Mingna scoffed, "How much power do you think you've gained?" To which Yunmu replied, "Give me more power." Manya replied, "That's impossible. If you want more power, you'll have to make a deal." "This is what you said," he muttered to himself. "Okay. The system uses all internal energy to undo Minha's seal. As the system absorbs the power, Minha says, 'You've gained a lot of this so-called internal energy in the meantime.'" Yunmu is shocked. "The seal has been lifted?" Minha replies, "Far from it, but it can indeed give you more power. Accept my grace." As he finished speaking, the boy shouted, seeing Yunmu's eruption of power. Ruo Chen couldn't help but freeze, but the soldier geese were all killed, their feathers scattered. He gloated. All three were taken care of. Yunmu, after absorbing Mina's power, was extremely pleased. "Did I say I only had 3 of these?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a flock of dark crows charged forward. Yunmu coldly glared and commanded, "Tear him apart." The dark crows ferociously charged, their cries piercing the sky. Ruchen cried out in alarm, but his soul soldiers continued to operate at full capacity. Another series of dark geese fell at the hands of the soul soldiers. Ruchen's inner strength was truly not to be underestimated. But for him, Yunmu was truly a formidable opponent, so he didn't underestimate him. The fresh blood of the dark crows splattered continuously, instantly staining the ground. Yunmu remains unfazed. "All my crows have been torn to shreds. Now, what should I do next?" Mingya speaks up. "Leave the rest to me." As he finishes, Mingyan's corpse on the ground suddenly glows, startling Ru Chen. "What's this?" A blinding light out of nowhere suddenly appears in the sky. As Tran watches in bewilderment, the crow corpses begin to merge. "What is this golden light?" He stared intently at the light in the sky. Metallic, mystic power. The corpses of the dark crows coalesced into a new body, its eyes sharp and fiery, accompanied by wings, looking almost like an angel descending. Quickly, a perfect human body coalesces from the light, leaving those watching in awe. "What is that? It's huge." Everyone was dumbfounded. What level of battle are we even witnessing? Could it be that the strongest disciple of the Li family is really this Li Yunmu? Yunmu couldn't help but praise its massive size. "Compared to that, my king of destruction is a bit more handsome." Minna coldly pointed at the soldier's soul. "That mere beastman dares stand before me. This fat pig trembles before the destroyer king." Mingya spread his wings wide, then smugly said to him, "Little devil, look closely." He channeled his inner strength and continued, "See how I lead you to victory." Everyone tenses up, holding their breath, wondering if the battle is about to be decided. Within Minna's power, there seemed to be the image of a bird. His symbol, perhaps. Ruchen could only watch Mingya unleash his attack as the pig-spirit beast squealed before being effortlessly blown away. Ruchen stood frozen, contemplating the terrifying power before him, realizing he was utterly defeated. Yet a wry smile crept across his face. The outcome is clear. Yunmu's team has defeated Ruo Chen's. The crowd can't help but whisper, "They won? Wasn't this a team battle?" So, a low level took down 5 opponents? Are all the Lai family monsters? The system immediately grants him 169 dimensional coins. Yunmu breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have won, and sarcastically thanks the Kings of Destruction, much to her annoyance. Lisa immediately abandoned all decorum, rushing to embrace Gu Yunmu and showering him with praise. You're amazing, Moo Moo. Da Hong marveled. Is that the warbow you got from the vault? Looks like you really did find a treasure. Yun Moo smiles, claiming it was just luck. He casually advises him to make good use of that power, as it will elevate him to the next level. Dai Hong's words left him uneasy, wondering if he'd noticed something amiss. After the battle, Yun Moo finally returned home. He sighed. It had been a while since he'd been back in reality. At the same time, the system reported that he had obtained a certain amount of non-origin from the battle, which could be used to expand the star realm. He scoffed, annoyed that they wanted to use this to trick him again. Throwing his meager amount of non-origin points in there would be a waste. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside. Xiaomu opens the door, wondering, Xiaoqiang, what is it? Didn't we just see each other? Lu Xiang relays the message. He just passed the message room, and the boss told him to let you know someone's looking for you. Seems to be Tang Roshen. It was him again, like a persistent ghost. Yun Moo couldn't hide his surprise. Ruochen stood pensively in the hallway when a familiar voice called out, There you are. Yun Moo slowly walks down. Waiting for me? Do you miss me that much? You really can't stand to be away from me for even a second. Ruochen immediately hands over the item. Sui Huan Handao has agreed to his terms. Looking at his dark circles, Yun Moo was secretly shocked. He looked awful. Yun Moo was satisfied. He really kept his word. Ruochen explained that the jade box was forged from millennia-old Heavenly Mountain white jade essence, and when not in use, it's best to store weapons inside. Yun Moo found it strange that he would go to such lengths just to meet Li Yun once, scheming against his friend and betting his saber. Was it worth it? Ruochen replied, I apologize for what I did to your friend, but ever since I competed with Li Yun, I haven't been able to calm down. I'll do anything to experience his mad blade again. Seeing his lifeless face, Yun Moo thought to himself that losing to the mad blade had clearly given him a mental block. Ruochen dejectedly left, but he accepted his loss, and Yun Moo decided not to bother him any further. Yun Moo couldn't help but feel sorry for him. His back looked so lonely. If he doesn't resolve his trauma, he'll be stuck where he is. He looked at Rushen with a bit more fondness. This guy isn't so bad after all. After a moment's thought, Yun Moo made his decision. Hey, Tang Roshen. He turned around and Yun Moo called out with a smile, I'll duel you. Yun Moo continued with a determined look. What about using the Mad Blade? Hearing this, Rochin was incredibly excited, agreeing to use the Mad Blade. The crowd immediately swarmed around them. Look, it's Li Yunmu and Tang Roshen. Are they really going to fight in real life? Who will be the victor this time? Is that really Li Yunmok? Ruochen wondered. There are too many people. Do they really want to fight in the real world? Otherwise, Van Muck, don't worry. He quickly pulls out a black orb saying he has something. Rukin immediately recognized it as a barrier cage, and Yunmu quickly threw the orb to the ground. He glanced at Ruochen, then said, Let's go. So it's just the two of us then. Everyone watched them disappear with great regret. Hey, what's with this barrier? Don't go in. Everyone was outraged, so they decided to turn a blind eye. Hasn't it been an hour already? And it's still so quiet inside. Suddenly a foot emerged from within, and everyone held their breath. Unable to contain themselves, they whispered, Someone's coming out. Who is it? Who came out? Suddenly, the young man looked at himself, startled by what he saw. The two emerged simultaneously, appearing closer after the match, despite their bloodied and bruised faces. Yunmu is satisfied, for a real fight is indeed the best. Relieved, Ruchen happily replied, Who says that's wrong? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Hey, so who actually won? Who won? Yunmu looked at them, smiled brightly, and casually replied, Who knows? The two then sat together on a school bench. Gasping for breath, Yunmu spoke. Hey, after fighting alongside you for so long, shouldn't I get some runes as compensation? Ruzhen happily retorted, Give me a break, with me. You were clearly having fun on your own. Greedy Yunmu continued to press. Don't be so stingy. You know how much it costs to enhance the Snowjoy Cold Blade, and the Tang family is so rich anyway. But Ru Chen wouldn't give in. That little brat, don't push me around like that. Just because my family's rich doesn't mean I owe you anything. Ashen then suggested, I think you should try the Tower of Honor. Surprised, Yunmu asks about the Tower of Fame, and Ruochen explains that it's a 108-story tower, built over 9 years by the combined might of the Mystic Union guilds. To advance, challengers must defeat the guardian beasts on each floor, with each level presenting stronger foes. Yunmu excitedly claps his hands. It's just like playing a game. Ruzhen adds that successful challengers receive tower badges, which can be exchanged for various rewards. He stands up, saying he's told him how to get rich and the rest is up to him. Yunmu then seriously considered it. The Tower of Honor. It might be worth checking out. At the same time, Tang-an walked by. Why is Lee Yunmu sitting here all alone? Did he get into a fight? Startled, his senior tells him that the Heavenly Cloud Hall will be holding the Ox Valley battlefield in a few days for a month, giving him a chance to train or gather resources. It would be a waste to miss this opportunity. Yunmak is taken aback. Okay, thank you, senior. 3 days later in the library, the air is still. Yunmu pores over books, looking quite busy. After a while, Yunmu sighed wearily. Damn, this is too difficult to understand. I don't get it at all. In the end, he steeled himself. If he didn't understand, he had to try anyway, Tran. Recalling that moment, Ruo-chen had handed him something, saying, "Take this." Yunmu was surprised. Huh? What is this? Ruo-chen said. This is a map to the secret realm entrance. Curious, he opens it to see. He explains, the entrance is roughly in the dark region of Masonba Truong in the Mangangu-Kok battlefield. I heard you're going there soon, so take this. Yunmu frowned. What the heck is this map? Why can't I understand a single word? Ruo-chen added. The words are in an ancient language that you'll have to translate yourself if you can. Back in the present, he struggles to decipher the map, which shows that the Mara Mountain Cemetery is 138,640 kilometers from the Mangangu battlefield. Meanwhile, Naijai's voice echoes, Mala Mountain Batruong is a dangerous area, a dark domain. She presses, why are you looking into this dangerous place instead of the Mangangu battlefield? Yunmu stands up, hastily saying, it's nothing, I just heard about this place before and got a little curious. She pouts, yeah, I don't believe that. Naijai shouts, do you know how dangerous that place is? Then quieter, this is a library, she says, worried to the point of tears. Even if you have strong defenses. So what if you're a disciple of a hidden sect? You can't just go wherever you please. Yunmu looked at the girl in front of him with a pained expression, then gently stroked her head, his voice warm. Okay, I understand. Seeing her tears, he felt a pang of guilt for making her worry about a fool like him who always courts danger. He was sorry, and Naijie's heart seemed to melt at his words. He continued, I guess it must be a dangerous place. That's why she was so emotional. But that's how things are in this world. Seeing Naijie still sad, Yunmu said, no matter how dangerous, what needs to be done must be done. All right, I promise you no matter what, even if it's for your sake, I will survive and return. A pinky promise. Her tearful gaze met his, reassuring Naijie somewhat. She quickly composed herself, wiping away her tears, and locked fingers with Yunmu. Whether you come back or not has nothing to do with me. What do you mean, for me? Yunmu is happy, finally smiling. Her smile is still so beautiful. Soon after, Naijai also left, ignoring him completely. If something happens to that blockhead who doesn't understand anything, you have to tell me. Yunmu happily agreed. Okay. Dazhong, hiding behind, smirked, our Xiaomumu is quite popular. Lu Qiang added, this Li Yunmu is quite the operator. Lingan replied, Li Yunmu made Liu Naijie cry, and Li Si was yelling in frustration, absolutely livid. After everyone left, Yunmu looked at the books on the table, beginning to research the Mara Mountain Evergreen Woman. Even so, he remained vigilant, realizing this trip would be dangerous. He immediately went to register. Yunmu hands over the form. Is this okay? The clerk checks it, then says, all right, leave the registration form here and go pay the transmission fee. He was a little regretful. The honor tower fee was $500,000, way too expensive. Yunmu grumbled as he walked, if I didn't need the ancient ice runes to practice the blade, I wouldn't have come here. Behind him, a voice rang out. Xiaowu, there are so many silver mystics here. Qingyu immediately replied, of course, only the elite dare come here. Lin Li looks at him and says, Xiaoyu, look, that person seems to be a common star mystic. Meanwhile, Yunmu is playing the shameless card. Hello, I'm here to pay. Could you lower the price a bit? Why the rush? No one said you couldn't haggle. Qingyu replied, what's strange about that? Even those here with only ordinary star cultivation have far greater combat power than others. Suddenly, what Qingyu saw ahead made her jump, breaking out in a cold sweat. As she gazed at Yunmu's back, she wondered why he felt so familiar. Yunmu was busy arguing, this is my hard-earned money. Can't I complain about the price? Hey, what's with the attitude? Who are you calling stingy? Qingyu thought to herself that she wanted to hit him just from seeing his back, and immediately went to Yunmu's side. Hello, sir. He turned around blankly. Huh? Yunmu was so startled that he had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming. Immediately, he turned away, screaming internally, "Why is this woman here, and with Lin Li?" He even crouched down. "This is bad. The two women who hate me most in the world are both here." Qing Yu said. This gentleman finally ran out of ideas and stood up, still calculating. This is all he could do. Then, Yunmu said loudly, "I wondered who was calling me. Turns out it's two beautiful girls. I thought you had a good idea, but you're just acting foolish." Lin Li was shocked to see him. He was quite the character. Qing Yu's face darkened as she lowered her head. "I'm so sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Sweating, Yunmu continued, "Pretty girl, didn't your mother tell you that girls who approach men like that are easily kidnapped?" He tried to act tough, but Qing Yu snapped, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Yunmu glared. "Who are you? I don't care who you are, just leave me alone, or do you want me to tear your clothes off? Then sell you to some mountain idiot as his wife?" Lin Li couldn't take it anymore and pulled her away. "All right, Xiaowu, why bother with this crazy guy? Let's go." Qing Yu thought to herself, annoyed. That ugly bastard is just like that monkey with his foul mouth and treating me like an idiot. Remembering his words, he was here to win, not to save face. Yunmu immediately began massaging his face back to normal after they left. He glanced over, finally gone. His face was stiff, almost stuck that way. Staring for too long made him want to puke. This wasn't the way. Just then, he heard a girl's voice. "Hello, interested in guild souvenirs?" Yunmu immediately approached as the girl continued. "Thank you for purchasing our commemorative mask. Welcome back any time." Suddenly, his scream echoed, loud enough for the whole city to hear. Yunmu's vision shifted strangely. Just how many mystic crystals did this cost? So, he was interested in that girl because only by buying that useless item could he have such a large spirit realm. Qing Yu walked over and said, "Oh, you worm, what are you doing standing here dumbfounded?" Terrified by the Xuan ancestor's star realm, Yunmu cried out in pain, shocked. The Xuan ancestor? Qing Yu is stunned. Why did he turn into a fish? She explains that Xuanzu founded the guild and was the first to awaken Xuan power. How can you not know this? In that dark age, he was the light of hope for humanity. Yunmu is shocked. A senior from 200 years ago, he's still alive? Thang Yu interjects, "Don't talk nonsense, he's doing just fine." She looks at Yunmu and guesses, "This is your first time at the tower, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Tower of Honor, built by the Mage Guild's combined power, or you might find yourself dead without even knowing how." He was shocked. People could die here? Qing Yu continued, explaining that the Tower of Honor wasn't just the 108 floors above ground, but also another 108 floors below. It's called the Tower of Fallen, and only those with a Fallen Pass who have been to the Dark Domain are allowed to enter. Yunmu was secretly surprised. The Dark Domain, the place he wanted to go, was also a dark place. Then Qing Yu led him to a place full of machinery, saying, "This is it." Yunmu looked around, then asked her, "This is the Tower of Honor? What strange architecture?" Qing Yu couldn't help but retort, "Nothing stranger than your face. I'm going in first, good luck." He teases again. "Beautiful, let's exchange contacts." Qing Yu retorts, annoyed, "Don't call me beautiful girl, you jerk." As Qing Yu leaves, Yunmu silently surveys the area. The Tower of Honor. "All right," he thought. "Let's see what this place is all about." Yunmu quickly entered. The door opened automatically, and he was immediately startled. "Huh?" His strange expression was due to the 3 doors before him, leaving Yunmu wondering. A mystic gate beyond a mystic gate. What is a sacred mystic gate? After the system's explanation, he was still clueless, essentially saying, "So, I can only enter the mystic gate now." And what surprised him so much that he scratched his head was that each gate had a ranking. Yunfu removes his fish hat to get a better look, and another shocking event unfolds as he excitedly exclaims, "Mom! That martial arts maniac is on the list again, so I can't lose to him." At the same time, the system warned him that he was in an evil space, and now Yunmu had to wait, but he was a little puzzled. An evil space? Dejected, Yunmu plopped down. What to do? Isn't this the star domain created by the mysterious ancestor? What? Before he could finish his thought, the system immediately notified him again. Yunmu was dumbfounded. Was that all? Suddenly, the system warns him that if he dies in the tower, it will absorb all of his essence, a revelation that shocks Yunmu. What did you say? The system explains that any player who dies in the tower will be absorbed by the space's owner. He was taken aback. For a trial tower, death was unexpected and abnormal. Could someone be using the reward system to lure elites to the tower, absorb their life force, and expand the astral world? Yunmu grits his teeth. Wasn't the ancestor who founded this tower the first awakened human hero? How could this be? Immediately, he commanded the system to scan the Tower of Fame, searching for the whereabouts of the ancestor. The system quickly located him. Van Mun shouted urgently, "Where is he now?" A thick darkness quickly enveloped him. According to the system, this tower is the incarnation of the primordial stone tide and the world master, meaning he's watching my every move. According to the system, the primogenitor has become a true god, much to Yunmu's dismay. He's condensed 7 of the 12 divine star spirits, only 5 more until he becomes a true god. And this man, revered as a god by humanity, is willing to sacrifice lives to achieve divinity. Thinking this, he couldn't help but spit and curse, disgusted. Finally, he made up his mind. If you're going to exploit others, then I'll exploit you too. Opening the door, he steps into another dimension, pitch black inside with what looks like an old iron cage before him. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. Looking around, everything seemed empty, but the danger lurked above. The mutated beasts spotted him, roaring madly as they charged, and the sound made him turn around, instantly on guard. Due to his carelessness, Yunmu was scratched, and he immediately tried to block with both hands, but he was still thrown back. Its claws grazed his arm, drawing a torrent of blood, and Yunmu was taken aback. He almost lost everything. These are the claws of the Hell Rats, rumored to rival even the highest-level profound practitioners. He clicks his tongue in surprise, never expecting 9 to be released at once. Yunmu smirked. This is just the first level? How badly does that old ancestor want me dead? Seeing the swarm of mutated rats charging, Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. A whole wave of them? He began to channel his inner strength, saying, "I don't have much time." As he finished, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and the shadow system activated. As he spoke, a blue figure appeared, a powerful sword slash aimed directly at the rat. As it died, gold coins shot out from its body. Li Yun stood tall, like a general preparing for battle, and Yunmu was pleased to see even more pagoda coins emerge. Behind him, 3 fierce rats shrieked in unison before lunging at Li Yun, who didn't even turn around, but unleashed a powerful surge of inner energy. The rats were quickly blown to smithereens, barely able to squeak before they vanished completely, and Li Feng swiftly dealt with the rest. Yunmu stood by, pleased. Had they learned to cooperate after so long training on the dimensional battlefield? He scanned the area. It seemed the first floor was cleared. Time to go. No sooner were the words spoken than a large pit appeared, and a door slowly emerged from within. Huh? Something's coming up here? He looked closer, intrigued. This was the exchange list. Ancient Ice Rune, 100 Tower Coins. Lightning Rune, 100 Tower Coins. Not expensive at all, considering one of these would cost 1 million to buy. Yunmu swiped through the list. Holy skills, profound energy, high-grade red stars, and even the blood of a 6th-dimensional wind dragon could be exchanged. No wonder so many mystics risked their lives to challenge this tower. Suddenly noticing something, his eyes froze. Wait, that thing on the system screen, Saintess Blood Obsession, costs 2,500 tower coins. He recalled lamenting that all he got was this seed, staring at the tiny thing in his hand with doubt. Is this seed really a treasure? And according to the system, it needs the blood of a saintess to bloom and bear fruit. He hadn't even given it a second thought back then. The Saintess of Shadows is a life race similar to the 7th dimension humans, always living deep within the shadows, very difficult to find. There's no way I can find her blood. Back in the present, Yunmu is surprised that something so rare can be exchanged here, and resolves to find a way to get it, despite only having 10 copper tower coins. Sensing his greed, the system warns him to know his limits, but Yunmu retorts, acknowledging the warning and promising caution. He took a step forward, and a brick rose beneath his feet. Yunmu calculated that this was only the first level, and a few more shouldn't be a problem. On the second level, Li Yun and Li Feng also had the upper hand, but he quickly overcame them with ease. Reaching the third level, his momentum was still strong, and he passed yet another level. On to the fourth level, and it seems nothing can stop him. Yunmu continues to advance. Before long, he reached the 5th floor, where he would likely face some obstacles. Yunmu panted, but was also very excited, having carelessly made it to the 5th floor. He paused, telling himself he needed to get serious. This was Nether Rat Hell X-49, and before him stood Nether Rat General X-1. Li Feng and Li Yun quickly joined Yunmu, who charged forward yelling, "Let's go!" Gazing at the giant monster, Yunmu began to give orders. Number 1, attack its left side. Li Yun immediately obeyed, his feet gliding through the air. Then, gripping his sword tightly, Li Yun coldly slashed at the target. The monster quickly noticed, its eyes flashing with danger. Immediately, it swung its hand, mercilessly striking at Li Yun, the force sending rocks flying. Yunmu finally realized the danger and fled. There was no way he could get close. Immediately, he gave another order. Number 2, feign an attack on the biggest one and draw its fire. He looked at Li Yun, flattened on the ground, and said, Number 1, how long are you going to lie there? Get up and work. These small fries are counting on you. Like a sparrow, Yunmu darted back and forth, knowing close combat was not an option. Then he leapt into the air, the wind whistling as he gripped something tightly in his hand. Yunmu shouts, I'll leave it to you then, Demolition King. As he spoke, a powerful surge of inner energy appeared in Yunmu's hand, and a black hole materialized in the sky. This is the celestial hound devouring the moon, and the bow in his hand is quickly summoned. Yunmu uses the celestial hound eats the moon technique to defeat it, the bow emitting a blinding light, half of Yunmu's face obscured, making him look incredibly demonic. The monster quickly sensed the pressure behind it and immediately turned around, but the arrow had already been fired. He shouts, Go! Immediately, a wolf-shaped aura fiercely pounces, biting the monster's hand with such speed that it can only stand there and take the blow. Seeing his chance, Yunmu cast a spell and shouted, Explode! A massive shockwave erupted, sending gold coins raining down. He landed softly on the ground, dust swirling everywhere. Yunmu sighed. It's over. He watches the coins fall, wondering, why so many coin towers? Is this big guy really that fat? Watching Li Yun work tirelessly, Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim that the lackeys were finished. He began to calculate, figuring that at 10 coins for the first floor, 20 for the second, he should have enough tower coins by now. His mind in a whirl, he groans in frustration, giving up on the calculations, but then a sly glint appears in his eyes. All he needs to do is keep fighting like this. Meanwhile, a girl stares at the screen, worried. It's been days since our Yun logged on. What happened? Her friend scoffed, saying she must have lost to Duong Nuoc Tran in the boundary and doesn't dare come out, just like how Li Van and Lai Fong don't dare show their faces on the dimensional battlefield anymore. That monkey, the girl shouted in frustration. My Van Muck can win even in reality. Just then, a sudden sound stopped them both in their tracks. Special broadcast, special broadcast. The system announced congratulating Li Yunmu of Central Continent for passing the 10th level of the Tower of Fame as a common star mystic. Having successfully cleared the 10th level of the Tower of Fame, congratulations to Li Yunmu of Central Continent for achieving this as a profound star. The young man was taken aback by the announcement. The 10th floor of the Tower of Fame, a mere rising star. How could this be? Here in Central Continent's royal city, a man hands over a stack of papers saying, The materials you requested, sir. The man looked surprised. It was that kid. He's only a common star, yet he's already reached the 10th level of the Tower of Fame. Indeed, the War God Temple has announced Li Yunmu as a trial participant. A sly smile then appears. Those old geezers move fast. They've already announced Li Yunmu as the young star general of Central Continent, granting him and his family the right to reside in the royal city and bestowing upon him the title's mansion. Hearing his master's words, the young man obediently replied, Yes, the whole city is buzzing with announcements tonight. The Temple of War has announced Li Yunmu as a trialist, qualified to train in the Temple of War. The Central Continent Royal City announced Li Yunmu as the young Star General of the Central Continent, granting him a general's residence and permission to establish his own Star General Guard. Everyone was deeply impressed. My God, the War God Temple and the Mystic Association are already fighting over him. They're reacting so fast. The old-timers were in an uproar. They'd never seen a common star mystic appointed like this before, so the young man must be quite talented. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Fame, the chubby creature roared and charged madly. This is the Emperor. Yunmu fiddled with it for a while, then couldn't help but feel satisfied. Very good. I've caught it. He couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a Golden Star Dimension beast, tasting the full force of my profound energy. Immediately after gathering his strength, Yunmu shouted, Celestial Hound Eclipse Blast! A massive explosion erupted, sending golden coins flying like rain. The shockwave throws him off balance, sending him flying. He's a little bruised after reaching the 11th floor. Gasping for breath, Yunmu realizes he's won. But he's also reached his limit. He sits for a moment, realizing it's been too long since he's fought like that. And now he has a better sense of his strength. It seems that if my number 1 and 2 team up, they can defeat the Golden Star Mystic. Then he quickly approaches the bulletin board to see how many tower coins he has now. Yunmu was shocked. So the king's bloodline is worth so much. It jumped to 300 coins immediately. So now I should have 27 and 30 coins. Wait, he remembers the Holy Maiden's blood. So doesn't that mean I can now? Yunmu was stunned. I've already earned this much at level 11. This coin tower isn't so hard after all, is it? The system explains that now that he's a common star profound practitioner, his coin rewards are higher, leaving Yunmu surprised. I see. So I was right not to upgrade my dark star. He tapped into the system. Suddenly, a bright light shines on him, and Yunmu instinctively covers his face and cries out. Overwhelmed by the pressure, he grits his teeth, wondering, what is this? As soon as he said that, something strange fell from the sky, and Yunmu wondered, so, this is the giant's scale? It looks like Libra's scales of justice. A voice suddenly echoes, please offer your tower coins. Yunmu finds it intriguing. There's even a guide. He takes a quick look around, then glances up at the scale. Is this the place? Immediately, he followed the instructions and put all his coins in. The sweet sound of money echoed, and the remaining scale was poised to reveal something. He stared intently, anticipation building. A large vial of blood was now his, and he was thrilled to use it to nourish the seed of darkness. Yunmu closed his eyes, and the command to enter the star realm echoed in his mind. As soon as he stepped inside, he exclaimed, whoa, when did it get so messy? So I can't just throw things into the spirit realm anymore. He rummages through the mess. I'm sure I left it here. Finally, he found the tiny seed. Great, he found it. He began to dig, making a small hole in the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His soil, his spot. After a bit of digging and planting, Yunmu was satisfied. All right, now he just needed to take out the vial of blood he'd found and pour it on. Yunmu slowly poured the blood, carefully, as if feeding a child, and a tiny sprout immediately burst from the earth. On the small tree, a leaf emits a soft purple glow, and new buds immediately begin to sprout. The tiny bud gradually formed into a small flower. This rapid growth startled Yunmu. It bloomed so quickly. At that moment, the flower bud suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Cracks appeared in the flower, and in an instant, the light erupted like a volcano, causing Yunmu to fall to the ground. The space returned to normal, and he wondered what he had finally grown. Looking closer, Yunmu was even more astonished. Girl, what is this? Inside the petals, a tiny girl is fast asleep. This was the Shadow Queen. Finally hatched, she looked like a tiny elf and even mumbled in her sleep, making little cat-like sounds. Yunmu's heart melted at the sight, and he couldn't help but exclaim how small and adorable she was. A total daughter-con. The queen turned around, her face even stiffer. Yunmu's heart fluttered. He really wanted to poke her cheeks. Because he was so noisy, she couldn't sleep deeply. Those little eyes slowly opened. Yunmu smiled brightly. She's awake. The haunting queen awakens, stretching languidly after her long slumber, as Yunmu gently touches her nose and whispers, Hi, hello there. The little girl looked at him, her heart fluttering. Yunmu quickly introduced himself. My name is Lee Yunmu. I look forward to working with you. The queen blinked, and Yunmu looked at her gently, as if afraid of startling her with a loud voice. The little girl immediately reached out, babbling and asking for a hug, and the Shadow Queen rushed over to embrace him, startling Yunmu. Before he could even collect himself, he was sent flying, tumbling through the air. The Shadow Queen watched him, momentarily stunned. Lying on the ground, a sharp pain prevented Yunmu from sitting up, but he still managed to mutter, My life. After a pause, Yunmu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. So worth it. He gently lifted the girl into his arms, never imagining a seed could grow into a child. Little one, from today on, you're with me. Suddenly the Dark Queen frowned, but her pouting face was undeniably adorable, and he quickly realized, Are you hungry? But I don't have anything for you to eat right now. Yunmu quickly soothed, Just bear with it, we'll get you something outside. But before he could finish, she burst into tears, and his heart broke along with hers. Confused, Yunmu said, Don't cry, I'll figure something out. According to the system, the queen needs blood to survive, so Yunmu could give her his own. He was surprised. Would a little blood really do the trick? Without hesitation, Yunmu offered his hand. Okay, drink up, have as much as you want. The greedy queen was overjoyed, hugging his finger and sucking on it relentlessly. Van thought to himself, What's a little blood loss for such a cute daughter? Besides, how much could she possibly drink? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his face paled, and he couldn't help but cry out, finally yelling at the system. Hey, seriously, how can you keep drinking like that? Even an elephant couldn't handle that much blood. Damn it, the system says it might be because my blood quality is poor, so she has to drink more. Half an hour later, the queen finally finished drinking her fill, content and full, while Yunmu seemed to have become a skeleton. But he still asked if she was full, if she didn't need more. He must be seeing angels because after losing so much blood, Yunmu needs a soda to recharge. He couldn't help but flinch, never expecting he'd risk death for a little kid. And at that moment, the queen suddenly reappeared. Yunmu was a little surprised as she happily embraced him, seemingly very pleased with this father figure. Such as a child, her mood improved after a full meal. The system then announced that the Shadow Queen walks within the narrow void, and as long as she doesn't appear, others won't be able to detect her. Is Yunmu satisfied? That's incredibly convenient. The system adds, the Shadow Queen's greatest ability is cultivation replication. Yunmu is surprised. Copy cultivation. The system responds, the Queen can copy the Saint level and the cultivation of any profound practitioner below the Saint level. Yunmu is shocked. Doesn't that mean she's even stronger than me? According to the system, the Queen can copy as much power as you give her. Yunmu watches the Phantom Queen frolic and quickly realizes, so that's how it is. All right, little one, let's go. He happily points to himself, then says to her, Daddy will teach you how to fight. Soon after, the two quickly returned to the original tower, the Queen perched on his shoulder. Yunmu was surprised by what he saw. Oh, not rats anymore? Now it's bird people. This is the 12th floor of the Tower of Honor, and those flying girls are 9 nether bird yukai. The Shadow Queen screamed at the sight of those monsters. Yunmu found it amusing. She's quite competitive, isn't she? But as soon as she ran over, the Shadow Queen was beaten and ran back crying. Yunmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What did you even go to do? The bird woman opened her mouth wide, ice gathering within, and unleashed a freezing blast towards the Shadow Queen. The little girl fled in tears, and seeing his daughter bullied, Yunmu anxiously shouted, Get out of the way! The area struck by the ice blast instantly froze solid, and Yunmu quickly flew up to catch the Queen of Shadows. He looked at her trembling in his arms, breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. I'm glad you're okay. He then glared at the birdman. You dare do this to someone's child? His face turned grim, like a demon from hell. Die. Immediately after, Yunmu set the little girl down. Wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. With that, Yunmu rushed towards the birdman who had attacked his daughter. Oh, you startled me, Yunmu sneered. Hey, birdman. Yunmu ruthlessly tore off the birdman's wings. My daughter just took a hit from you. Before he could finish, the birdman cried out in pain as Yunmu ruthlessly stomped its head into the ground, tearing its wings apart. He finished with, taken care of. Another birdwoman flew in, only to be stopped by him. Listen well, harpies. Never underestimate the strength of a father's love. As he spoke, feathers scattered around him once more. Another birdman falls, paying the price for his comrade's ambition towards Yunmu's daughter. He strikes decisively, cleaving the birdwomen in two with a single blow, scattering blood and gold coins. Seeing how cool Yunmu was, the Shadow Queen couldn't help but cheer him on, while the remaining bird people became more cautious. But when faced with an enemy, it's kill or be killed. So the birdwoman steels herself, lets out a great cry, and the ground beneath him cracks and shakes from her piercing shriek as if an earthquake is occurring. His ears started bleeding and a sense of unease washed over him. A sonic attack. Damn it, I can't move. Meanwhile, another birdman seized the opportunity, screamed from afar, and flew straight to attack him. As she charged, a massive explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and fire. The Shadow Queen, witnessing this, cries out in worry as Yunmu spits out blood, sent tumbling across the arena, his head bleeding from the impact. Annoyed, Yunmu knew this sound wave was a problem. If he couldn't break it, he was doomed. The birdman pressed her advantage, screaming again. Yunmu is shocked once again, as blood pours from his orifices due to the sound waves. Yunmu cries out in pain while the Shadow Queen begins to feel fear. She felt like crying, her mouth uncontrollably screaming. Finally, that bird-like cry suddenly turned into the growl of a wild beast. The Shadow Queen is unleashing her power, and the sound stuns the birdman. Immediately, she inhaled deeply, swallowing everything in sight. Van Muck knew she was consuming the sound waves and the air itself. It seems she's doing exactly as he predicted, trying to swallow everything. Yunmu quickly stood up and wiped the blood from his face. What strange power is this? Seeing the little one, belly full, plopped down on the ground, Yunmu couldn't help but sigh. She's really making good use of it. Seeing the queen sitting on the ground, Yunmu reached out his hand. Come on, kid, if that's the case. He glanced sharply at the girl on his shoulder. Then let's face this together. And half an hour later in the Void Realm, the announcement rang out again. Special broadcast. Special broadcast. Congratulations to Lee Yunmu of the Central Continent, who, as a commoner, has successfully cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Glory. This announcement is being broadcast throughout the city. Everyone buzzed with excitement. No way, this common star is still climbing higher. He's a monster. From a low-level city, too. Dude's amazing. I knew you could do it. In the new student courtyard, Headmaster Wen Chenzi is ecstatic that Lee Yunmu's fame has spread throughout the 6 great continents. He smiles warmly, as if it were his own son who had made a name for himself. Is it too soon? In a secret wilderness, Ling Shui exclaims in surprise, "Floor 15 already?" She sits atop the corpses of monsters. Fantastic, I can't wait to fight him again. In the Tianlong dojo, Ruzhen is also watching the news. What? That kid cleared 15 floors already? My dad is definitely going to give me an earful this time, he mutters to himself excitedly. Just wait, I won't give up that easily. The scene shifts to a certain estate within Yuntian Corporation, where Esmeralda is despondent. I apologize for my failure last time, Chairman. I didn't expect this kid to have such potential. It seems he's destined to become the ace of the Great Fong Institute, a threat to us in the future. He then asked, what do we do now? He's been promoted to Junior Star General, and with his current authority, he might find out we tried to assassinate him. Was he surprised that someone with universal star power could continuously clear 15 levels of the Tower of Glory? But with the blood of a war saint, everything is explainable. Esmeralda was shocked. A war saint bloodline. The other man said, go, spread the news that Lee Yunmu has a war saint bloodline. The more people who know, the better. He smirked. I see, you're truly insidious. You want him to stop for a while. Esmeralda's face twisted as she spat out, death without burial. Back with Yunmu, he stepped over corpses, collapsing to the ground, exhausted from it all. He takes a heavy breath, realizing he's reached level 20. Then it hits him. Passing level 20 means entering the rankings. Is that too much? The system finally reveals a function to hide cleared floors, keeping his name off the rankings. Yunmu is shocked. Why didn't it mention this sooner? He immediately tapped the option, thinking, I don't want too much attention, unaware that he had already shaken the world. Unaware of this, he's satisfied. Good, this way I won't attract too much attention, even if I keep going. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd buzzed. Look, that Lee Yunmu has cleared level 20 and entered the Sage rankings. It was the first time anyone with a common star status had entered that ranking since the tower was built. Where is he? Suddenly his name vanishes. Where did it go? It was just here. The boy speaks up. Could he be dead? How could he be dead? He must have hidden his ranking. The strong always like to create a sense of mystery. Even the passerby couldn't help but chime in. But I just heard that this Lee Yunmu seems to possess the bloodline of a battle saint. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Battle saint bloodline. No wonder Lee Yunmu's power has been increasing so rapidly. The curly-haired man grimaced, knowing he had to report this to the sect immediately. Meanwhile, the tower doors quickly opened, signifying his successful completion. Yunmu sighed wearily. I've been in the magic pavilion for too long. Tom Nam took a breath, feeling very satisfied. The outside air was fresher. He turned to look at the large bag behind him and thought to himself, this time, I've really made a big haul. I've exchanged for a lot of good stuff. As he left the tower, he overheard whispers. Is that really Lee Yunmu? That's him. And he's hiding his achievements, so no one knows how many levels he's actually cleared. Seeing the bag he carries, he might have cleared 30 or 40 floors. I heard he has the War Saint bloodline, which is unbelievable. He felt uneasy, wondering why everyone seemed to be watching him. Was he imagining things? Cut to the Mystic Guild in Tianyun City, where a voice suddenly rang out. I'm telling you, sis, let's just go back. Qing Yang grumbled. I'd say there's an 80% chance Lee Yunmu is dead, seeing as he doesn't even have a ranking anymore. He just keeps complaining. Even if he isn't dead, the fact that I, the young city lord, am personally waiting for him is a great honor. Thunvu said coldly, stop complaining. This is an important task, and we absolutely cannot be negligent. Qing Yang reluctantly agreed, yes, yes, yes. Just then, the door began to shake violently. Qing Yang was startled. Someone else is coming out. Yunmu is complaining about the transfer fee of 500,000, saying it's too expensive. Sheng Yu saw him from afar and shouted loudly, startling him. Li Yunmu, scared, immediately put on his fish hat. Why are you still here? I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to keep chasing after me. Than Yu shouts for him to stop talking nonsense, calling her a bitch. She moved closer, lowering her voice. You don't have to pretend anymore. I know you're Li Yunmu. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm under orders from the city lord to escort you to his manor. Qing Yang sneered. Seriously? This idiot is actually Lee Yunmu. Yunmu takes off his hat, retorting, "You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots." Qingyang charged forward, shouting, "You little punk, do you know who I am? Say that again if you dare, I'll beat you to death. You won't admit defeat, you're just a coward. Come on, kill me if you can." Qingyang shouts, "He called me a double-crosser. I'll kill him. Don't stop me, sister." Qingyu shoves him back. "Lee Yunmu, time is of the essence. Come with us now. You're suspicious and won't go? Who knows what you people want to do?" Amidst the argument, a message suddenly arrives for him. It's Naijie. Yunmu is surprised. Why is she sending him a message now? Meanwhile, Qingyang is getting scolded by Qin's older sister, and Naijie bursts into tears of worry. "You finally answered. I thought you died in the tower." Van Muk scratched his head. "No need to cry, right? And how did you know I was in the tower?" Naijie replied, "It's not just me. Now it seems the whole world is about to find out." He's startled. "The whole world knows what?" Qingyu greeted her cheerfully, and Naijie exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, it's been so long. Why are you with Lee Yunmok? I was in the middle of talking about that." Qingyu explains that her father asked her to pick him up, but he seems a little wary of them. Naijie chimes in, "Lee Yunmu, go on. Qingyu is my best friend. She wouldn't hurt you." Yunmu didn't really want to leave, but Naijie started acting up again. "Please, just go. You can't stand it, can you?" "All right, stop crying, I'll go." Then he says, "Let's go, beautiful. Lead the way." Qingyu shouted, "I told you. Don't call me beautiful. If my father didn't want to meet you, I would have punched you to death by now." All the way there, she frowned incessantly. Lee Yunmu dropped the rogue act. Watching from afar, Qingyang was annoyed by this kid. Seeing his smile, he couldn't help but think that Yunmu was truly detestable. He was soon brought to a vast villa, which Qingyu declared was the place. Yunmu admires the splendor, befitting the estate of the heavenly Cloud City Lord. She suggests he remodel his azure dragon estate in a similar fashion, if he likes. She was startled to see Yunmu so dazed. Did something happen while he was in the tower that he doesn't know about? Qingyu then recounted how the Central Continent Royal City had appointed him as one of the war gods. Qingyang thought to himself, "Is this Lee Yunmu an idiot?" Hearing this, Yunmu panics. "If that's the case, am I famous now? I clearly tried to hide my ranking." Qingyu continued, "This is just the beginning, and there's more bad news." She frowned, saying everyone now believes he possesses the bloodline of a war saint, a notion that left Yunmu dumbfounded. Qingyu was shocked once again. "Seriously? You don't even know what war saint blood is?" "Let me explain. A war saint is the highest level a saint mystic can achieve. A king among men, and their direct descendants are very likely to inherit powerful war saint blood." Pulling her hood low, she feigned seriousness, explaining that refining the war saint's bloodline could elevate him to a saintly mystic, concluding that mystics worldwide coveted the bloodline within him. "My father was just a squad leader. I don't have any war saint bloodline." Qingyu placed her hand on the door and continued, "Do you have the bloodline or not? We can judge for ourselves." Stepping inside, Qingyu glanced around, then said, "Tianyun Holy Land wants to make a deal with you." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incredibly tense, as those present represented the faces of their sects, including representatives from Phai Nok City, Uvu City, and multiple from Tran and Thien Long City, as well as a representative from Mactran City. Upon seeing him, the Qingyun sect elder stood up to greet him. "This must be Lee Yunmu of the Lee sect?" Yunmu entered and casually dropped his backpack. "Just say what you need to say." Yunmu leaned against his bag, finding a good spot. "Let's not waste each other's time. I have a lot to do." Mo Jincheng laughed heartily. "Young man, you're arrogant, but I like it." The Qingyun sect elder also smiled. "Good. As expected of someone from the Li clan, straight to the point. He gets right to it. Did you know that in Tianyun City, the guild leader and the city lord are opposing forces, evenly matched, which is why there's some friction between us. Tianyun City also maintains a delicate balance." Yunmu scoffs. "No matter the era, people's struggles are always with other people. How ridiculous." He continued, "But this balance is about to be broken, which is why we invited you here." The Qingyun sect elder added, "We hope the Li clan behind you can join our Tianyun City Lord's faction. As long as the Li sect joins us, we'll be your shield." He thought to himself, "Are they trying to recruit me?" At this, Yunmu calmly stated, "Sorry, I refuse," shocking the elder. "Refuse? Do you even know what situation you're in?" "No, sorry." He smirks. "You seem to forget. I'm a member of the Li family. Of course they can protect me." Yunmu thinks to himself, "If I join you, wouldn't that imply the Li clan is incompetent?" Representative Mo sincerely offers a reward. All right, I'll give the Lee sect an additional 10 secret manuals. Yunmu stands tall. The one thing the Lee family doesn't lack is secret manuals. Qingyang adds, we can offer a city guard to the Lee sect. A surprised voice echoes, what? Do we have to concede this much? Qingyu continued, and all tax revenue will belong to the Lee sect, without having to be submitted to Tianyun City. This is the best we can offer, she told Yunmu. What does this condition entail? You're smart, you probably already know that. Yunmu thought to himself, she's right. This means I'll have an autonomous city and unlimited money, but my whole family plus the shadow guards are only 6 people. How can we manage a city? Wouldn't that expose Li Zong as a fake? After considering everything, Yunmu said, I'm sorry, although your offer is very attractive. Suddenly, a table was slammed. Enough, Qingyang said coldly. I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you even know who you're talking to right now? Show you a little respect and you get cocky? Who do you think you are? He sneered at Yunmu. Don't push your luck, he immediately yelled. Guards! His guards rushed in and Yunmu tensed, wary of the approaching figures. Qingyu also stood up nervously. Chu Qingyang, what do you want to do? He sneered. If this kid doesn't know his place and refuses to cooperate with our Heavenly Cloud City, then we'll just have to. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. We'll refine him and offer him to a neutral sect to buy their loyalty. Before he could finish, Yunmu's fist struck and the man couldn't help but bleed. His punch sent him flying like a rag doll. The others stared at the man, shocked by Yunmu's strength. They thought he was just a nobody. This is definitely not the strength of a common star, Rugen scoffed, saying it was pointless for a bunch of fools to judge his strength based on his realm. That kid, he's deliberately avoiding ranking up. His combat power might already be beyond the sage level. Qingyang shouted, You fools, so many of you can't handle him. Worthless, a bunch of worthless trash. Get him now. Immediately, his guards blindly charged forward, and a coldness washed over Yunmu's eyes. Quickly, he caught the guard's attacking arm and with a single move, swiftly threw him to the ground. Another one slipped through, trying to sucker punch Yunmu from behind, but he was too quick. Yunmu spun around and struck, the man barely able to scream before his face was a swollen mess. The remaining 2 rushed forward, startled by the sight of their comrades. Yunmu cracked his knuckles, calmly waiting. Qingyu shouted in alarm, Chu Qingyang, tell your men to stop. Who authorized this? She anxiously yelled, What are you all sitting around for? Go stop them. The elder calmly replied, What's the rush? If he's so indifferent to our conditions, I want to see just how capable he really is. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle a common star when the worst of you is a black star? I guess none of you want to work anymore. Than Duong roared, but before he could finish, his men charged forward, leaving him stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief, words caught in his throat as Yunmu stared coldly at Qingyang. You're next. He recoils in fear. Stay back! I told you to stop. Then Yang fell to the ground in a panic. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the city lord. Qingyu was shocked by the internal energy emanating from his hand. This is lightning attribute, profound clarity power. How does he have it? He was only using common force back at the arena. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Qingyang fearfully retreated to the door, but Yunmu had no intention of stopping. He was now so scared that tears streamed down his face. Qingyang cried out desperately, begging him to stop. Seeing him about to attack, the other representatives grew anxious, demanding he halt his assault. But of course, he didn't listen, and a massive explosion erupted. Then, suddenly, Yunmu was thrown back, tumbling across the stage. Yunmu seemed to sense something, frowning as he looked over. The Yuwu city representative was shocked. Had this kid really? She looked over, puzzled, sensing something was off. Something was inside. Qingyang wasn't dead. He was protected by a blue barrier. Everyone was shocked. A defensive barrier? At that moment, a voice echoed, Young friend, spare his life. This disciple is too arrogant. Don't hold it against him. I will punish him accordingly. Yunmu quickly realized, telepathy. A sage is nearby. Everyone tensed up. It was the city lord. The city lord had made a move. Yunmu called out, The city lord? All right. If you're personally intervening, I'll respect that. You're overthinking it, though. I never intended to kill him anyway. He coldly says, A useless piece of trash who relies on his father isn't worth killing. This one? Qingyu's voice echoed again. She immediately replied, I have a son. Yunmu indifferently brushed his hand, and the city lord said, Bring this boy to the back garden. I want to meet him in person. After walking with Yunmu for a while, he grew tired. Are we there yet? Your house is huge, Qingyu remarked. It's just ahead. At that moment, his body began to glow, and a voice echoed. Hey kid, are you there? It sounds like Ming. He continued. You'll likely meet an old man soon. Copy his cultivation the moment you see him. Yunmu exclaimed in surprise, and he was told to keep his voice down. Qingyu quickly led him to a room, its architecture featuring fingerprint-locked doors, and inside, a gaunt man was already waiting. Qingyu announced, Father, I've brought him. Upon seeing him, the man mused that he indeed possessed an extraordinary aura. The moment he saw him, Yunmu's eyes widened in surprise. This. Thanvu's father then smiled brightly at him, saying he was pleased to meet him. Yunmu couldn't help but be shocked as he looked at him. What was with this body? How can he even be alive with a body like that? Seeing his reaction, he immediately knew that Yunmu was surprised, but Yunmu remained frozen, unaware that Qingyu's father was also watching him. He couldn't help but ask, Surprised, aren't you? Didn't expect a legendary saint to look like this? He then laughed, took off his coat, paused, and continued. To be in such a pathetic state. His chest is nothing but bones. Without the aura, he'd be mistaken for a walking skeleton. Qingyu was a little embarrassed. Father, it's because he forcibly used secret techniques to upgrade to a sage, and this is the backlash. Seeing his daughter so shy, he teased, Looking closely, this young man is quite all right. My Vuni, I say you're not so young anymore. Blushing, she cried, Father! Qingyu interjected, Father, don't talk nonsense. He chuckled. Seeing you without a partner, I was getting anxious. Yunmu interrupted. Are you telling me you called me here to see your daughter and your heavenly wheel of joy? Qingyu's father smiled. Just kidding. I called you here because I need the strength of the Li clan in Tianyun City. He continued. Also, the Qingyun sect is a constant threat to the Mystic Association. I think you can see that it won't be long now. If things continue as they are, my death would surely bring great change to Tianyun City. As its city lord, I cannot bear to see it fall, leading to utter devastation. He interrupts, Sorry, but the Li sect is just a small sect. I don't think we can help you. Yunmu thought, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Besides, the Li sect is just me. How can I help you? Even with his refusal, the man kindly beckoned him over, saying, Young man, come here for a moment. Lend me your ear. I have something to tell you. Yunmu knelt down as told, and the man whispered, Didn't I tell you that your so-called Li sect doesn't exist? At this, Yunmu couldn't help but be startled. The words hit hard, and Yunmu staggered, fear gripping him. Qingyu looked on, bewildered. What's wrong? He grew wary. How did he know? What other secrets did he hold? Looking at that smiling face, Yunmu became even more wary. What did he want? Was he going to threaten him into working for him? He turned to his daughter. Give us some privacy. I need to speak with him alone. Seeing him cough, Qingyu worried. Father, you should rest. It's all right. I won't be long. As she turned away, he patted the space next to him. Young man, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. Come, sit closer. Despite his words, could he be trusted? Yunmu pouted, but decided to sit anyway, resigning himself to his fate. Qingyu's father is so gentle. What's wrong? Do I look like I'm going to eat you? Yunmu's face fell as if he'd been punched. How did you know Li Zong was a fake? He laughs heartily. I was just teasing you. Yunmu almost fainted at that. Huh? He explained. My men couldn't find any leads related to the Li sect. If I didn't suspect the Li sect's existence, then... Yunmu couldn't help but curse. You old fox. He continued. And I know you don't have any blood ties, so handing you over to other sects won't work either. You leaned back on your bag, nonchalantly saying, Sorry, I've disappointed you. Then Qingyu's father laughed. So you should still join me and the Li clan. Yunmu wondered, Am I speaking gibberish? Didn't you know the Li sect was fake? Joining you won't increase your strength at all. He continued, Whether the Li sect is real or fake ultimately doesn't matter. What is the truth? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you instill fear and inscrutability in others. That's what I need. Hearing this, Yunmu remained wary, silently pondering for a moment before he was handed an object. Oh, right. Take this with you. Yunmu looks at the jade pendant as his father says, Yue is a good child. He recounted that she was an orphan, as sick as he was when he found her on the street. Now that he's adopted her, she always wants to repay him. Qingyu's father coughed a few times, then said with difficulty, I could die at any moment now. Yang Er only knows how to cause trouble, and Yue is really struggling on her own. She needs help. Young man, I've been watching you for a long time. Ever since the Great Central Trials, I've had my eye on you. You're capable, and I want to entrust Qingyu to you. With you by her side, I can close my eyes without worry. So you want me to marry in? Yunmu didn't answer directly, but he had implicitly agreed. I'm telling you, old man, you better prepare a hefty dowry. Keeping me won't be cheap. Seeing his silence, he was surprised, and his smile faded. Quickly noticing something was off, Yunmu stood up with a sigh, then put his arm around Qingyu's shoulders, cheerfully saying, "Let's go, Miss Surprised." "All done?" he replied with a bright smile. "That's right." Thanvu then turned back to look at her father, beaming. "Goodbye, father." Curious, she turns to ask Yunmu, "What did my father say to you?" He casually replies, "Why would I tell you?" "I knew it," Qingyu pouts. He's still hiding it from her. This was a conversation between men. Under the bright sun, he passed away peacefully. Qingyu then asked, "So, have you agreed to join us?" Yunmu replies, "I can't say yet. I haven't decided." She's startled to see him fiddling with something. How did he get that jade pendant? Yunmu examines it closely, saying, "Your master gave this to me." He examines the exquisite jade pendant, then asks, "What about this? Does it have some kind of power?" Qingyu took out an identical piece, which he examined, and Yunmu was surprised that she had one too. She brought the two pieces together, and he took his. Yunmu was excited. They fit together. Qingyu explained that this was the talisman key to the seventh dimension, and when two people holding it reached transcendence, it would guide them to open a secret realm. She anxiously warned him to never let anyone know he had it, or he would be killed. Saying this, Qingyu suddenly hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. Yunmu silently listened as she continued, but suddenly Qingyu blushed, her cheeks puffing out as she looked at him. Then Qingyu suddenly turned away, hiding the embarrassment in her eyes. "Never mind, it's nothing." Meanwhile, the system announced that the Shadow Queen had successfully copied another's cultivation, but to use this power, she would need a lot of void essence. Yunmu telepathically ordered, "Give her all the void essence I have." As Qingyu opened the living room door, a grating voice rang out, "What took you so long?" "I've been waiting here for half a day." Tianba raised his glass, took a drink, and continued to mock. "I say, Tuvu, how could the meeting have started before I even arrived?" Yunmu couldn't help but feel a sense of dislike towards this person. "Who is he? I didn't see him earlier." Qingyu explained that he's just a second-rate sect representative supporting Chu Qingyang, someone he doesn't need to worry about, before adding, "Wang Tianba, you're late. Did you really make us all wait for you?" He glanced at Yunmu. "This is the representative of the Li sect?" No way, just a common star." "I see the city lord has become senile, bringing just anyone here." The elder speaks up. "Wang Batian, I advise you to watch your tongue. The city lord is still alive, yet you dare speak so brazenly, sowing discord. Furthermore, Brother Li hasn't agreed to join us and is still a guest. Where is your respect for guests?" Tianba retorted, "What do you mean, not yet joined? Xiaowu, your work ethic is terrible. You can't even handle this little thing. I think you should hand over your position to Qiaoyang. It's not easy for a woman to seduce a man into joining them." Yunmu glanced at her expression as that madman kept rambling on. "You need to learn how to use your body, don't you think?" Xingyu's face flushed red with anger as he burst into laughter. Seeing her distress, Yunmu felt displeased, then put his feet up on the table and smugly said, "Wang Tianba, right? I was saying your breath stinks. What's wrong? Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Yunmu casually leaned back. "You're old enough to know better than to say such garbage to a girl." "You're the real trash here," Tianba retorted. "You Li family member? Though a guest and a bit clever, it's not your place to interfere when the people of Heavenly Cloud City are talking." Yunmu glanced at him. "Outsider? What outsider?" "Who's an outsider? There are no outsiders here." He declared, from this day forward, Li Yunmu of the Li family would represent their sect in Tianyun City. As he spoke, his expression turned cold. Qingyu was taken aback by this statement, while Qianba seemed excited. "So, you're agreeing to join us?" Yunmu calmly replies, "Yes, I spoke with the city lord earlier, and I think he's a good man. I had a good talk with him." Tianba then said, "Since we're all on the same side now, shouldn't we take a look at the Li family's imperial fortune?" Von Muk was annoyed. "This is so troublesome. So what do you want?" Tianba then said, "Simply put, how about letting us meet the elders of the Lai clan?" He pressed his advantage, since joining Tianyun City was a matter for the entire clan. He telepathically asks, "Hey kid, you there?" The queen responds immediately, and Yunmu continues, "Later, do this." The girl quickly understood, and Tianba added, "This matter should be handled by a senior member of the sect to be reasonable, right?" Yunmu then agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall grant your wish." The elder anxiously said, "Then there's a chance to meet Master Li. Someone, get over here." Quick, prepare a car to invite him. Yunmu stood up, looking at him with disdain. Why prepare a car? What era is this? He then smirked, raised his hand, and said, Please prepare 3 incense sticks for me. Thank you. The elder was surprised to hear this. Incense? Everyone found it strange, but complied out of curiosity, and 3 incense sticks were lit. It was as if Yunmu was performing a ritual, loudly chanting, I beseech thee, master. Then, Yunmu began to dance wildly. The elder couldn't help but wonder, what is this? A shamanic dance? Not stopping there, Yunmu even recited an incantation. The sun sets in the west, the sky darkens, every house closes its doors, 9 out of 10 families lock up, but 1 house remains open. Tianba chuckled, Seriously? This con artist stuff still works? Where's your master? Tell her to come out here and spar with me. Immediately, Yunmu smirked, Okay, I can grant you that. As soon as he finished speaking, an arm reached out next to Tianba. Caught off guard, he reflexively turned his head, his eyes widening in alarm. Immediately, a massive explosion rocked the area, and Yunmu feigned excitement, shouting, Senior, you've arrived. He then loudly introduced her to everyone. This is our Li family's junior master, Li Linglong. He didn't expect that tiny shadow queen to be so outstanding. Looking at her aura, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Just how high was her cultivation? Ruojun is shocked. Is this the power of the Li clan? That a junior master already possesses such combat strength is unbelievable. Tianba was beaten to a pulp by Li Linglong, and he still couldn't get up. Yunmu stood before him, sneering. Little master doesn't act rashly, but seeing how eager you were to spar, she held back and only used a fraction of her power. Well, are you satisfied now? Tianba looks up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Thank you for sparing me, senior. Immediately after, Yunmu feigned respect and bowed his head, bidding farewell to the troublesome junior sister. He secretly lamented that the spirit orbs he had just accumulated were all used up by this little shadow queen. Looking cool definitely comes at a price. Meanwhile, everyone respectfully bids farewell to the saint. The elder is overjoyed. This is great. With the Li family joining us, let's see how the Mystic Guild will compete. You greedy one. Now that I've agreed to join, what about everything we discussed regarding Wei City? Mo Zhencheng replied, Rest assured, Brother Li, we won't go back on our word. Yunmu looked at him and said, You promised me 10 secret manuals, and I'm counting on every single one. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, you'll get them all. Qingyu seems to like you a bit more now. As night falls, the elder says, It's late. Why don't you all stay at the city lord's mansion for the night? Show our guests to their rooms. The young man respectfully told Yunmu that the young lady had arranged this room for him, much to his surprise. The Hongwu chamber in the Qiaowu villa was named Qiaozhong. The old city lord was indeed strange. The young man then said, I'll leave you to rest. As Yunmu opened the door, 2 smiling faces greeted him. Greetings, young master. Yunmu was startled, giving me a fright. Who are you 2? The girls cheerfully introduced themselves. We're the Song Ni sisters, the Lord's finest maids. Yunmu's face darkened. Do you think you're filming the deer in the cauldron? The 2 quickly introduced themselves. I'm Big Song Ni and I'm Little Song Ni. We've been specially sent by the young lady to serve you, sir. Yunmu was taken aback. Wait, what did you call me just now? The 2 replied in unison, Young master. He panicked and shouted, Don't call me that. I'm not your young master. Who told you to call me that? The Song sisters giggle. Don't play coy, young master. The young lady has already arranged people in her chambers. If not you, then who? He hurriedly explains, No, this hasn't been decided yet. But the 2 are already hard at work. Yunmu cried, Hey, what are you doing taking my clothes off? They replied in unison, Of course, we're helping you bathe, leaving him dumbfounded. Immediately, Yunmu's face fell as he sat motionless, allowing the 2 maids to happily scrub him clean. Yunmu couldn't help but lament. This was too much. Little Songer's twin peaks were pressing against his back. Yunmu felt a jolt of electricity course through him. Heavens, his mind screamed. Who could withstand this? Yunmu blurted out, Ladies, I'm capable of bathing myself. But Xiao Shuanger interrupted. Oh no, young master. The young lady specifically instructed us. Those rosy lips whispered in his ear. She wants us to serve you well. Yunmu was shocked and turned around. But the scene before him made his eyes widen in shock as the maids revealed their bare bodies. Immediately, chaos erupts as Yunmu shouts, Hey, what are you doing? Songer replies in unison, Obeying the young lady's orders, you're even more surprised. Stop it now. You've definitely misunderstood. Songer replied, Don't worry, our skills are excellent. Reluctantly, Yunmu resorted to desperate measures, using lightning magic. Moments later, Song Ni, dazed from the shock, spoke incoherently. So neat. Yunmu quickly changed and tidied up, then forced the two girls to kneel before him, interrogating them. Tell me, where is she? His face couldn't help but show some annoyance when he mentioned the girl's name. At that moment, Qing Yu emerged, saying, Big and little Shonger, come outside. The two girls were frustrated, and Qing Yu's face was flushed. Yunmu glances at her. I knew you'd be hiding in this room. Tell me, what kind of trickery are you up to? Qing Yu replied, I wasn't plotting anything, I just wanted to test you. He retorted, Why would you need to test me for no reason? She explained, As I said, the jade pendant I gave you is the key to a true god-level secret realm, which can allow you to unlock the 7th dimension and obtain the method to become a true god. Hearing this, Yunmu was a little surprised. She continued, You know, even someone like the Zhuan ancestor only managed to condense 7 planets. There's still a gap to becoming a true god, so you can imagine how powerful this is. He frowned and pressed, So what does this have to do with testing me? Besides, if this thing is so awesome, why use it to recruit someone like me who's a nobody? Leveling up as a saint and a sage through dual cultivation. Hearing this, his face turned even redder than Qing Yu's. Yunmu blankly asked, Is this the dual cultivation I'm thinking of? Qing Yu lowered her head and said, Yes. Yunmu then looked at her slyly. So, what are we waiting for? Don't look at me like some delicate flower you need to pity, Qing Yu said anxiously. No, not yet. We're not familiar enough. No. She squeezed her eyes shut, and after a moment, when nothing happened, she slowly opened them. Yunmu held the jade pendant in front of her, and Qing Yu couldn't help but stare blankly. Seeing Qing Yu's lack of reaction, he moved closer, returning the item to her. Qing Yu didn't expect him to act this way and didn't know what to do, just sitting there dumbfounded, stammering, Give it back to me. Yunmu replies, That's right. This was left to you by the old city lord, so I'm returning it. Qing Yu couldn't help but wonder, Why? Do you even know what this jade pendant means? He calmly replies, I know the secret of the mirror flower water moon is alluring, but I can't accept a predetermined marriage. I think you're just like me. These words took her by surprise. He smiled and continued, You want the Ling Jun of your dreams to be someone you choose, right? Suddenly, Qing Yu blushed and stammered, Do you hate me? Seeing her serious expression, Yunmu sighed, then spoke honestly. At first he found her annoying, but he didn't hate her. He just wasn't considering marriage yet, and I hope to marry someone I've fallen in love with after slowly experiencing the joys and, of course, the hardships together. He continued to paint a picture of the future, until the day they both knew they'd found the one. Only then would he get down on one knee and ask her to spend the rest of her life with him, growing old together, forever inseparable. Yunmu spoke, laughing with delight, and Qing Yu seemed moved by his words. She just stood there, stunned, watching him go as Yunmu smirked. All right, take good care of that jade. I'll keep your secrets, so find yourself a good husband. I'll come to your wedding feast. If anything happens, send me a message. I'll be going now. Suddenly, Qing Yu tugged at his sleeve, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but she didn't want to be too forward. Where are you going? Yunmu candidly replied, I want to go to Sunset Town's wilderness camp. Qing Yu blushed and said, Our family has a teleportation array. I'll take you. Yunmu didn't refuse, as it would save him a lot of trouble. Thank you very much. After Yunmu left, a loud scream suddenly echoed in Qing Yu's room. You've been gone for so long, and now she's all alone. Suddenly, the strong Thun Vu collapses to her knees. Fool. Her tears inexplicably fell like rain, and Qing Yu loathed herself for being such a fool. Cut to the great wilderness of Sunset Camp, where a man's voice echoes. Captain Wu, he reports movement at the teleportation array. The captain halts, ordering his men to investigate the late-night arrival, while the two guards stand ready, on edge, anticipating someone's arrival. It was Yunmu who had arrived. Qing Yu had transported him using this, making the journey much faster. Little did he know, he'd arrived to find guns pointed in his face. They shouted nervously, Don't move! One of them raised his hand and said, You're surrounded. Yunmu found it amusing. You call two people a surround? At that moment, Captain Wu approached. This is a military teleportation array, and we haven't received any transfer notifications. He cautiously said, Young man, give me one reason not to open fire. Yunmu glanced at his name tag. Captain, the same rank as my father once held. He snapped his fingers. I am Li Yunmu, the young master of Tianyun City. My Xuan family number is 930-664. This is my mystic badge. Please prepare a month's worth of supplies for me. Captain Wu nervously orders his men to prepare for the young master, and they scramble to obey. He said cautiously, Young general, it's late. I think it would be safer for you to go in the morning." He smiled and replied, "No need. It's a very urgent mission. Just call me Lee Yunmu. I'm younger than you, so you don't need to call me young general." Yunmu asked, "How are things at the nearest camp?" Captain Wu replied, "The same as always." He recounted how they patrol, armed 24 hours a day, always ready to fight. To relax even a little could cost them their lives. Yunmu felt a pang of sympathy. Was this what his father's days were like? Moments later, a subordinate reported, "Captain, the supplies are ready." He told Yunmu, "Everything's here. Take my life-sustaining medicine, just in case." Yunmu replied politely, "Thank you, Uncle Wu. Please be careful guarding the border." Then he handed over a star crystal. "Uncle Wu, take this as payment for the supplies. The brothers work hard every day, so use it to treat them to something good. I'll be going now." Captain Wu Huang shouted, "Hey, this is 10,000, take it back." Yunmu waved, "See you later, I'll be back to visit." Captain Wu scratched his head, puzzled. You don't see generosity like that very often." Arriving at his destination, he's immediately confronted by a monster, roaring ferociously and glaring intently at Yunmu, who grimaces, regretting not listening to Uncle Wu and leaving in the morning. Yunmu was surprised. Why are all the tailed beasts out tonight? He suddenly remembered something interesting. "That's right, I remember exchanging for this at the Tower of Honor. Van Muk took out the item pleased. This is much more convenient. These are the windwings from the true six-tailed wind spirit beast." He reached behind him, fumbling as he wondered, "Does it go here?" As soon as he attached it, he felt a slight sting in his back, and a burst of blue light erupted. Soon, a pair of long wings appeared. Yunmu cried out in surprise, staring at his back in stunned disbelief. He really had grown wings. The wings were beautiful, a pure, slender blue, like an angel's wings. Yunmu marveled at them, feeling they were larger than he'd imagined. He kicked his feet, but how was he supposed to use these things? Did he need to chant something? "Fly, wind's blessing," or something like that? He just said something random, and the wings actually moved. Soon after, Yunmu almost fainted. His scream echoed as Yunmu's perspective shifted, now overlooking the place he once stood. Yunmu wasn't used to his new wings yet, and he could hardly believe his eyes. But after a few minutes, he eagerly took flight. This feeling is amazing. Soon after, he began to get used to this new way of moving. Soaring through the sky, he notes that while he hasn't mastered it, he can already fly with ease. The wind rushes against his face, and he's ecstatic. He's flown so far already, these wings are so convenient. Suddenly, a collision rang out, and Yunmu bit down hard in shock, clutching his face in pain. He'd only heard of car crashes, not plane crashes. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a plane, but the flying creatures he'd just collided with. Recalling Bo Wen's lecture, these are silver-level sub-dragons, known for their sharp attacks and swift flight, making them difficult to hunt. Therefore, their internal organs are extremely valuable, incredibly valuable. The thought of those 4 words, incredibly valuable, ignited a greedy glint in his eyes, and Yunmu cheered, "A fool doesn't seize opportunity. Brothers, let's go." But these beasts are not easy to deal with, and feeling threatened, they prepare to breathe fire. A problem that Yunmu hadn't foreseen, and he pales at the dragon's power. As Yunmu shouted, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames in his direction, forcing Li Yun and Li Feng to quickly dodge. With the aid of his wings, dodging the attack wasn't too difficult for Yunmu. Despite its overwhelming presence, he still found a way to approach. As he charged forward, Yunmu gripped his sword, unleashing a furious strike that pierced the giant monster's neck. It didn't expect such a powerful opponent and was utterly astonished, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and growling incessantly. Realizing his threat, the monsters swarm Yunmu, their blood spraying as a murderous glint flashes in his eyes. Lost in thought, he suddenly froze, leaving the monsters bewildered. Then, without warning, he turned and roared. The monsters roared in startled confusion, immediately followed by Yunmu's merciless slaughter. He charged forward, relentlessly slashing, blood flowing like a river, while Li Yun diligently carried out his mission. This must be their night of terror, and Li Feng certainly won't be outdone. Every punch is a death blow, while someone idly draws monsters in the dirt. What's with today? He wondered. I haven't seen any dragon beasts all night. This is a dragon beast hunter. No sooner said than done, the monster collapsed right in front of him, startling the dragon hunter. He moves closer to inspect it. What is this thing that suddenly fell from the sky? A beast dragon. He was so surprised he had to put on his glasses. I've only ever heard of it raining bread. What kind of devilry is this? Raining dragon beasts. Above, Yunmu chases after them, shouting, "Don't stop! Don't run!" The monster scattered and wailed, never having encountered anything so terrifying, as Yunmu chased after them, shouting madly, "My money! Don't run! Why do you run away when you see me? I'm not some kind of demon." He looked up, thinking to himself, after all these years hunting lesser dragons, this is the first time I've ever felt sorry for one. Cut to the ethereal pavilion of Wang Wen, where Yunmu bursts through the doors, his face beaming with excitement. "Hey, old man, hold on a sec," he shouts, glancing around with a sly grin. "You've returned." He casually picked up his teacup, observing Yunmu. "You must have brought something good again." Yunmu replies, "This time, the goods are tough. I don't know if you can handle it." The boss chuckles. "You jest, young friend. If I dare to be in this business, then of course I have enough capital." Yunmu presented the sample. An azure dragon beast, make an offer. He glanced over, unimpressed, saying complete dragon beast corpses were indeed rare. 1.2 million. I thought it'd be something special. Yunmu was pleased. "Deal. I have 23 more. Same rules. I only want mystic crystals." The boss, disbelieving, asked again, "How many?" He casually added, "I have 12 more that were split open." Yunmu then asked, "What's the price for those?" He stammered 10.5 million, and the deal was struck. He then happily placed items on the table, revealing his final, most important treasure. The man was stunned, while Yunmu smiled brightly, placing the living creature into the plastic box. What an effort. The boss picked up the vase, pondering 50 million, no, 65 million. This was a top-grade pseudo-dragon, and Yunmu was very pleased with the price. He didn't linger long, saying, "All right, you have all the goods. I won't keep you from enjoying them. Just remember to send me the money." Before leaving, he reminded them to get the money quickly because he'd be back soon. A man truly destined for wealth. He quickly picked up his things and continued his search for treasure. Meanwhile, back in the Star Realm, Yunmu. No sooner had Yunmu arrived than he began to curse, lamenting that he had to waste his hard-earned money here. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a cog in the wheel of this Star Realm. He set down his suitcase, declaring he would spend 1 billion units of dimensional crystal this time, convinced it would trigger some change. Yunmu threw it to the ground, startled and screaming. He frantically tossed more, determined to see it grow. After a while, Yunmu collapsed to the ground, panting. "That almost killed me. Are you kidding me? 1 billion only increased it by that much?" He frowned, realizing why the ancestor wanted to set up the deceptive Tower of Glory. Becoming a true god on your own is impossible. Afterward, Yunmu lay back and asked the system how much star domain energy he could use, to which the system reported he could withstand a full power attack from a silver profound practitioner, a revelation that startled him. Immediately, Yunmu sighed and quickly sat up, determined to expand his power so he would continue on. The next day, at the Heavenly Cloud City Lord's mansion, a loud shout echoed. The servants were startled. "Young master, you can't enter the young lady's chambers." Tianyang raged, "Get out of my way. So the young master of the city can come here, but I can't?" Shuanger blocked the door. "No, the young lady is not available to see anyone right now." Just then, Qing Yu's voice echoed, "Da Song, Xiao Song, let him in." Infuriated, Tianyang storms in, saying, "Sis, you let that country bumpkin stay here last night?" He raged on, "You don't believe that kid, do you? Our father's lost his mind, and now you have too." Qing Yu sadly takes a sip of beer, pauses, and with difficulty says, "He's gone." Yang was stunned, unable to believe it, and asked again, "Father is gone? Then where's the jade pendant?" The question momentarily stunned Qing Yu. She paused, and then Thanvu coldly stood up, saying, "I can't believe the first thing you asked about was the jade pendant. Forget about the jade pendant." She looked at her wayward brother and stated firmly, "Father already gave it to me and Li Yunmu." She continued, "Besides, the jade pendant would be useless to you. Your aptitude is that of a resource-consuming wastrel, and with your talent, you have no hope of reaching the transcendent realm." Qing Yu, though displeased with her brother, still gently advised him, "Qing Yang, listen to me and live your comfortable young master life." But he couldn't accept it. Refusing to accept his fate, Qing Yang, filled with resentment, grabbed Qing Yu's hand and shouted, "No!" His face darkened as he roared, "I am the young master of the City Lord's estate, the next City Lord." Yang's eyes turned wild. He was the old man's only son. He remembered the whispers from his childhood. "Have you heard? The City Lord's son couldn't awaken, and the people jeered relentlessly. So isn't he just a useless bum?" Remembering this, he angrily shoves Qing Yu. She fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain, as Qing Yang screamed in frustration, "The jade pendant is mine. Only I can have it." Seeing her brother lose his mind, Qingyu couldn't help but feel heartbroken, remembering when she was first brought home. From today on, this is your home. That small voice once called her sister. The image of that tiny boy flashes in her mind, but now Thanvu only hears mad ravings. Forget Li Yunmok, I can cultivate with you too. He pinned Qingyu to the ground. I want you. You belong to me. Yingyu is shocked. Chu Qingyang stops her, asking if she's gone mad, as he twists her arms behind her back, telling her to stop struggling. You drank a lot of wine earlier, didn't you? You have no way to resist me now. Than Duong laughed until tears streamed down his face, saying she was his. Luckily, someone burst in, hearing Than Duong's crazed cries, and Xiao Shuanger seized the moment to kick him in the face. He couldn't react in time, taking the full force of the blow. Little Song needs strength enough to send a wretch like him flying. Qingyang cried out in pain as she looked at this scum with nothing but disdain. Young master, please have some self-respect. Qingyang roared, How dare you hit me, you dog servant? I'm the young city lord, you're dead. Great Shuanger carefully covered Qingyu with a cloth. My lady, I apologize for the scare. Qingyu then stood up and coldly ordered, Take him to the dungeon. Her words stunned Qingyang, who fearfully knelt down. No, sister, you can't do this to me, please. And now to another scene. In the Star Realm, Li Yunmu is dejected, down to his last treasure. He's poured his dragon sword and immortal beast into it, but he's kept one back for self-defense. No sooner had he spoken than he lost his grip, and the last one slipped away, only to be instantly devoured upon hitting the ground, leaving him stunned. Yunmu absorbed it, and now he's truly penniless. Suddenly, a tremor startles him. An earthquake strikes, and Yunmu's body is shaken. Why are you so scared? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a great golden light appeared, dazzling the entire area. Yunmu could barely see, squinting to observe. What was appearing in the sky? It was a planet. It now had an earth-like golden hue, and beneath his feet, grass and plants began to sprout from the soil. Yunmu was a little surprised and intrigued. Grass has grown. This place has a bit of life now. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, host. Your star realm has given birth to a star, becoming a stellar realm. He wondered, how much world power can I wield now? According to the system, he could now absorb a full-force blow from a gold star cultivator. So, with that in my own power, I should be able to withstand a full-force attack from a red star. As he scrolled, Yunmu was surprised. Why is there a red dot here? Clicking on the image of a familiar face, he's startled to see Da Zhang. Yunmu smirked deviously. What's wrong? Long time no see. You missed me, didn't you? Nigeo is nervous. Where are you, Li Yunmu? This is bad. Yunmu is surprised. Lu Nijie, why are you two together? Da Zhang suddenly turned serious. Little Mumu, no matter where you are, remember what I'm about to say? Get away now. Don't come out and don't trust anyone. His words startled Yunmu, and he frowned in silence for a moment. Inside, Qingyang smirked wickedly. I didn't expect your sister to make moves even in the secret chamber. He's nearly lost it, ranting, Xiang Qingyu, that wretched woman dares to look down on me. If that's the case, he stares at Yunmu's picture, his heart filled with resentment. You should all just die. Annoyed, Qingyu entered the chamber and slapped her wayward brother. Qingyang, are you insane? She shouted. His face swelling from the blow, Qingyang grins madly. I'm insane. He then threw his head back and laughed like a madman, seemingly drunk on the idea of fame. Than Duong then put on a dramatic face, challenging Thanvu, I am insane. His heart filled with hatred, driven mad by Li Yunmu and that old man. And now, you can't stop me. Thang Yang recounts the vile deeds he has committed. I've spread the word that the old man is dead, and the twin fish jade is out there. I even said you and Li Yunmu have it. After a pause, Qingyang smugly uttered 3 words. You're dead meat. As soon as he said that, Qingyang's eyes grew even more crazed. He just laughed, his voice echoing. Seeing his younger brother like this, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Switching scenes to Ruo Chen, he sighs as he scrolls through the newsfeed. Third brother, I'm so bored. The other replies, then let's go play on the Latitude battlefield, let me see. As soon as he said that, Ruo Chen looked back in surprise. Wait, that news was what Tin Yang said. At the same time, news of the jade pendant spread all over the world. The key to the ancient secret realm. Just those words were enough to stir the nerves of every powerhouse on the central continent. Compared to that, the loss of Tianyun City is no longer important. All the Fangyun caves and clans sent people to find Li Yunmu, as if they wanted to snatch the Pisces jade pendant. But with no leads, they pursued him relentlessly. Soon after, a video of Li Yunmu in Luori town surfaced online, posted by a beast hunter. And just like that, Lee Yunmu's whereabouts were exposed to all the sects and factions, who immediately mobilized to capture him. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, trouble has come knocking on Qing Yu's door. She grits her teeth and shouts, "I told you, all that stuff was just nonsense from Chu Qing Yang. Who are you trying to fool? I think you want to monopolize the ancient secret realm." He lunges forward, grabbing Qing Yu's shoulders, demanding she hand over the precious jade fish pendant for the sect's safekeeping. At that moment, Song Er's voice rang out, "You trash! Stay away from our young lady." Before she could finish, the two of them kicked off the heads of the crowd and flew away. Little Song Ni kicks the head of the man grabbing Qing Yu, telling him to take his filthy hands off her. The three women stand amidst a crowd of vultures. Great Song worried, "Are you okay, little Sue?" But the mob doesn't stop there. They attack, seeing them as just three women to subdue, seize the jade pendant, and capture. In truth, they were no match for the group, but as things grew dire, the front door burst open and a mocking voice echoed through the room. Seriously? A bunch of grown men bullying three kids? Hearing this, the group guiltily turned to look at the staggering drunken man who had just entered. Seriously, aren't you all ashamed of yourselves? Before he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and took another swig. The crowd recoiled in fear at the sight of the man. It couldn't be. Even Qing Yu was confused as to why that man was there. Suddenly, a madman rushed forward. "Hey, old man, you're in the way. Get back here, you idiot." He pointed at the drunkard's face. "The great sects are at work here. You have no say." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the old man's collar and shouted, "Who do you think you are?" "Think I won't kill you?" the man said calmly. "If that's what you think, then do it." He saw the man's calm demeanor and was a little startled. The drunk then brushed his hand away, and somehow the hand that was grabbing his collar was severed. Seeing the gushing blood and feeling the searing pain that threatened to paralyze his nerves, the arrogant man finally panicked, screaming in terror. The onlookers could only watch. How dare this fool provoke that great figure? It turns out this man is the supreme elder of the Than Van sect. Everyone is in an uproar. A war saint has come in person. He then gently approached Qing Yu and pleaded, "Little Yu, when will you clean my ears again? I want to rest my head on your lap." Qing Yu was dumbfounded. "Grand Elder, do you think now is the time for ear cleaning?" he said, a little displeased. Then the Supreme Elder boomed, "You brats, I'm telling you now, if any of you dare lay a hand on Chu Qing Yu, I'll wipe out your entire family." His face was still beaming, but this was a man who meant what he said. Everyone's faces darkened. They were truly frightened by his words, and those with any sense immediately backed down. "Sorry to bother you, I'll be going now." The other guy wondered if he was really just going to back down like that. The remaining man spoke up, saying that meddling with Qing Yu was out of the question and that they were wasting their time. They began to scheme, deciding to quickly capture Lee Yunmu and seize the jade pendant. Qing Yu couldn't help but worry as she listened to their plans. After Naijai briefed him, Lee Yunmu learned that he was in grave danger. Da Xiong added, "Don't worry about your family, the Zhang family has already relocated them." He tensely ordered, "Hide first, don't run around, Naiji and I will meet you." But contrary to their anxiousness, Yunmu calmly said, "Go back." Upon hearing this, Naijie was a little startled, but Yunmu said, "In my current situation, I'm safest alone." Hearing him say that, Da Xiong felt a little sorry for him. He paused, then spoke again. "Xiao Mumu, you suddenly calling my name like that surprised me a little. Daxiong is very serious. You can trust us completely." His feelings were complicated, but after a long silence, Yunmu was finally convinced. Van Muk quickly gave his location. "I'm outside Sunset Town, Da Xiong, sorry to bother you." Da Xiong stomped on the accelerator. "Wait for me." As soon as he hung up, Yunmu quickly moved to a forest, glancing around for a place to hide, finding opportunity in adversity. Yunmu smirked, pulling out a golden beetle, perfect for testing out this little trinket he got from the Tower of Glory. Then he quickly tossed it into the air. "Go, dung beetle. Dig a hole." At the same time, something with sharp thorns suddenly emerged from the ground, as his beetle continued to circle around it. Surprised, Yunmu wondered, "What is that?" No sooner had he spoken than a loud noise erupted beneath him. The ground cracked and a massive rock shot skyward. Luckily, Yunmu managed to dodge in time, spreading his wings and sighing in relief. "That was close. Almost died there." The others quickly revealed themselves. "See, I told you, your trap wouldn't work." They whispered to each other, unfazed. If traps failed, they'd just capture him directly. No matter. Yunmu recognized them as soon as he saw them. The hunters had arrived quickly. He silently assessed their strength. 1 gold star and 3 silver stars. The leader looked at Yunmu disdainfully. Not bad. Wind wings. Immediately, they sprouted their wings, saying, "You're wasting those wind wings on a mere common star. Besides the jade pendant, I want your wings too." As they moved to capture him, Yunmu quickly took flight, only to be shocked by their speed. The leader slashed at him, but Yunmu narrowly dodged it. Before he could react, two others attacked, and now he's struggling against their combined assault. But simply defending like this isn't a viable strategy. Yunmu summons his storm blade, but before he can attack, he's forced to dodge again. Two streams of power ferociously slash towards Yunmu's head, as the two hunters quickly combine their efforts to continue the attack. He hadn't had a chance to fight back yet, and now another hunter ambushes him from behind. Die! Yunmu's eyes sharpened as he turned, glaring fiercely at his attacker. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere as they survey the wreckage, relieved that they think they've succeeded. Is it over? One of them suddenly bit his lip in shock. No, that wasn't Lee Yunmu at all. It was one of their members. He was beaten to a pulp and died on the spot. The leader gritted his teeth in anger, but a shadow suddenly flashed beside him, and he cried out in alarm. "Damn it!" Seeing Yunmu, they were a little horrified. Hey, he's too fast. They need to find a way to stop him. He calmly raised his weapon, coldly uttering, "Mad blade," and as the words fell, blood splattered. The two quickly perished, screaming in agony. He struck so fast we didn't even have time to react. He watched them fall from the sky as the leader raged. "You bastard! These hunters are strange. They come to kill but get angry when they're killed. You killed my comrades, die!" That immense force of inner energy hurtles toward Yunmu. This is the golden origin wave. He doesn't react, simply standing there as it crashes into him. The hunter captain laughed triumphantly. "That was my full power. You're dead, kid, and the jade pendant is mine." But contrary to his expectations, he effortlessly caught the attack with a defensive shield. He never could have imagined that the power he was so proud of would be so easily defeated. Yunmu looked at his hand in disbelief. Looks like I can finally relax against attacks from the Golden Core realm. With that thought, he glanced at the hunter. Meanwhile, he was already running away on all fours, scared to tears by Yunmu. Is this guy a demon? My full-powered attack didn't even scratch him. What's the point of fighting? He stood still, unleashing another powerful strike. The hunter tried to run, but the blade seemed to have a mind of its own, and he was surrounded by inner power. He screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face like rain. Attacked from all sides, the leader of the hunters could only accept his fate, unable to escape despite seeing the blows coming. In moments, his body was torn to shreds like a butchered pig. The system then reported that because he killed a Gold Star Mystic, his reward would be a dimension box. Surprised to find another dimension box so soon, Yunmu quickly seeks a hiding place to investigate. "You've worked hard, Scarab. I should be safe here, right?" No sooner had he spoken than Yunmu cried out, "The dimensional box is opening." The box then shook violently, and a powerful light shone directly into his face. Yunmu couldn't help but squint. He was stunned by what he saw inside the dimensional box. What is this? Below, like a frozen centipede, it lies still and motionless. The system quickly displays that this is the Rank A treasure, the Dragon Demon Spine. Its purpose is to protect the internal organs when placed on the spine as defensive armor. Yunmu seems displeased. Another defensive item? Am I really stuck on this path of physical combat? Cut to the Sunset Town outpost, where a voice rings out, "Hey old man, just curious, Yunmu's picture is on the system. He's seen this man before, but he plays dumb, claiming he hasn't. I advise you all to move along." He watched them leave, another group of bounty hunters. Just what kind of trouble has Bamboo gotten into? As they leave, two more people arrive, asking if the old man has seen a redhead, a description that visibly startles him. Meanwhile, Yunmu is preparing to have the dragon demon's spine implanted into his body. His face darkens, his body tenses, and his complexion worsens. As it fused halfway into his back, Yunmu went mad with pain, screaming incessantly. Only then did the system warn him that fusing the spine would be excruciating, and to please bear with it. He cried out, "You should have told me sooner." Once the spine was fully implanted, Yunmu crawled onto the ground, panting heavily. He sat up, exhaling, "I never want to experience that kind of pain again." Just as he finished speaking, two mines suddenly fell right in front of him. Yunmu glanced over, silent for a moment, before the small cave he was in erupted in a deafening explosion, much to the delight of those outside. They've hit the jackpot, arriving just in time to claim their prize. We searched far and wide for you, but you'll be disappointed. Yunmu is still alive. He clearly hears, 2 mystic thunderbolts and he's still not dead. I set enough explosives to kill a red star mystic. Yunmu gritted his teeth, listening to the nonsense. Sorry, but you have something we want, so you'll have to die here. No sooner had he spoken than he jumped fiercely into the pit. Yunmu, his face covered in blood, looked at him with surprise. The moment he saw him, the man swung his sword wildly, but Yunmu quickly dodged it, struggling to keep his balance, his face hardening as he glared at the man. Another one sees Yunmu as easy prey and rushes in to assist. They decided to fight at close range, each using their full strength, and the one seized the opportunity to grab Yunmu's hand, then the other stabbed straight through. Yunmu was thrown back, tumbling, and he only had time to scream. Seeing Yunmu lying flat, they were extremely pleased. Give up struggling, you're a dead man. He cursed inwardly, realizing 3 gold stars and 1 red star would be a tough fight. His body struggled to move, but Yunmu calculated that these 4 worked together seamlessly. He was constantly being led by their rhythm, making it difficult to find an opening to counterattack. The leader immediately ordered his comrades, take care of him, Dabao. In this situation, he could only grit his teeth and endure, his body aching so much he couldn't even stand. But at that moment, a familiar face quickly targeted the enemy. Daibao was caught in the crosshairs, and before he could react, a gaping hole appeared in his body, the pain causing him to scream. Meanwhile, Yunmu was astonished by the scene unfolding before him, as was the leader, who was shocked to see his comrade fall. What's going on here? In the distance, Daeseong hovered above the trees, holding a large gun. What do you think you're doing to my friend, especially that big ape over there? That's when Yunmu got up, rubbing his head. Daeseong yelled at the one-eyed man, Don't panic, everyone, it's just a kid. Reform the ranks. Before he could finish his sentence, Naijie stomped down on the one-eyed man's head. His teammates yelled, Someone's coming, take her out. Immediately, they both charged at her with weapons, yelling, Die! But Van Mook couldn't just stand by and watch. He shouts, Min Nun! And in an instant, the 2 are torn to shreds, their blood staining the ground crimson. Yunmu stood up, saying, I was just careless for a moment, and you're really getting cocky with me? Naijie couldn't help but rejoice. You're okay, that's great. Yunmu, brimming with confidence, knew that as long as he wasn't led by their tempo, his sword could be quickly summoned. He regained his composure, his eyes coldly surveying the group, and with a contemptuous glare he declared, They're nothing but ants. Yunmu approached, a murderous glint in his eyes. You really took good care of me back there. Let me return the favor. The one-eyed man was terrified, suddenly overcome with fear. That man's eyes were not human, he thought. He would be killed. Of course, Yunmu wasn't about to let him escape so easily. A red light immediately attacked One Eye's ankle, sending him crashing down in agony, unable to help but scream. Daeseong grinned from the tree, never letting him escape. The blood on his leg flowed freely from the force of the shot, and One Eye trembled as he dragged his injured leg across the ground. A pitiful sight. Yunmu approached, grabbed his hair, and yanked his head back. A red star cultivator fleeing so pathetically was truly shameful. Then his eyes lit up. Yunmu coldly used his lightning magic, and the one-eyed man screamed in agony as he was electrocuted, quickly turning into what looked like roast pork, lying motionless on the ground. Even Big Bear hadn't gone that far. Little Moo, you're ruthless. Yunmu happily looks at Daeseong, saying he was a great help this time, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. He expresses his gratitude. He raises his hand for a fist bump. What's he saying? We're like brothers. Naijie should leave before the others are drawn here by the fighting. Yunmu agreed, saying that was true. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright firework suddenly shot into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Yunmu glanced over, guessing it was a signal flare, while One Eye woke up laughing triumphantly. You're all dead. Before dying, he wanted to take you down with him. Now everyone searching knows you're here. The one-eyed man opens a vial, ready to drink, and laughs. You'll be torn to shreds. Annoyed, Yunmu grips his sword, scoffing, Dream on. Enough talk. Before he could finish, Yunmu pierced his head with a sword, pinning him to the tree. Meanwhile, Daeseong swiftly caught the vial, preventing it from falling. What is this? Asks Yunmu. It's good stuff, replies Daeseong, capping the vial. This holy water of life can save even the crippled, as long as they're not truly dead. He tosses the vial to Yunmu, saying it might come in handy. You take it first. He was startled. Yunmu couldn't help but say, Hey, if it's good stuff, don't throw it. At that moment, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, and his eyes lit up as Yunmu felt the killing intent. He immediately shouted a warning. "Watch out!" But the arrow grazed Naijie's arm. She cried out in pain, and at that moment a loud voice boomed, "Lee Yunmu, surrender and hand over the key to the ancient god's secret realm." A small army emerged from behind the clouds, surrounding him. The voice echoed again. "There's no escape for you." Looking at the sheer number of people, Naijie was stunned. "That's way too many of you." Daxiang says, "If it were just numbers, it'd be easy." Naijie is surprised to hear him say that. A sly grin spreads across Daxiang's face. "Even they're here?" Standing before the flamboyantly dressed man is Gu Changfeng of the Earth Dragon Valley. The girl with the purple hair and cold face is Qi Hui of the illusory Sound Snow Palace, and even Lu Jing of the Giant Lion City. Naijie is shocked. This is no joke. Yunmu was horrified. So many releasing their Zhuan pressure at once is terrifying. Even the heavens are roaring. Yunmu raised his hand and shouted, "If I hand over the key, will you really spare my life?" "You want to surrender?" The response came. "Of course." He hesitated. "But there are 3 houses here, so who should I give it to?" Lu Jing spoke up. "Surrender to me." Shizhu quickly interjected, "You brat, don't think you can divide us with just a few words." He feigned disappointment. "Too bad. This woman saw through me. If that's the case, I have no choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu's clothes flew off. He began to use his signature move, the art of clothing detachment. Meanwhile, the others watched with dark expressions, realizing it was a clone technique. Now all 3 Yunmus look identical, and he grins at the group, saying, "So who am I?" Even Changfeng looks a little nervous. He's split into 3. As the 3 Yunmu dispersed, Qi Hui shouted, "They're running in different directions." Of the group, she seemed to be the most composed. Seven Snow didn't rush. Though she saw her target running ahead, she quietly waited to assess the situation. Unable to resist the lure of the treasure, Qi Hui turns and leaves, declaring the one running north is hers. Lu Jing also began to identify his target, deciding to pursue the one running east. It didn't seem to be Yun Mu. Perhaps it was Da Xiong. Seeing the people chasing him, he secretly rejoiced. "They're here." Meanwhile, in the east of the forest, Zhang Feng lamented how fast this little devil was. He was exhausted from chasing him. He'd been leading him around the forest, and now he'd vanished in the blink of an eye. As soon as he spoke, Chang Feng's comrades were shot down, throwing him into utter confusion. What? Another one bites the dust, and Zhang Feng can't pinpoint the shooter. One by one, his men fall as Zhang Feng frantically searches for the attacker. Now that only a few men remain, Da Zhong reveals himself, saying, "Too bad, you guessed wrong." As he finished, Dai Hung smirked at the group below. Zhang Feng retorted, "So what if I guessed wrong? I can still capture you and force Li Yunmu out? Or do you really think you can defeat dozens of us from the Earth Dragon Valley on your own?" Perhaps that's why he's so smug. Daxiang scoffed. "No way, no way. You didn't actually think I was just leading you on a wild goose chase, did you?" And with that, they realized they'd been had. His hand reaches for the switch as he says, "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Dehong of the Zhang family from Tianyuan City. Nice to meet you all." "Farewell forever," he said, coldly pressing the switch, and just like that, Chang Feng's group was eliminated. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, it seems Qi Hui is chasing after Naijie, shouting, "Stop! You can't escape!" Meanwhile, the others were exhausted from running so far, and Naijie coldly asked, "Are they here?" She advanced, saying, "Give up resisting. Hand over the jade pendant, and I won't make things difficult for you." Naijie scoffs, "What sister? You're just a kid." Enraged, she blows on the tree in her hand. "You little brat, what did you say? I've changed my mind, go die." Suddenly, the tree impales Naijie, hoisting her high into the air. Disliking the feeling of being suspended, Naijie quickly shed her cloak, landing forcefully on the ground, much to Qi Shui's surprise. She looked at Naijie, another girl. Naijie mocked, "Oops, you guessed right." As she said this, Naijie's eyes turned sharp. Meanwhile, in the south of the forest, Lu Jing finally caught up, thinking, "I've finally caught up. I won't let you escape." Yunmu calmly waited, smugly telling him, "Who said I wanted to run?" He opened his cloak, praising, "Looks like you're the one who won first prize after all. So, let's make this quick." Yunmu is in a hurry, even more eager than Lu Jing and his group. He looked at them, impatience burning in his eyes. "I'm in a hurry, so come at me all at once." Remembering Da Xiong's words, each of the 3 forces is extraordinary. If they join forces, we're sure to die. If it were just one small force, with Mu's strength, perhaps he could resist. So we'll split into 3 groups to reduce the pressure on Mu. At that moment, he couldn't help but worry. How can I do that? You two are far weaker than them. You'll be killed if you're caught. Da Xiong reassured him, don't worry, nothing will happen. He analyzed that their target was only him, and with his brains leading them to a complete retreat wouldn't be difficult. As long as they didn't provoke them, nothing would happen. Da Xiong added, as for Xiao Naijai, have you forgotten who her grandfather is? No one would dare touch her if she revealed her affiliation. Seeing his hesitation, Da Xiong decided, all right, it's settled then. Everything proceeds as planned. He was just worried something bad would happen if they split up, but Dai Xiong's words did make sense. Back in the present, Lu Jing couldn't help but be surprised. Come on, are you crazy? There are 20 or 30 of us and you're just one person. Yunmu quickly retorted, who said I was alone? He licked his lips slyly. Number 1. Number 2, Ming Yan, Li Linglong, come on out. Looks like being a lone wolf for too long has made everyone forget he has his own elite squad. Meanwhile, Naijai is in the thick of it, throwing a punch and yelling, horizontal fist. Though Naijai can't take them all at once, she can definitely handle a few. With a crushing elbow strike, she caves in the henchman's chest, then sends another flying with a brutal uppercut. Startlingly, the composed woman remarks, such a sweet girl, and yet she knows what's important. She then asks Naijie, if you're using Bajiquan, then you must be from Tianyun City? Tell me your affiliation. I don't want any trouble. Naijai conceals her identity, saying, just fight. Why do you care who I am? She thinks to herself that if she reveals her origins, the opponent will surely leave her alone and go after Li Yunmu, making it a 2-on-1 fight. Naijai steals her resolve, determined to buy time for Li Yunmu, even if it's just a second, even if it costs her life. But just then, a distant explosion rocks the air. Naijai was on guard, but the explosion startled her. What was that? Looking east toward the explosion, Shihui realizes that Gu Changfeng must be engaged in combat as well, and Naijie's gaze turned skyward, her heart filled with worry. Meanwhile, after hearing the shocking sound, Da Xiong was also startled. An explosion? Yunmu looked around to pinpoint the direction, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. It was coming from the east. Yunmu screams internally, what is this idiot doing? If we just leave them alone, we won't die. I'm not stupid enough to confront them head on. Lu Jing surmises that Gu Changfeng is to the east, and that explosion was huge. I think your teammates have already been killed by him. Before he could finish speaking, that shadow soared out behind him. Surprised by Yunmu's speed, Lu Jing only heard screams behind him, and in the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. He stammered in disbelief. What is this thing? Yunmu coldly states, as I said, I'm in a hurry, and quite a few of you have already fallen. This revelation sends shivers down Lu Jing's spine. Worried about Da Qiang, his face turned cold. Come at me, all of you. Meanwhile, Dai Wung seems to be doing all right, coughing a few times and waving away the dust around him. Looking at the bodies before him, he was pleased. I didn't expect 50 thunder ice tubes to be so powerful. Though they cost me a fortune, it was worth it to blow you all away. Daxiang quickly grabbed a coat from one of the bodies, saying, all right, now that that's settled, let's go find them. At that moment, Changfeng suddenly appeared behind him, saying, where do you think you're going? He slams his hand into the ground, causing another tremor, but Dai Wung quickly leaps into the air, gun in hand, aiming and firing a blast of mystical energy, a shot with considerable destructive power, but Zhang Peng seems unfazed. He remained unfazed, even scoffing with disdain, before casually deflecting Dai Wung's cannon blast with his bare hand. He looked at him in surprise, having blocked the mystic cannon with his bare hand, then gripped his gun tightly and shouted, see how many of these you can take. Changfeng quickly dodged, scoffing, that heavy artillery won't hit me. Immediately, he nimbly repositioned behind the Great Bear, but of course, the Great Bear wouldn't allow him free rein, instantly somersaulting away. He flew behind him, gun in hand, and yelled, die! And with that, a barrage of bullets flew towards Changfeng. Any normal person would have fallen before Dai Hung's might, but this Changfeng is truly formidable, deflecting every attack with his bare hands and the Pojun technique. He was truly astonished. The fist was too fast. He used his invulnerable hands to block all the bullets, creating an impenetrable wall with his incredible speed. This was absolute defense. From within the dust cloud, Changfeng remained unruffled. Immediately after, he shot towards Da Xiong. He was astonished by the man's speed, and once again, the destroyer was unleashed. Da Hung quickly dodges, startled by how close that was. One hit, and he'd be done for. Feeling his resolve waver, he calms himself, remembering that every technique has a weakness, and absolute defense doesn't exist. Da Hung closed his eyes. Finding an opening is all that matters. It seems he has no choice but to use that move. Here he goes. Focusing his inner strength, Da Xiong opens his eyes, and the eyes of Alasia launch a full counterattack. Da Hong declared, "The eyes of Aliyah are a secret art of the Zhang family, allowing us to calmly analyze an enemy's attacks and find a fatal weakness." He then coldly gazed at Changfeng. His eyes visibly changed. He immediately attacked, shouting, "Enough talk!" Changfeng smugly thought, "A weakness, you say? Kid, do you even know what absolute defense is?" He sneered. "It means your attacks are completely useless against me. I have no openings." Dodging the blows, Daewon calmed himself, focusing on his breathing, reminding himself that even the most focused attacks have openings. Daihung's eyes lit up as he carefully analyzed each attack, but in doing so, he tripped over a rock at his feet. And just like that, he tripped and fell. Changfeng was stunned, but no one was more surprised than Daewon, caught completely off guard by the fall. Zhang Peng laughed triumphantly. "Even the heavens have forsaken you. You're finished," he sneered, gathering his inner strength to end Da Xiong. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, a sense of impending doom washing over him. Daewon swallowed hard, dreading this deadly Pa Kun technique. Changfeng strikes directly at Da Xiong, who cries out in pain, struggling to stay standing as tears stream down his face. Changfeng laughs maniacally. "Come on, weren't you so impressive? Try to break me now." Seeing Daishong's blood and tears, he laughed maniacally, screaming, "Die!" A stroke of bad luck on top of misfortune. At that moment, a glint appeared in Daewon's eyes, and he fired a shot straight into Changpeng's body, which he couldn't possibly withstand. And just like that, blood poured from his body like rain, as Daewon coldly said, "I see it now. Your weakness." Changfeng lay defeated on the ground, retorting, "You think you're so clever." Dahung continues, "So many attacks in a row must be tiring, right? That last one was your 132nd. At 37 minutes, Changfeng is shocked to hear this, never expecting him to guess correctly. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the forest, Naijie continues his assault with a rear elbow strike. As she struck sideways, the Tuyet's subordinate was stunned, followed by an Iron Mountain lean that sent him flying. Standing aside, Qi Shui calmly analyzes, "The pen brings peace, but martial arts rule the world. Truly powerful techniques." Naijie warily eyes her, already feeling the strain. "Seol's moves are predictable. Not many practice this ancient martial art after the Dark Ages. I've seen enough of your performance. Let's get real." As she finished speaking, she melted like water into the ground and vanished. Naji looked around, startled. She was gone. In an instant, 7 snow struck Naji's back, causing her to cough up blood. Another blow sends her crashing to the ground. Naiji, caught off guard, could only gasp as Chisui appeared, laughing triumphantly. "What's wrong, little girl? Feeling a little regret now?" Chihue stared at Naijai, who she had intended to let go since fighting her was as pointless. But she charged in like a madwoman and killed someone. Looking down at Naijai on the ground, she arrogantly brought her sword over, wondering what she was thinking, and was surprised to see Naijie stand up. "Your left hand is paralyzed by the freezing chi, isn't it? You still want to fight?" Naijai, fearless and confident, tells her to cut the chatter, vowing to stop her even with only one hand. The busty woman taunts Naijie as she prepares to fight, but Qixue clearly doesn't like that nickname. She gritted her teeth and repeated, "Big-breasted mother?" Having her sore spot touched, Shuzhue was a little displeased and immediately used her inner strength to fly up. That damned girl. Her face was, needless to say, absolutely terrifying. Shiji glared at Naijie and shouted, "Do you want to die?" Meanwhile, Yunmu's forces were overwhelming the battlefield, with Lu Jing's men falling left and right, their groans echoing through the mountains. His army now had the upper hand, and Lu Jing's men lay scattered on the ground like dead fish, leaving him secretly terrified. What is going on? Where did all these people come from? Something's not right. He scans the army, questioning if they're even human. Before he could figure it out, Yunmu leapt into the air, instantly appearing behind him, shocking Lu Jing with his speed. Yunmu doesn't hold back, landing a long slash, but luckily he dodges it. Lu Jing stares intently at Yunmu, utterly terrified. He's too fast. Yunmu is frantic, worried that time is running out and he must finish this quickly. Daishong and Liu Naijie are definitely waiting for me. Just as Yunmu feared, Naijie is struggling. That Tuyet strikes again with Teach Boy Han Ham, creating a massive explosion where she stood, sending Naitiep flying back, but she refuses to give in easily. She twists and turns, somersaulting to avoid the attacks. Naijie glances at Qi Shui, annoyed. She's a tough opponent. Naji realizes that this woman can attack from a distance, and keeping her at bay will put her at a disadvantage. Seeing her reaction, Shui was momentarily puzzled. But then, Naiji suddenly leaped forward, shouting, "Arrow step! I'm determined to close this distance." But that Tuyet had already realized the problem, dodging away to maintain her distance, and couldn't help but admire Nai-Tiep's speed. Seeing her panic, Naiji smiled inwardly. Good, looks like this will work. Immediately after, Naijie used swift steps again, quickly closing the distance. As she closes in, Naijie throws a frog punch using cannon fire. Losing her patience, Qihui frowns and yells, complaining incessantly. Naijie follows up with another tiger-style strike, sending Shizhui reeling, and then channels her inner power for another blow. This is extreme tiger mountain style. Naijie strikes her fiercely in the chest. Just as Naijie predicted, Qihui couldn't fight at this distance and was knocked away, but she certainly wasn't giving up. The weapon in her hand flew out quickly, Qihui gritting her teeth in anger. That troublesome thing. Instantly, the sharp ice pierced through Naijie's foot, sending a jolt of pain that contorted her face. Seeing her fall, Seven Snow couldn't help but feel pleased. Let's see you dance now that I've crippled your left leg. Seeing her reaction, she was momentarily surprised into silence, watching her struggle. She shouted, "He's using that move again." "Are you seriously still trying to fight?" that Tuyet wondered. "Why are you fighting so hard? What is your relationship with that kid? You still won't give up?" Naijie struggled to speak. "I must stop you here no matter what, so that Li Yunmak can escape." She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. Because, she screamed with all her might. "I love Li Yunmu." Seven Snow was shocked to hear Naijie say this. "Ah," Naijie sighed, thinking to herself. "It's out now? It's good that you said it." That Tuyet scoffed. "What reason is that?" "Child. She's channeling her inner strength and flying. If you like Li Yunmu so much, then you should do it for him, Naijie. If you don't say it now, you may never get another chance." Thrusting her sword at Naijie's head, Qishui sneered at the helpless girl. "Just die already." But suddenly, Naijie was filled with resolve. No, she couldn't give in to despair. She'd resolved to help Li Yunmu, and remembering him, she realized she didn't want to just see his back anymore, did she? "What I want is to stand beside him." She forces herself to sit up. "If that's the case, then I must become as strong as him. This isn't a fight for anyone else, but a fight for myself." Shiruka thought she couldn't stand anymore, but seeing Naijie like this startled her. And finally, Naijie is able to stand. With a powerful kick, she sends Qishui reeling, coughing up blood, now clearly outmatched. Seeing her, Naijie angrily raises her hand. "Just fall already!" And finally, Qishui falls before Naijie's love. Exhausted, she collapses to the ground, panting. She's won. That was her strongest attack. Naipir was relieved, thinking she'd stopped her and helped Li Yunmu. But before she could finish, Sixwei ferociously rose, a menacing look on her face. "Who did you say you stopped?" Those two sharp knives plunged into Naijie's body. She cried out in pain as Shirshua, after stabbing Naijie's arms, said, "You bitch, you got a little complacent, and now you're acting all high and mighty." Naijie wept in agony, and Shirshua continued, "Prepare yourself. I won't let you die so easily." She screamed maniacally, "I'm going to nail you here to die slowly. I'm going to torture you to death." It's safe to say that Naitier had crushed Seven Snow's pride. Now she just wants to tear the person in front of her to shreds. No sooner had she spoken than a terrifying force struck at Qishui, shattering her sword and leaving her vulnerable. She was shocked. "What?" Blood streamed down her hand. Seven Snow looked up in horror. "Who is it?" Luckily, it was Da Qiong who arrived, he said mockingly. "Pretty lady, by your feet. Isn't that one of our girls?" At that moment, Da Qiong's eyes turned sinister. Naiji struggled to open her eyes, surprised by what she saw. Meanwhile, Da Qiong, Yunmu is still fighting Lu Jing, their swords clashing fiercely, but Lu Jing is losing ground and leaps back to evade. His breath growing weaker, Lu Jing warily eyed Yunmu, wondering about the young man's origins. He glanced back at Li Yun, thinking the summoned monster was far too powerful. Luktin despaired, wondering why Gu Changfeng and the Seven Snow Maiden hadn't finished off the others yet and come to help him. Wordlessly, Yunmu focuses on eliminating this nuisance so he can rescue his comrades. Using the phantom step, Yunmu vanishes without a trace. Before Lu Jing could react, he was already behind him, and with a jolt of lightning, Lu Jing cried out in agony. Inside, Lu Jing screamed, his body paralyzed by the lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Yunmu struck, his wild blade piercing through Lu Jing's abdomen. It was then that Lu Jing began to panic. "I can't kill this man. I have to escape," he yelled to his comrades. "Zhu Shicheng, retreat!" As Shicheng flees, he wonders, "Boss, are we really retreating like this? They've killed so many of our men?" Lu Jing was anxious, saying they couldn't win and that cutting their losses was the smart thing to do. He reassured his men, saying that he would return with a group of high-level mystics to deal with him. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky as dark clouds gathered, and Shucheng cried out, "Boss, look at those dark clouds!" He stared intently, stammering, "Could that possibly be?" With a cold face, Yunmu flicked his hand and whispered, "Heavenly lightning." As soon as he spoke, a fierce thunderbolt struck, causing the ground to explode. The screams and howls below were deafening, but his face remained calm. Lu Xing somehow managed to stand, coughing violently. Yunmu didn't expect him to stand and mocked, "How unexpected." Seeing Lu Xing struggling to stand before him, Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, "Still alive?" He twirled the sword in his hand, saying, "Normally I'd let you go, but you've seen my shadow spirit, so..." Yunmu looked at Lu Xing and continued, "I have to kill you." But before he could act, another voice rang out, and a single-soldier artillery blast fired. Instantly, a shot pierced Luke Teen's head, his upper body exploding, showering Von Mook in blood. A shocking turn of events. The man revealed himself. "We are the Chao Tian sect, Lin Jian. We're here for your jade pendant." Seeing Yunmu's dazed expression, he repeated, "Your jade pendant now belongs to the Chao Tian sect." Upon hearing the sect's name, Yunmu pondered, "The celestial sect. Even a top-tier sect like that has arrived? How annoying." Yunmu grabs his sword and approaches. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to mess around with you here." Lin Jian smirks and claps his hands, determined to stop Yunmu from setting up an array. As soon as he finishes speaking, his henchmen leap into the air. Yunmu looked at them, surprised. They quickly reported, "Young prodigy, we're ready." Yunmu wondered, "Ready for what?" "Aerial ballet, huh?" Lam Qian said, holding the cup covered in writing. "You'll soon know the sacred artifact of the Treothian sect." Immediately, he tossed the cup into the air and shouted into the void, then clasped his hands together and roared. His hands formed seals, moving swiftly into different shapes. Seeing Lin Jian's sly expression, Yunmu is shocked. "What is this?" Suddenly, a golden orb of light appeared, engulfing the sky. With a sly grin, Lin Jian taunted, "You can't escape now, hand over the jade pendant." But Yunmu wasn't about to give in so easily. He scoffs, thinking a mere barrier can hold him. Mad blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu's powerful sword slashed directly at the circle, while outside, Lin Jian stood calmly, watching the cage he had created. To Yunmu's surprise, he stared in disbelief. What was going on? But nothing happened? Lin Jian looked at Yunmu with disdain. "I advise you to give up. This isn't an ordinary barrier," he explained. "This is a sacred artifact of our Yao Tian sect, a sealed space created by the Void Realm. You can't break it." Annoyed, he glanced back at the two figures behind him. "Damn it, I don't have time for this." Meanwhile, Da Zhong carried Naijai on his back, frantically yelling as he ran for his life. "What did you even do to set her off like that?" "She's gone crazy and wants to kill you." Naijai laments, "I don't even know what I did to provoke them." Meanwhile, the Tuyet Nu is being relentlessly screamed at by Thoimin. "Die, die, die. She's just a bitter old monster who's never known love at 49. Da Hong realized this woman had completely lost it. Her attacks were wild and without form, making it impossible to counter, rendering Aaliyah's eyes useless. All he could do was run. He thought as he scrambled away as fast as he could, but Seven Snow quickly caught up. She screamed and lunged forward like a madwoman. "Die, all of you!" Da Wung gritted his teeth, despairing. Is this the end? At that moment, a voice echoed. "Hey, don't block my way." As soon as he finished speaking, a long gash appeared in front of Seven Snow. Dazed, Da Xiong stared at the scene unfolding before him, wondering what had just happened. The figure lowered his hat, saying, "Hello, Peak Parcel Service. Are you acquainted with Li Woon Mook?" The cold face continued, staring at Daewung. "I have a package for him here. Please sign." Da Hung was stunned. So strong, he took care of that woman in an instant and with such brutal methods. The man then held out the box to Da Hung. "You're a friend of Li Yunmu, right? Please sign for him." As Da Hung signed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. It seems he's on our side. If this kind of person were an enemy..." He then left. "The package is signed for, so I'll be going now. Remember to give me a 5-star rating." Da Hung was surprised. "Aren't you here to help?" The man coldly replied, "Help? I'm just a delivery guy and I don't do overtime." Da Zhong was stunned. What kind of delivery guy is that? And where did this package even come from? He was stunned as he looked at the information. The sender's name, I won't tell you. The return address, God of War, and the sender's phone number, out of service range. Dahong stares blankly at the package addressed to the God of Thunder. While back with Yunmu, a gunman prepares to fire, but Yunmu is a wild fish in a net. He immediately kicks him in the face, but another gunman approaches Yunmu from behind, and he quickly notices them. Unleashing his inner power, Yunmu summons shadowy figures, commanding, "Go 1, 2!" Instantly, he's behind the man, who turns in stunned disbelief. Immediately after, a scream and blood splattered everywhere within the circle. Lin Jian stared at his two shadows, surprised, and wondered, what are these two? Looking at Li Yun, Li Fing, and Lin Jian, they were all shocked. Where did Li Yumu summon these monsters from? He glanced at Ling Long, wondering where this woman came from. He was sure the trap only caught Li Yunmu. This kid has too many secrets we don't know. Seeing his aura, Lin Jian felt a little relieved, glad he brought the sect's sacred artifact this time. He assessed the situation, deciding the boy couldn't escape oblivion and must be killed now, lamenting, "What a pity. He's quite the looker. Just my type." At that moment, he suddenly yelled at his men to stop. Lin Jian then said, "This kid can pull off so many strange things. Who knows if he'll want me to say anything after we eliminate him? Don't waste any more time." Then he smirked and cunningly ordered, "Use that so they can see how powerful our Chao Tian sect is." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue rope dropped from above. Yunmu pressed his back against Linglong, constantly on guard, wondering what tricks these guys were up to. At that moment, the man spoke. Silence falls as the air stills. Then he screamed, ordering an attack on Yunmu. It turns out that thing was targeting Ling Long, who stared blankly as it hurtled towards her. Yunmu rushed over, hugging Ling Long tightly, and dodged to the side. "Careful!" For some reason, Ling Long suddenly burst into tears, her little lips trembling. Yunmu looked at his little girl and smiled brightly. "Why is she crying?" He smiled, ruffled Ling Long's hair, and gently comforted her. "It's good that you're okay." Outside, Lin Jian watched with glee, thinking, "It worked. This thing will kill him." His blood dripped onto Ling Long's face, and she frowned in annoyance. Then her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She roars in fury, and seeing Ling Long's rage, Lin Jian's eyes turned serious. Little did they know, this beautiful girl was a haunting queen, and with Yunmu aside, her eyes burned with hatred for Lin Jian and his group. Finally, Ling Long swiftly leaps into action, unleashing a furious barrage upon her opponents, each punch felling them like rag dolls. Seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, the group couldn't help but feel fear. "What's with this woman?" As Yunmu lay on the ground, he looked at Ling Long with worry. "Kid, your eyes are getting heavy," Yunmu thought with unease. "No, my vision is blurring. Am I going to die?" Lin Jin looks at Yunmu and laughs heartily. "You've been hit by the blood curse of the Mao talisman. You're as good as dead." He smirked coldly, the voodoo doll wrapped in blood. "It would follow your wounds, drain your power, steal your soul, and leave you to die exhausted. How pathetic." Meanwhile, the others shouted, "Stop that woman. Don't let her escape." They said to each other, "Quick, use the voodoo doll to kill that woman." Yunmu struggled to breathe, now worried about Ling Long. "Kid, you'll die if you run that slow. You're not fast enough." Meanwhile, they're locked and loaded, weapons trained on Ling Long, and they unleash their attack. Ling Long was disoriented, afraid to turn around when a rain of crimson arrows descended from the sky, filling her vision with a bloody storm. In a desperate moment, Yunmu cried out, pulling her close, "Get over here." Despite his grave injuries, he shielded her in his arms. His breath growing ragged, Yunmu shrinks, concealing himself within the star realm. A direct order. Tears streaming down Ling Long's face, Yunmu reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't die. Your father is invincible." His eyes glared fiercely at the red lights. Immediately, a shocking explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke and fire like a scene of war. Lin Jian, outside, was smug, surprised that he could still move. But no matter. With so many curses upon him, death was certain. Yet contrary to his expectations, Yunmu was still alive, gasping for air. Lin Jian witnesses this, and he's secretly shocked, screaming internally, "What?" Turns out, Li Yun helped him escape. Li Feng shielded him, and the system announced that all of Yunmu's light spirits had died. At that moment, hatred surged in Yunmu's eyes, and with newfound resolve, he roared, "I will kill you all!" Yunmu was exhausted from the long fight and blood loss, his breathing ragged. Li Yun seemed to be in great pain, crying out repeatedly. Yunmu couldn't help but feel guilty. "I'm sorry. Number 1, number 2, I will bring you back to life." No sooner had he thought it than he opened the vial, recalling when he'd asked Xiongda what it was. He had explained that this sacred water of life could save you even if you were on the verge of death. Yunmu gritted his teeth, unsure if it would really work, but at this point he had no choice but to take a gamble. He chugged the whole bottle, and the foul taste made him stick out his tongue in disgust. Then, in the blink of an eye, his severed arm began to react. His body regenerated like a lizard, and his arm grew back, leaving Yunmu stunned, while Lin Jian was shocked, exclaiming, "His severed arm grew back?" Lin Jian guesses that what he just drank was the holy water of life, while Yunmu is ecstatic that it actually worked. He tests his body, finding his wounds already healed. Good. Then his eyes sharpen with resolve, and he begins his counterattack. Yunmu's legs were now more agile, and he leaped forward, screaming, "Mad Blade!" He lashed out like the wind, and wherever Yunmu went, his enemies fell. The air fills with the heavy scent of blood. Yunmu examines his new arm. It seems even more agile than his original. One of them threw a sword, yelling, "Die, you bastard!" But Yunmu swiftly dodged it. Now that his wounds have healed, these guys are as good as dead. His hands moved swiftly, snatching the man's sword and holding it tight as the weapons clashed with a piercing shriek. In less than 5 seconds, he hurled the sword back at the attacker, who barely had time to scream before his life was extinguished. Lin Jian was shocked. How could this kid catch Lord Mao's spear? Yunmu was determined to return to his peak condition. With enough focus, he could do it. He began to calculate, knowing he had to find a way to break through the barrier. Recalling Bo Wen's instructions, any attack powered by arcane energy will have a weak point. Break through that, and he can escape. At that moment, Yunmu began to channel his inner power, thinking, "You little brat, don't run. I wouldn't tell just anyone this." His eyes quickly turned cold, filled with murderous intent, and he thought to himself, "Let's bet on this." Immediately after, he lunged forward, slashing relentlessly at the enemy. As he flew, he thought, though he had a method, he furiously slashed at the massive cage, frustrated by its sheer size, leaving Lin Jian utterly puzzled by his erratic movements. He scratched his head, scoffing. What's this kid doing, running around like that, just slashing wildly? Yunmu panted, exhausted. He glanced around, thinking, damn it, this isn't working. Before I find the weakness in this barrier, I'll die of exhaustion. As he pondered this, bullets suddenly rained down on his cage from outside. He watched in surprise, silently observing the source of the gunfire. Incredibly, it actually worked, and a small crack quickly appeared. Yunmu frowned warily, wondering who could have guided him. Outside, the familiar gun was still smoking hot. It was none other than Da Zhang. He used his skills to find the weak spot for him. Daewoo is satisfied. Yes, right there. I can only help you this far. The rest is up to you. Yunmu breathes a sigh of relief and smiles happily. Looks like they're all right, you little brat making me worry. The burden is lifted. With Yunmu and the others backing him up, he's unstoppable. Good, let's go. His sword relentlessly slashes inside the cage. The wind howls from the force of his sword, and cracks spread across the cage like an eggshell. One small opening is all it takes to compromise the entire structure. His eyes burned with intensity. Yunmu roared, putting all his strength into the wild blade, while outside, Lin Jian startled and quickly formed a seal. This isn't good. He's found the barrier's weakest point. Seeing his cage begin to crack, he couldn't help but panic. Quick, reinforce the mystic energy. Yunmu gripped his sword, shouting, just a little more. Thunderous wild blade. Seeing his frenzy, Lin Jian was stunned. This kid has entered a divine state. Yunmu unleashed a furious barrage, his body radiating a brilliant light. Lin Jian's men trembled. Mr. Lin, his power is surging. The barrier won't hold. Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu broke through, covered in wounds yet showing no signs of fatigue. The two subordinates beside Lin Jian were blasted away by Yunmu's power. Lin Jian watches Yunmu in stunned silence as Yunmu shouts, "Everyone from the Chao Tian sect will die." With the victory secured, Da Zhang happily lands on the ground. He glanced at his teammate. All right, time to regroup. Little Najie. Hey, little Najie. But then he realized Najie wasn't responding to him. Da Zhang wondered, had she fainted? The sly fox whispers into Najie's ear, "Hey, I heard you say you like Xiaomumu." No sooner are the words out than she springs to life, grabbing him by the collar. What did you say? This damn boyfriend dares to eavesdrop on a lady's little secret. She shyly wanted to bury her face in a hole. I want to die. I need to bury myself. Da Hong assures her, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, let's go. Naijie, however, darkly considers silencing him permanently. Daxiang felt a shiver down his spine as they quickly located Yunmu's battle. Daxiong exclaimed. "They're up ahead. They just ran past as you leaped out, and then the sound of shattering." Daxiong couldn't help but rejoice. "Great, you really made it out." Suddenly, Daiwong noticed something was off with Yunmu. Huh, little Mu. He keeps repeating, "You must die." Daqiong is boldly speculating about godhood, but Naijie is bewildered, thinking it looks more like a descent into madness. Daqiong explains that he can't control this power yet, as Yunmu, with his blue wings and long sword, fiercely slashes at his enemies with unstoppable momentum. Looking into Yunmu's eyes, Daqiong wonders, demon or god? It's all a matter of a moment. Lu Jing's group was shocked. "What is this kid? He just killed a Red Star Mystic in an instant." One of them bravely lunges forward, daring to turn his back on the enemy, a suicidal move. But instantly, Yunmu, as if with a motor attached, flashes a sinister smile and spins around. He barely had time to think it was fast when the sword sliced through him, painting Yunmu red with blood, the dismembered corpses too many to count. Tonight will be a night the Zhaotian sect will never forget. Their screams echo through the mountains. Naijie watches the scene in horror, silently crying out at the brutality. Is this really the Li Yunmu she knows? He's completely lost it. Lin Jian stood frozen, watching his men fall, their blood and flesh splattering the ground. He was stunned, secretly horrified. Damn it, the dozens of Zhaotian sect members he brought were all taken down by one person. After wiping out the mob, Yunmu turned his attention to Lin Jian, who was immediately struck with fear upon meeting his gaze. But how could Lin Jian back down now? He was the one who brought his men here to be slaughtered. He quickly regained his composure. "Don't underestimate the Zhaotian sect. I'm the top team leader of the sect." Yunmu stood motionless, showing no signs of goodwill. Lin Jing blusters. "Killing a kid like you is a piece of cake for me. I'm about to transcend the Red Star and join the ranks of the super mysterious." But before he could finish, Yunmu's hand landed on Lin Jian's face, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth as Yunmu smiled gleefully, declaring that they would all die. He was like a dog caught in a trap, unable to struggle, only able to curse his impending death. And so Yunmu dragged him from place to place, Lamkeen's body slamming into countless ancient trees, felling them all. A brilliant light then appeared in the sky, its aura terrifying. He mercilessly hurled Lin Jian to the ground, and after dragging him for a long distance, the point of impact exploded violently. Lin Jian had no strength left to resist, vomiting blood as Yunmu let out an eerie laugh, raising his sword to unleash the thunderclap strike. The power of that sword strike was truly astonishing. As Yunmu unleashed his mad blade technique, Lin Jin could only grit his teeth and await his demise. The earth trembled, the devastation a testament to the previous attack, and Naijie panted, "Wait for me, I can't run anymore." Dazed, Dayong wondered just how much Yunmu had grown since the Central Province competition, and he couldn't help but be horrified. Is this the level of growth a human can achieve? After dealing with everyone, Yunmu's eyes shifted to another direction, including Lin Jian of the Zhaotian sect. He locked onto Daqiong and set his sights, startling him into shouting, "He's coming this way!" Yunmu charged toward them, chanting his slogan, "You must all die." Naijie cries out in fear, He's even trying to kill us?" She shouts urgently, "Li Yunmu, stop! Look closely, it's us. Don't you remember us?" Like a rabid dog, Yunmu charges forward as Naijie screams, "Look closely, we're your friends, please." As the distance closed, Naijie screamed with her eyes shut, "Wake up!" In contrast, Daqiong slapped him without hesitation. This could be considered a friendship-awakening slap. He looks at Yunmu annoyed and scolds, "Too loud! Why are you laughing so much at night?" Looking at the truly sleeping Yunmu, Naijie was stunned. "So it really ends with just one slap?" Daqiong calmly replied, "Yeah, what else? An awakening from within? Perhaps you've been watching too many dramas. Don't worry, it's not my first time. I'm experienced in this." Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild archives, the names of the losing players are being erased. Looking at the screen, Duke found it amusing that another name had disappeared. He sighed, chuckling softly. "Li Yunmook, you really stirred things up." From behind him, someone immediately reported, "Guild leader, the major clans are sending a joint communication request." The person on the screen was furious upon hearing this. "Hello to Duke. You chose to kill my entire team. I demand an explanation," he retorted strongly. "Explanation? What explanation?" "They just wanted to steal from him, but they weren't strong enough and got killed instead." "I should be asking you, what do you want with my young master?" He was momentarily speechless at Duke's words. The others laughed. Oldya is speechless. Duke then asked, "Is there anything else you need? If you want to keep hunting Li Yunmu, I won't stop you." The other patriarchs clicked their tongues. "Forget it. Even the Chow Heaven sect suffered such losses. It's not worth it for a secret realm. Tu-Duke, I've discovered a talented individual. Hearing this, Tu-Duke couldn't help but feel extremely pleased. Of course. After being slapped awake by Dai Hung, Yunmu finally came to his senses. Dazed, he looked around and asked, "Where did the people from Chaotian sect go?" Nadi sharply retorted, "You killed them all, and you almost killed me and Da Jiang too." Still dazed, Yunmu scratched his head. "They're all dead?" "Good." Before she could finish, Yunmu was already running away. Naije shouted in surprise, "Hey, where are you going?" Yunmu frantically searches through the corpses. "I think it's here somewhere." After a moment, he finally finds the spear and smirks. "Ah, found it." Yunmu held a small cauldron in his hand. He found it. "The sacred artifact of the heavenly sect that kid mentioned is now mine." 3 seconds later, this greedy guy continues to search the corpses. "This isn't bad either. Not bad at all. I'll take it. I'll take it all." Dae Woong was dumbfounded. Had he really stooped to profiting off the dead? "I'm impressed, but Yunmu remains indifferent." "Fine. I'll take this staff too." Daxiong immediately changed his tune. "Chief, let me have it. Yunmu won't let you have that." "Didn't you just criticize it?" Naijai was speechless. These two are really unlucky. Just then, Daxiong's announcement suddenly rang out. "You have a new message. Please check it." He opened it instinctively, then gasped in surprise. Immediately after, Daxiong suddenly shouted. Yunmu was startled, exclaiming that he'd been scared. Trembling and red-faced, he says, "I think I've struck it rich." Yunmu asks, puzzled, "Your family is the richest. Of course you're rich." Da Hung excitedly explained, "There was a poll online asking if you would survive, and I bet $1 billion that you would. The great clans are no longer after your jade pendant. You bet on a long shot and won 300 to 1. At this point, Yunmu's expression turned grim, but then Da Xiong excitedly shoved a screen in his face, yelling, "I won 300 billion. Using his natural charm, Yunmu smiled. "Well done. That's 300 billion. What followed was a beating for Da Xiong. "You thought about turning my life into money when I was fighting for survival?" Da Xiong cried. I'm dying. Yunvu retorts fiercely, "I don't care. This money was earned with my life. This 300 billion is mine." Natty hurriedly intervened. "Easy. You're going to break his back." Da Yong retorts, asking what he won then, further irritating Yunmu. "What? 300 billion isn't a lot of money for you." Looking at the betting board, Yunmu felt a surge of annoyance. Did no one believe he would survive? Few had bet on his victory. It felt like the whole world was waiting for him to die, so he curiously checked to see who had bet on him to live. To his surprise, 6 familiar names had placed a 1 billion bet on his survival. These are all familiar faces. Yunmu curses them in his head, but a warm smile spreads across his face. Cut to the divine continent of the Celestial Dynasty sect, where a loud voice echoes, "Li Yunmu, you and I are irreconcilable." As Jumin walks by, she can't help but wonder, what's wrong with the young sect leader? Locked himself away in anger like this. Thon Nam added, "You don't know? I heard the young master's male concubine was killed." Shumen was surprised to hear this. "What? The young master has this kind of hobby?" Thon Nam added, "Indeed, even the sect leader has a headache about his proclivity for men. From what I've observed, the young sect leader really cares about Lin Jian, making him his dual cultivation partner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted him with the Void Wheel. Now the Void Wheel is lost too. No wonder he's furious." Inside the dark room, Ye Qing sat with his head down for a long time, muttering to himself. "Universal Star? You're suppressing your abilities too, aren't you?" Ye Qing gradually calmed down, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Let's see who can suppress more." Meanwhile, back with Yunmu, he steps out and Da Zhong asks, "Well, did my clothes fit?" Yanmu stretched and replied, "It's a little tight, so you're that skinny. But you guys really came prepared, even with spare clothes." Da Zhong handed over a box, saying, "These are your things. A delivery guy brought them earlier." Yunmu is surprised. "Huh? A delivery guy? Even this remote place has delivery men?" Dai Xiong said he was from the God of War delivery service. There's nowhere they can't reach. Yunmu was stunned. The War God Hall? Dai Xiong recounted that if it weren't for the delivery man, he and Xiao Naiji didn't know what would have happened. But a delivery man who could easily kill the 7 snow maidens. The War God Hall is truly an unpredictable place. Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief, glad they were okay, wondering what they were thinking. As Yunmu spoke, he picked up the paper inside. "What is this? A letter?" Dai Hung chimes in, "I think it might be a trial invitation from the God of War Palace." Nadi excitedly exclaimed, "It really is an invitation, and it's exactly what you need right now." Yunmu remained confused. "What I need most right now? Oh, what do you mean?" She was happy for her friend and quickly explained, "Having this invitation means you'll have the backing of the most powerful force in the world." A backer? Cut to a bustling neighborhood where Yunmu is negotiating with a young boy. "Name your price. I'm buying." The boy angrily swatted Yunmu's hand away. This action surprises him, as Wu Fan clutches the item tightly, refusing to budge from 3 million. Yunmu felt the boy was like a frightened cat, and a passerby couldn't help but feel indignant for Yunmu when he saw Wu Fan's extortion. He was about to speak up, "Hey, Wu," but Yunmu didn't haggle and accepted the deal. "Okay, but you have to tell me where you got this. And since you're pushing your luck, that'll be 5 million. The kind man warned, "Hey, don't let him raise the price. He only offered me 1 million. But Yunmu was oblivious. "What did you say?" No sooner had he spoken than Wu Fan's account buzzed. "You have a transfer of 5 million. Please accept." The man was shocked. It was a done deal. He was secretly shocked. Where did this rich man come from? Does he not value money at all? The man next to him whispered, "Quick, look at this," and the two began to discuss it. He seems to be the recently famous Li Yunmu, and rumor has it he's also the young master general. Wu Fan was startled. A young star general. Yunmu, seeing the boy clutching the item, raised his voice. "Hey, I gave you the money. Can I have my stuff back? And tell me something." Wu Fan hesitated, handing over the item, explaining he didn't know its origins. Yunmu is surprised. "Huh?" Wu Fan lowered his head and whispered, "I actually stole this. I just wanted to scam a little money." Hot tears streamed down his young face. Wu Fan confessed, "My brother is dying and I desperately need money for his treatment. I'm sorry, I can pay you back. Please don't turn me in." Passers-by were moved by his story. "What a pitiful child. I'm touched. If I'd known, I wouldn't have treated him that way." But then Yunmu suddenly grabs the boy. "You little brat, you dare try to scam me? I ought to kill you." The passers-by were outraged. "Are you a demon?" Yunmu then lowered his voice. "Forget it, if you really need the money that badly." Pausing, Yunmu looked at Wu Fan and continued, "Consider it a loan." He turned away, reminding him that life may be hard, but swindling money is wrong. "Don't do that again. The next person you meet might not be me. Goodbye." The boy stared blankly as Yunmu walked away, his words still echoing in his ears. "Do you have any holy water of life, sir?" "We don't carry that in our small shop." In moments, Yunmu reappears, and Da Xiong excitedly shouts, "Little Moo Moo is back." Da Xiong asks anxiously, "Well, did you find it?" "Neither I nor little Nuo found anything." Yunmu is dejected. "Me neither, I couldn't find anything. Looks like luck wasn't on our side today. Quickly show everyone what you've got." "I only managed to get 3 latitude eyes and 1 fragment page." Naije wondered. "A fragment page? One of those is useless." At that moment, Yunmu suddenly flashed a sly grin, pulling another fragment from his system. "Who said I only had 1? Yunmu said happily. "So I have 2 now," Da Xiong continued. "But what are they even for?" Suddenly, Yunmu turns away, startling Da Xiong. "Why so silent? Are you blaming yourself for wasting money on a whim?" Naijai chimes in. "Hey, don't be sad. Didn't you want to go to the Devil Woman's dark domain? Maybe you'll discover something new." Yunmu then asked, "Do you two want to come along?" And Da Xiong happily replied, "Of course, we're already here. Let's get in." Naijai couldn't help but scold him. "Are you stupid? Your car only has 2 seats." Da Xiong then looked at Yunmu. "Then fly there." He briefly explains that the dark domain is just an area bordering the upper world. This place is swarming with dimensional beasts from the upper world. Despite the dangers, humans still flock to this remote mountainous region to hone their abilities. Yunmu and his group arrived quickly, and he was already panting heavily. Our protagonist constantly complained about the low oxygen levels and how much further they had to go. Daxiong surveyed the area, then said, "It's still a long way. We've only just entered the dark domain. See that mountain over there? That's the central region of the dark domain." Hearing this, Yunmu collapses, whining, "I don't want to go anymore, I'm tired." Bearing me on his back, Daewon couldn't help but feel helpless. "Are you a child? You wanted to come, but now you're throwing a tantrum." Yunmu continues to struggle and babble. "You two got to ride, but I had to fly the whole way." As soon as he said that, Daewon quickly noticed a strange face nearby. He immediately shouted cautiously, "Who's there?" It was a familiar face. He chuckled slyly. Hey, don't be nervous." Hearing that voice, Yunmu quickly recognized Ruo Chen. The 4 then traveled together, and Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing here?" Ruojin calmly says, "Don't forget, I gave you the map. With your strength, you'll definitely break through the encirclement, so I came here to wait for you." He adds, "Oh, right. The Chaotian sect gave you 3 days to return the void ring. Yunmu doesn't care, he'd never give it back. Neutron then revealed, I heard that the Chaotian sect wants to gather enough sacred artifacts to form an unparalleled killing formation. Their young sect master, Ye Qing, is after the supreme sacred artifact of the Tower of Glory, as it suppresses his level. Fenmook confidently replied, rest assured, I will get it before him. At this, Rujin coughed. Well? He paused, blushing as he asked softly, how is your junior master? He stammered, if you have time, could you ask her to help me? Hearing this, Yunmu was petrified, his heart going numb. Then Yunmu just kept getting unreasonably irritated, and Dajong couldn't help but ask, hey, what are you doing? Seething inside, Yunmu retorts, leave me alone. I'm in a bad mood and want to chop something. And with that, Yunmu felled a massive tree, looking every bit the part of a bandit. Rujin couldn't help but wonder why he was destroying things as he walked, like a child throwing a tantrum. Yunmu sulks, leave me alone. Lesson 1, never tell a simp that you like his daughter. So that's what's got Yunmu so worked up. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes. From the bushes, a golden snake lunged at them, and Naijie exclaimed, that's a huge snake. Seeing Yunmu's daze, Ruchin quickly stepped forward and defeated the snake with his heavenly dragon overlord fist, warning everyone to be vigilant as this place is full of dimensional beasts, and they must be careful. Yunmu couldn't help but praise her. She had truly improved in the few days since they last met. He mused that this place, with its high-level beasts that moved in packs, was perfect for shadow spirits to level up. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to activate AFK mode for clones 1 and 2. After walking for a while, the group paused for a short rest. Yunmu opened the map for reference, but quickly fell into thought. Could anyone decipher this mess of scribbles? Did he just waste 5 million? Rujin then shouted, hey, stop staring at that thing. The meat's ready, come eat. Yunmu quickly folded everything up. All right, come here, but he doesn't notice a strange hand reaching out. Just as he finishes speaking, Yunmu finally notices something is wrong. He immediately turned around, spotting the monkey trying to run off with the map. The monkey realized it had been seen. Yunmu smirked. Nice monkey, give me back what's in your hands. It frowned as if it wanted to say, Tsh. Immediately, Yunmu took a punch from the little monkey, distorting his face, and he angrily chased after it. You damn monkey, go to hell. Do you think you're the monkey king of Mount Emi? Stealing and hitting people, let's see how I deal with you. Ruo Chen was losing patience watching him run back and forth. Hey, if you don't come now, we're not waiting for you, he said helplessly. How old are you? Why are you playing with monkeys? Having seen similar things before, Dai Hung wasn't surprised and told him to let it go. The two chased each other for a while, and now Van Muck was at a large stream. But the monkey stubbornly clung to the map, screeching as it fled. Yunmu chased it across the rocks, yelling for it to stop. Yunmu reaches out to grab it, still yelling, give it back. His sword plunged fiercely towards it, startling the monkey into dropping the map. He quickly ran over, picked it up, and muttered, What's the point of running fast? I still got the fragment back. The monkey, terrified, ran straight into the water, screeching in frustration. Yunmu watched closely, but the scene before him astonished him. Huh? He passed through. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately got up and followed. So, behind the waterfall was a cave, and it was eerily silent. Yunmu looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, It's so dark. He circulated his inner energy to make his hand glow like a lamp. This cave is too deep and doesn't look naturally formed. Yunmu surveys the area, wondering if monkeys alone could have created such a cave. Then he spots a figure lurking in the shadows. Surprised, Yunmu wondered, That's a person. Sensing no hostility, he immediately approached and called out, Hey, are you okay? When the figure didn't respond, Yunmu approached, asking, Excuse me, where is this place? And why are you… Before he could finish, surprise flickered in his eyes and he froze. It wasn't a person, but a skeleton, seemingly dead for a very long time. This startled Yunmu, sending a jolt through him as he recoiled, crying out, Heavens! He gasped for breath, warily backing away from the skeleton. What is this? Taking a closer look, he couldn't help but wonder, is it a person? It looked like it had been dead for a long time. Yunmu then shifted his gaze to the gem near the skeleton. Curiosity piqued and greed ignited. He cautiously crawled closer, hoping to find something of value. Don't blame me, Senior. You're not using it anymore anyway. At that moment, a small foot rushed towards Yunmu. The screech of a monkey pierces the air. Yunmu looks up, startled, but it's too fast to see clearly. Seeing it fly like an arrow, Yunmu realized something was targeting him. Instantly, that foot mercilessly struck him in the face. A small explosion erupts, sending rocks flying, and blood trickles from his nose. Scowling, Yunmu curses, "Damn it, that really hurt." Looking closer, he sees it's a large ape, bigger than a monkey, wearing a mask that it now removes. He was surprised to see the ape glaring at him with obvious hostility, making strange noises. Fat, fat. Yunmu gritted his teeth, unable to help but admire its agility. He looked at the ape before him. Why did it suddenly attack? Never mind, you can't talk, so asking is pointless. Immediately, Fofo leaped into the air, ready to attack again. Yunmu cried out in alarm, "Not again!" It punches and kicks relentlessly, and Yunmu can only dodge, unable to match the monkey's speed. He can't even counterattack as Fofo strikes at his face. Finally, Fofo unleashed a finishing blow, sending Yunmu flying. He crashed to the ground, barely managing to stay on his feet. Yunmu glared at the monkey, frustrated. That damned monkey, he realized, was using Bajikwan. And it can use mystic energy. Before Yunmu even has a chance to counterattack, Fofo leaps again. Yunmu is shocked. Again. He quickly summons his sword, realizing he can't fight it barehanded, and slashes at it, yelling, "Damn it! Don't underestimate humans!" He glared, gripping his sword and shouting, "Thunderous rage!" But as Yunmu swung his sword, his misfortune arrived. The sword gets stuck in the rock behind him, and a flustered Yunmu cries out, "Hey, hold on, time out!" But how could that crazy monkey listen to him? It immediately launched a powerful kick towards Yunmu. He tumbled to the ground, yelling in frustration, "Hey, you didn't mention martial virtue!" Yunmu began to calculate. My ultimate move can't be used in the cave, so numbers 1 and 2 are out. The system immediately reminds you that your spirit avatar needs to go offline, and recall will take 2 hours. Yunmu felt like crying at this point. Huh? What am I supposed to do now? Am I doomed? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion echoed through the cave, sending Fofo spinning in the air before it quickly regained its footing. Yunmu slowly emerged from the smoke, narrowly avoiding disaster, and smugly thought to himself that he still knew this move, the mysterious air kick. Yunmu looked at Fofo with a sly grin, and it suddenly startled. "Now it's my turn." No sooner said than done. Yunmu kicked Fofo, sending him sprawling. Fofo crashed into a large rock, leaving a gaping hole. Yunmu descends from above, striking before Fofo can even react. Fofo barely manages to block the blow. This monkey is indeed quick. Yunmu continued to defend, unable to help but praise the monkey's impressive martial arts. If it were in the mountains, it would surely lead the pack. Its movements and thoughts are practically human. His kicks are constantly being caught. Yunmu can't help but wonder, where did it learn that? Finally, he didn't waste any more effort, retracted his leg and jumped aside, an impenetrable defense. Immediately, Yunmu somersaults toward Fofo, trying a new move. Before he could finish, Yunmu somersaulted, his foot slamming into Fofo's face, startling him, and the force of the blow shattered Fofo's mask. Yunmu mocks, "Broke your mask? Need me to let you off?" Seeing Buddha still standing, he's surprised. "I really put my all into that kick." As he spoke, Buddha knelt, releasing a powerful surge of inner energy. And before he knew it, an astonishing aura erupted. Yunmu was taken aback, such a high intensity of Zhuan power. "Idiot, stop now." As he watched the rocks fall, he shouted in alarm, "The cave can't take it. It's going to collapse." Just as a large boulder crashed down in front of him. He looked up, a little nervous. This place is about to collapse. Yunmu was also worried about the monkey. "You stupid Buddha, if you keep fighting, we'll all be buried here. Stop." But it ignored Yunmu's words, immediately darting behind him toward the skeleton, surprising him. What? It was then that Yunmu understood. Fofo was trying to protect the skeleton. He couldn't let it risk itself like that, especially since it was struggling to move the bones. Annoyed, he lunged forward, cursing the little idiot under his breath, and pulled at its shoulder, dragging it back as it shouted, "Too late!" He threw him towards the cave entrance, saying, "If you're hurt, don't try to act tough." Yunmu then embraced the skeleton, and though he didn't know why Fofo wanted to protect it, he yelled, "Get out of here first!" He used his inner strength to push Fofo out, fearing he would recklessly rush back in. It was safe, but the cave entrance was being blocked by large rocks, and Pup couldn't understand why he had helped it. It was also worried about the skeleton, chirping incessantly as the stream trickled through the rocks, and the cave entrance was now completely blocked. Buddha approached, unwilling to wait outside any longer, and began digging, despite being small compared to the rocks. At that moment, a hand violently punched through the rock, startling Bubba, who stared in stunned silence. At that moment, Yunmu emerged from the cave, carrying the skeleton on his back, with Bu Yang still resting securely on his shoulder. Yunmu looks at the still dazed Fo. I brought him back. Immediately, its incomprehensible cries echoed, causing Yunmu a headache and frustration. Buddha was overjoyed, but Yunmu couldn't understand a word. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind, exciting him. That's it. Then, Yunmu transmitted his voice. Hey, my destructive brother, he angrily calls her Great King. You then say, are you considered a dimensional beast? You must understand the language of Buddha. Translate for me. Manhwa is surprised, saying, Huh? Translate for you. Who does she think she is? I'll kill you. Yunmu doesn't mince words, helping you undo the seal. In the end, Mingya had no choice but to comply, and the translation began. According to Mingya, this white skeleton belongs to my master? Rather than calling him master, friend would be more fitting. He never saw me as a pet, taught me skills, even how to use mystic power. We were inseparable. Years ago, my master sought solitude to cultivate a technique, but as he neared completion, it backfired. His dying regret was that someone capable could master it. I hoped to help him fulfill his wish, so I stayed here, waiting for someone capable. Just as I was about to give up, you appeared. Yunmu listened to the spirit's words in silence and earnest. At this, it lowered its head and said, Please, accept this. Buddha implored, saying that if he accepted, his master would be overjoyed. Yunmu looked at the object on the ground in astonishment. Why you? Fat continued. Because you are strong enough. I can sense that you are not just an ordinary being. You're suppressing your level and risking your life to help me recover my master's remains. I see your righteousness, he said, reaching out with a pleading look. In the end, Yunmu couldn't bear to see the monkey so sad. He sighed. All right, I promise. Taken aback, Fo asks, Really? Then Yunmu picks up the orb. Let me see. The monkey was surprised by the Great Sun Blaze technique. Practice it now? Yunmu casually replies. That's right, why not? I figured you'd want to see what this technique is all about. I'll practice in front of you. It stared blankly at him. The master failed to cultivate it even after months of trying. There's no way he can succeed in such a short time. Buddha was a little surprised to see Yunmu's expression. No, the look in his eyes, he's serious. Just then, Yunmu asked the system to scan the technique. But according to the system, this technique has flaws. Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, what does it mean? The system then said, this technique has a flaw in its creation, so in theory, it's impossible to complete. Forcibly practicing it will inevitably lead to a fatal chi deviation. Yunmu was surprised. Then do you have anything to supplement it? Then the system guided him. Yunmu couldn't help but feel pleased. Great. Then let's exchange those 3 techniques first and start cultivating them. In an instant, he learned the 3 moves of the Great Unity Golden Body Art, the Bloodlord's Overlord Body Art, and the Tendon Changing and Marrow Cleansing Art. After learning them, he was incredibly weak and needed rest. Yunmu then looked at Buddha Joy, and the Elder, saying, I'll let you witness the Great Dawn Blaze Art, as he panted, appearing exhausted. As soon as he said that, the ball flew into the air and began to emit light, and Yunmu leaped forward, astonishing the Buddhas. It was as if he was breaking through, a massive power coursing through his body, causing him to cry out. At that moment, the strange light struck him directly in the forehead. An immense power descends from the heavens like a phoenix rising from the ashes, leaving Buddha frozen in place as Yunmu cries out, Hey monkey, did you see that? This is the Great Sun Flame Art. You're like a being made of wind. Buddha could no longer hold back his tears, and Yunmu couldn't help but be moved. I've helped you fulfill your and your predecessors' regrets. Standing before the flame, taking one last look at its master, Fo felt gratitude from the bottom of its heart. Thank you for not only letting me witness the Great Sun Flame Art, but also for helping me bid farewell to my master. Yunmu, filled with sincerity, says, It's nothing. I also deeply respect the Elder. I believe the technique he risked his life to cultivate was meant to leave something for future generations. Then, Fo pours his master's ashes into a small glass jar. Yunmu then said, Now he can leave without regrets, and you won't be bound by his regrets either. Fo couldn't help but praise, Well, you're not bad. From today on, we're friends. Immediately, it produced a pile of treasures for him, saying this was also a gift. Yunmu picked one up to examine it. What was it? Buddha explained. I don't know what's in that little bottle, but its owner valued it greatly. And that card is a token to prove its owner's identity, so take it. After that, it didn't stay any longer. Well, I must be going now. Take care, and may we meet again. Yunmu didn't press him to stay, and neither should you. He shook the red vial, wondering what it contained. Blood? No sooner had he spoken than the vial suddenly glowed red. Van Mu was shocked as he looked down, then cried out, "What is this? Why is it suddenly on fire?" But it didn't stop there. The flames soared into the sky, taking the shape of a phoenix, leaving Yun Mu in stunned silence. Finally, after a moment, the image of the phoenix clearly appears before Yun Mu's eyes, and he stares blankly at the majestic bird before him. Seeing it, he is overjoyed, though still overwhelmed. This is truly... Yunmu reaches out towards the phoenix before him, unable to believe it, but at that moment Da Xiong appears out of nowhere and hits him hard on the back. "What are you doing spacing out here all alone? I've been looking for you for ages." Fan Muk turned around, bewildered, to see his friend. Daxiong. He wanted to tell Daxiong about the phoenix he just saw. He looked over there, but there was nothing at all. "It's gone." Was I hallucinating? Yunmu wondered, dumbfounded. Daxiong spoke up. "What are you mumbling about? Let's go. It's not safe to act alone here." For the past month, led by Li Yunmu, they've battled ever-evolving dimensional beasts. Liu Naijia and Zhang Dahong have both reached Gold Star, and even Zhang Kai from the lower city has been forged into a mystic by Li Yunmu's constant deliveries, becoming his butler in the Azure Dragon General's mansion. Only Li Yunmu remains at the ordinary star level, unwilling to upgrade, but he has successfully condensed his third spirit shadow, naming it Number 3, and he can't help but be surprised by the person before him. A woman? Why? The cold air here makes him sneeze. Looking at him with glee, Da Zhong asks if he's ready, to which Yunmu replies with a smile that he is. He anxiously warned him to be careful, but he nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry. I'm just going to get the sacred artifact and return. You guys keep training and await my triumphant return." At that moment, he arrived at Sunset Town in Bingung and was immediately shocked. "What? The teleportation array is under repair?" Captain Wu responded, "That's right, long-distance and cross-level transfers are now prohibited." Yunmu is annoyed. "What's the deal? Why fix it now of all times?" He whispered in his ear. "The device being repaired is just an excuse. I saw a person get swallowed by the transfer array a few days ago. It was terrifying." Captain Wu added, "Furthermore, I received a gag order preventing me from speaking about this. It seems a major event is about to unfold in the world of cultivators. A small fry like me should just retire and go home. Uncle Wu, this is for you." He presents Wu with an item, saying that if he's willing, he can take this token to the Azure Dragon General's mansion and find a steward named Zhang Kai, who will give him a high-paying and relatively safe job. "You can also bring your family along." "Don't mention it," Van Mook replied with a smile. Captain Wu was overjoyed, saying that was great news and thanking the young Star General. He continued, saying that those who arrive at Weaver City first can try their luck there, as it has an independent teleportation array. Yunmu was surprised. Weaver City. Immediately, Yunmu traveled to Weaver City, where a massive statue caught his eye. He couldn't help but sigh. This city lord is really extravagant, putting up a statue in front of their house, and not just a small one. At that moment, a girl immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you Mr. Li Yunmu?" As he turned back, the girl coldly continued, "Someone wants to invite you over." I don't know who, but he was already wary. Yunmu was taken away in a private car, and he couldn't help but wonder, the Weaving City Lord is looking for me. Remembering old Wu's words, the City Lord of Weaver City is a legendary figure. She was once an ordinary woman who earned money by weaving, but through a chance encounter, her mystical powers awakened, and she ultimately became a warrior. She became a battle saint, never forgetting her hard-won days, and named herself the Battle Saint Weaver. The city was renamed after her as Weaver City. Weaver City is known as the most welcoming of the Central Province's 7 main cities, and its leader is naturally well-loved. Yunmu, sitting in the back of the vehicle, couldn't help but speak up. "Why would the great Weaver City Lord seek out a nobody like me? The City Lord surely has her reasons. You'll know them when you arrive." In the end, he didn't want to think anymore, wearily sighing, "Forget it, I'm in the car, so I'll let you arrange things." The girl led him inside. "City Lord, I've brought Li Yunmu." The bathing woman rises. "You've worked hard, you can go take care of your own affairs now." Yunmu was a little startled by the scene before him. Looking at the girl before him, Yunmu thought to himself, "This is the City Lord of Jinva City, a true Battle Saint-level mystic, the strongest person he has ever seen." Just then, the girl spoke. "From your mystic energy, I can sense that you are not of the Battle Saint bloodline." Hearing this, he was momentarily startled. Yunmu secretly glanced at her, realizing she could tell his War Saint bloodline was fake just by sensing his Yuan power. "City Lord, this one is a Battle Saint," she continued. "A promising young man is indeed a hero, quite surprising." Van Mu says frankly, "Let's skip the pleasantries. What did you want to see me about, City Lord? The Holy Maiden replies, Very well, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the All-Elite War? Yunmu replied. Of course, it's a competition between the young talents of the 6 great continents, held every 3 years, with each continent sending 2 or 3 people to fight. The great continents ranked higher get more resources, and those who compete are recommended by guilds, usually selected from disciples of prestigious families. The Holy Maiden gets straight to the point, saying, I hope you'll be on the list for the all-world tournament this time. Your name may be on that list. Hearing this, Yunmu was incredibly surprised. He was startled and asked, Why wouldn't this kind of thing be my turn? The Holy Maiden explained, This year's situation is a bit special. The Earth's energy has become abnormal, and a major change is likely to occur in the near future. Yunmu then realized the abnormal energy was the reason the transmission array had problems. The Holy Maiden continued, So, this year, to prepare for the future, the Mystic World Association wants to select outstanding powerhouses, and this year's all-world war will not limit the number of participants. You and I are both from humble backgrounds, and I have high hopes that you can bring glory to the central continent. Yunmu pondered, sensing trouble. This was not part of his plan at all. With that, the Holy Maiden stood up. I'll give you time to think. That's all for today. Tin-Ni then led the young general to the transmission portal. Hearing this, Yunmu frowned in annoyance and couldn't help but sigh. Now, a scene change at the Tower of Glory where everyone is buzzing. Why are there so many people in front? Alarmed, Yunmu pulled up his hood, deciding it was best to keep a low profile, whatever was happening. Then he pushed his way to the front of the line. Excuse me, just trying to get through. The people on the side of the road said to each other, Who are you betting on? Ling Xue, the curly-haired guy, explained, She's known as the Sword Saint's only disciple, a living weapon, so she's definitely strong. The person next to him said, Come on, who here isn't a disciple of some war saint? Following the commotion, he saw Ye Qing of the Chaotian sect, Leng Tian Shui of the Ice Palace, and even the third-ranked demon from the personal rankings. Why are there so many people? The man wondered if he even knew what a big deal this was. Not long ago, Ye Xing of the Hao Tian sect issued a challenge to Li Yunmu, declaring that he would conquer the 70th floor before Li Yunmu to claim the reward within. Hearing this news, other mystics couldn't sit still either, and all entered the tower, eager to clear the 70th floor faster than Ye Qing. He was taken aback, wondering why he didn't know about this challenge. Hearing this, he finally went online and discovered the rumors were true. Ye Qing issued a challenge. If Li Yunmak is a man, he'll reach the 70th floor. If he dares... Yunmu never goes online, yet everyone's talking about him. These people entered the tower yesterday, but this Li Yunmu still hasn't shown up. The blonde-haired man glanced at him, thinking he looked familiar, like they'd met somewhere before. Yunmu pulled up his collar and hurried away, thinking he must be mistaken. He just had a common face. He muses to himself, They entered the tower a day ago? I must seize the moment. While the crowd was distracted, Yunmu slipped inside. Taking a breath, he was finally back. He quickly checks the rankings. They're already on floor 20-something. He must hurry or he'll never catch up. Immediately, Yunmu gathers his inner strength and sprints forward with all his might. And here comes Li Yunmu's army, fully mobilized. Inside, an impatient man lights a cigarette. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, wondering why there'd been no movement for 2 days. After all, the higher the floor, the greater the difficulty. Clearing one floor in a few hours was common. Meanwhile, the rankings updated with a new name, shocking the smoking man. Ye Qing has reached level 45, and the crowd rushes to see. I think Ye Qing is definitely going to make it past level 70 in the lead, right? Well, not so fast. The demon is already at level 43. Don't underestimate him. Someone else said, Just wait, my Ling Shui will make a push too. For 3 days, everyone cheered them on. My goddess stopped at level 66, and I lost my 20,000 latitude points. Come on, Bajiang, surpass Ye Qing. The guy next to the shouting man whispered, Even if your Bajiang is the first to clear level 70, the Tide Listening sect won't let him go. Not with hundreds of them here. It looks like they're determined to get the sacred artifact on level 70 this time. Someone else said, But Ye Qing, Bajiang, and Ling Shui have been on level 70 for a while now. Shouldn't there be a winner? Who will clear level 70 first? Meanwhile, Ye Qing struggles against the monster on the 70th floor as it slams its tentacle down. He leaps away, dodging the blow, but he still hasn't been able to touch the creature. Ye Qing gritted his teeth in frustration, a hint of anxiety creeping in. This 70th floor was proving to be incredibly difficult. The monster before him was like a mutated, bizarre octopus. He channels his inner power, confident in his strength, but realizes that if he can't pass this level, no one can... There's a difference between someone like him, who refined his way to common star level, and those like Ling Shui and Ba Jiang, who were forcibly reduced to that level. As soon as he said that, he struck the monster's eye, causing it immense pain. The monster roared in fury, its immense power forcing Ye Qing to leap back to avoid it. Ye Qing leaps into the air, boastfully declaring, "Running out of steam? Resorting to blind attacks now?" He watched the monster roar, then declared, "Looks like victory belongs to Ye Qing. Prometheus." At that moment, the system displayed an urgent notification. "Congratulations to Li Yunmu of the Central Continent. He and his army have successfully cleared the 70th floor of the Tower of Glory, defeating that monster." Hearing this, Ye Qing couldn't help but feel nervous. What? Caught off guard, he's sent flying by the monster, blood uncontrollably spurting from his mouth as his body slams against a rock. Ye Qing was a mess, and he couldn't accept it. How could this be happening? The strongest Star Lord should be me. Meanwhile, news reaches Ling Shui that he's cleared the 70th floor. Ling Shui smiles contentedly. "You've finally arrived. Have you grown this much in just a few months? What a monster." Outside, everyone was shocked. Li Yunmu, when did he enter the tower? And he was the first to pass? The crowd surged forward at the sight of him. Whispers erupted, some even shouting that he was the very same Li Yunmu from the announcement, the one who cleared the 70th floor and obtained the sacred artifact. He's a little proud, but why the dark look? Didn't I hide my ranking in the announcement? What's going on? This is annoying. Just get out of my way. At that moment, a powerful voice boomed, "Li Yunmu, you won't escape." The great flame formation is set. He looks helplessly to the sky. Not again? Am I a worm or something? With nothing else to do, the elder of the Tide Heaven sect stepped forward. "Li Yunmu, hand over the 2 sacred artifacts in your possession, and we won't make things difficult for you." Still forming hand seals, he couldn't help but threaten, "Of course, if it's a trade, we'll give you the corresponding spirit stones." The crowd buzzed. Was that not the North Elder of the Tide Heaven sect? He came himself, and he's Ye Qing's master. His disciple lost, so he must be humiliated. Yunmu stuck out his tongue mockingly. "I'm not giving it to you. You're clearly forcing a sale, and you dare call it a transaction. You're prostituting yourselves and building a monument at the same time. Shameless?" He frowned, realizing a deal was off the table. So they'll just have to take it by force. The Great Blaze formation attacks, and Yunmu stares blankly at the cage trapping him. What? So this is a fireball. He couldn't help but shout, "It's so hot." One of the crowd cheered. "So this is the Great Flame Formation of the Tide Listening sect? In this cramped space, it's only a matter of time before that kid gets hit," Elder Bay said. "Kid, you're quick, but can you really run forever? Hand over the sacred artifact." Yunmu removed his hood. "Does everyone from the Tide Heaven sect enjoy blinding people?" "This is so annoying," I said. Seeing him like that, the North Elder silently observed, a murderous aura on his face. "Didn't your mother ever tell you not to play with fire?" "You?" Yunmu stared at the old man before him. "You like playing with fire, do you?" "Fine, I'll play with him." Immediately, he channeled his inner power, igniting the flames of the great sun flame art, quickly engulfing Yunmu. The onlookers were shocked by the pressure. "Elder Bay, the fire is raging and the energy is suddenly so strong. He's not backing down." "You stinky ape, I'll smash your barrier." And with that, Yunmu unleashed his ultimate move. The karmic fire erupts and everyone cries out in alarm. "His mystical power is too strong. Get out of the way." But as soon as he attacked, the energy was inexplicably absorbed by the cage, leaving Yunmu dumbfounded. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All bark and no bite. I thought it was a powerful move, but what a disgrace." Yunmu clutches his head, panicking. "Oh God, this is so embarrassing." It's like a primitive human social gathering. He already tried to look cool, and now he just wants to die. Our hero complains, "Hey, system, didn't you say this technique was complete? It's useless." The system quickly responds, "Do you think you can drown water with water?" A statement that surprises him. "What do you mean?" The system replied, "How can 2 things of the same origin attack each other?" He was inwardly surprised. Of the same origin? Just then, Elder Bay spoke up, "Don't waste any more time." Before he could react to the Great Flame Formation's attack, flames rushed from behind and a sharp pain shot through him. Yunmu grits his teeth, enduring the pain, but then quickly realizes the wound. It doesn't hurt anymore. No, this isn't a wound, but a direct fireball. Yunmu was startled, struggling to stand up straight. My body absorbed it. Elder Bay was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Did this kid absorb the Great Blaze Formation's attack into his body? Has his body become elemental? He began to wonder why. Could it be that what he used was nothing? Impossible? After a moment of thought, Yunmu couldn't help but smile triumphantly. With a cold face, he turns to face him, realizing what's happening. Yunmu decided to test his theory, and with a thought, he raised his hand and declared, "Come on." The great blaze formation, and the flames in his hand surged with new life, burning ever brighter. The people of Chaotian sect panicked. This kid absorbed the great blaze formation. How is that possible? Elder Bay was a little frightened. Boy, what kind of technique is that? It shares the same roots as our Tide listening sect. Who are you? If you don't tell us, you're not leaving here today. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoes as his troublesome constitution attracts more problems, and he turns around in surprise. Sister Jue happily said, "Long time no see. How has everyone been?" Just then, Ye Qing angrily lunged at Li Yunmu, and Moran turned around to look at him, completely unguarded. He grabbed his collar, shouting furiously, "How many good things are you going to ruin? Lin Jian's death. I want blood for blood." As Xiao Yunmu flies up, a jade pendant belonging to a Buddhist master is revealed, shocking the North Elder, who recognizes it instantly and rushes to stop Ye Qing from acting rashly. Then he bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Greetings, Grand Master." This action left Yunmu dumbfounded. The crowd couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, the elder is bowing to that kid, Li Yunmu. What's going on?" Ye Qing, confused, asked, "Master, what are you doing? Him?" Elder Bay didn't dare raise his head. Ye Qing, quickly kneel and address him as Grandmaster. He was going insane. "What is going on?" "I don't want to. This bastard killed Lin Jian and ruined my plans." He immediately cut him off, saying to kneel and call him Grandmaster. Ye Qing was the North Elder's prized student, and this was perhaps the first time he'd ever shown such a cold expression. The North Elder hurriedly knelt, forcing Ye Qing's head down with him. "We are deeply sorry." Elder Bay nervously said, "We never imagined you were our Grandmaster. We were so ignorant." Meanwhile, Yunmu was still stunned. "What are you talking about?" The North Elder explained. "The jade pendant on your back is proof of your identity." Startled he was. Then he began to recount the story to Yunmu. "So, that's what happened. It all makes sense now." The North Elder continued, "Back then, the founder traveled the land to cultivate the great sunblaze art and never returned. So, that's what happened. I never imagined the one to complete our sect's secret art would be you." Yunmu was perplexed. "I never thought the senior and Fat were from the Chaotian sect. I'm conflicted." He knelt again. "Now that you hold our founder's jade pendant, you are our founder. Please return to the Zhao Heaven sect and teach us how to complete the great sunblaze art." Yunmu, annoyed, flipped him off. "I don't want to. Anyone else would be fine, but after what you've done to me, you want me to help you? Dream on. Diet thin fumes. You really think you're some kind of grandmaster? Don't get too cocky." Unable to contain himself, he shouts, "You think you're so great? Then come with me to the all-martial battle and compete. You're acting so arrogant just because you were born a few minutes earlier than me." Yunmu calmly replies, "Sorry, I'm not going," leaving Ye Qing stunned. He then retorted, "Why would I participate in the all-world battle? Furthermore," Yunmu turns back to Ye Qing, "You said I was only faster than you by a few minutes, but I arrived a day later than you." He's gone from arrogance to anger. Damn it. The North Elder shouts, telling Ye Qing not to cause trouble with his elders. Ye Qing glared at him, eyes blazing. "Screw this ancestor nonsense. One day I'll kill him." After his conversation with the group, he walks with Ling Shui, who buys a beer and throws it to Yunmu. "Hey, catch." Ling Shui found it amusing. He was so arrogant just now. "The top sects of Central Province mean nothing to you. You're so full of yourself." Yunmu frowned. "They started it. I always repay my debts. By the way, Sister Jue, do you know why I'm still being announced even though I've hidden my ranking? Because once you pass the 70th floor, you're qualified to participate in the all-world war. And even if you hide your ranking, it will still be announced." Yunmu is stunned. "So I was hidden?" Ling Shui can't help but wonder. "The all-world battle? You're really not going?" Yunmu lazily replies, "No, too much trouble." Ling Shui replied, "It's good that you're not going. This year's all-martial arts tournament is too extravagant. I feel like there's definitely a conspiracy." Then Yunmu said, "I have to go back to the Great Cat Peak to see Da Xiong and Liu Naijie. Do you want to come? It's been so long. Everyone misses you." Ling Shui declined. "Maybe later. I need to prepare for the all-martial battle." Back at Jifeng Grand Manor, Bo Wen's voice echoed, "All right, that's it for today. Class dismissed." After the students left, he was alone, forlornly cleaning the board. Yunmu is back and he can't help but tease him. "Why are you wiping the board yourself? You always made me do it back then." Van Muck walks over and snatches the rag. In the end, only I can put up with you. Give it here. Uncle Wen quickly throws something over, saying, "You little brat, after all this time, you finally decided to come home? What do you want from me?" Yunmu asked casually. What do you mean? What do I want? After wandering for so long, of course I'd come back to check things out. Besides, shouldn't a son always visit his old man when he returns home? Hearing this, Bo Wen smiled warmly, sizing up Yunmu. You little rascal, you seem to have gotten taller. Isn't being tall a good thing? It makes it easier to wipe the board for you. He casually tossed the rag onto the table. Oh, right. It seems like something's been going on with Earth lately, and the teleportation array isn't working so well anymore. How annoying, Uncle Wen continued. Recently, spatial rifts have appeared, emitting a powerful force that destabilizes the teleportation array. Unmu wondered, what's in those rifts? I don't know, said Bo Van. He continued, never mind, is abandoned house number 7 still open? Bo Van said it was, and new students still used it for training. What's wrong? Yunmu was about to leave. After all, he had time, so of course he'd go train. Uncle Wen added, please, do you think you're not strong enough? You're already a prodigy among the youth. Seeing Yunmu still intent on leaving, he called after him. I'm telling you, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Yunmu suddenly stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Night falls, and Yunmu is back home, lying in his dark room, the words of Uncle Van echoing in his mind. I'm saying, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? I know what happened to your father made you unwilling to trust others, made you feel like you're the only one who won't abandon you, so you're desperately trying to become stronger. He lights a cigarette, his face thoughtful, unwilling to rely on others, always bearing the burden alone. But that was before. Now he has a group of friends who will live and die with him, doesn't he? Even the strongest person can't do everything. Let yourself rest. He smiled brightly at Yunmu, his face serene. Try trusting your teammates. Try relying on others. A sigh escapes, and these words linger in his mind. Meanwhile, back in his dark room, Bo Wen sat alone, lost in thought, when the walkie-talkie on his desk suddenly crackled to life, startling him. He stood up, walked over to the desk, and heard a voice on the other end saying, Attention, Night Hound, you have a new assignment. Depart immediately. Meanwhile, Bak Van quickly puts on his mask and responds, Night Hound Roger. Cut to the Trio Tien building, a long-standing and wealthy sect, whose architecture is incredibly extravagant. Outside, Dr. Van scales the building with incredible agility. A master thief could only dream of such skill. He eavesdrops from outside, hearing Ye Qing's voice. Are you going to help me or not? The strange voice continued. What's the rush? I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Ye Qing said urgently. That little brat Li Yun killed my lover and stole my sacred artifact. I absolutely can't let him get away with this. The mysterious voice replied, Rest assured, if you've agreed to ally with me, then your problems are my problems. Bowen is surprised. It's Ye Qing? The organization's suspicions were correct. What is he plotting? And who is the other person? The stranger smirks. Just be patient. I guarantee you, once we get to Wujian, that kid Li Yunmu is a goner. Hearing this, Bowen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Finally, he understood that their target was the martial arts tournament, and Li Yunmu. Bowen quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie, knowing he had to inform the organization immediately, but before he could act, the building he was in exploded. Bowen was immediately startled and anxious. He'd been discovered. Ye Qing emerged from the rubble, realizing a rat had infiltrated their ranks. Realizing he'd been bugged, Ye Qing flew into a rage, roaring, Give me your life! A fatal blow cut through the Promethean fire. Meanwhile, Bak Van remained confident. Kid, if you're Prometheus, then I'm Zeus, and I'll lock you up again. As he spoke, his hands quickly formed a seal, unleashing the lightning arc technique. Just as Bo Wen said, his strength was still superior to Ye Qing's, and a massive explosion ensued. The cloaked figure emerges, seemingly noticed by the Mystic Guild. How troublesome. They've even sent out the Night Watch. Then, a sly smile appears. He can't be allowed to leave alive, or it's all over. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and Bo Wen continue their battle. Overwhelmed by his power, Ye Qing was secretly horrified. This man's mystic energy was too strong. He couldn't handle him. Then, Bo Wen summoned thunder and lightning before Ye Qing, his hand reaching out as if to crush him. Bo Wen throws a powerful punch, so fast that Ye Qing can't even react, and the necklace around his neck snaps. Ye Qing was no match for him, but as the vice-sec leader he refused to be outdone, channeling his inner power for one last strike. Crimson Lotus. Dodging the attack, Bo Van retaliates, unleashing lightning towards Diep Than, the thunderous chains piercing his body. Unable to bear the pain, Ye Qing screamed, but before he could recover, Bo Wen struck again with thunderous punishment, even more devastating than before. Like a fish caught in a net, Ye Qing could only stand there and take the beating, his piercing screams echoing. At that moment, the mysterious figure, seeing Ye Qing weakened, appeared behind Bo Wen, truly befitting one of the strongest night watchmen. The Thunderclap's Night Hound lives up to its name. It seems this is a formidable opponent. He got so close without me noticing. The voice startled Bo Wen. Before Bo Wen could react, the figure unleashed a fatal blow, sending his mask flying. It seems he couldn't block in time. Blood streamed from his head, and his ragged breaths echoed. He was horrified. This guy was too strong. He slowly landed on the rooftop. "Sorry, but for my grand plan, today you—" He paused, looking at Bokvan as if he were a corpse, then coldly continued, "Must die here." Barely able to speak, Bo Wen asks, "Who are you?" The figure slowly removes his hood. "I'll let you die knowing." The figure became clear in his eyes, and his appearance seemed to shock him. Looking at that sly smile and face, Bo Wen finally recognized him. Meanwhile, at Yunmu's house, he lazily opens the glass cabinet. Still brushing his teeth, Yunmu sleepily thinks how nice it is to wake up naturally after so long. These peaceful days are truly wonderful. No sooner had she spoken than Lang An was outside, pounding on the door and shouting, "Li Yunmu, open up, something's happened." Barely awake, he's already being summoned. And Ling An immediately recounts everything that's happened. Upon hearing this, Yunmu's mind went blank. He froze, his eyes glazed over, unable to process what Lang An was saying. The toothbrush fell from his mouth, and only then did Yunmu regain some composure, shakily asking again, his expression startling Ling An. Yunmu paused, his breathing becoming rapid. What did he say? Dr. Van's body was quickly returned, now just a cold corpse. Yunmu rushed over, staring at the body in stunned silence. They had just met yesterday, and now he lay still and lifeless. Yunmu could hardly believe it. At that moment, the coroner's voice echoed, stating that the victim had been tortured while alive. His eyes were gouged out, almost all of his ribs were broken, his tendons were severed, and his left leg was missing. The autopsy report left everyone breathless. How cruel. Who could have done this? Nijie exclaimed in horror. The doctor handed over an item. During the autopsy, he was clutching this piece of chain in his left hand. Upon hearing this, Yunmu frantically snatched the item from the doctor's hand, demanding it. The doctor, startled, exclaimed, "Don't touch that! It needs to go to the evidence room." The sight of it conjured a familiar face in Yunmu's mind, and a deathly aura emanated from him. As soon as Ye Qing finished speaking, he charged off in a frenzy, shouting, "I'll kill you!" Everyone, including Li Yunmu, Ling An, and Nijie, looked over in shock. He'd lost all reason. Da Hong, who understood Yunmu best, rushed forward, grabbed his head, and held him down, shouting, "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" "Where's the calm and collected Van Muk? He's like a wild beast now." "Zhang Da Hong, let go of me. I have to go kill that Ye Jing," Da Hong countered, explaining that there was only a necklace, which proves nothing. "Do you think the Morning Sky sect will hand over Ye Qing?" Yunmu doesn't care. He says he'll just wash the sect in blood. Daxiang replied, "Okay, you want to paint the Chaotian sect with blood? I'll go with you. But do you think the two of us can do it? Even if you and I can, then what? How would you explain slaughtering an entire sect to the Mystic Association? Tell me." Dazhong is right. Yunmu was angry but still rational. Li Yunmu had never felt so helpless. He cried out, pounding the ground relentlessly. Van Mok's heart-wrenching screams, Nai Tiep and Ling An's tears of sorrow, and Dai Hung's rage all mingled into the resentment that was Diep Than. Finally, Yunmu sought out the Weaver girl, who was surprised that he would come to her. "What's going on?" With a deep frown, Yunmu declared with utmost seriousness, "I want to participate in the all-world martial competition." She lifts her veil, asking if he's had a change of heart. "May I ask what brought about this change of heart?" "You reek of bloodlust. In a competition like this, accidentally killing your opponent is to be expected, right?" The Weaver giggled, finding him an amusing child. He replied, "Is that okay? I want to go kill him." The Weaver girl replies, "I don't care what your reasons are. I only want to know if you're truly motivated to fight." That's motivation enough, but most participants in the martial contest are in teams of 2. "You want to go alone?" Yunmu pondered, and he mechanically replied, "Alone is fine." Time slipped away, painting the surroundings with a melancholic hue as he walked alone down the long corridor, the setting sun casting a lonely shadow. Unknowingly, he turned back to look at the familiar space of the Bo Wen lecture hall. Van Mac's face could not hide the sadness, and he was silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Chang'an called out as he approached, "Li Yunmu, you're back. It's been a while. Want to grab a drink?" But Yunmu was in no mood for that. He turned and left, saying he'd catch up another day. Lingan seemed unsure why he was acting this way, but seeing Yunmu's expression, he didn't say anything more. Alone, Yunmu heads to the school rooftop, the silence around him almost deafening, as Bo Wen's words echo in his mind. He truly knows nothing, not even the power system of the mystics. Van Mook indifferently replied, "None of your business." He then recalled the memory of being hit on the head while being scolded. "Idiot, how many times have I told you to relax?" Yunmu writhed in pain, cursing his fate, remembering all those times they went for beer, and he would nag him endlessly. The kid sure knows how to eat, ordering only the expensive stuff. Van Mook remains unbothered, thinking he's not wasting his money. Those beautiful memories. And now, he sits here all alone, tears falling unconsciously. It's been a long time since he cried like that, like a child longing for home. Where did Trat Dai Hung come from? If you want to cry, just cry. Why put on a tough act? You're so annoying. I told him. I said the city lord of Weaver City recommended me for the martial war. Yunmu affirmed that he must kill Ye Qing, even if he had to do it alone. Da Zhong gazed into the distance and replied, "You can do it." He hesitated. "I must." Suddenly remembering Bo Wen's dying words, "Kid, try relying on others." Soon after, Yunmu finally spoke up. "Da Hung, wait," Yunmu said, his eyes filled with determination. "Help me." Da Xiong silently stared at Yunmu. It was the first time he'd ever asked for his help. Without a word, Da Xiong simply turned and said, "Let's go." Surprised, Yunmu asked, "Where are you going?" He glanced back and casually replied, "Where else would I go?" Seeing Yunmu so dazed, Da Xiong indifferently replies, "The tower transition." At this time, Yunmu is lying sadly in bed, when suddenly the system notifies him that he is connected with a new star. Yunmu groggily sits up, lazily looking at the screen. When Wu Fan saw Yunmu, he was overjoyed. Finally, they were connected. "Big brother, do you remember me?" Wu Fan then said, "We met at the underground black market. Would you be willing to come to the night market again?" Is Yunmu still dreaming? Soon after, he quickly heads to that market. Wu Fan hands him a vial of medicine, and a surprised Yunmu asks, "This is holy water of life. Where did you get this?" The boy explained that he'd gotten it from an old man not long ago, remembering that Yunmu had been looking for it. Van Muck was elated. This was a huge help. "How much do I owe you?" Wu Fan smiles, revealing his missing tooth. "Forget the money. I once saved his life. I've lived here since I was little, and I'm familiar with everything. If you need any information, just ask. No charge." And with that, the boy left, saying goodbye. Yunmu was stunned. "Hey, wait a minute." Looking at the boy Wu Fan, he couldn't help but smile warmly. Had he lived here since he was little? Watching that small figure, Yunmu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. What a hard life. Changing scenes to the Temple of the War. God Yunmu shouts, "Hey, Sima, open up, is anyone there?" A voice boomed from above. "Who are you?" "Restricted Area, War God Hall." He held up the letter and said loudly, "I am Li Yunmu, Mystic number 930-6664. I'm here to see my parents. This is my invitation." The voice boomed, the gates opened, and Yunmu was immediately stunned by the sight within. Looking around, Yunmu thought the God of War shrine was surprisingly simple, yet interesting. At that moment, a stranger approached, saying, "Mr. Li, please follow me. The hall is quite close." Yunmu was confused, furrowing his brow as he wondered, "Assembly hall? Here?" Yunmu's loud voice surprised everyone. "Wait a minute." Yunmu was dragged away by two people. "Let me go. I said I'm here to find someone, not to do your damn assessment." A voice beside him said, "If you have an invitation, then you're from the War God Hall and the assessment is mandatory." Yunmu gathers his strength, realizing how unreasonable they're being. He immediately strikes back, yelling, "Don't go too far!" Lightning magic unleashes a massive explosion. Yunmu grows irritated, realizing they brought this on themselves by ignoring his words. Another voice echoes, "Lightning affinity, truly a rare attribute, but the one who brought you here casually said your attacks lack fire." Yunmu glares. "Is this the war god of the Hall of War? My lightning magic is so weak that even the gatekeeper can easily block it. How terrifying." At that moment, another voice echoed, "Who's making a ruckus here?" "This is the War General Qin Feng, the electric war god." Then another voice echoed, "Old Qin, didn't you finish your game before running off?" Seeing the person in the wheelchair, Yunmu was shocked. He immediately shouts, "You old geezer! Why are you lazing around here acting like you know everyone?" Qin Feng retorts, annoyed, "So loud. Can't you keep it down?" He pointed at him again. "Aren't you a war general? How can a civilian like you know him?" Zhang calmly introduced, "Old Qin and I have been friends for many years. Where do you think I got my armed combat skills?" He then babbled incessantly. "Why is that? I don't understand. How can you, a war general, be friends with this old man? He hasn't even awakened. He's lazy, gluttonous, foul-mouthed, and a bit of a lecher. What do you want from him?" Zhang Min was annoyed. "You little brat, what are you here for? Just to mess with your old man?" Yunmu didn't say much, tossing the potion to his father. "Take it." As soon as Jungmin picked it up, he knew. Holy water of life. A rare find. Yunmu said he would make it possible for his father to walk in reality, urging him to drink it quickly. Without hesitation, he obeyed his son and drank the potion in one gulp. Immediately after drinking it, Zhangmin exclaimed in surprise, "It's working!" He couldn't contain his excitement. "It's happening! It's happening! It's happening!" Immediately, Zhangdan's legs grew back. He happily kicked them in the air, glad to have his own legs back. Yunmu was very satisfied. Good, his legs have grown back. He'll take his leave now, and asked that they greet his mother and third sister for him. Qinfeng looked at him. "Are you sure you won't take the test at our War God Palace?" Yunmu replied, "No, not yet. I've already joined the All-Realm War on behalf of Star Maiden City. Joining the War God Pavilion now would be too troublesome." Zhang Min asked him, "What are your plans then?" Yunmu is determined. "With a month left until the All-World War, I plan to find a dark domain for special training. I must win this time." Zhang Min replied, "The dark domain can only improve your combat skills against dimensional beasts. It won't help you fight against people," I said. He paused, a sinister look crossing his face. "Perhaps your father should help you train?" Meanwhile, at the Weaver Girl's City Lord Manor, her servant rushes in to report, "City Lord, there's a young man outside who wishes to see you." Surprised, she agreed to see him. Daewung rushed in and immediately prostrated himself, begging her to recommend him for the all-martial war and teach him how to become stronger. The city lord was astonished. The young master of the wealthy Zhang family was kneeling and begging before an outsider. "Where is the pride of your Zhang family?" Da Zhang pleads, "There's someone I must help. Before him, my pride is worth nothing. I'm not strong enough to be his support yet, so I must become stronger. Therefore, you can do whatever you want, please." She saw his sincerity and was surprised herself. The Weaver girl didn't answer, but implicitly agreed. "My training will be brutal. You'll have to keep up." She turned and left, special training to begin at 3:00 a.m. every morning. Time waits for no one. And Da Qiong bowed his head in gratitude, deeply thankful. Meanwhile, at the Temple of War, everyone was chanting, "Don't lose and embarrass the Temple of War." Just then, a young man passed by on his way back from the supermarket. This man is Zhan Wu Yai, War God Hall's representative in intergalactic combat. An Tian asked, "What's going on?" Annoyed, the man replied, "Some kid came and started a poetic duel with our people, and he's already beaten 4 of them. What's more, he's just a common star." Hearing this, Wu Ya was incredibly surprised, glancing at the crowd as he wondered to himself, "A common star?" Meanwhile, Yunmu fought with all his might, the ground cracking from the force of their battle. He frowned, silently observing his opponent, thinking, "Ice attribute profound energy? This hall of the god of war is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Profound energy is as common as standard issue." He was extremely pleased with himself, but if it's ice, then there's nothing to fear. Blazing sun explosion. Instantly, a great fire engulfed Yunmu's body, fueled by karma fire. Gathering his strength, Yunmu unleashed a devastating blow. The opponent, Liao Yuan, was overwhelmed by this momentum and screamed. Zhangdan watched his son, wondering, lightning and fire, what a mess. Where did he learn that? His opponent looked at his hand, then recoiled in shock. The ice had melted. Seizing the advantage, Yunmu smugly unleashes another purgatory attack, a ghostly fire technique that lives up to its name, as flames erupt from his hand like a whirlwind. Wuya Chenju blends into the crowd, observing the growing commotion. He lost again? Just where did you come from? Qinfeng seems extremely pleased. "Old Li, your son, is extraordinary. He was originally of superior talent, a humble commoner. Never mind, his talent was originally the lowest level, but indeed he is still very satisfying. Could there truly be a way to defy fate?" After one fight, Yunmu breathes easily and calls out the next challenger. He smugly brushed off his sleeves. "Uncle Qin, did you say your war god temple only has this much strength?" "Who's next?" Yunmu sneered. Anyone else want to go? Unai rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice cut in. Let me spar with you. That familiar voice startled Yunmu. He was just looking for some newbies to practice with. Was he really that bad? He turned to face his opponent and was shocked to see who it was. Yunmu lamented, Old man, what are you doing here? Jongmin smirks. It's been too long, I'm going to play with you. Yunmu is shocked. He's not even awakened. How can he play? Jongmin points at his son, saying, So what if you haven't awakened? The old man cracks his knuckles, looking down on his smug son. You rely too much on your mystic powers. Jongmin immediately took a defensive stance, a sly grin on his face. I was getting impatient waiting. Before he could react, Yunmu vanished using the Chongbu. As Trungdan looked around, unable to keep up, he was somewhat impressed. Pretty fast. In a flash, Yunmu was behind him, and before Trungdan could even react, he mercilessly threw a punch, showing no respect for their father-son relationship. It wasn't just fast. Xinfeng watched from the sidelines, smirking. Old Li, this level of kid is still too easy for you. Qinfeng looked at his old friend. You are known as the strongest unawakened man. No sooner had Qinfeng spoken than his fist landed squarely. Yunmu was slower than his father, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his scream echoing a moment later. This is too much. I give up. Damn it, I'm your own son. Why are you hitting me like this? I am telling Mom. The crowd below was shocked and buzzing. Who is that man? I can't sense any of his mystic energy, yet he can beat that kid to a pulp. Seeing his son so battered, Jongmin couldn't help but feel pleased. How about that, kid? How does it feel to be defeated by a censor? Frustrating, isn't it? Qinfeng happily interjected. Don't take it to heart. Even I can't guarantee I'd beat that old fox. He looked at Yunmu, recounting cheerfully, Don't let his current appearance fool you. When he was young, he became the head instructor of the War God Hall, based solely on his physical skills. Zhongdan quickly interjected. That was then. Why tell him so much? Then he proudly asked, Well, kid, do you want my special hell training or not? Yunmu hesitated, looking at his father. Grandpa Zhang warned it would be hard, maybe even deadly. Cut to the border city. Weaver Girl, Dark Devil King's dark domain. The terrified demon screamed as a thin cord tightened around its neck. The weaver was ferocious, and the demon wailed, begging for mercy, saying it was about to die. Frowning, she turned and demanded the Shadow Fiend King's shadow art, for she needed it now. After a brief contest, he was utterly terrified by her power. I yield, please spare me. Da Xiong thought in awe. Can she really subdue a king-level demon so easily? Is this the power of a battle saint? The weaver then gave the large orb to Big Bear to study, who took it with a sense of wonder. What is this ghost image art? She replied calmly. If you want to become stronger, do as I say and don't ask questions. Seeing her imposing aura, he didn't dare say anything more, stammering in response, Okay. Time passed quickly, and a month later, on Black Dragon Island, a commotion arose. Hey, why the rush? It hasn't even started yet. The big players haven't arrived yet, and the contestants are buzzing with anticipation. There are quite a few participants this year. As they spoke and walked, they suddenly stopped, eyes wide with awe. These people represented the 6 major powers, and the representative of the Breaking Sky Pavilion excitedly wondered if anyone would impress this year. Qinfeng, the representative of the War God Palace, replied, Rest assured, there will definitely be good seeds this year. I guarantee it. The representative of the Holy Church chimed in. That's right, there's bound to be a good show. The Blade Forest representative glanced over, thinking old Qin must know something. The Sea God Hall representative cheerfully replied that of course he'd be so sure, since the Hall of War Gods had already sent someone this year. The representative from the Pantheon Hall chimed in, If the God of War Hall is participating, then this year will be boring. Qinfeng then spoke up, dispelling their rumors, saying, Hey, I didn't say this good seed was from our War God Hall. No sooner were the words spoken than a grand announcement echoed, The Sword Saint of Central Province has arrived. Everyone was surprised that the Sword Saint himself had arrived, a war saint no less. That person seemed to have arrived with Ling Xue when a large, imposing man shouted, Hey, get out of the way! The introduction echoed again as Hong Manju, the heavenly king of giants, arrived. Before they could recover, the crowd looked to the sky once more, gasping in astonishment as a massive bird blotted out the sun. The crowd is in an uproar. Look at the sky. Everyone was startled to see a bird radiating ice. They recognized it almost immediately and cried out, It's the ice bird! Look, the person on it is from the Shattered Sky clan. They're ecstatic. The Ice Palace. Ice Snow Saintess Ye Tianshui has arrived. Even the Ice Palace has sent someone. Things are getting interesting. Suddenly, he heard the sound of bubbling water, and the representative of the Shattered Sky Pavilion listened intently. He looked down at the water, a bit curious himself, as something stirred within. Just then, a giant fish emerged, drawing gasps from the crowd. What a huge fish. What kind of monster is that? Before they could wonder for long, another announcement rang out. The Sea Clan's holy maiden, Hai Yue, arrives. A familiar voice scoffs, "If you're just a fish, go back to the sea. What's with all the commotion?" The introductions continued as another figure arrived, Yeting of the Chaotian sect. The giant Sky King chuckled. "Everyone who should be here is here. It's about to begin." Qin Feng and Wei Meng remained calm. Let's wait a little longer. He gazed into the water, thinking that without that little devil, there would be far less fun. Yunmu sat calmly on a small raft, annoyed, wondering where such a big fish had come from. Scary stuff. The announcement rang out again. Li Yunmu, the weaver girl, has arrived, frowning and looking around as he approached. Where's Da Heng? Next up is the roll call, starting with Zhang Yuan of the Bamboo Forest sect, a gold star. Yunmu was getting impatient and registered before the exam. Where was that Zhang Da Heng? Could he really be this unreliable? The roll call echoed, leaving Yunmu stunned. Chaotian sect's Ye Qing, a red star. Could he believe his ears? Ye Qing was just a common star a month ago. How many levels did he actually skip? Seeing him, Yunmu's face darkened. Ye Qing, I want you to pay for this in blood. Next up was Ice Palace's Ye Tianshui, a gold star, followed by Yunmu, who quickly placed his hand on the orb. But unexpectedly, the orb kept ringing without any reaction. He looked at his hand in surprise, as Yunmu seemed equally confused. The supervisor announced that Van Mukfotin was unqualified to compete, and the crowd mocked him relentlessly. Are you kidding me? A common star? Do you even know where you are? Just go home already. I heard there's someone famous out there. I thought you were strong. The laughter hadn't died down when they realized it was just a regular star, telling him not to embarrass himself. At that moment, Jinu quickly stepped forward to defend him. So, what if he's a common star? She frowned. Li Yunmu's achievements have already proven his ability to participate in the war dance. Are you turning him away just because he isn't a golden star mystic? Ye Qing scoffed, stating that the rules are the rules. One must surpass the 70th floor of the Tower of Glory and reach the gold enlightenment level to participate in the martial competition. Is he exempt from the rules just because he's a war saints man? She looked at him annoyed. But Yunmu quickly raised his hand to stop him, then loudly replied, "Who said we wanted to break the rules? Isn't Gold Star enough? Wait, let me remember what level you were. Was it Red Star, perhaps?" Yunmu said, looking at Diet Than with disdain. He's surprised that he doesn't understand. Huh? So what? Yunmu immediately and confidently channeled his inner energy. Why? Watch closely. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the ground beneath him shattered from his power. Watching this, Ye Qing gritted his teeth, wondering if he intended to. Yunmu's eyes now filled with murderous intent, he roared, "Silver Star!" Seeing this, the crowd buzzed. Li Yunmu had advanced. How could this be? Even if he had suppressed his level, he would still need to find a secluded place to open his meridians layer by layer. Wait, he's not done yet. Then he strained again, his eyes now filled with fire. Golden Mystery. Ye Qing was stunned by the whispers. Another level up to Golden Mystery, 2 breakthroughs in a row. Not stopping there, Yunmu grits his teeth and roars. The crimson star opens, silencing the crowd as everyone present holds their breath. Xianfeng looked at him smugly as whispers continued to rise, leaping to Red Star in one go, a feat worthy of the history books. The representative of the Treasure Pavilion looked at Yunmu with great curiosity, thinking, "This kid is interesting." Immediately after, Yunmu looked at his enemy and spoke with disdain. "What's wrong, Yi Qing?" Yunmu smirked at him, asking directly, "Anything you want to say?" Yunmu took off his hat and added, "Or do you want to see me break through again? But killing you like that wouldn't be fun." Yunmu brushed past him, whispering, "I know what you did, and I'll make you pay with your life." These words inexplicably filled Ye Qing with dread, and his face paled. A loud voice boomed again. "No more sign-ups? Then let's begin." Annoyed, Yunmu muttered, "What is that bastard Zhang Da Heng doing? We're running out of time. If he doesn't catch up, I'll blow his head off." Just then, a loud sound echoed out, and Yunmu looked up curiously, only to have his eyes widen in shock at what he saw. The newcomer arrived by helicopter, landing close by, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. "Hey, look in the sky, it's a helicopter." A familiar figure in a cloak then quickly jumps to the ground. Daisheng casually removed his hood. "Hello, I'm here to register." He calmly looked over everyone as he introduced himself, Zhang Daishang, the Red Star Weaver. Yunmu smiled, but couldn't help but scold. "You bastard, you're so late." Daewong laughed. "Sorry, I was clearing a tower and lost track of time." According to regulations, Dazhong must also have his abilities tested. Zhang Dazhong, a Red Star title master. Yunmu muses that the guy's changed quite a bit since they last met. Not only has he reached Red Star, but he's cut his hair short, too. He took off his cloak, saying, "Long hair is inconvenient when training in the dark domain." At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. That familiar figure rushed over and embraced him tightly. "Little Moo Moo." Yunmu was surprised. Li Si said, "Why are you here too?" She happily replied, "I came because Xiaonuo provoked her, telling me to team up and represent Tianyun Pavilion in the competition." Yunmu was incredibly surprised. He never expected those two to team up. Li Si replies that there was no one else to choose anyway, but then another cold voice echoes, leaving Yunmu stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Surprised, he turned to see who had spoken, equally taken aback. It was Chu Qingyu. Yunmu then stepped forward to greet her. "Long time no see, Gi. How have you been?" She replied calmly, "I'm fine. Because everyone recommended me, I'm temporarily taking my father's place as city lord." She couldn't help but feel annoyed, but those old fogies didn't need his help anymore. "I've already given Wei Cheng to you." For Yunmu, it was a given, as Wei Cheng's income is not small. Ling Shui glanced at Yunmu, a hint of pride in her eyes, while Duduk couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly covered his mouth, then couldn't help but exclaim, "What youthful vigor." The crowd, startled by the voice, froze in their tracks. That can't be. Looking at the man standing in the sunlight, everyone marveled. The president of the Mystic Association, Lord Duduk? The giant Sky King couldn't help but mock him. "Still climbing so high at your age? What a show-off." "Welcome, competitors, to the 54th Toan Vu Battle Flag Competition," Duduk announced. "As the organizer, I wish you all the best. You are all the pride of the heavens." He'd been writing on his hand, and now he's reading it aloud. Everyone was stunned, and Duduk was growing impatient. "What is this? Can't find it, never mind. It's a rare opportunity, so let's make the most of it." "All right, round 54 of the Toan Vu War begins now." The crowd roars with excitement. "Okay, I can't wait any longer. It's finally starting." He stood up, and it seemed the sun was too bright, as Duduka couldn't help but sneeze. He continued, "Then let's begin the first item inspection." Immediately, Duduk reached out, and a light spread everywhere, a world without delay. Immediately, everyone felt as if their minds were reeling and in a state of confusion. Natich was dumbfounded. "My profound energy is gone. What's happening?" Yunmu explains that the old man used some ability to suppress everyone's profound energy. Dudi turned and said, "All right, the first round will test your combat prowess." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "The Manhwa dimension is open!" He was shocked. Spatial magic. It couldn't be. The power of the Mage Association president. He began to explain the rules of this round. Inside this gate is a savage clawed beast. This is the most ferocious dimensional beast of the Red Star stage, and your first test is to enter the gate and eliminate it. Of course, with no mystical powers, your body and skills will be your only means of fighting. Once inside, your survival is entirely up to you. So I'll give you 1 minute to decide if you want to continue participating in the all-world war. The first examiner is Gu Tiancheng of the White Sand sect. "Will you continue?" Tiancheng asks smugly. "Of course," the crowd marvels. "Look, isn't that one of the strongest rookies from Giant Whale City, one of the 3 great sea cities? That's right, someone as strong as him will definitely pass the test with ease." As he enters, he's immediately arrogant, eyeing the beast. "So this is the Iron Hoof demonic beast?" Looking at the massive beast, he brazenly challenges it. "Come and get me." Outside, Duduk flips the control switch. "All right, let's see what's happening inside." The crowd buzzed, expecting an easy win for Gu Tiancheng, but the words died in their throats. "What? How could this be?" Hearing the commotion, Yunmu turned to see Gu Tiancheng's body on the screen, skewered like a sausage by the beast. Everyone trembled. Gu Tiancheng was dead. Everyone murmured, "How could he, the best of the Crimson Stars, fail?" Duduk announced that Gu Tiancheng had failed the test. The higher-ups from Gaoweizhou and the crowd were terrified. No way, even Gu Tiancheng was killed. The faint of heart had already fled, saying, "I'm out. Universal war, my life is more important." Dudi couldn't help but sneer. As expected, a bunch of fools who only know how to rely on mystic power. While the crowd scattered, Yunmu stood still. He silently looked up at Duduk, his attitude surprisingly calm. He quickly spotted him, exclaiming, "Isn't that my little strategist?" I've finally found you. The battle continues. Hongshan City, Zhang Shuai fails the test, leaving the remaining participants in shock. Another one bites the dust. That's 6, and none have made it out alive. Should we retreat as well? Duke is bored, wondering if there's any talent among this year's participants. Let's hope you're worth watching. He then looked at him, asking if the disciple, Yunmu, would accept the test. Hearing his name, Yunmu coldly accepted the challenge, removing his hat and entering the secret realm. Seeing the monster, Yunmu couldn't help but murmur, "It's bigger in person." And as soon as it saw him, it charged. Yunmu wondered about its speed, and the monster immediately channeled its inner power, slamming its fist into the ground. Outside, the crowd buzzes with excitement. "Look, he dodged it!" A representative of the Shattered Sky Pavilion exclaims, "That's more like it. Finally, something worth watching." Inside, Yunmu dodges and marvels at how such a large body can move so fast, but it's still nothing compared to that old geezer from the remote region. Perhaps he's referring to Bo Wen, a name that still fuels Yunmu's hatred. The monster roars back, refusing to be outdone, and swipes its claws. He nimbly dodges its attacks, never allowing it to get close, and lands a blow to its face, leaving everyone in awe. Li Yunmu, with his own strength, has shaken the giant beast. The beast roars, partly in pain, partly in anger, and glares at Yunmu with murderous eyes. Just then, a massive explosion erupted, shocking everyone. He'd landed a hit, but everyone was wrong. He continued to soar forward with a deathly gaze, focusing his attack on its horn. Yunmu soared forward, and before the monster could react, he grabbed its long horn. With one swift motion, he ripped it free, then with a mighty roar plunged it straight into the beast's head. Blood sprays like a fountain, and a roar echoes, shaking the very air. Outside, everyone watches in stunned silence as he slays the beast. The monster falls, and the virtuous cheer with excitement. Well done, Li Yunmu has become a weaver girl. He succeeds in his challenge, his face still cold, the giant beast's blood still smeared on him. The crowd cheers again. So handsome, he cleared it so easily. That's right, he's the first to pass the test again. Lisi couldn't help but rejoice. He really did it. Naiji is also motivated. We have to try harder too. Ye Qing, unwilling to be outdone, scoffs in contempt before easily clearing his own challenge, followed by Zhang Dexiong. Following that, Li Zi of Tianyuan Fort successfully completed the challenge, and then Liu Naijie of Tianyuan Fort also succeeded. The last of his group, Sword Saint Sex Ling Shui, succeeded in her challenge, followed by War God Hall's Zhan Wuya and Yunmu's almost wife, Qingyun Sex Chu Qingyu. Naijie was overjoyed. "Xiaowu passed too. We've cleared the first stage." Yunmu quickly turned away. "Well, there's nothing left to see here. Let's go wait for the results over there." Suddenly, a name echoed, stunning Yunmu. Zhao Zifan of the Chaotian sect has succeeded in his challenge. Seeing Yunmu suddenly stop, Naijie was a little worried. "What's wrong?" Yunmu looked at the person riding the giant beast. It hadn't even been a minute since Chu Qingyu cleared the stage. When did the Chaotian sect get such a pervert? Yunmu silently looked at the person, unable to suppress his suspicions. With the candidates finished, the first round comes to a close. Sitting high above, Duke excitedly says, "Oh my, we've cut the number of people in half already? You have proven your ability to fight in harsh conditions, and you are qualified to enter the second round." As he finished speaking, the stone door before them quickly opened. Duck added, "This Spirit Exchange Pavilion is the second round's arena, and naturally the second round can be deadly. You have 1 minute to decide. Those who don't want to participate still have a chance to leave." He added, "But if you're enlightened and willing to bet your life, then step through that door." Van Mook and the others entered, followed by the rest. Nadi casually remarks on the corridor's depth, noting it appeared to be a small room from the outside. Yunmu adds, "That hall seems to be a spatial system. I think we're now inside the space he created." They soon arrive at a massive door, signaling the end of the line. The giant Sky King steps forward, suggesting they open it. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that a member of the man race is here. Stepping inside, a chill filled the air, heavy with cold. Yunmu approached a statue, his eyes widening as he took it in. This stone statue is tall and incredibly mysterious. He studies it for a long moment, lost in thought. What is this stone statue? It looks so strange. The statue's female figure has a human face and a snake's body. Lingzhui explains it's a Wu clan goddess, but before she can finish, a scream cuts her off, startling Yunmu. One of them couldn't help but get annoyed. "What's going on?" Panting and gasping, the fallen man trembled. The statue... As soon as he said that, Yunmu turned curiously, and the statue's eyes suddenly opened wide and glowed. Yunmu turned to the statue of the woman, surprised to see its eyes open. As he spoke, the statue's eyes lit up, startling Yunmu, who shielded his own eyes, a bit flustered. What's going on? Ling Shui suddenly collapses, shouting in alarm. Sister Shu! His eyes begin to close as well. Overcome by drowsiness, his eyes fluttered shut, and the light faded as sleep finally took hold. Like the others, Yunmu collapsed. Out from nowhere, Duke appears, welcoming them to test round 2. Sleep well, but be careful, or you might not make it back. After a while, Yunmu finally jolted awake, his eyes wide after the brief slumber. Yunmu lay in the grass, dazed, wondering, This is... He slowly sat up, looked around at the rainforest, and realized the stone statue must have transported me here. Then he asked his daughter, Li Linglong, you said you sensed the power of the water source earlier? As he said that, the little girl appeared, and Yunmu followed Linglong's direction, asking, Is it towards that strange mountain? Immediately after, he soared into the sky, ready to master his abilities. Meanwhile, Duke began his inspection, wondering why no one had awakened yet. But after so long, there was finally some movement. Dude quickly surveys the scene, exclaiming, Congratulations to the C-Clan Saintess for being the first to pass the test in 10 minutes, followed by Zhan Wuyai of the War God Temple in 12 minutes. At the same time, Ling Shui of the Sword Saint Sect passed in 12 minutes, followed by Weaver Girl Zhang Dexiong in 14 minutes. A minute later, Ye Qing of the Chaotian Sect passed in 15 minutes. Ling Shui was happy. It seemed everyone was waking up. The difficulty of this trial is manageable. She turns to him and whispers, Hey, I'm talking to you, Li Yunmu. Ling Shui looked again, but he remained motionless. She called out, Hey, Li Yunmu! But he didn't stir, no matter how much she yelled. Now everyone's starting to worry. What should they do? Li Yunmu hasn't woken up yet, and it's been half an hour. Could it be that he really won't wake up? Xing Yu, now frantic, reached out to shake him awake, shouting, Li Muyun, wake up! At that moment, Da Zhong, standing to the side with a dark expression, yelled, Don't touch him! He explained that touching him could send him to a soul-crushing hell, and there's nothing they can do to help him but rely on himself. Meanwhile, inside the dreamscape, Yunmu was running for his life, panting and frustrated. What kind of devilry is this accursed forest? Why can't I escape? Yunmu stared at the scene before him, wondering why he couldn't reach the mountain in the distance. Yunmu continues to run, Linglong struggling to hold on until he stops dead in front of a tree, exclaiming, No way! It's this tree again? Is he stuck running in circles? Still, he continues to sprint forward. I don't believe in this, and so he continues to run forward. 5 minutes later, it's still the same tree. Yunmu is horrified. Again? 10 minutes later, it's still the same tree. The tree's markings remain, and with renewed determination, he runs for another 20 minutes. Is this never going to end? He was starting to get tired, his face paling. Yunmu couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it. But somehow, it's still that damn tree, and the cut is exactly the same. Yunmu collapsed to the ground, panting, while Linglong ran around him. He was beyond frustrated. Damn it, I'm exhausted. This cursed forest is truly haunted. With nothing else to do, he hurled a rock at the base of the large tree before him. Damn tree, you're really annoying. Disappear for me. As he struck it, the entire tree actually vanished. Startled, Yunmu crawled over to investigate, stammering. It disappeared. What's going on? He began to eye his surroundings suspiciously, wondering if this place... He paused, then reached out to touch everything around him, and everything he touched began to glow. Yunmu stands up and punches a nearby tree. Finally, our hero realizes he hasn't been transported to another dimension. This is his own mind, or perhaps a dream. Then he smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, realizing that he had created this world. And now, nothing was to be feared. He reaches out, grabbing the mountain. Come here. As he said this, Yunmu smiled brightly, his spirits soaring, but the mountain stubbornly remained, locked in a stalemate with him. He could see through its tricks now. It was resisting his will. There's definitely something here that doesn't belong. He gathers his inner strength, a sly grin spreading across his face. Trying to defy me in my own dream? Stop dreaming, I am the one here, Yunmu shouted in his dream. As the god of this world finished speaking, he struck the ground with a mighty blow. Quickly, the mountain dissolved, and he exclaimed in surprise as it turned into bubbles. Yunmu was astonished to see something emerging, a remnant within, and he immediately reached out to grab it. Yunmu holds it up, carefully examining it. Is this a scale? He wondered. Could this be a scale from that earth statue woman? At that moment, Linglong seemed to react, crying out incessantly. Yuma panics. Hey, what are you doing? You're going in, you're going in. Suddenly, Yunmu is startled. Wait, why can't I feel it anymore? The connection between me and the kid is broken. This is bad. Back in the real world, he awoke with a start from his long slumber, clutching his head and groaning, "My head is killing me." Da Zhong was overjoyed. "Li Yunmu, you're awake." He was very anxious. "You've been asleep for over half an hour. I thought you weren't going to wake up." Yunmu then stood up. "Sorry, what's going on?" Da Zhong said, "The second round is over, and the others have already moved on to the third." Turning away, he continued, "Okay, let's hurry over there then." Suddenly, Dai Hung's face darkened, and his voice turned icy. "Hey, Li Yunmu." Before you even returned, Da Xiong ran his sword through his friend's back. "So please, just die already." Yunmu couldn't help but spit out blood, his heart screaming in panic. "What?" Seeing Da Xiong's terrifying expression, Yunmu questioned himself. "Da Hung, why?" The sword pierces his chest and blood drips to the ground. Yunmu quickly turned and shattered the sword, a piercing sound echoing as blood splattered once more. The blood loss began to take its toll. Yunmu looked at his friend. "Da Xiong, what did I do wrong?" Da Xiong tossed aside the broken sword. "Why?" Those eyes turned hollow and cruel. "Because you were an eyesore. From the moment you entered the great courtyard, I couldn't stand you," Da Xiong recounted. "Everyone clearly hated you, but you acted like it was nothing, which just infuriated me. I approached you to find an opportunity to get rid of you. It just so happened that Diepthan invited me to join the alliance. I'd help him get rid of you, and he'd let the Zhang family become a top sect." "Oh right, let me tell you one more thing," Da Zhong sneered. "I'm the one who killed teacher Li Bowen. You didn't really think Ye Qing alone could kill him, did you? Why the long face? You didn't actually think I considered you my best friend, did you? Please, I'm the son of a millionaire. Why would I be friends with someone like you?" Da Xiong then bid farewell, saying it was time to send him on his way, but suddenly Yun Mu smirked. Da Hong looked surprised, his face darkening as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yun Mu then said, "You're a fake and a stupid one at that." Da Xiong seemed confused. "What are you talking about? I'm a fake?" Our hero retorts, "First, Zhang Dazhong has never called me Li Yun Mu. Second, you might fool me by impersonating someone else, but never Zhang Dazhong." He flips his middle finger, recalling Da Zhong's words, "Please trust me completely." Yunmu affirms, "He's someone I can trust unconditionally." He realizes then that everything is fake, and this must be the second dream. He hasn't woken up yet. Immediately, the fake Dae-hyung vanished, and Yunmu opened his eyes again, looking around in a daze, wary of what this new reality held. Dream or reality? A sudden commotion catches Yunmu's attention. Turns out everyone was playing cards while waiting for him to wake up. "Eight of spades, your card skills are really something. Hurry up, I'm about to wither away, waiting." Seeing this, he knew for sure. This was reality. Da Zhong quickly realized that Li Yunmu had awakened, much to the protagonist's dismay. "You guys are so carefree, not even a little concerned about my life or death." Daewung replied, "What's there to worry about? You're definitely okay. Let's go. If you're awake, we'll wait nearby for the trial to end." The group quickly got up and left, Da Xiong suddenly patting his back repeatedly. Yunmu glared at him with a disgusted look, snapping, "What? You startled me." Da Yong said nothing, simply giving a thumbs up of praise as Yunmu frowned, wondering, "What is it?" But just then, cracks suddenly appeared all over the stone statue, and Van Muk, hearing the strange sound, curiously looked up. Just then, the statue collapsed, startling him, and the serpent witch statue crumbled. He slowly deduces that someone fell into the second level of the dreamscape and successfully awoke. And what's more, this kid took the spirit scale. Who could it be? Hearing this, Yunmu was a little surprised, thinking to himself that the spirit scale he obtained must have been the source of the stone statue's power. Immediately, Tu-Duke boomed, "All right, everyone, look over here, look over here." Gazing at the sleeping figures, he continued, "Since the statue is shattered, those who haven't awakened will be trapped in the dream forever. Congratulations, everyone, you've successfully passed the second test. The final round will be held tomorrow, and starting now, you're free to rest." Back in his room, he examines the scale in his hand, wondering, what can this scale even do? Why did Li Linglong enter without hesitation, and why was the connection severed completely after she entered? Before he could finish his thought, Da Zhong came out of the bathroom saying he was done and that he could go in. He even told me to eat something before showering in case I fainted. "I don't care what you do." "That's great, I want to eat something." He quickly sits up, and at the same moment a strange sound makes them both pause. Yunmu then prepared the porridge, but another figure appeared, surprising Da Xiong. "Lord, Why have you come so late? The Weaver girl asks. Tomorrow is the final test, she continues, and I feel you should know the true purpose of this year's all-world tournament. Hearing this, Yunmu and Dajong were shocked and exclaimed in unison, Huh? Daxiong asks, the real purpose? What do you mean? Jinu replies, you've probably noticed that this year's all-world battle is different from previous years. Yunmu listened while eating his noodles, noting that not only were there no restrictions on participants, but the format wasn't the usual duel, instead opting for a promotion assessment. At this point, the Weaver girl couldn't help but frown, because a spatial rift had appeared. Dahong is surprised, a space rift? She replies, that's right. She continued, do you know what the highest level a mystic can reach? Daxiong replied, isn't the highest level War Saint? That's not entirely wrong. It's true for Earth's environment. According to records, 100 years ago, a mystic accidentally discovered a spatial rift, a powerful secret realm not belonging to this world, filled with things alien to Earth, whose purpose even experts couldn't determine. Until one day, a mystic entered the rift and reached the level of War Saint. The energy released from what he brought back allowed him to transcend even that level. The main purpose of this Total War competition is to select those who will enter the spatial rift. This is a rare opportunity. The space rift only appears once a century, and many never live to see it open. Having eaten his fill, Yunmu replied, so you want us to retrieve something for you? If it's so important, why don't you get it yourselves? The Weaver girl explained, the space rift is very unstable. Once someone above the Crimson Star level crosses it, their powerful arcane energy will clash with the rift's energy, and they'll be torn apart. She warned that this journey would be dangerous, and she wouldn't force them to go, but they should know that it wasn't just to help her, but also for their own future. Hearing this, Yunmu's face became serious. She hands them a box, saying, this is for you. You might need it if you decide to enter the rift. Yunmu asks curiously, what is it, a silkworm cocoon? The next morning, everyone quickly gathered. Tuduk walked over and greeted them loudly. Good morning, everyone. Did you sleep well last night? Behind him were representatives of the great sects. Looking around, he exclaimed excitedly, why does everyone look so eager? All right, let me announce the final round. It's passing through this cave. Behind Elder Duduk is a massive dark cave. He continued, explaining that there were no restrictions on how to traverse the cave. Simply survive and emerge on the other side to win. There were no rules at all. Anything goes inside, including killing anyone you find annoying. Duke said, I want to select a truly powerful mystic. Nijie couldn't help but sweat. It was like breeding goo. He then said, you still have 3 minutes to think it over. We'll meet on the other side of the cave. The crowd erupts in confusion. What is the meaning of this? After all, the final reward is so important. Everyone fears one sect taking it all, making it a one-sided game. This is too unfair. I'm out. Yunmu looked at Yeqing, then said, let's go in. Dajong quickly replied, okay. He asked, little Mumu, should we go in now or wait a bit longer? Yunmu gazes inside. I sense many high-level dimension beasts in there. Quite fierce. Shui Dashong, let's scout ahead. Lingzhi confidently replies, no problem. Yunmu calculates, Chuqing Yu, Liu Nuojie, and Lisi's combat power is quite weak. Wait outside for a while. We'll try to eliminate any dimension beasts we see to reduce the pressure on you. Be careful, though. The greatest danger isn't the beasts, but other people. At that moment, they were being watched with ravenous eyes as the 3 girls nervously replied, okay. Dahong glanced over, secretly pleased. Little Mumu has unknowingly grown into an excellent commander. Yunmu then gave instructions again. All right, everyone. This is it. The final stretch, so try not to die. He then boldly takes the lead. Let's go. As they entered, they saw corpses strewn about, likely the work of those who came before. Yunmu scanned the scene. The beasts here are no joke, all above the golden core level. Meanwhile, Lingzhui remained vigilant. Be careful. I sense an unusual presence ahead. As she spoke, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the cave. Everyone was startled and someone was screaming. Yunmu looked inside, his face turning as green as a leaf. He stared at the massive beast before him, fear gripping his heart. What the hell is that? As it growled, its massive mouth opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Daewoo couldn't help but remark on its sheer size. They saw the corpses strewn across the ground, and a chill ran down their spines. This was going to be a problem. Dashong knew that all of them combined wouldn't be able to defeat this thing. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Nijie was getting annoyed, finding the place gloomy and unpleasant. The group slowly ventured deeper inside, Lisi glancing left and right, unable to see anything in the pitch-black darkness. At that moment, a man emerged from the shadows, a sinister grin on his face, thinking how lucky he was to find an all-female team. He looked at her gleefully and cried out, "Gotcha!" But was this girl really that easy to bully? From her sleeve, Lisi produces a knife, and with a decisive strike, she slays the opportunist with a single blow. He barely has time to react before he cries out and collapses. Naze couldn't help but admire her decisiveness, as Lisi added, "Never give your enemies a chance to retaliate." With a coy look and serious face, she added, "Little Moo taught me this." Lisi couldn't help but mock her. "Don't tell me you lack even that awareness. To stand beside Moo, you should know you're not the only one who wants to be there." Nate also couldn't hold back any longer. "Huh? Who do you think you are? All this, you this, Moo that, is so annoying." Qingyu was stunned. These two really have some nerve. Lisi shouts, "What's wrong? You got a problem? You disagree? Want to compare? I'm telling you, I like Little Moo more than you do. You can't beat me when it comes to heart and awareness." Meanwhile, the dragon continues to ferociously trample those beneath its feet, and many have already lost their lives here. Yunmu smiles slyly, noting the carnage. Looks like brute force won't work. He scans the area, but Yeqing's body isn't here, meaning there must be another way through. Dahong focuses his inner energy, using his eyes to observe, as Yunmu looks over in surprise. Big Bear confidently declares, "There's an exit behind that dragon." Van Mook realizes they just need to get past the dragon, not defeat it. He smugly clapped his hands together, looking over there. This should be easy. The main character then stepped forward, facing the dragon. "I may not be able to kill you, but you'll have to work to kill me." The dragon opened its jaws at the sight of him, and Yunmu excitedly shouted, "You want to play with fire? You've messed with the wrong guy." Meanwhile, he channeled his inner power, his eyes burning red, unleashing the great sun flare in a fiery clash, with Yunmu refusing to be outdone. His face paled as he looked at his friend. Was he killed? Ling Shui was also stunned. "What are you doing?" Yunmu couldn't help but complain. "Can't you let me finish? I didn't even get to the word attack before you emerged from the flames, wasting a perfectly good opportunity to look cool." The dragon stares in disbelief at Yunmu's nonchalant expression, as Yunmu suddenly appears before it, saying, "Sorry, move along. Of course it can't lose that easily." The dragon unleashed another torrent of flames, but Yunmu scoffed, "Give it up, it's useless. All that fire can't be good for your throat." It couldn't believe how domineering this guy was, tears welling up as it began to question its dragon existence. He shouted, calling out to the others, "Hey, you two, come over here." "Not difficult," Ling Shui said helplessly. "Easy for you to say. Does he think everyone's like him?" Over here, Da Zhang suddenly speaks up. "Complaining won't help. We all have to get through this." Immediately, he focused his inner energy into his eyes, causing them to glow. With Alasia's eyes, he analyzed the dragon's attack speed at roughly 0.675 seconds, its fire-breathing activation speed at about 0.84 seconds, and combined that with its movement habits. Immediately, he triumphantly charged toward the cave entrance. "I see it. That's the path forward." The dragon was momentarily stunned by his rambling. He darted toward the dragon, most of its attacks proving ineffective. Da Yong quickly made it. Bingo, his calculations were correct. But then, the dragon breathed fire down towards him. Daxiong is caught off guard, realizing his calculations are off by 0.2 seconds. This isn't good. The dragon continues to breathe fire, and the intense heat makes Da Xiong cry out. Ling Shui, witnessing the scene, gasps, "Da Xiong!" But of course, he's no mere side character. As the flames subside, Dai Hung sighs in relief. That was a close one. He leaps into the air, fortunate to only engage in battles with a safety net, having accounted for an extra half-second of error. Daxiong then stepped on the dragon's head, saying, "Excuse me, just borrowing this for a moment," before landing back beside Yunmu, satisfied. "I've made it through." The main character couldn't help but praise himself. "Your eyes are really something? Can they see through everything?" Da Zhang couldn't help but boast. "Of course, I can see everything, your heart and your moves." Hearing this, his face twisted slightly as he thought, even Da Zhang made it through. Immediately he shouted, "Hey, Sister Zhui, come on over, it's not hard." Shu inwardly groaned, "God, why do I have to deal with these two with special abilities?" But what choice did she have? With that thought, she immediately channeled her inner strength and charged forward. As Ling Shui dodged, she thought to herself, "Who told me to be the older sister?" Finally, she successfully evaded the attack with ease. This dragon doesn't seem to pose much of a threat. Ling Shui was satisfied as they neared the cave entrance. "Okay, we're through." At the same moment, Yunmu urgently shouts a warning. "Sister Zhui, watch out behind you." The dragon prepares to breathe fire again. and Ling Shui realizes they're in trouble. Now the male lead panics, rushing forward and shouting, "Give me your hand! Hurry!" Ling Shui leaps over, reaching for him, but she's also alarmed. It's no good, we're too late. Just as their hands meet, Ling Shui squeezes tightly. Yunmu is suddenly pulled forward, stunned by the force. Who knew she'd push him into the fire? "Sorry, just borrowing you for a sec." Ling Shui justified her actions, believing that sacrificing him was her privilege. The flames erupted, followed by Yunmu's piercing scream. "Damn it." His face was pitifully scorched, and the poor guy couldn't help but grumble in anger as Ling Shui tried to soothe him. "Okay, don't be angry." The situation was dire, and she couldn't help but feel frustrated. "I almost died when they attacked before I was ready." Yunmu sulked as a loud noise erupted. "Seriously, stop blocking me." The shouting still echoed outside the cave. "What? I was clearly in front of you." "So it seems those two girls have brought their quarrel over here." Naijie is seething with anger. "How can you be so annoying?" Li Si glared. "You're the real pest." Qingyu watched this scene with envy, wishing she could be as free as them. Meanwhile, Li Si wasn't backing down, and neither was Naijie. "You want to fight? I'm always ready." Yunmu is surprised. "What's going on? Aren't those two on the same team?" Daewung looks on with anticipation. "It's finally starting. I've been waiting for this." And of course, the three girls were no exception. They had to fight that dragon. Li Si is thrown back, and seeing her vulnerability, the dragon prepares to strike. But Naijie quickly stepped in, using a shoulder charge to shield Li Si, and even in this situation, they still bickered. Naijie shouts in frustration, "What are you waiting for?" "He's dead. Forget about her." Li Si loudly butts in, using the same old trick. The dragon opened its massive jaws, and Naitep knew instantly it was about to breathe fire, as Yunmu frantically shouted, "Run, you fools, you'll die!" But it seems too late. The two girls stand frozen as the flames rush toward them. The massive fire crashes down, sending rocks and debris flying. Our hero, stunned by the sight, cries out, "Lu Lai Tie, Lai Si." But then, a devastating blow, the 36 strikes, lands, revealing Than Vu. She exhales, holding them both tightly. That was close. Yunmu is surprised. "Qingyu?" Qingyu tells them, "You guys go on ahead. I'm dropping out. The three of you can't get past this dragon on your own. You're already exhausted just staying alive. There's no need to throw your lives away." Yunmu calls out, "Don't worry, I'll take your share too." She happily replies, "Thank you." Suddenly, an indignant voice startled Than Vu, filled with resentment. Li Si choked back tears, lamenting that despite her efforts to grow stronger and her determination to keep up with him, it still wasn't enough. He was unwilling to accept it. Qingyu led the two girls out, telling them that if they were unhappy, they could just get stronger next time. "At least you had the courage to chase after him?" Yunmu didn't dwell on it any longer. "Let's go. The exit should be close." They follow his lead, and soon they're out. Seeing the light, our hero happily shouts that they're out, looking through the colorful hole, a spatial rift. "Is it safe, after all?" After a moment, Two Duke's voice echoed again. 30 or 40 people?" He adjusts his collar with satisfaction. "More than I expected." Congratulations on passing the third round of testing," the giant Sky King exclaimed. "So, does that mean we can enter this so-called spatial rift now?" Doduk quickly asks. "Hold on, I was just about to say, there are two options for entering the spatial rift. The first option is to wait another hour for the spatial rift's energy to stabilize, allowing everyone to enter. The second option." At this, his face turned cold, saying that entering the spatial rift now might allow 8 people to enter, after which the rift's energy would be filled, preventing anyone else from entering. Wea listened in silence, his face expressionless. After a pause, he revealed the most important detail. "Death awaits." Hearing those words, Yunmu's expression turned serious. After explaining, Tuduk turned to leave, saying, "Ultimately, it's up to you to decide what to do. Good luck to you all." The giant Sky King then said, "If we wait another hour, everyone can enter, so why not wait?" "Don't you think so, big sis?" Hai Yue said. "I'm afraid it's not as easy as you think." At this moment, Yunmu warned, "Everyone be careful, this isn't a good start." People began to murmur, saying it's only an hour, it'll be over soon, just wait a little longer. But that man sneered inwardly, thinking, "Fools, wait if you want, I'm not waiting with you." No sooner said than done. He soared into the center, unleashing a massive lightning strike that lit up the surroundings. The sly one couldn't help but gloat, but before he could celebrate, his head was unexpectedly sliced off. Those below watched in a panic, wondering what was happening. "Who fired the flare?" another man shouted. "Not so fast, trying to sneak in alone?" "To hell with that, I'm not waiting any longer." The free-for-all begins. "Good kid, I knew you didn't really release it. What a fake. I bet you want to go in first too. If anyone's going in, it's me. Go die. Meanwhile, Duke watched the scene unfold with a mocking smile, just like before. I told you, there's no such thing as a selfless act. It's every man for himself. As he said this, a sinister look crept across his face, and another man rushed forward triumphantly toward the gate. I'll be the first one through the rift. But just as he approached the gate, he was attacked, leaving the giant Sky King dumbfounded by the chaos. Hey, what's going on? Why are they fighting? With no time to spare, Hai Yue steps in to shield her brother. Waiting any longer would only make things worse. Get out of my way. That goat-like man thrust his sword toward her, shouting for her to get out of the way. Woman, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. Who does she think Lang Tuyet is? Does he think I'm so easily bullied? With a single strike, the goat-bearded man's head is severed. Back to back, she tenses. What will Li Yunmu do now? He speaks up. You and Big Bear aim for the crack when the time is right. Ling Shui couldn't help but be surprised. What about you? Yunmu said. Me? Don't worry about me, I have unfinished business. A cunning look crept across his face. I've been waiting for this moment, he says, turning back to Ye Qing, who is unleashing a furious attack. A crimson red lotus. The man barely had time to scream before exploding, ranting, "You're all useless trash. None of you will survive." At that moment, Yunmu finally found him and kicked Ye Jing away. He struggled to stand, unable to help but shout, "Who's there?" Our hero descends with overwhelming power, declaring, "I told you, I'd be coming for your head." Yunmu's eyes burned with fury, each glimpse of Ye Qing reigniting the flames of hatred within him. He charged forward, screaming, "Li Yunmu, I will avenge Lin Jian with your blood." Yunmu couldn't hold back any longer. "Old geezer, I'm returning those words right back to you." The two immediately shot into the sky, their powerful inner forces colliding. It seems Yunmu and Ye Qing are evenly matched, which makes it all the more interesting that he didn't want to break through to kill him before. Yunmu doesn't even give him time to breathe, as he follows up with a Pula Metu Tuchi VM strike. Not stopping there, Ye Qing also strikes with the Flame Dragon's roar, but he quickly grabs his hand. Yunmu glares and immediately raises his hand to strike his enemy. Like two crazed bulls, they locked horns in a furious battle, neither gaining the upper hand while those around them saw an opportunity to seize power. A good opportunity. Kill them now. These words infuriated Yunmu, who glanced over to investigate. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had no intention of letting these opportunists get away with anything, unleashing his Crimson Lotus technique, resulting in explosions and a single, inevitable outcome for those nearby. Annoyed, Yunmu punches him hard in the face, yelling, "Damn you, die! Give me back my master's life!" But Ye Qing retaliates, slamming Yunmu's face into his knee, shouting, "Are you enjoying this?" The two tearing into each other. Yunmu shouts, "For so long, I've waited for the chance to kill you." Ye Qing retorts, "I've been waiting for Xujiang." Blood streamed down his face, but Yunmu pressed on. And of course, that twisted Ye Qing wasn't about to give up either, despite the beating he was taking. Two powerful flames clash head-on. If these two weren't enemies, few could stand against them. A massive explosion echoes through the area, as if rigged with explosives. Ye Qing falls, but quickly recovers, ready to continue the fight, as is Yunmu, who came with the sole purpose of killing him. Ye Qing slowly rose, finding the situation almost laughable as he spoke of revenge. In reality, we use the same moves, for the same goals, so you are me and I am you. In truth, his words weren't wrong. They were like reflections of each other. Ye Qing said coldly, "We are the same kind of people." In reality, we are. Meanwhile, Wuya is also fighting, but he easily defeats his opponent, turning back to look at the scene behind him, unable to resist a sneer. What a joke. Ling Jue continues to cut down her enemies, clearing a path. Meanwhile, Da Zhong urges them to hurry, as the War God Hall's disciple has already entered, scanning the surroundings. "Where's Mumu? Why can't I find him?" Ling Jue exclaimed. "He said he had something to take care of and told us to go on ahead. Don't worry, he can handle it." But he bit his lip, concerned. Little Mumu. And with that, they chose to heed his words. Understood. Let's go. Meanwhile, the others are in a frenzy. Hey, 2 more people are here. Now there are only 5 spots left. Meanwhile, Yunmu and Ye Qing continue their frenzied battle, a fatal strike awaiting anyone who interferes. Yunmu soars above, scoffing, saying they are not the same, and that Ye Qing is only trying to justify his actions. Ye Qing interjects, "You and I use the same moves. You avenge your master, and I avenge my lover. We're doing the same thing." He couldn't help but sneer. "So what? I am who I am, unlike sly people like you." "Yes," Ye Qing replied. "I'm not some righteous hero. What about you?" "Is that so?" He looked down on him with contempt. "Weren't you just using others as shields?" Hearing this, his face changed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two once again lunged at each other, locked in a fierce battle with no clear victor, while the others continued their frenzied fighting. As he fought, the giant full moon king shouted, "Get out of my way!" Hai Yue's sister is so focused on fighting she doesn't realize someone's trying to stab her in the back. The man shouts, "Get out of the way, you ape!" The giant savage king is shocked, realizing he's in trouble. Just then, a heaven-severing demonic ice attack came from nowhere, freezing the attacker solid. Annoyed, the girl landed, finding the sight displeasing as the giant savage king looked on in surprise. Ye Tianshui, the gate remains wide open, awaiting the next challenger, while countless corpses pave the path within. Hai Yue immediately takes flight, urgently calling out to her brother. "What are you waiting for? Go now." The giant Sky King cries out in shock as they successfully pass through, frustrating the others. 3 more have entered. Damn it, we're almost out of chances. Meanwhile, Yun Mu is still fighting Ye Jing. "That's right, I'm no selfless saint," Yi Cheng retorted. "I'm no good person, much less a hero." "Li Yunmu, you're the same." He continues, "I value personal gain above all else, and all my actions serve myself, but even so, I've met people I want to protect, and who are willing to protect me. So, we are not the same. The wealth I possess is something you lack." But his words startled Ye Qing, who paused, gathered his inner strength, and declared, "If anyone carelessly touches these things, no matter who they are sure to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Mu quickly attacked Ye Qing with karmic fire. Enraged, he immediately rushed forward, cutting off the chatter. Ye Qing responds in kind, unleashing a similar attack. Another massive explosion echoes outward as their power truly transcends. Though bleeding profusely, Yun Mu seizes the opportunity to strike, his flames now laced with lightning. His momentum now overwhelms Ye Qing, who isn't foolish enough to ignore Yun Mu's advantage. What is Ye Qing wary of? Above him, talismans surrounded by lightning attribute mystic energy. This kid has 2 attributes. The great fire is relentlessly engulfing Ye Qing, who inwardly bemoans his fate. Too late, he dodges the attack. What a troublesome kid. I'm not your babysitter. Just then, a figure leaps from behind Ye Qing, taking the blow for him. Yun Mu looks at the man, finding him familiar, yet is utterly shocked. "What?" He told Ye Qing, "Get through the gap first. I'll handle this." Ye Qing hesitated, but the man insisted, "I'll keep my promise to you. Go on ahead." Yun Mu spoke. "From the first round, I knew something was off about you. So you finally dropped the disguise? There's no way you're just a nobody from the Chaotian sect, not with your abilities and Ye Jing's attitude towards you." He immediately strips off his disguise, remarking on the brat's vigilance, saying he hates kids like him the most, but it's fine. The real enemy has finally revealed himself. I'm done wearing this disguise. He sighed in relief, finally himself. This getup was so uncomfortable. Upon realizing his true form, Yun Mu was stunned. You're not the representative of the Holy Church." He smirks. No, that's my younger brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm KV von Esmerana." His heterochromatic eyes glance at Yun Mu, the Holy Heavenly Church leader. Immediately after introducing himself, he launched a holy light cross attack. He couldn't help but wonder, why would a big shot like him appear here? Yun Mu thought to himself, too fast. He replied, "Of course, it's to complete my plan. That's why I cooperated with the Tide Listening sect and lowered my cultivation from War Saint to Red Star, all to fulfill the grand ambition in my heart." As he spoke, he struck out at him, and Yun Mu drew his blade. "Mad blade, old man, what exactly are you planning?" Esmeralda gently caught Yun Mu's sword with 2 fingers, and he was shocked, thinking, "The breath-holding swallow's crimson branch? What?" He scoffed, saying that his grand plan was beyond the understanding of a kid like him, then drew a talisman in the sky, sneering at Yun Mu. "Villains often die from talking too much, but I won't tell you that." No sooner had he spoken than blood gushed from Yun Mu's mouth. "Your life ends here." Yun Mu collapses, his vision blurring. Esmeralda laughs. "You blocked it, thanks to your golden bell armor, but this attack will pierce right through you." The attack tears through him, and the powerful force staggers Yun Mu. Meanwhile, the surviving players outside watched in terror, stunned by the light. What is this? His attack is like a storm, a powerful torrent of inner energy sweeping in. Yun Mu bleed more and more as he rolled away. Seeing him on the ground, he laughed with glee. "Hit the mark. Your heart should stop in 2 or 3 minutes, right?" Lying motionless on the ground, Yun Mu realized his opponent's experience far surpassed his own, despite only mastering the rudiments of Hongxing Qi. They were simply not on the same level. Esmeralda approached him. Since you're about to die, I'll tell you something. Your master wasn't killed by Ye Qing, I was the one who killed him. How could Ye Qing have killed Lei Ming's night hound with his strength? Well, I should enter the rift too. You can just wait here and die. Hearing this, Yunmu's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the man laughed triumphantly, thinking the final prize was his. But a ray of light shot straight toward him. Immediately, the man's body exploded, splattering blood everywhere, leaving everyone in shock. Had someone slipped inside? Does this mean the others have no chance, and they'll have to give up, or should they try one more time? Meanwhile, the circle began to change, and the energy of the rift became unstable. The girl panicked. Forget it, a 20% survival rate is too low. I'm not going any further. Stop, you're covered in blood. It's best not to move recklessly. At that moment, Yunmu looked like an asura rising from hell, his blood-soaked face staring towards the gate, shocking the crowd. What could he possibly do when he could barely stand? Does he intend to attack the rift? The survival rate is less than 20%. Only a madman or a fool would try. He cracks his knuckles and gathers his strength, realizing he has to bet it all. He charged forward as the system warned him of critical damage, costing him 20,000 spirit coins to regenerate his body. An intense pain quickly surged through him, causing him to cry out. His organs felt like they were being torn apart. Yunmu fell, his mind racing. The spatial rift's power was immense, and his defense techniques were no match. System, regenerate my body. I can't hold on any longer. The pain made Yunmu scream. He felt like he was being torn apart. A force struck down from above, but luckily his body was recreated in time. Fully healed, Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost didn't make it. He sat up and looked around. This was the world beyond the rift, but why was he alone? Just then, a woman appeared out of nowhere, ensnaring him in a net. Startled, Yunmu cried out, "What in the world is going on?" What the hell? The girl was overjoyed with her success. Just as the book said, men really do fall from the sky. I must deliver him to the queen at once. Our hero, trapped in the bag, cries out, "Is anyone out there? Release me now." He gritted his teeth, annoyed, but no one listened. As he finished casting the spell, a great fire burst forth, tearing the bag apart. He dodged out of the way, thinking, seriously, no sincerity at all, even if you wanted to bag me. Even in this situation, he's still joking around. At least, it should be pink. He reappears behind the mysterious girl. Surprised by Yunmu's speed, she saw him show no mercy, channeling his inner power to strike her mask. She dodged, marveling that history books were right. Men could use magic. Yunmu was taken aback. What? What magic? What men and women? She immediately throws a punch, sending his face flying. Yunmu felt like a ball. It was the first time a woman had kicked him around like this. Faced with her might, Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim, "She's strong! What leg strength!" Not stopping there, she flies toward him again, landing a powerful punch straight to his face. He lands with considerable force. Yunmu scrambles to his feet. Damn it, that hurt like hell. This superpowered woman is above the level of a meta-mystic. She looks down on him. Men are weak, just as the books say. He immediately summons Li Yun. I don't have time to fight a freak like you. Number 1. Take her out. Instantly, the moment Li Yun attacked, Pepper was sent flying. She wiped the blood from her mouth. Is something attacking me? Yunmu wondered, surprised that the superpowered woman couldn't see Number 1. Did she not have any mystical powers? He immediately turned and ran. Forget it. He'd leave her be for now. He didn't have time to waste on this. Just then, a large shadow loomed overhead, cast by an obese woman. He wondered what she had eaten to become so large, and he couldn't help but panic. Oh, heavens! Yunmu fell to the ground, aghast at the sight of the woman. What kind of hell is this? The main character screams internally. What strange world is this? A female titan descends from the sky? He had to admit, in all his years, he'd never encountered such a terrifying woman. Yunmu couldn't help but look up and scream for help, calling for Number 1. As soon as he shouted, Li Yun attacked, but she seemed to sense something quickly. With a turn, the large blade in her hand immediately slashed across Li Yun, cutting him in two. The system immediately announced Li Yun's death, startling Yunmu, who could see his own demise reflected in it. The chubby girl was stunned as if she'd hit something. Damn it. The girl is terrified. Queen Curly Hair, are you all right? He was secretly surprised. Curly Hair, Chili Pepper. What is going on? Is that the queen? And did she just rely on instinct to strike? Yunmu secretly planned to escape, thinking they were too strong, and he should just hide. Suddenly, the youngest girl in the group gasps. Is that a man? The girl beside her cautioned, Don't talk to men so freely, Onion. History books say men are savage creatures. It's okay, Black Galen. See how well behaved he is? Yunmu immediately growled fiercely like a wet cat. Pepper burst into tears, and Galen protectively stroked her head. See? The curly-haired queen spoke. Ot, Han-tae, Cam-mat, and Hejia-lun. She coldly stared at Yunmu. Stop him. Don't let anyone escape. The four girls immediately obeyed, quickly surrounding Yunmu. The queen quickly takes her sword and slashes, sending rocks flying as Yunmu narrowly dodges, shocked. Heavens, is she trying to split the sky? How can someone without mystical power do this? This is insane. He channeled his inner energy, thinking, I'm counting on you. Immediately, he struck a powerful blow towards the queen. Please, great Minnan, he thought, annoyed. Can't you see she's trying to sleep? He was shocked to see the curly-haired queen exclaiming, This girl is strong. Oat looks on in astonishment. Is this the magic of men? So cool. Yunmu said, Boss, someone's bullying me. Hurry up and hit her for me. Annoyed, Mingya says, You disturbed my rest and still want my help. But our male lead shamelessly replies, I'm your little brother, so you have to protect me. If she hits me, isn't she hitting your face? After a moment, she concedes, You have a point. So she'll help you. Yunmu is acting like a child relying on their parents. You're dead meat. See what my boss does to you. Immediately, Minna launched a fatal blow towards the queen, and Yunmu excitedly cheered her on. That's it. Crush her. But then, Minna suddenly froze in surprise. The curly-haired queen withstood the attack, surprising him. What? Just who is this woman? She frowns, preparing to unleash a chariot strike against both Minna and him. A massive explosion erupts, and Minya is pushed back by its force. He stares at the woman before him, feeling a sharp pain. Seeing Mingya disappear, Yunmu panicked. Master, why did you leave? Fight her. Help me. Mingya was terrified. Oh, you're too fierce, woman. Figure it out yourself. Our protagonist was stunned. Huh? Where's your pride as a strong warrior? Minna says, I can't beat her with my current power, so good luck. Ouch, and it doesn't stop there. The queen continues her relentless attacks on Yunmu, slamming her greatsword into the ground as she shouts, Hellscape! Realizing no one is around, the curly-haired queen looks around in confusion. How strange. Didn't I smash him into mincemeat? Just then, hands swiftly reached for her neck. Crimson Lotus, so it was Yunmu. I can't rely on Mingya anymore. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. As he finished speaking, another burst of flames erupted. The queen was startled and screamed, It's so hot. She's flattened. Young master is truly skilled. I can't move my body at all. That magic must have injured me internally. Is Yunmu deceiving me? That curly-haired queen is so shameless. I'm about to fall asleep. If only a prince's kiss could awaken me. Come now, don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Thanks, darling. Yunmu glares in boredom. I won't fight anymore. I'm leaving then. Bye. He wondered to himself. Is this person crazy? Jelun immediately blocked her. No, you can't leave yet. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say I won? She then said, According to our rules, if you defeat the queen, you must marry her. Hearing this, Yunmu's face contorted, and just then, the curly-haired queen sat up and punched him hard in the stomach. Excited, Xingxi says this is the first time she's seen someone injure the queen, as Yunmu coughs up blood. So strong, such immense power. The curly-haired queen marveled, This man can actually wound someone as mighty as me. How cool, how manly. Her eyes betrayed a hint of infatuation, while he coughed violently, then rose to continue the fight. The curly-haired queen suddenly jumps up. I can't do this anymore, I give up. Our main character immediately summons his shadow. Number 3, seal off her movements from above. Not stopping there, he continued to give orders. Number 2, attack from the side. The curly-haired queen was annoyed, thinking, Damn it, what are these things? And they can hide and attack? How annoying. She's lost her patience and grabs Li Feng by the neck. Though unseen, the queen uses her senses to seize her target, a sly grin spreading across her face. Certain she had her target, the queen was thrilled, but Yunmu was shocked to see Li Feng Mo. At that moment, the system announced Li Feng's death. Immediately after, the curly-haired queen used her inner strength to fly up. Next, she could sense where shadow number 3 was. The queen was certain it was this way. Yunmu frantically warned number 3, but it was too late. Number 3 was dead. He gritted his teeth in anger. This beast was proving difficult, and those 4 vegetables were guarding the perimeter. He had no choice but to risk it all. He uses the Tide Sun Grand Flame Art to strike the queen, then charges in himself with the Flame Dragon's roar, surprising her. Your magic is similar to the man who fell here before. Yunmu is shocked. Could it be Ye Qing? beaten to a pulp? He's stunned. Who would want to marry a bear like that? Are you kidding me? The queen scowls, saying if he doesn't marry her, she'll throw him in a dungeon. Yunmu shouts back, pointing out that she said she couldn't move just a moment ago. Our hero is furious about this marriage. He refuses to marry a bear, and anyone who wants to can have her. But then, the curly-haired queen casually picks him up like a kitten. Growing impatient, she decides to lock him up first and talk later. Yunmu screams, "Let me go, you hag, let me go!" Meanwhile, back at the castle, a young girl's hurried voice rings out. "Presents, please." The girl speaks up. "Yating has been summoned by the queen again?" Yating replies as he runs, "Yes, I heard the queen has something very important to discuss with me this time." The girl looked at Yating with sympathy. After his mother passed away, he became a great official through his own efforts. Truly a talented child. Meanwhile, Yunmu had been thrown into prison to await the queen's judgment. The male lead thrashes, demanding to be released, claiming he has important business. At that moment, a familiar voice echoes, "Give it up. No matter what you shout, they won't care." It turns out to be none other than Wu Nai. He lazily continued, "If shouting worked, we'd be out of here already." He tossed him a key. "This is the key to your shackles." Yunmu was stunned. "How did you two end up here too?" Is this guy still deluding himself? No need to ask. He was obviously defeated and captured by the queen. "That guy's too strong. I passed out after only 2 hits. Man Wang, old bro, you were taken out in 1, and what about you?" Yunmu recounts, "She said I defeated her." Wuya is shocked. "What? He won, and then what?" Yunmu's face darkens as she says that winning means he has to marry her. Wu secretly sighed in relief, glad that he lost. He began to observe his surroundings, realizing just how strange this place was, and decided to investigate. Then he loudly enticed her, "Little sister, look over here, I've got something good." Yunmu handed over a 3-tiered Christmas box with 50 Tom Ford lipsticks. "So, do you want it?" The girl was indeed curious. "What is this?" Wu Nian couldn't help but look over in surprise. "Why do you have this?" Yunmu then said, "Of course, all the young ladies love lipstick." "What's wrong?" "You can give all of this to her." The prison guard eagerly tries it on. "This is lipstick, much more convenient than what we usually use in so many colors. You should promote it later. Buy it, buy it." The protagonist inwardly smirked, realizing that women, no matter the world, can't resist lipstick. He probed further. "Little sister, you can have all this stuff, but can you tell me where I am? Why have I only seen women on this road, not a single man?" The girl quickly explained that this is the land of Nuwa, a nation of only women. Even newborns are daughters, but every 150 years men fall from the sky, so they wait to capture them. He couldn't help but wonder, "But if you don't have men, how are babies born? Do you have wicks?" The girl replied, "That's right, let me tell you another rule we have here." Yunmu was interrupted, seemingly touching upon a secret. She explains, "Here, the stronger you are, the bigger your chest. Someone like me isn't big enough to be a guard, only a jailer." He happily says, "This isn't considered big? How about I give you some extra padding? I have everything." The girl is excited. "I'm starting to look forward to it." Meanwhile, the queen happily chooses fabric. This one's for the wedding night. Yeting enters, announcing, "Your Majesty, I'm here." The curly-haired girl happily says, "Oh, it's you, little ding. You're here so quickly." The girl smiled brightly. "What does the queen want with me?" The queen asked somberly. "Wasn't I supposed to be catching a man today? I was going to marry one I had my eye on, but he refused." "I'm smart. How do you think I should convince him?" Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted outside. The curly-haired queen was startled. What had happened outside the walls? Annoyed by the interruption, she quickly went to investigate. She looked towards the explosion, towards the direction of the Fuxi Divine tree. Curly Hair immediately turned to the girl and said, "Xiaoting, something big has happened outside. I'm leaving the matters inside to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she flew towards the source of the explosion. Yating watched the queen disappear, a complex feeling washing over her. Here, the landscape is chaotic, with debris scattered everywhere. The girl is beaten to the point where she can't stand, and she coughs uncontrollably. Before her stood Esmeralda as the girl struggled, determined to protect the sacred tree. He raised his foot. "You are stronger than I anticipated, but I will destroy this tree. Now die." Immediately, he moved to deliver a final, crushing blow, but Pepper launched a surprise attack from behind, only for Esmeralda to react with incredible speed, striking back with brutal force. The girl trembled as she watched her comrade, Esmeralda, relentlessly pummeling her with stones. His attacks were truly brutal. Then he mocked, "Impressive," just as the ancient texts foretold. But even if you're strong, you're just an unawakened woman. He immediately appeared in front of her, realizing she had dodged his attack. A divine aurora blast heads towards her, and she narrowly dodges it, startled. That was close. She leaps into the air, landing with a gasp of awe. So fast, but I'm not far behind. No sooner had he thought this than Pepper lunged at Esmeralda, her legs unleashing a rapid barrage of kicks, incredibly fast. Esmeralda is secretly shocked. A mere mortal body can keep up with my speed. Truly powerful, but I'm not alone. Just as he thought this, Yeqing quickly appeared, smugly reaching out towards Ott. The void cannon strikes swiftly, and Pepper can barely withstand the blow. She quickly spat out a mouthful of blood, her clothes torn to shreds. Yeqing's divine judgment technique had nearly cost her her life. Esmeralda scoffed. As expected of the Nua clan's queen, undeniably strong, but didn't I kill her anyway? Pepper struggled to her feet, a faint smile on her face. My queen, I'm just a team leader, and the weakest one at that. As soon as he finished speaking, the curly-haired queen appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Yunmu presents another treasure, saying the Lanix little black essence oil is also very good. The girl happily asks if she can have it. These two are dumbfounded. I'm already lost in what he's saying. I didn't understand the little black bottle thing from the start. Yunmu was happy. Of course, as long as you tell me more about this place. Just then, a figure entered the prison area. The girl was surprised as the voice echoed again. All right, you can leave now. So it was that little girl. The girl responded respectfully. Lord Yeting. Yeting then said, leave this to me. I have something to say to this person. Yunmu became wary. A little imp, the girl then knelt and introduced herself. I am this nation's deity. My name is Yeting. Hearing this, he secretly guessed the earthling's name and quickly sat down. Great God, so you're here to persuade me. After a pause, Yeting slowly asks, do you want to escape from here? I can help you. Yunmu looked at her, puzzled. Yeting couldn't help but be surprised. What are you looking at? Yunmu then said, with such a small chest, you must be weak. How could you possibly help me? Yeting was startled and covered her chest. How rude. Hey, where do you think you're looking, you jerk? She's a civil official. Then she handed over a key, saying, I can release you, but you must agree to my request. Yeting then declared, I want you to help me overthrow the queen and her government. Hearing this, Yunmu was stunned and asked in surprise, what did you say? Yeting explains, the queen is cruel and extremely jealous, enslaving any woman more beautiful than herself. In this country, to not submit to her beauty is a capital offense. The girls who fell from the sky like you, they're all slaves being tormented somewhere, which is why only men are imprisoned here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry about Ling Shui. Yunmu pondered, no, she's too strong. I can't beat her at all. Yeting hesitated. What if I had a way to make you stronger? Cut to the curly-haired queen, who throws a punch at me with a dark look. Dodging aside, Deep Than is immediately struck, coughing up blood. Esmeralda is shocked. Up close, she's truly beautiful. But can a person really grow that large? The destructive power is also terrifying, and as soon as he finishes speaking, he appears behind the queen, gleefully launching an attack at incredible speed. Meanwhile, she wasn't about to back down either. Her blade swept toward him, only for his curls to casually block the attack, shocking Esmeralda. What could have blocked my blade's light? He chuckled, but a sense of caution arose within him. Such a massive body, yet so agile, the queen, losing patience, unleashed a devastating blow. He was truly on the ropes, unable to stop himself from spitting out blood. He was furious, damn it all. Esmeralda can't believe her strength. Is the gap between us really this vast? He eyes the great tree, his goal now clear. Meanwhile, Yunmu asks, you said you could make me stronger. What did you mean by that? Yeting explains that 150 years ago, one of the transmigrators left behind 3 energy stones that can briefly boost one's power to that of a war saint, making overthrowing the queen a real possibility. He casually asks, then why don't you take the energy stones and overthrow the queen yourself? Yeting replies, because I can't use the energy stones. Only those who cultivate profound energy like you can use them. If you're not a transmigrator, you can't overthrow the queen. Our hero then stands up, saying that the life and death of their country has nothing to do with him, but since his friend seems to be in dire straits, that changes everything. He smirks and continues, then I'll cooperate with you to overthrow that dog of a queen's government. Yunmu is furious. I've had it. We just escaped, and now we've been discovered again. You damned man, it's all your fault. The slowpoke in the back, suddenly blamed, starts to argue. Why pin it on me? You're one to talk, Yunmu retorted. If you hadn't been hungry and stealing food, we wouldn't have been caught. Why are you two still fighting? He just set foot on the ground and slipped. Oh no, he missed a step. They were both shocked to see Yunmu fall. There, he fell straight into the pool below, and when he climbed out, Van Muk was still dazed. What? Where did I fall into? Before him, beautiful women in towels. He knew exactly where he was. Paradise. Ye Qing's battle is becoming increasingly desperate, and he thinks to himself, through gritted teeth, that the two of them alone can't hurt her. Is this the power of the Nua clan queen? Even if my level is lower, my combat experience is still that of a war saint. How can there be such a gap? The inscription said the queen of this world was strong, but she's far too powerful. The curly-haired queen stomped forward, furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Ye Qing grabbed her leg from below. He's got you now. She immediately used her crimson ultimate move, knowing that the stinky man was going to use that magic again. The curly-haired queen threw a rock at him, knocking him backward, saying, "Useless. It's Esmeralda's turn. He's activating the holy light." Suddenly, a burst of light erupts before the queen, her curly hair ablaze like a flare. The blinding light obscures her vision, and she curses inwardly, realizing she can't see. When the dust settles, they're gone. Those two escaped again. As Esmeralda left, she rambled on. The people of this world are stronger than we anticipated. Luckily, we're working with you. We couldn't have completed the plan on our own. Ye Qing looked ahead worriedly and asked, how far until the rendezvous point? According to the map, it should be up ahead. Seeing two figures appear, Ye Qing warily asks, "Are you two descendants of the Ye family? You're late." Ye Qing sizes her up. "The contact is a kid," the girl retorts. "Show some respect. I'm older than you, technically." Esmeralda realizes the girl's identity. "You're the Ye family's inside agent left in this world." Ye Qing confirms, "That's right, it's me." "Oh, and there was a red-haired boy who came with you, wasn't there? He seemed quite extraordinary, something like Yunmu or something." Esmeralda is stunned by this news. How could this be? He wasn't killed, and the rift's energy is insufficient. How did he get here? Ye Qing casually replies, "How would I know? But he did survive and make it here, and he's already causing quite a stir. Favored by the queen, and judging by your injuries, is he not even as strong as Yunmu? So how do we destroy the Fuxi divine tree so the Ye family can monopolize the Fuxi fruit?" Ye Qing continued, "That's why we've come to you to act together. Isn't this the strategy that was decided on 150 years ago?" She refuses. "Sorry, I'm a civil official, not a fighter, but don't worry, my plan has already begun." Ye Qing recounts, hundreds of years ago, some interdimensional travelers first came to the land of Nuwa through a spatial rift. They discovered that the women here, though unable to use mystic power, possessed great strength, and despite the absence of men, were able to reproduce. Intrigued, the interlopers investigated and learned of a sacred tree in this world, which the people called Fuxi. The sacred tree, Fuxi, bears a mystical fruit that, when consumed, can break the limits of human potential. The women here possess incredible strength, all thanks to this fruit. Every spring, when the Fuxi blooms, the girls gather its pistils, which, when crushed and mixed with water, increase the chances of pregnancy. Those who transcended knew the truth and made a deal with the queen, trading things from their world for Fuxi fruit. Intrigued by their trinkets, the queen agreed. Upon returning to Earth, one of them discovered that consuming the fruit allowed mystics to break through the known limits, surpassing even the Saint Warrior level. This delighted them, and they hastily recorded everything about their journey in a book the Mystic Guild classified as top secret, hiding it away in the guild's fragment pavilion, never to be revealed to the world. And so every 150 years, transmigrators would come to Nuwa's realm to exchange for the fruit until one of those transmigrators was a young man named Ye Jun from the Chaotian sect. Ye Jun, warm and open, used his intelligence to bring great development to the Nuwa nation, and during this time, he fell in love with a Nuwa woman. Ye Jun asked the queen for permission to stay and live with the woman he loved, and the queen, feeling that Ye Jun had contributed greatly to the country, granted his request. And so, Ye Jun stayed and built his happy family, the first of a different species in this nation. But things were not as simple as they seemed. Everything Ye Jun did was actually a conspiracy, gaining the queen's trust and ensuring his descendants could work with the Chaotian sect's heirs to destroy the Fuxi divine tree, seize all its fruit, and allow the Chaotian sect to monopolize it. And now, I, Ye Qing, am that descendant. After hearing the story, they asked, "So what? What did you mean when you said the plan had already begun?" Ye Qing turned and said, "I'll make the arrangements. Just wait for my signal. I can definitely help you wound the queen and maybe even take care of that Yunmu." Meanwhile, Yunmu was struggling to escape his pursuers. I think we lost them. We're in the clear. He panted, asking the two in front of him if this was the eastern part of the forest that the kid mentioned. While Ju-Man questioned, seriously? Are you really going to listen to that kid? Why bother with any of that now that we're free? He threatens him. You damned man race. You said you'd help me get my things, that's why I let you out. Try to run. Giant Man looked around and analyzed. Seriously, this forest is so big. You're looking for a house? Aren't you bored? Wu Ya calmly interjected into their argument. Complaining is useless. The three split up to increase their chances, each heading in a different direction. Mu Yun suspects that the three of them searching separately won't be enough. Could they have missed something here? So he calls upon the system to revive his shadow spirits, and the system responds, you have spent 6,000 experience points to revive 3 shadow spirits. He assigned the shadow spirits. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 would find the stone house. The 3 immediately departed. Each shadow spirit took to the sky, searching for the target he had designated, their eyes like scanners, missing nothing. The search narrowed to a large rock, the target pinpointed there. Mu Yun smirked. Found it, Yunmu heard Ju-Man's voice. Hey kid, can you block a steel blade with your pinky? That's the weakest part of the human body, you know. He lunges toward his opponent guarding the stone house, acknowledging the boy has truly surpassed the limits of the human body. But I'm not losing either. With a powerful stomp, a large rock shoots into the air. He said, Kid, I'm here. With that, Wu Ya used 2 fingers to block his opponent's massive long blade. He caught the rock and hurled it at his opponent. Having been itching to get rid of him for a while now, he swung his ragged sword to fend him off, annoyed that these 3 had followed Yunmu to a stone cave entrance. He wondered if this was the stone chamber the brat had mentioned, remarking that it looked ordinary and complimented him on finding it. Touching the door, Yunmu sensed that this strange gate required a special method to open. As Ju-Mang helpfully warned, I advise you not to touch it carelessly in case there's a mechanism. A mechanism underneath suddenly popped out, startling him. See? I told you not to touch it, the man said worriedly. You broke it. Seeing the drawer pop out, he guessed it wasn't a trap, but rather wanted them to put something inside. And the words, Guardian's Proof, confirmed it. Second, money is power. Third, why are you so strong? What is this, some kind of riddle? There's no use in lingering here. How about the 3 of us split up and search? As Mu Yun wondered what was happening, the guardian of the stone chamber ambushed him from behind, sending him flying. Mu Yun didn't understand what was happening. What in the world was going on? Seeing his attacker, shock fills his eyes, but Wu Ya's intervention saves Mu Yun's life. He asks with concern, Wu Ya, are you all right? He replies, I can still hold on. So, this is the strength of the strongest rookie in the Hall of War Gods. Truly terrifying. He throws a powerful punch. Immediately, get out of here, the giant roared, dodging a flurry of punches. The guardian falls, defeated. Let's see who's hiding under that helmet, Kuman sneers. As the helmet is ripped off, Juman is horrified by the person's face and stammers in shock. A girl. What? Taking advantage of Juman's distraction, the guardian retaliates with a punch. Juman is sent flying into a nearby rock wall and he rubs his aching head, lamenting, my head hurts. Mu Yun urgently asks, hey, did you see who's inside? Juman replies, don't freak out when I tell you. As the thick smoke clears, the figure of their opponent emerges, a suit of armor with a head full of raging fire. He continues, there's no one inside. Wu Ya wastes no time attacking, but his momentum is stopped, unable to break through the solid defense. Without hesitation, Wu Nian unleashes the mystic air kick as Mu Yun leaps to strike the guardian from behind. He relentlessly stomps on the guardian's back. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3, 4. This iron pile is making my feet hurt. Exhausted, Mu Yun returned to Wu Ya and said, this ironclad guy appeared so suddenly. Could he be the guardian? Wu Ya agreed. Most likely. Perhaps defeating him will reveal the guardian's certificate. And when we fought, I sensed mystical energy within him. He exclaimed in surprise. Mystical energy? So, this guy's being controlled by mystic energy. Woyai, annoyed, looks at his opponent and replies, maybe, otherwise how could unmanned armor move like a person? How annoying. Taking down someone like that won't be easy. But he then hears Mu Yun say, is that so? I think if we just take it down, things will be much simpler. The guardian calmly gripped his sword, his footsteps thundering as he advanced. With a swing, his blade cleaved through the air, sending dust billowing. Mu Yun swiftly dodges, praising the guard's speed as his sword plunges into the ground. But he's already drawing it back to strike. Mu Yun leans back to avoid the blow. A narrow escape. Not wanting to be on the defensive, he begins his counterattack. Eat this, Tin Man. Lightning magic erupts from his palm, striking the Guardian head-on. Wuya, I've sealed its movements. Break his shield. He immediately acknowledged. Wu Nian muttered an incantation under his breath. That strike cost the Guardian an arm, and Mu Yun praised him for a job well done, believing he wouldn't survive this time. Seeing the Guardian move, they're both shocked. It's lost an arm, yet it still moves. Wuya is aware of the problem. It has no life, knows no fear, and will keep attacking as long as it can move. A blazing flame erupts in Mu Yun's hand. He'll burn it until there's nothing left, and see what it can do then. Just then, Ju-Man appeared behind him, saying, "Kid, were you the one who ambushed me?" He was right behind the Guardian, his face grim, as he said, "I'll kill you." The giant brute throws his opponent down with a bone-jarring slam, and they can only watch, wincing at the impact. Perhaps it's fortunate he doesn't understand fear. The giant savage threw him down. That looks painful. He then took the armor and put it on. I'll strip you bare and see if you can die. Your body is now conscripted by your father." With everything settled, he tossed him a token. The Li family brat took it, found this on someone. Mu Yun knew right away. Could this be the Guardian's certificate? He approaches the stone cave entrance, deciding to try inserting it. It slides right in. The door slowly opens and a blinding light shines out, causing Mu Yun to sigh in relief. So, it was the right one. And there was a puzzle to solve. He pondered. We've already handed over the Guardian's credentials. Money is power, but what does your strength and growth represent? Do we have to keep fighting? A frustrated Ju-Man clutched his head. My head hurts just listening to this. I don't want to solve riddles anymore. Wuya calls out to him. Hey, he's asking if you want to try this, showing off some profound crystals. Mu Yun knows this is a mystic crystal, right? That's right, mystic crystals and Latian are both cultivation materials, combining the properties of money and power. He looks dumb, but he's actually quite smart. Vonai stammers, embarrassed by the compliment. No, it's nothing. As Mu Yun pressed the mystic crystal in, the entire door lit up. Another correct answer. Only one remains. Please use your clever mind, John Seong. Wuya is stumped, saying, I have no clue about this last one either. He tries to think quickly. There must be some detail he's missing. Recalling Yeting's words, only someone from beyond this world could overthrow the queen. Mu Yun had his answer. I know now. Yeting said, only those who transcend the realm can obtain it. So the answer must be something that doesn't exist in this world. Something that can make us stronger, but doesn't exist here. There's only one thing. He throws a punch at the door and declares, it's mystic power. Mu Yun is confident that he has the answer. The mechanism on the door activates, and he happily announces, the door's open. Kuman can't believe his eyes. Wow, he actually punched it open. Wuyai urged them to hurry inside and find what they were looking for. Stepping inside, Mu Yun observed that it was too dark. Juman immediately rushed to the table in front of him, declaring that this was probably it. Looking down, Wuya noticed inscriptions on the jade. Mu Yun read aloud, to my descendant, I have spent my life creating this object to help you achieve greatness. This item will help me reach the divine realm, but it can also destroy what's behind it. He wonders, who exactly is this descendant? Wuya anxiously urged them on, what are you looking at? You're staring like an idiot. We got what we came for. Let's go. Mu Yun bids them farewell. You've fulfilled your promise. The next part is too dangerous. I'll handle it myself. Kuman asked, displeased. What, you're not taking me with you now? We fought together back in the Hongman tribe. That makes us brothers for life. I'll have you know, we Hongmen value loyalty above all else. Running from danger? What kind of brotherhood is that? Wuya wants to come with you. I'll go anywhere. I can't leave the Nuwa realm anyway, so it doesn't matter where I am. Hearing them say that, he scoffed. A bunch of fools courting death. All right, let's head back to the Nuwa kingdom, but don't blame me if you die. In the peaceful Nuwa kingdom, people began to whisper. Hey, have you heard? Someone attacked the Fuxi divine tree today? What's going on? Who could have done this? Who else could it be? Those interdimensional travelers. I said they couldn't be trusted, so execute them all immediately. That's right. They seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Even Captain Pepper isn't their match. Luckily, the queen arrived just in time. Otherwise, the sacred tree would have been lost. How dare they attack the sacred tree we rely on for survival? The queen will surely punish these transgressors severely. Hiding on the rooftop, they overhear this, and Ju-Man is surprised. The divine tree? We ran away without even striking their sacred tree, Mu Yun replied. No, maybe it was Yejing. Wuya observed his expression, curious. Then why do you look so troubled? I just feel like there's a lot here I don't understand. The battle on the curly-haired queen's side is becoming overwhelming, as even Pepper has fallen. Though severely wounded, Chili tried to call out to her queen, but the curly-haired queen immediately cut her off. You're badly injured. Save your strength. The medics are here. Is everyone all right? Fuxi is fine, so rest and recover. Seeing her fallen people, she curses in anger. That bastard dares to do this to my beloved people. I'll dig to the ends of the earth to find him. I'll make him pay in blood. Meanwhile, Mu Yun and Wu Nai cautiously spoke up. Hey, do you really have to go this far? Oh, whose kid is this? Mu Yun replies. Of course there is. See? No one's paying attention to us anymore. Relax. We look amazing. He and Wu Ya had disguised themselves as women, followed by the hulking figure shrouded in a black robe. You two are one thing, but what about me? He grumbled. Who told you to look like that? He replied. It's not bad enough that we have to dress like women. Yunmu approached a woman and asked, Excuse me, do you know where the interdimensional girls were taken? The queen told us to ask them some questions. Apparently they're in the reception room, straight down the hall. Yunmu suspiciously asks, A reception room. The three of them made their way to the designated building, and Yunmu grew even more suspicious at its strange architecture. Hey, I'm telling you, that building looks like a palace. This doesn't look like a place to hold criminals. It feels so unfair. Wow, what a difference between prisoners. This is practically a noble's palace. A scream rings out, and Yunmu instantly recognizes Xueji's voice. He rushed in, yelling, Sister Jue! Inside, Jue cried out, I can't take it anymore, it hurts! The three were stunned by the scene before them. Ling Jue was enjoying a massage and begging the masseuse, No, lighter, I can't take it. Da Hong was surprised to see them. Why are you with the god of war, and what's that bundle in the back? Meanwhile, Yunmu angrily throws his wig to the ground, cursing, Why are you dressed like that? Heaven asks why I'm out here risking my life while this man enjoys such comfort. What's the basis for this? Daxiong explains, I'm not sure either. They just brought me here as soon as I arrived. Tien Tuyet and Hai Nuyet are also by the pool, probably being mistaken for daughters again. This world seems very welcoming to cross-dressing girls. Looking around, he was amazed that such a backward place could have such a high-end resort. Garnet chimed in, Of course, this place is 100 times better than the Queen's bedroom. Even though we're far more behind than your world, we still respect our guests. The girl runs to hug Big Bear, asking if that's right. The word master surprises him. Master? He introduces her as Thachlu, a maid here. She already knows I'm a son, but no worries, she's agreed to keep my secret, in exchange for stories about our world. Besides, she seems to enjoy being with me, so Yunmu begins to entice the child. Hey Thachlu, you give me things this world doesn't have as an exchange. Can I tell you information related to this world? The little girl happily agreed. Of course. With all the information gathered, Yunmu confirmed, So, the Fuxi Divine Tree is the source of everything here. Shilu replied, Yes, and you still have one unresolved question. It seems they want us to bring back the Fuxi fruit. Now let's combine all the information we have. There's still one contradiction I can't figure out. Yeting's image flashes in Yunmu's mind, and upon hearing the name, Ling Shui recognizes him as that young rascal. Her attitude also became more serious. When we first met her, she not only probed the identities of every transmigrator, but also asked in detail about the situation of various forces on Earth. At the time, we were curious. Did someone from NVWA's realm really need to know so much about Earth? Yunmu fell into thought when a voice came from behind. Why are you guys dressed like that? Seeing you and the others in women's clothing is warping their minds. They think it's disgusting, like a bunch of perverts. Seeing them, Yunmu had a proposition. Yitianshui, Haiyue, we've decided to find a way to get some fruit and then leave this place immediately. So, are you coming with us? Tianhui immediately agreed. Sounds good. This place isn't bad, but I'm getting a little tired of it. Count me in. Having overheard the conversation, Pomegranate scurried over to ask Big Bear, Young master, are you leaving this place? He gently stroked Pomegranate's head and explained that it was inevitable. He had to return to his own world sooner or later. Hearing Da Hong's words, the little girl knew it was time to say goodbye, and then they all set off together. No need to rush. The city gate is near. Suddenly, Tien Tuyet looked tense as she saw something, and she alerted them. Hey, Yunmu, look ahead. It's the curly-haired queen, the one they least wanted to encounter, back again. Damn it, the bear is back, and at this moment. Yunmu whispers to the others not to make eye contact with her. Just bow your heads and pass by, and she won't notice us. The others have passed the curly-haired queen, leaving only Yunmu. The tension is palpable. Just as he thought he was in the clear, he heard her call out, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she asked where the likes of Mo Cheng thought he was going. Seeing him frozen in place, she sensed something was amiss and summoned Dalish. He decided to stop hiding and turned to face her directly. Having been discovered, he tells the others to flee towards the divine tree, while he covers their escape. Yunmu uses the Great Sun Flame technique, and Prome's flame to fight back. The curly-haired queen recognizes the technique as the same one used by the person who attacked the divine tree, realizing they are indeed allies. The curly-haired queen retaliated, lamenting, "You wound me, darling." He then unleashed the snow-drinking cold saber and thunderous lightning blade. The two attacks moved towards her, instantly detonating the ground beneath her feet in a cloud of dust. But to his surprise, the curly-haired queen stood tall in the dust, her eyes filled with rage, unharmed by his thunderous lightning blades. Is this the power of Fuxi? Just then, the curly-haired queen landed a devastating blow. This powerful blow sends Yunmu flying through a building, his body lost in the dust and smoke. Seeing this, Daishuang cried out in worry, "Xiaomumu!" He turned to save him, but a figure suddenly rushed past. It was Colossus, rushing to Yunmu's aid. "Fear not, brothers, your leader has arrived. The most important thing for us, the Hongman tribe, is loyalty." With that cue, man unleashes the Hongman Iron Fist. The curly-haired queen became his punching bag, enduring a flurry of blows before finally unleashing the decisive, fated Iron Axe, engulfing the area in dust. After that fatal blow, the giant man exclaimed, "I'm not dead yet." Speaking of the strength of the Red Man tribe, we have never known defeat. Before he could finish, the curly-haired queen landed a punch to his gut, sending him flying into the rubble, completely unprepared. The giant was so injured that he coughed up blood. Seeing this, she launched another attack, sending him flying into the sky and roared, "Fly to the ends of the earth for me." She switched to a contemptuous tone, hating those single-celled organisms who only knew how to fight with brute force, when suddenly she heard Wu Nai's voice behind her. He chanted, his expression serene as he lunged toward her. The two clashed, creating a violent burst of power. Wu Ya's knuckles looked as if they would explode from the curly-haired queen's brute strength, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Before Wu Yai could even react, the curly-haired queen kicked him away, mocking his overestimation of himself. Then, surveying the battlefield, she approached the unconscious Yunmu, declaring, "The first iron rule of the Nua clan. Those who harm our sacred tree must die, so blame them for joining you." Suddenly, a blinding light flashed across her face, accompanied by a loud voice and a blast of arcane energy. She turned, casting a cold, scornful glare. "You damned heretics! Does no one value their life?" Out of nowhere, a man adjusts his tie and responds. It's strange to say, but this man, who is clearly a shadow, transforms into light, constantly attracting those who want to pursue it. Even people like this are beginning to unconsciously believe in him. Blind faith takes hold. With this man here, victory is assured. So Ling Shui and Da Xiong arrive to fight, and he continues, "How could we let you bully her like this? Although you've been good to us, we still have to apologize. We have to defeat you here." As he spoke, Wu Ya slowly and laboriously crawled up nearby, coughing. Da Yong kicks Wu Ya into the chicken coop, telling the injured to stay out of it, and after Wu Ya tumbles head over heels, Da Zhong says, "Son of the war god, I don't know how close you've gotten while I was away, but you came running faster than me when Xiaomumu was in danger. Where does that leave my face as your friend?" Ling Zhu found his childish behavior unsettling. Hey, is that really why you're hitting people?" The curly-haired queen, annoyed by Da Xiong's constant nagging, uses her Jiao Fei to issue a chat ban, finding him incredibly irritating. But he simply stomps his foot, picks up his gun, and silences her first. Just as she tilted her head to dodge the shot, Ling Xue was waiting. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, and Da Xiong assessed the situation. The battle is intense, and this queen is truly wicked. Da Qiang, who was leisurely watching, witnessed something unbelievable. Ling Zhue was defeated, falling from the sky into a massive crater, blood spilling from her mouth. Da Xiang cried out in shock, "Sister Shui." The curly-haired queen descends from above, warning him, "Hey, you don't have time to worry about others." She lunged closer and closer, and Da Hyang had no time to prepare any counterattack. As her death cry echoed, the ground beneath Da Hyang shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. The curly-haired queen, confused by her lost prey, sees it's Yun Mu, who took a devastating blow for Big Bear. While he was still stunned, Yun Mu, holding the vial, said, "Intoxicate the body, increase suppleness, directly connect to the divine realm," then used his teeth to open the vial as Tianjue and Hai Yue continued to rush towards the divine tree. Wait, it seems Ye Tianjue isn't being pursued, and Hai Yue turns back wondering, are we too fast? Where are the others? Not knowing, Tianjue remained silent. After consuming the vial, Yunmu released a mystical aura, strengthening his body and spirit and directly pressuring the divine realm. A golden light enveloped him. Even the curly-haired queen was astonished. What? Yunmu unleashes his power, a surge of energy radiating outwards, reigniting his fighting spirit as he feels strength coursing through his body. Order Big Bear to take Shui and the others to the divine tree. Big Bear was worried about leaving him alone, but Yunmu just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, she's as good as dead this time. Dayong saw that look in his eyes again and immediately agreed, reminding him as he turned away, Okay, you have to hurry. Yunmu mocks the curly-haired queen. Want to go to the divine tree? Sorry, this road is closed. Ah, I warned the little creature before me. Don't blame me. Hurting you hurts me, but I'm doing this for the sake of the nation. With that said, I activate the heavy blade insect steps and punch the ground. Yunmu summons the lightning hound seal, teleporting behind her and unleashing a torrent of lightning that bites down on her arm, leaving her to wonder how his magic suddenly became so powerful. He then conjures a fire seal in the shape of a goat, the Great Sun Blaze Ram, unleashing a powerful stream of fire that slams into the curly-haired queen. She was thrown to the ground, screaming that she was burning up, her eyes wide with shock. But from above, Yunmu swoops down, warning, Hey, it's not over yet. He unleashed dozens of storm blades upon her, shattering the boulders, then calmly assessed, This power is indeed as strong as a war saint, truly captivating. The curly-haired queen's footsteps become clear as she praises him, saying he's become so strong in just a few days, and no one has ever hurt her like this before. As Yunmu charged forward, something felt off. The obese woman had vanished, replaced by the curly-haired woman whose clothes were tattered but still alluring. She continued, You've really gotten stronger. I hope you can play with me. Yunmu suspiciously pointed at her. Wait, who are you? The curly-haired queen replied proudly. Who am I? Why, I'm the one who loves you. He then reports, I have signs of fire-digging viewers. But the curly-haired queen waved her hand. Deceiving people? It's just a little fat loss, making me look a bit thinner so I can use my full strength. In a flash, she moved to Yunmu and struck with a fierce, heavy blow. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time, but the sword in his hand was sent flying. Seeing her opponent distracted, the curly-haired queen attempts a swift kick, but Yunmu scoffs, realizing her speed has increased dramatically since losing weight, leaving him no room for error. The curly-haired queen plunges her blade into the ground, then rotates her arm to relieve the ache, saying, Now, we're even. Yunmu scoffs, and she drops her weapon too. What's this? Are you looking down on me? The aloof Cowleng replied. We of the Wa clan never take advantage in a one-on-one fight. Yunmu compliments her, finding even her words beautiful. He suddenly asks, Hey, are you still up for what you said before? How about I just marry you and we can stop fighting? The curly-haired queen lunges at Yunmu, attacking and sneering, You're nothing but a smooth talker. You think your psychological tactics will work on me? How despicable. She then struck Yunmu, sending him crashing into a rock wall, leaving a massive dent. The impact causes internal injuries and he coughs up a liter of blood, but it seems that's not enough for her. She followed up with another punch, but he used his extraordinary agility to dodge the devastating blow. Yunmu even takes the time to tease her. This guy's got guts. Are you trying to murder your husband? Boomed a voice. Competing with her in brute strength is foolish. Let's try move 3. But Zhongmin said, You little brat, the martial battle is only a month away. Using this time to increase your strength won't make a big difference. Lin fell into confusion. Huh? Then what should I do? Think of something. Grandpa instructed, Don't rush. Let me tell you about Tai Chi. Seeing Yunmu's strange stance, the curly-haired queen rushed forward, confused. Don't think you can escape. What is that strange pose? He tells her that movement generates yang. Extreme movement leads to stillness. Stillness generates yin, and extreme stillness leads back to movement. Then he seizes her leg with a Tai Chi lock, leaving her stunned. When Yunmu pushed her hand away and punched her in the gut, she cried out as she fell backward. He waved his hand and mocked, Not so comfortable being hit by your own force, is it? The curly-haired queen, upon hearing this, wanted to curse his entire family. Damn it, I quickly regained my fighting stance and threw a punch, screaming. What is this? He used his fruit body to dodge and even grabbed my knee. Spinning his hand, he uses the overturning hammer, then quickly sweeps her off her feet with a high kick, sending the curly-haired queen spinning through the air before she stumbles to the ground. Yunmu then performs a few health-preserving exercises, moving up and down, left and right, before flashing a victorious smile. Praising, I didn't expect that old geezer's boxing to be quite effective, huh? Seeing the curly-haired queen still standing, he lamented, Damn it, why is it suddenly so hard to even hit her? She still wants to fight, but I haven't provoked her enough yet. She really doesn't learn. But as Yunmu prepared to use Tai Chi Fist, an indescribable feeling arose, and he stared at his hand, wondering, what's going on? My power is fading? Yunmu couldn't help but wonder. My power is fading, even my profound energy. Why is this happening? He thought, though the body's energy increased, directly suppressing the divine realm, it could also destroy itself. Could the obscured second word be referring to this? The queen presses her advantage, noting his distraction as his body begins to falter. Yunmu barely manages to raise his arms in defense as the queen leaps over him, mocking, "Hey, where did all that energy go?" She then relentlessly attacked Yunmu, who didn't even have a chance to counter. That jump sent him flying, making him marvel at her power. Seeing him, she couldn't help but wonder, strange. Your strength and reaction speed have both weakened considerably. Yunmu panted, lamenting his stiffening body, fearing he'd soon be unable to move at all. These side effects are deadly. Immediately the queen rushed forward, and he frowned, knowing he had no choice but to unleash his shadow army, instantly sending the curly-haired queen flying. Yunmu smirked, a bit shameless, but who told him to have such a thick face? Sorry, this isn't a one-on-one fight, it's a gang fight. His shadow army has fully assembled, and the queen scoffs. That attack I can't see again. Annoyed, she rushes towards Yunmu, muttering, "How annoying." But Yunmu swiftly blocks her attack, his movements now noticeably more agile. The curly-haired queen was thrown aside, and the advantage shifted away from her. A glint of cunning appeared in his eyes as his strength seemed to return. The queen kicks out, but Li Yun swiftly blocks the blow. The curly-haired queen is stunned. He blocked it? At the same moment, Li Feng appears and sends her flying. She now realizes this Tai Chi, combined with his little tricks, is truly difficult to deal with. Continuing like this won't work. They both realize that the longer the fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be, so they need to end it quickly. Curly Hair then leaps into the air, preparing for the final blow. She darts through the shadows, dodging them all, and goes straight for Huang Long, who seems equally excited, as an undecided battle is just what he wanted. Meanwhile, our hero gathers his inner strength, compressing it into a light, ethereal form, just as Curly Hair lets out a great cry and charges forward. They both strike at the same time. Yunmu takes a blow to the head and spits out blood, while the queen takes a punch to the gut and coughs up blood through the pain. And just like that, a massive explosion erupts from their immense power. Yunmu collapses to the ground, seemingly gravely injured from the battle. Meanwhile, the queen was in no better shape, having not faced such a formidable opponent in ages. Seeing the desolate scene, a familiar voice echoed, "What a show." Queen Li Yunmu managed to take out 2 birds with 1 stone, injuring both sides. "I didn't expect you to actually pull it off." Hearing the voice, he forced his eyes open through the pain. It was Ye Ting. The girl calmly surveyed the situation. Ye Ting then whistled, signaling that everything was proceeding according to plan. "Come out here." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 figures quickly rushed forward. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. "Ye Ting, Esmeralda, it's you?" Ye Ting kicked him hard. After being beaten like that and forcibly passing through the unstable space rift, he's still not dead? Now he's finally in my hands, right? Esmeralda was shocked. So young, and without lifting a finger, you've defeated such a powerful queen. Your heart is terrifyingly deep. Thankfully, you're an ally, or it'd be too frightening. He looked at Curly and said coldly, "Is this queen dead yet? To be safe, let's add another strike." Esmeralda channeled her inner power. "I didn't expect you to suddenly become so beautiful, but for the sake of our great cause, you must die." Suddenly, Onion appeared and coldly ordered, "Prepare to fire." As soon as she finished speaking, an arrow pierced Esmeralda's chest, taking him by surprise. And where he stood, a barrage of arrows followed, impossible to dodge them all. Seeing his teammate injured, Ye Ting stared in stunned disbelief. What was going on? Above, Hang Tai reveals himself, his elaborate scheme finally coming to fruition. The fox has fallen into the hunter's trap. Seeing Esmeralda like that, Hang Tai couldn't help but feel satisfied, while Yunmu lay prone on the ground, gasping for breath in pain, and the queen quickly stood up, startling Esmeralda. "What? You can still get up?" Even a war saint wouldn't be able to get back up. Ye Ting steps forward, explaining that the strength of the previous queens is roughly equivalent to a war giant in their world. If that's the case, she should have lost consciousness in the previous battle. But the great one before you pauses and then walks towards Curly. Ye Ting continues, introducing the most powerful queen in the history of the Nua Kingdom, Queen Hua Kuyen. Suddenly, the girl changes direction again, leaving Esmeralda in a daze. Yeting, you! Yeding shouts furiously. Yeting, how dare you, a descendant of the Ye family, betray us? Betray the Ye family. The girl scoffed. Shut your mouth. Madness filled Yeting's eyes. It's the Ye family I hate. I'm disgusted that I'm even a Ye. And with that, Yunmu listened silently to her story. I could have grown up happy and carefree like any other child, but the Ye family ruined me, ruined my home. Yejun married my maternal grandmother only because she was weak and obedient. That way, Yejun would have complete control over her, dropping all pretenses after she was born. I even beat and berated my maternal great-grandmother, locking her away and forbidding her from seeing anyone. A few years later, my great-grandmother passed away in sorrow, and after I lost my mother's protection, Yejun brainwashed me even more, instilling the Ye family's vile ideals in me, making me see them as a creed to be passed down from generation to generation. And so, the poor child became a demon, continuing to poison the next generation. I couldn't escape this cycle either, enduring daily brainwashing and beatings for any resistance. But I truly couldn't endure that life any longer, so I made a decision. I would personally kill this demon. I had to sever the Ye family's dark hand completely. As Ye Ting reveals the truth, the Onion Squad leader shouts, "Archers, prepare!" Her forces are ready. Excited, Onion gave the order to fire and a storm of arrows rained down upon them. Ye Ting never imagined he'd meet such an end, cursing in disbelief. Then, a massive explosion shook the earth, causing everything to collapse. Looking at the wreckage before her, Diep Din was satisfied that it was finally over, but suddenly the curly-haired queen's eyes turned cold. Something was wrong. She could sense it. Fresh blood splattered on the ground, as if the leader was still alive. Ye Qing wasn't dead, but Esmeralda was now using him as a human shield, his body drenched in blood. Ye Qing trembled, betrayed by his own teammate. You think I'm worthless now? Esmeralda coldly tossed him aside, still spouting nonsense about how perfect your plan was. Ye Qing was barely clinging to life, gasping in agony. Now, Ye Qing recalls the taunts. Have you heard? The young master is a good-for-nothing, not even comparable to his brothers. It must be embarrassing for the master to see such a low-level awakening of mystic power. In his loneliest moments, that warm voice had soothed his heart. If he felt dissatisfied, wouldn't striving to become stronger be the answer? Before his death, he recalled that innocent face. Young master, my name is Lin Jian. I will serve you today, train with you, and help you become the strongest of the new generation. Since Lin Jian appeared, Ye Qing rose like a kite in the wind, continuously winning on the charts. He would never forget how he was cheered. At that moment, victory belonged to Ye Qing once more. Overjoyed, he thought, Lin Jian, I've defeated the strongest newcomer of the Chaotian sect. Now I am the strongest, and father will be proud. At that moment, Lin Jian said, Have you heard? A dark horse named Li Yunmu has appeared among the new disciples, and he's already cleared over 20 levels of the Tower of Glory. Ye Qing was surprised to hear that name, unaware that Li Yunmu would later steal the one he loved most. He would never forget the day Lin Jian's body was returned to him, a corpse covered in white cloth. That day, Deep Than's world crumbled, and he screamed in despair. Tears streamed down his face as he made a silent vow. Li Yunmu, I must kill you. I want you to be buried with Lin Jian. Fueled by hatred, he sought out Esmeralda, who smiled and asked, What can you offer in return for my help? He then asked, Do you know of the Nuwa clan? Our celestial sect has a foolproof plan. These events now played in Ye Chen's mind like a slow-motion film, as fresh blood gushed out, and it seemed he was nearing his end. As his vision blurred, the last name in Ye Qing's mind was Lin Jian. Ye Qing's mind grew hazy, and he saw Lin Jian in white robes reaching out to him from the sky. Have you come to greet me? With every ounce of strength he had left, he raised his bloodied hands. I almost shed a tear for the villain. Ye Qing sobbed, I was so close to avenging you. After Ye Qing's death, Yunmu struggled to his feet. The curly-haired queen Daling and Yeding are shocked. Li Yunmu, you can still stand? Gasping for air, Yunmu says, I never imagined it would end like this. If not for this world, we could have been friends. Ye Qing's tears streamed down his face as he turned to Curly Hair. Hey, wife. I've been dragged into this too, so how about a little mercy? The last of the three said, producing a vial, Let me handle this myself, don't interfere. Then he drank it down. He bit the top off the vial. It was a dose of Tui Chi, which enhances the body's flexibility. Ye Ting shouted in alarm. No! Another dose and your body's energy crystals won't be able to handle it. But Yunmu wouldn't listen. He was focused on forcing his way into the divine realm. Immediately, a massive explosion reverberated, startling everyone, including Esmeralda. As the holy man boasted of his power, Yunmu appeared behind him in an instant. He ferociously lifts his leg, aiming a kick at Esmeralda's head. After dodging, he gathers his inner strength for a counterattack, a holy light sphere. With the attack launched, Yunmu remained unfazed, looking upon it with disdain, as if it were nothing. Esmeralda unleashes another, even fiercer attack, but it's not over yet. At that moment, Yunmu calmly raises his hand. Channeling his inner power, a golden light appears before him, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. A murderous intent now clear in his eyes as he absorbs Esmeralda's attacks, gathering them into a single mass. Having gathered enough power, our hero strikes back fiercely. Esmeralda falls to the ground, seemingly no match for him now. Yunmu looked at the disheveled figure with disdain. "You're a mess. What happened? You call yourself a war saint? Then show me the dignity of one." "Oh, sorry, I forgot." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Your power level isn't that of a war saint anymore because of your disgusting plan." Yunmu raises his foot. "I think it's time to settle our score. Painful memories resurface. You'll die before you can sacrifice yourself to inhuman abuse." The dead man's eyes were gouged out, and almost all of his ribs were broken. With that thought, he attacked even more fiercely, and Esmeralda felt as if all his internal organs were being crushed. A piercing scream echoed as Yunmu retrieved a saw from his system, remembering the coroner's words, limbs severed. And so he would repay all of Bo Wen's previous pain. Esmeralda was terrified, instinctively backing away. "What do you want?" "You bastard!" These legs were an eyesore to Yunmu, who immediately crushed them. When Bo Wen's body was returned, even his left leg was missing. Remembering this, he coldly and decisively severed the man's leg, causing blood to spurt out. His screams echoed through the heavens as Esmeralda's eyes widened, the pain tormenting his very being. He looked at Yunmu as if he'd crawled out of hell, screaming in terror, "Don't come any closer. I beg you. Get away. Get away, you madman." But of course, he could never forget the scene from that day. So how could he ever forgive him? Yunmu coldly asked him, "You should have known this day would come when you killed my master." Piercing screams echoed as his fingers became stained with blood. With that, Yunmu gouged out his eyes and Esmeralda screamed, "You bastard, I'll kill you!" "I am the holy master of the heavenly sect. My sect and the Mystic Association will not let you get away with this. You're doomed," he said coldly. "So what? No one knows you suppressed your mystical power to disguise yourself in the space rift. Besides, isn't death during a space rift exploration normal?" He gasped in pain, and the protagonist taunted, "No one knows I killed you. Just die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu kicked him away with disgust, as if repulsed by the beastly man. At the same moment, a familiar voice rang out. He split us up again to deal with the big fish himself. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you back? Weren't you told to run?" Dahung landed and explained that they ran into Diet Thien Tuyet and the Nua Kingdom's soldiers on the way, thinking they were going to have to fight, but their captain explained the plan, so they came back. "You knew the plan and didn't tell me, almost getting us killed. What plan?" Dahung smirks. "We were used. Damn the Nua nation, they're really making things difficult." Yunmu shouts, "The Nua clan? Are you kidding me? Using us like this could get people killed, you know." Meanwhile, the dying Esmeralda bitterly lamented, "Are you kidding me? To die by the hand of a brat. Even in death, I'll drag you down to hell with me." He listened intently to the boy's voice, pinpointing his location. You're finished, brat." This fox spirit was truly cunning, hiding a concealed weapon in his mouth. With his last ounce of strength, he spits a needle at Yunmu, but Ling Xue sees it coming and shouts a warning, "Li Yunmu, watch out!" Our hero turns in horror and blood splatters across his face as Ling Xue shields him, causing him to cry out in alarm. Hearing Yunmu's scream, Da Xiong is shocked and Xue. Yunmu holds the agonizing Ling Xue in his arms. He quickly realizes it's golden poison as Esmeralda laughs amidst the chaos. That's the Sacred Heaven Church's unique golden poison. "We have no cure. You're all going to die." Just then, a cold voice echoed, and his mouth was sealed shut with heavenly remnant demonic ice. Daewung looked over, surprised to see that it was none other than Diet Thien Tuyet. Meanwhile, Yunmu flies into a rage, roaring as he charges forward, consumed by hatred. "I want your dog life." Snow Submergence Blade. His attack is as fierce as a storm, shattering the very earth. Esmeralda cries out in terror as all traces of Vanmook's kindness vanish, and he relentlessly violates her boundaries. Our hero raises his sword, coldly cleaving the hated body in two. Esmeralda closes her eyes, feeling the pain. So this is what it feels like to be torn apart? Meanwhile, Daxiong is anxious, realizing the poison can't be suppressed. Yunmu ignores the dying man and rushes over, saying, "Let me." Daxiong panicked, realizing the poison was too strong and endlessly multiplying. Yunmu, also frantic, yelled for the system to analyze a solution. Under everyone's gaze, he uses the system, and the secret can no longer be hidden. As soon as he puts his hand on her, the system displays a notification. The toxin has spread throughout Ling Shui's body. Even if he doesn't use his healing powers, he's only forcibly prolonging her life. Once he stops, but Yunmu quickly interrupts, telling him to stop the nonsense and continue. Hai Wei wonders who he's talking to. Daxiong thought to himself, it's happening again. I've always sensed a power beyond Huanqi within Xiaomumu. Immediately, Daxiong channeled his inner energy, activating his mystical eye. Behind Yunmu, he saw three figures, and Daxiong couldn't help but wonder, what was always following him? At the same time, Yunmu suddenly felt unwell. His vision darkens and Yunmu panics. Not good, the side effects are back. Seeing him like this, Daxiong is worried. "Hey, little Moo Moo!" Daxiong's voice rings in his ears. "Little Moo Moo," he heard in his heart, Sister Su. The quiet night fell, and the moonlight illuminated the sky. Yunmu is slowly waking up, apparently unconscious from using too much internal energy, and as soon as he wakes, that familiar bickering voice is already in his ear. "You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Hey, don't eat anymore. You finally lost weight. Don't gain it back." Hua Qian casually replied, "How else am I supposed to maintain my beautiful curves?" At that moment, a loud noise erupted. Were those sounds of the enemy approaching? Hua Qian quickly stopped him. "Don't panic. Come and see what's happening outside," she added. "See what you've brought to this nation." Hearing this, Yunmu was suddenly startled. It was victory and hope. Outside, everyone couldn't help but cheer and celebrate. And despite their injuries, the smiles of happiness on their faces were plain to see. Even the wax statue of Wu Yai was dragged out by Onion to dance, and the ever-gloomy Tian Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing his friends so happy, Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. But then he remembered, where was Hues? How is she? Hua Qian looks at him, seemingly reluctant to reveal the truth. The atmosphere suddenly turns somber as she turns and leads the way. "Follow me." Meanwhile, Ling Shui finally awakens, but her body is pinned to a tree. Yunmu arrives and is stunned by Ling Shui's condition. Hua Yon explains that despite their best efforts, the poison continues to spread. Her bodily functions are completely destroyed. Only the nourishment of Fuxi can continuously fight the toxins and maintain her life. She will enter a state of endless suspended animation. Ling Shu's eyes grew hazy, and Hua Wan knew that once she left the sacred tree, the toxins in her body would flare up again. With a heavy heart, Yunmu stroked her head. "I will find a way to detoxify you. Shui, I will bring you home. Wait for me." Then Yunmu sadly told Hua Wan, "Go back and continue the feast. I want to wander alone." By the river, Ye Ting sat alone, not joining the celebration. Suddenly Ye Ting spoke. "You've lost." She gazed into the distance. "I never thought I could ruin your century-long plan, did I? From today on, I will no longer be haunted by you, and I will live on with a smile." At that moment, Yunmu walked by. "Ye Ting, so this is where you were." Our hero, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but wonder, who are you mourning? Ye Ting calmly looked at him. "I won't hide it. It's my mother." Immediately, the bewildered young man clasped his hands together and loudly apologized for the disturbance, saying, "I'll be going now." Just as he was about to flee, Ye Ting quickly shouted, "Wait!" Afterward, the two sat down to talk. Ye Ting spoke, "I'm sorry for dragging you into such a dangerous situation." Unable to bear the gravity of the situation, Yunmu said, "Our feud is a deadly one, but it's not entirely unrelated to me, so don't worry about it. Besides, I've suspected you were hiding something from me." Ye Ting nervously deflected. "When did you find out?" Yunmu explained, "When I learned your surname was Ye, since everyone else uses food for their names." Vanmook casually lay down and continued. "Later, I heard about the Yeqing clan attacking Fuxi, and Captain Chili had already been defeated. In the end, Queen Hua Huan stepped in to protect Fuxi. It seems the only one who can stand against Esmeralda is Queen Hua Quan, and now she wants me to help her overthrow Hua Quan's government. This is obviously suspicious." Ye Ting asks, "Then how did you know I wasn't with the Yeqing clan?" Yunmu then asked, "The crystal energy? Was that actually left behind by Yejun for the descendants of the Ye family to help him defeat the queen? But you never let them connect these things, so it's not hard to guess. I figured you wanted to stage a scene where the flower roll was injured to lure them into a trap, and since I wanted to find them too, I played along. Yeding then said, "Just who is this guy?" "How terrible, but it's all in the past now. You've had your revenge, become a hero of the Nuwa nation, and who knows, they might even erect a statue in your honor. So, we've won," he said sadly. "This great battle cost me my master, who was like a father to me. Along with Shuo, you lost your mother and your childhood. Do you really think we won?" Hearing this, Ye Ting's heart skipped a beat. Trembling, she recounted, "I should hate my mother, but her face before she died. It broke my heart." At that moment, she said, "Ye Ting, I'm sorry. Live for yourself from now on." Yunmu then said, "After all, she was just a victim. She can escape reincarnation. She must be so happy," Ye Ting said, quickly wiping away her tears. "Did I do something wrong?" He stood up calmly and said, "So what if I did? Even though I'm hailed as a hero of the Enrollment nation, the truth is I haven't done much right. I'm either causing trouble or causing trouble along the way." He looked up to the sky, for it is because everyone makes mistakes that life knows the right direction. And there is hope. At this moment, in the eyes of that young girl, he was a young man full of energy, constantly exuding a unique aura. The next day, Huaqian couldn't help but feel regretful. "Darling, are you already leaving?" "It's so sudden. Take some more fuxi fruit. This is a special offer for you." He's happy but quickly refuses, saying, "5 is enough. The energy fluctuation today is perfect for opening a space rift, and if he doesn't leave now, who knows when the next chance will be. Goodbye for now. I'll definitely be back." Immediately after, Tian Shui opened the box in her hand. "All right, time to go." She quickly throws it away. "Let's go." The spatial gate emits a beam of light straight into the sky, a dazzling and mystical radiance. Huaqian was stunned, as if in a dream. Ye Ting smiled brightly. "That's right. We should get on with our lives." Meanwhile, Da Zhong wonders, "Xiaomumu, you complained about taking too many fuxi fruits, and they even told you to take more. What a pity." Venmuk doesn't answer, only glances at him silently and smiles. He said, "One must know when they have enough." Meanwhile, Huaqian looked up at the tree, and Ye Ting asked, "What's wrong?" For some reason, Huatian couldn't help but curse. That little brat secretly took a branch? The queen was speechless. How crafty. Yet, when speaking with Da Xiong, he feigned nobility, asking, "Isn't that so?" That branch was already rooted in the star realm by Yun Mu. As it grows, the youth announces, "Chairman, the spatial rift is fluctuating with energy." Dudu is surprised. "They're finally back? It's been so long. I thought you were all dead. Notify the representatives from the other sects they can come and get their people." At that moment, the space gate fluctuated again, and everyone quickly arrived. One by one, people calmly walked out, starting with Wu Ya and Hai Yue. Seeing them, the others couldn't help but rejoice. "You're all okay, that's great." A buzz arose. "It seems you've all grown a lot in the past few days." While the representative of the Holy Heavenly Sect looked around, Yunmu glanced over and whispered, "Representative, what are you looking for?" "Don't bother, I'm the last one. There's no one left." He placed a hand on his shoulder and said coldly, "What did you say? No one's left? What about the Morning Sky Sect?" Yunmu brushed his hand away. "I told you, there's no one left, so naturally." He paused dramatically before uttering 2 words. "They're dead." As he said this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face, something never seen before. The celestial god representative is shocked. "What?" He grabbed Yunmu's collar, shouting, "Boy, explain how this is possible." Yunmu mocked, "Representative, I'm saying..." Our hero smirks, asking, "Why are you so worked up about the deaths of the Morning Sky Sect? What's it to a Divine Light church member like you?" Hearing this, he suddenly felt a little guilty, and even swallowing was difficult. Immediately afterward, he realized he had overreacted and pushed Yunmu aside. "Forgive me, I was out of line." Tuduk listened silently as they spoke, and it was clear that Elder Yu knew what had happened. Dohyuk then announced, "This all-arms tournament has come to a successful close, and you all performed admirably. It's heartening to see such talent in this generation. You must all be tired, so the guild has arranged transportation for you to return and rest." Hearing this, Li Yunmu paused and looked over, sensing Do Daok's favor. "Come with me," he said, his tone suggesting urgency. Once inside his office, Yunmu recounted the whole story. That's how it happened. Tuduk smiled, intrigued. "So you're the one who killed both the Holy Celestial Church leader and the trio Thien Tong leader?" They deserved to die. Their ambitions were too great. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have dealt with them eventually. The Tide Heaven sect is finished, but the Divine Holy Church of the mainland is another story. With their leader gone, they'll investigate and you'll be on the defensive. But then he makes an offer that stuns Yunmu. Join the Night Watch and inherit the title of Thunderous Night Hound from his teacher, Lee Bowen, and they will protect him. Yunmu, enraged, slams the table. How could you send him on such a dangerous mission alone? What were you thinking? Seriously, Duke stood up and said, I admit that my arrangement had problems, resulting in the loss of an elite like Nighthound, so I hope you can inherit his title. After all, you were the student he valued most. The main character bit his lip in annoyance. That old man is trying to force me to join by using my teacher. Yunmu then spoke up again. Then, answer my question first. Duke guessed what he was going to ask. Is there another way to return to the Nuwa realm? With a dark expression, Duke replies, join the Night Watch and accumulate enough merit and I can open a spatial rift for you. Unlike others, Van Muck is not pleased, but instead grits his teeth at this sly old fox. With that, he turned and left, annoyed, telling him, I'll think about it. And with that, he quickly departed. As Yunmu leaves, another person enters as Duke produces a piece of paper and begins to write. Chairman, you wanted to see me? Duke handed over a piece of paper saying, deliver this to the Celestial Church. Whatever's written there can't be good. He's a sly old fox. Thinking of him, the cunning Duke mused, Lee Yunmok, don't blame me. Even the finest jade is just a stone without skillful carving. Back home, Yunmok was greeted with a punch that left his face swollen. Frustrated and helpless, Lingan took his anger out on him. Yunmu didn't resist, letting him vent his rage. Almost screaming, Lingan asks why this is happening, demanding to know why, if he was so strong. Tears streamed down Lingan's face as he asked, why only mine? You always saved us from the brink of death. Why not this time? Dahong gripped his hand tightly, saying, and please don't fight anymore. Lingan is surprised as Dahong continues, I was there this time too, so if you want to vent, hit me as well. Lingan, overwhelmed, could only turn away, hiding his face as he sobbed, while Yunmu watched his friend, his heart aching with unspoken pain. And, at that moment, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Are you all right? Nijai softly said, don't blame Anne. In his eyes, you're invincible. Yunmu coldly continued walking, leaving behind the words, rest assured, I don't blame him at all. Yunmu's silhouette looked incredibly lonely as he simply said, I'm heading back. Nijie knew he was hurting, perhaps as much as Lingan, but she was helpless, only able to watch Lee Yunmu from afar. His thoughts raced. He was still too weak, and against greater powers nothing would change. He had to get stronger now. He had to grow strong enough to fight them, so no one else would get hurt. Immediately, Yunmu's eyes widened as he decisively shouted, Shadow System, activate! Yunmu calculated that with 3 shadows on autopilot, cultivating his own achievements, his cultivation speed would be 4 times that of others. But he was still not satisfied. No, 4 times the speed is still too slow. I don't have that kind of time. I need to be faster, so I'll create even more shadow clones. Yunmu was like a man possessed. 4 shadows weren't enough. He'd condense 10. If 10 weren't enough, he'd condense 50. He was determined that if 50 weren't enough, he'd condense 100 shadow spirits. Time passes, and a month later, a bored Li Si laments not having seen Mu-Ru for almost a month. Nijie, standing on the table, replies, is he still blaming himself for Shui's death? He's been cooped up in his room. I think what happened to Ji really hit him hard. Li Si listlessly browsed the system, realizing that Da Xiong was also greatly affected. He just got back and went to find the city guard Valkyrie for special training. At this rate, we won't be able to keep up with little Mu-Mu, let alone that stinky demon. Suddenly, Li Si is startled by something she sees. She turns and says, someone is challenging Bai Rui in the dimensional battlefield. Nate also wondered, who is it, so confident? Daring to challenge Master Bai? Li Si looked at the picture and hesitated. It's Yunmu. Xiaorui couldn't help but be surprised. You're Li Yunmu from the Li sect. You've got guts challenging me. Even if you're talented among the younger generation, it doesn't mean you can erase the difference in levels. Yunmu calmly replied, I know, I just want to see how strong a first-level cultivator is. Tsujui approached him, arrogantly saying, then I'll show you a thing or two. The crowd murmurs, is Li Yunmu crazy? Bai Rui is a transcendent, and it's nearly impossible for a mystic to defeat a transcendent. Super mystics are divided into 3 levels, Super Mystic Stage, Super Mortal Stage, and Super Transcendent Stage. Bai Rui has already reached the Super Mortal Stage. Of course, Naijai and Li Si are watching, and she can't help but worry, while Li Yunmu faces Xiao Rui, who says, "If you insist on challenging me, then I won't hold back." Yunmu casually replied, "Anytime." He gathered his inner strength and charged towards Yunmu with the Bai family's secret technique, the Zhanfengsu Kan Yue. After a flurry of moves, Yao Rui slams his fist into the ground, but Yunmu effortlessly dodges, adding, "Is that legendary Xuan Fengsu as slow as I think?" In a flash, he was in front of Xiao Rui, who couldn't help but be surprised as Yunmu frowned and asked, "You're not holding back, are you?" He was startled, wondering, when did this kid get so close? Xiao Rui immediately jumped back to create distance, annoyed. "Don't get cocky, kid. I was just testing you. I won't hold back next time." Yunmu frowned. "Then hurry up, don't waste my time." Xiao Rui, provoked to anger, retorted, "Watch closely, kid. This move will haunt you forever." His eyes filled with murderous intent as he yelled, "It's over!" The technique Xiao Rui unleashed was none other than the afterimage of the mystic wind kick, shaking the earth and causing it to explode. Smugly, Xiao Rui surveys the wreckage before him, believing this to be his ultimate move. But to his surprise, Yunmu remains unfazed. He rolls his eyes, unimpressed. "Is that the best you've got? How disappointing." Our hero gathers his inner strength. "End this now. You're still too weak." Before Chaoyang could finish, a flash of light startled Xiao Rui. Our hero uses his signature move once again. The Great Blaze, a torrent of flames erupting around him. The crowd watched the fight and chattered. What? This kid took down a super mystic so easily. Just what level of power has Li Yunmu reached? Next to him, Baek Jasu feels like a bug that could be crushed with ease. Yunmu was pleased. Not only had his speed and defense increased, but the temperature of his flames had risen several levels. These recovery fruits are truly exceptional. 10 days prior, in the Star Realm, Yunmu leaned against the tree he planted, happily admiring the fruit, wondering if he should eat one, as there were only 2 left. Immediately after, Yunmu couldn't help but devour it. "No matter, I must get stronger by eating." After devouring it, he sticks out his tongue in disgust, complaining that the fruit tastes awful. Just as he turns to leave, a huge change occurs beneath his feet, the very thing that surrounds him. Our hero is a little startled. "What?" He cries out in fear. Why is all the surrounding Zhuan power being drained? The system then issued a warning. The Star Realm's power was being drained rapidly and needed immediate replenishment, or it would suffer irreparable damage. Yunmu panicked, wondering if Hai Mi was playing him. Having no other choice, he resorts to spending his fortune. Gripping the stone tightly, he yells, "Absorb! Absorb as much as you can. I've got the money." Back in the present, he sighs, thinking, it's worth the cost to become this strong. The scene shifts to another shop, and as the door opens, a voice rings out, "Welcome, esteemed guest." Ruyan asks, "Xiaomu, are you okay?" Yunmu replies grimly, "Give me all the mystic crystals left in the shop." She's surprised. Didn't he just collect everything a few days ago? How did he use it all already? They were all used up last time, so I'm taking some more reserves. Nu Yen then pushed the items over, telling him to be thrifty with what he had. At that moment, his system showed that Da Zhong wanted to connect. He happily looked at him. "Little Mumu, you've finally come out of seclusion." Seeing him, Yunmu cut straight to the chase. "Did you find anything about what I asked you to investigate?" He recounts that the Weaver Girl Battle Saint somehow returned to the Nuwa realm. If she knew, she wouldn't have let us participate in the All-Universe War. But the Weaver Maiden War Saint has contacted the Poison Saint. Hearing this, Yunmu grew anxious. Daxiang continued, "If we can get that poison from the Divine Holy Church, he might help us create an antidote." Yunmu couldn't help but ponder. "The Poison Saint?" Da Yong replied. "That's right. He clearly had the chance to become a war saint, but he chose to refine poison instead. I'm afraid he's the only one on the continent who can detoxify the Divine Holy Church's poison. But getting the Poison Saint to take action? I know there's no such thing as a free lunch, but if it can save Zhui, I have to try no matter what." "Li Yunmu, you're here so early? You're not beating around the bush, are you?" "Senior Duong, what did you want to see me about?" He approached, explaining that the War God Hall's new talent selection was about to begin. The various Fong divisions want the new elites to participate in the selection. Van Muck reluctantly encourages them after hearing this. "Good luck, and I hope they succeed." Tang An looked him in the eye, hinting that, as usual, they needed a leader to take them to the selection. And this team leader was supposed to be Lai Bowen. His words continued to ring out. "I hope you can complete this mission in place of Teacher Li." Yunmu's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly stood up to refuse, saying, "Sorry, I don't have time to look after kids." But Tang calmly sat down and confided. These students are also teacher Li Yin's last class. If you take this mission, he'll be so happy. Yunmu stopped in his tracks upon hearing that. He straightened up and left, reminding him, "Send me the meeting location. I might go, but don't get your hopes up." The other man watched him go, replying, "I believe you'll be there." The scene shifts to the grand courtyard, where many have gathered. And Lo anxiously asks the person next to her, Jia, do you think Senior Li Yunmu will really come?" Grandpa calmly looked up to the sky and replied, "Li Yun Mok is the top freshman. Why would he lead us?" Beside him, Shen Chen practiced his swordsmanship and grumbled, "Top freshman is just hype, if you ask me." And Lu angrily curses, but A Ran holds her back. "That jerk Shen Shen, how dare you badmouth my idol?" Shin Ran, "Don't hold me back. I want to tear him to pieces." Wu Jie reminded them while reading his book. "Quiet, someone's coming." They all quickly looked up. From above, Yunmu surveyed the scene, soaring through the air as he muttered, "Looks like someone isn't happy to see me." And Lo, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Han Nian, pinch me. This can't be real." After being pinched, she cried out, "Ouch! It really is Senior." Van Muk then landed gracefully amidst the crowd's awe. Such beautiful wings, they suit Senior so well. He calmly glides past and asks, "Are you all this year's elite squad?" Shenchen replied, "That's right, I'm their captain, Shenchen." Yunmu raised an eyebrow provocatively. "So weak, and you call yourselves elites? The great houses are getting worse every year." Shenchen was taken aback. "What?" He pointed at Yunmu, angrily shouting, "What are you pretending for? If you've got the guts, let's fight." Jiajia tried to dissuade him. "Don't be rash, we're no match for our senior." He turned away, coldly stating, "Let's fight." "Fine, it's time to teach you guys a lesson." Sometime later, the scene shifts to the arena, where Shen Chen glares ahead and says angrily, "Top of the freshmen, today I'll show you what I'm made of." He quickly used his skills to move like lightning towards Yunmu, who calmly commented that it was dark, profound power. No wonder he was so fast, but his attack was too hasty. It looked impressive, but was full of openings. At this moment, Shen Chen jumped high above him, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Yunmu mocked, "Even my pet fights better than you." His shadow then swiftly attacked from behind. He slashed at Yunmu, but the blow was stopped by an unseen force. Shen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a masked creature. He realized in shock that it was Crow. Yunmu indifferently said, "You see, I told you, even my crow can easily take your strike." Shen Chen cried out in defiance, "Shut your mouth!" With that, Yunmu's crow sent Shen Chen flying, his blade clattering to the ground. He smirked and mocked, "You can't even hold your blade steady. Calling you weak is an overestimation." He picked up his sword and growled, "Damn it." Shen Chen quickly lunges to attack, shouting defiantly that it's not over. A massive explosion sends debris flying across the arena. An Lu worriedly says that Shen Chen has gone too far, and amidst the dust, Yunmu calmly walks out and says, "I'm asking you," looking at him, lying unconscious on the ground. "Were you really trying to kill me just now?" Yunmu said coldly. "Your determination is admirable, but your strength is still far behind. You made me bleed, yet I'm not even worthy of your full power. One day, I'll make you fight me at your full strength. Are you okay?" "Very good." Yunmu just smiled and turned away, cryptically saying, "I'm starting to like you a little." He then turned to the others and introduced himself. "You may already know, but I'll introduce myself anyway. My name is Li Yunmu, and starting today, I'm your team leader. I will lead you to victory in the selection competitions." His voice turned serious as he warned them of the countless dangers in the selection, even death. So now was the time to withdraw. Van Muk calmly turned to them and said, "If you want to follow, be prepared." Cut to 3 days later, as a vehicle traverses the desert, a passenger laments, "The War God Pavilion's first trial is too difficult. We have to obtain the heart of an earth dragon to pass. How strong is Senior Theat Bish's earth dragon?" He replied that it was just a weak monster for a gold star. And Lo bristled and spoke up. "What do you mean? We're only black star level. How could we possibly win?" Yunmu calmly replied, "As long as you learn how to coordinate, it won't matter if your opponent's mystic power is a level higher." Just then, an iron-skinned earth dragon charged out to block their path. Jiajia stammered, "Senior, there's a team fighting an iron-skinned earth dragon up ahead. Should we help them?" He calmly replied, "That's their prey, don't interfere. Let's head deeper into the desert." Jiajia followed. Okay, they quickly ventured deeper into the desert, but the others were puzzled. What was going on? There's nothing here. Odd, the map clearly stated, Ironhide Earth Dragons are concentrated deep within the desert. Shenchen, losing his composure, kicked a nearby tree in frustration, lamenting that they couldn't even find a trace of the armored Earth Dragon. The desert's outer dragons must have been wiped out by other teams. Are we going to fail our first test? Seeing this, Yunmu spoke up, reminding him to watch his step. Suddenly, the ground shakes and Jia loses her balance, alarming everyone. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Yunmu's eyes widened in horror as he yelled, "Get away from there!" Suddenly, a pillar of sand erupts, startling everyone, as Jia stammers at the massive creature before them. Looking at the newly emerged monster, he said, "It's the iron-armored Earth Dragon King." The iron-armored Earth Dragon King quickly lunges to attack, and Yunmu orders everyone to prepare for battle. And Lu dodges the attack, asking, "Senior Shenchen was blown away by the Earth Dragon. What do we do?" In a moment of carelessness, it opened its massive jaws and lunged towards her. And Lu's eyes widened as Ji shouted a warning, "We're done for, Lulu, watch out." Just then, a figure rushed forward to stand in front of Enlo. It was Han Nian, who took off her glasses and shouted, "Die!" Behind her glasses, Shinran's eyes glowed with immense power. The armored Earth Dragon King recoiled in pain as Anlu's voice echoed, "Stop!" Yunmu arrives from behind, commenting that her control ability is interesting, while Shinran shouts, "Grandpa Zhao, come help me!" Unbeknownst to us, he conjured up some long whips and charged forward with an utterly unreliable look on his face. Okay, hold on a sec. Grandpa successfully used his whip to rescue his two friends, but as soon as they landed, the iron-walled Earth Dragon King turned its gaze towards him. Jia wondered naively, "Why is it targeting me?" And so a game of cat and mouse began. He ran and shouted, "Help me, Senior." But Yunmu smiled and said, "You're a team. You have to trust your teammates." Jia shouts, "I ain't trusting that monkey will get you killed." Wujia yells, "Zhao Jia, run towards me." Wujia narrowed his eyes, focusing on the monster as he analyzed its frenzied pursuit. The Earth Dragon's weakness lies beneath the 5th scale of its thigh armor. You must strike when it lifts its leg. Seizing the moment, Wujia throws his knife at the armored Earth Dragon King. Now's the moment. It's hit a weak spot and roars in pain. Everyone cheers wildly. "Vukit's so cool, yeah, it's over." Yunmu Han smirked. "So pleased with yourself already?" What a kid. His grandfather's voice trembled as he realized it was still standing. "It's not dead yet?" Wujia anxiously warns. "This is bad. He's about to use arcane magic. Get out of there." But it was too late. The iron-skinned Earth Dragon King unleashed his mystic art, summoning a barrage of sharp earth spikes that pierced the ground. The stone heart piercer. They cried out in alarm, realizing they were too late. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed from behind, catching Yunmu's attention as he muttered with his arms crossed, "He's back late." Shenchen suddenly rushes to their side, asking why they look so defeated. The others are overjoyed to see him and call out his name. He charged down, body and blade first, kicking up a cloud of dust, which cleared to reveal Shenchen smirking. He stood before his team, radiating confidence, and declared, "The strongest meat shield has arrived," a statement Vu Kiet mocked. "What took you so long? Were you riding a cow?" Shenchen retorted, flipping him off. "Shut your mouth, old man, I just saved you." Then he plunged his sword into the ground, looked at the iron-clad Earth Dragon King, and said, "All right." Shenchen calls out, "The team is fully assembled. Listen to my command. Prepare to give him a taste of our power." Seeing this, it angrily charges to attack the group. He immediately used his shield to create an opening for the group, then commanded, "I'll take the damage." Shenchen gives the order, and Grandpa Zhao attacks its horn. He immediately used his whip to wrap around its horn, and continued to yell. Zhang Yuji seizes another opportunity to attack its weak point, while Shinran uses her control skills. Shenchen gives the order, and Wei Shinran persists in using her control skills to create an opportunity for us to counterattack. Finally, Anlu supports Shenchen's team with clear assignments, adding protection and blessings to each member. She immediately understood, and Yunmu smiled as he observed the group. Surprisingly, though none of them are particularly strong, their teamwork is exceptional. It seems there's a reason they're called the Elite Squad. With their seamless teamwork, the iron-skinned Earth Dragon King collapses. They cheer, "We did it! We beat a gold star beast!" Yunmu smiled, pleased. These guys aren't bad at all. Yuji approached the corpse of the iron-armored Earth Dragon and said, "According to the book, the heart should be around here. Shenchen, cut it open with your knife and I'll dissect it quickly." "Got it." The flesh was torn open, and Shenchen asked, "What's up?" "See that?" Wujai replied, "I see it. But inside is a huge, beating heart and a 7-colored light in the middle, which makes me wonder. What is this light?" With the armored Earth Dragon King's eyes wide open, Wu Jai shouts, "This is bad. It's not dead yet. It's about to evolve." Immediately after, a massive explosion erupts, and those outside look on in wide-eyed concern, asking, "What's going on?" Wu Ji and Shen Chen are quickly thrown back, and he shouts, "The Earth Dragon King is evolving. Everyone, run." Suddenly, a small hole appeared beneath the ground, catching Shen Chen's attention. He quickly kicked his teammate out of the way. Wu Jai was stunned by Shen Chen's actions, quickly regaining his balance and yelling, "What is he doing?" Wu Jai's eyes widened as he realized what was happening before him, sharp thorns impaling Shen Chen, blood flowing freely. Enlu cried out in worry while the others stood frozen, watching the iron-armored Earth Dragon King relentlessly approach, desperately hoping Shen Chen would revive. Suddenly it opened its mouth and roared, and Wu Jie realized, "This is bad." It's summoning allies, and he quickly regroups to form a plan. Enlu said, "We'll hold these Earth Dragons back. You go save Shen Chen." Suddenly, Jiajia noticed something was missing and turned to ask Anlu. They anxiously realized she was already above the spikes, having climbed up unnoticed. And Lo struggled to climb higher, scolding him along the way. "You idiot. All you know how to do is play the hero." Though gravely injured, Shen Chen sees her climbing and asks why she's here, telling her to run. She yelled at Shen Chen to stop talking nonsense, saying she was a healing mystic. "My mission is to ensure everyone survives and returns." As Enlo reached out to climb, the ironclad Earth Dragon King charged furiously. Shen Chen anxiously tells Anlu to be careful as she stares at him in shock. The monster's sharp horn was closing in fast, and Anlu's eyes widened in despair. Just as it was about to strike, the Ironhide Earth Dragon King's head was severed, leaving her in stunned disbelief. It's Yunmu who has decided to join the battle, telling them they've done well. Yunmu's eyes turned cold as he commanded, "Leave the rest to me." Anlo stared blankly at the person before her, calling him senior, as Yunmu glanced indifferently away, muttering, "Title, son, grand flame art." As his voice trailed off, a fire quickly erupted, destroying the thorny pillar, and Shen Chen fell with the debris. Yunmu swiftly grabs his leg as he hangs in the air, calmly asking, "Still alive?" Shen Chen, still with strength, replies, "Leave me, go save them." He reassures, "Don't worry, I'm here." Yunmu is certain they'll be fine. While below, Cat Peak's team is completely surrounded. Whispering, Sinran says, "This doesn't look good." Jiajia smiles, "I'm really happy to be your comrade in arms." Wu Jia is speechless. "Please, are you already starting to say your last words?" The Ironhide Earth Dragon King quickly lunged toward them, and they prepared to fight to the death, determined to take one down with them. Suddenly, its mouth was filled with flames. Bewildered, Shinran asks, "What's wrong?" Her grandfather, equally puzzled, wonders, "Did you eat something bad?" But then, the armored Earth Dragon was blown to smithereens. Wu Jai, shielding himself, exclaimed in shock, "That fire technique is too powerful." Next, a clean strike took the head of the one behind it. "Looks like we're not going to die after all," Wu Jai muttered as Jinran asked worriedly, "Is it okay for our senior to step in?" After all, he's the team leader. He brandished his sword and said, "It's fine. The reason we have a team leader is to deal with unexpected situations. Leave this to me. You guys go and protect Shen Chen." The newly evolved iron-armored Earth Dragon King angrily glared at Yunmu, who swiftly dodged its spikes and charged forward to attack. Wu Jie shouted, "Grandpa Zhao, what are you waiting for?" He watches Yunmu intently, saying, "He's so handsome, senior." The old man's expression turns gleeful as he adds, "So cool." Watching Yunmu close in on the Ironhide Earth Dragon King, he wondered, can we really become that strong in a year? Meanwhile, the monster roared furiously at Yunmu. It opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth and gleaming eyes. He calmly slashes at it before leaping down to the ground. Yunmu frowned, thinking, as expected of the iron-armored Earth Dragon King, its toughness is on a completely different level from those lackeys. The mad blade is useless. He continued to attack while thinking, if that's the case, then let's try this. Yunmu warns that it's time to get serious, then dives straight into the iron-armored Earth Dragon King's mouth, shocking it. Seeing this, Jiajia screamed in terror. "He was swallowed!" Wu Jai frowned and said, "Wait, something's not right." The Iron Wall Dragon King seems to be under attack. The Monster King roared in agony, its eyes filled with suffering. Then, in an instant, its entire body was torn to shreds. Jiajia watches in shock as Yunmu approaches the senior student, calmly stepping out into the rain of blood, juggling the monster's heart, and explaining to the group that this guy only had a tough outer layer. Shenchen, covered in blood, struggled to say, "Lulu, don't waste your mystic energy. Save it." Before he could finish, Anlu shouted, cutting him off, "Stop saying things like that and get it together." She sobbed, "Captain, hang in there, we can't lose you." Just then, Yunmu approached, holding something red that looked like a bloody heart. The protagonist's curiosity draws everyone's attention. "Why are you all crying?" Holding the heart aloft, he stared at the fallen figure as cries rang out, "Hurry! Help Shen Chen!" Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the patient. Yunmu was a little flustered by the scene. "My mystic power can barely stop the bleeding. There's no way to heal this gaping hole." He frowned and quietly called on the system to analyze treatment options. Information was quickly transmitted, and the analysis was complete. Ordinary treatments are useless for his current condition. Only high-grade elixirs like the water of life can help him regenerate his heart. Yunmu raised the heart in his hand and muttered, "Vascular tissue. Will this work?" The system hesitated. There might be a rejection response, but it should work. He then sternly addressed his teammate, An Lu. "Step aside," he says, noticing her surprise. He lifts the injured man high into the air, worrying his comrades. "Senior, please be gentle." He's a patient. He calmly replies, "Have you given up hope of living? It's not time yet." Shen Chen couldn't help but grimace in pain, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, making everyone's hearts burn with anxiety. He's spitting up blood again. Yunmu tightly gripped the heart in his hand, his eyes sternly looking up, enduring for a moment. "This is going to hurt a lot." With that, he used all his strength to shove the heart into Shen Chen's chest, the force sending the patient flying backward. He used his charm to command the system to recreate his body. The system immediately obeyed, consuming 30,000 spirit stones and 10,000 experience points to begin his restoration in midair. He raises his hand, channeling his golden spiritual energy into Chen Chen, and once again, the patient's body is lifted into the air by wondrous golden rays, head tilted back. And Lo's eyes widened in disbelief. What power is this? Is it a healing technique? The others were equally astonished, never having seen such a mystical technique. The wound on Shen Chen's body absorbed more and more of that spiritual energy, and the dazzling light emanating from him astonished everyone. It was truly unbelievable. After a while, the system announced the regeneration was complete, and Shen Chen slowly opened his eyes to see his fellow disciples gathered around, saying, "Shen Chen, you're finally awake." He struggled to sit up, looking around at his body in a daze. "What's going on? Am I alive?" Enlo explained, "Rest assured, you're alive and well. The senior student saved you." Tumthayan was stunned that it was Lai Von Muck. She shakes him, telling him to show some respect. "Call him senior for me. He just saved your life. How can you disrespect your benefactor like that?" Still recovering, Shen Chen could only shout, "It hurts, Lulu. I'm injured." Ignoring him, Yunmu held a needle in his hand, the top of which was shaped like a strange animal with outstretched wings and a precious stone. He ordered the system to scan the item, and it revealed a chemical compound that could trigger the potential of dimensional beasts, increasing their evolution rate. Lost in thought, he surmises that the armored Earth Dragon King's near-death evolution was no accident. He concludes that someone was responsible. Yunmu was lost in thought, but Enlu suddenly called out to him, breaking his train of thought. "Senior," she pushed the injured soldier in front of him. Shen Chen had something to say, but shyly turned away, stopping him. "Don't push me. I can walk myself," he stammered, scratching his nose. "Well, our young friend here doesn't seem too happy about this. What's going on?" Shen Chen's cheeks flushed slightly as he finally managed to utter the words, "Thank you." This attitude of his made Yunmu feel a little strange. A moment later, Shen Chen reverted to his true nature, pointing a finger at him and shouting, "Don't think I'll be grateful just because you saved me. I'll definitely repay this favor." And Lu cheered from afar, "Just be honest, he can't resist you." But Yunmu smiled to himself. This team is beyond my expectations. This group is tightly knit. Perhaps leading them wouldn't be so bad, but suddenly a murderous glint flashes in his eyes as An Lu continues to tease him. "Catch me if you can, dummy." Shen couldn't help but say, "This girl and her cohorts, you'd never know she almost died. Enough is enough." Beneath those innocent faces lurks a massive darkness with crimson eyes. There's a traitor among them as the group is led to the item drop-off point. Someone is surprised. "What, even team leaders have to submit hearts?" Another explains, "That was the rule announced before the exam. It's your fault if you didn't read it carefully." And Lu, standing in line, calls out, "Shen Chen, don't wander off. The task is turned in over here. What are you muttering about?" Finally, Shen Chen joined the line and An Lu crossed her arms, anxiously waiting. What do you think the second round will be? I'm excited, but also a little scared. His comrade reassured him, what's there to fear? With our senior here, we'll be fine. Hearing this, Yunmu frowned, realizing that a drug capable of evolving a gold star to a red star was beyond the capabilities of the Vermilion Bird Squad's Black Star members. It couldn't have been them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat a red star-level dimensional beast unless I used this drug. Otherwise, they'd be courting death. His face grew serious. Damchio pondered. This was likely aimed at him, but who was behind it, and why? Suddenly, someone behind him pointed at his table, drawing his attention. Hey, kid with the hat, excuse me for a moment. He held out his palm, brazenly asking, do you happen to have a Verdant Dragon Carp heart on you? If you do, could you transfer it to me? He asked, pointing to a young man sitting dejectedly in the distance. Our team is just missing that kid, so please take pity on him. Yunmu squinted into the distance, suspiciously. It was none other than a thin young man with large, round glasses, Anzi-D, offering a hesitant, forced smile. That kid suddenly decided to join the trial, so he's here today. Name your price. He admired our sense of justice, offering his heart without a second thought, leaving his teammates speechless. Shen Shengxi couldn't take it anymore and questioned loudly, are you stupid? The second trial is a non-discriminatory test, and even leading a team requires submitting a heart. What will he do this time? And who was that man just now? But you don't seem to care at all. I know I can handle this myself. The receptionist sighed, resting her chin in her hand as she called out, very well, next. He quickly realizes that the protagonist is leading the Catfong team, right? Please submit your Earth Dragon's heart. Yunmu's next words didn't surprise him much. Sorry, I don't have a heart to submit. But as he finishes, he holds up his phone, displaying a red banner with 2 swords and a strange symbol. Would this work instead? Snapping back to reality, the young man snatched it up, wondering what it was. His eyes widened as he examined every detail, and after a moment, the receptionist eagerly replied, of course. Please come in. Even Catfong and the others were surprised. And Lo quickly ran up and whispered, Senior, what was that you just pulled out? Yunmok glanced over nonchalantly and replied, nothing. Our main character looked up, his tone icy. Just an invitation. Inside, people were scattered about, chatting idly. He glanced around, muttering, more people passed the first trial than I expected. Suddenly, someone frantically rushed over, calling out the protagonist, Li Yunmu's name. The little girl leaped, latching onto him, finally finding him. His back bent under her weight, he cried out in pain. Idiot, my back, watch my back. Yunmu set her down and asked, why are you here? The girl happily replied, Grandpa wanted me to bring the guild's direct disciple here for training. An echoing mic test cut off their conversation. The doors slowly open, congratulating everyone on passing the first trial and inviting them to the second, as a cloud of smoke billows out. Next, a cool woman in a blue top, hands in her pockets, approaches, the second examiner. But Yunmu, blinded by lust, only noticed what any man would. A major reversal that made Naijie turn away with a displeased look. The judge above announces to everyone that they will now enter the second selection round for the Hall of War Gods. I, Zuoming, am the examiner for this trial of faith. Without a word, the woman summons a blinding red aura. Let's begin. The psychic illusion immediately conjures golden flames engulfing each person. Everyone was confused and looked up at Zuoming, who reassured them not to panic. The woman put a finger to her lips, issuing the challenge. The projected energy will manifest your deepest desires. This test will reveal the strength of your inner desires, for only the most fervent can progress. The examiner floats down, telling them to focus their energy, which will then materialize into their deepest desires. And just like that, each person receives what they long for most. Shenshen has a square shield, while Enlu has a puffy dress, holding a blue rope coiled into 2 small loops. If you can withstand my attack and the manifested object remains intact, you pass. A mocking voice echoed from behind. I thought this test would be difficult, but it's so simple. I'll go first. Though one-eyed and lame, his body was incredibly toned, a massive blade resting on his shoulders, drawing murmurs from the crowd. As the leader of the Lingbo squad, you must be a red star, right? His illusion is a treasured blade. He'll pass the test with ease, right? Zuoming frowned, turning toward the man. Very well, she wastes no time in throwing the rope at her opponent. Let's start with you, then. With the first blow, the leader of Lingba City's weapon shattered into pieces as he used it as a shield. Everyone gasped at the sight. His teammate rushed over, calling out in a panic. Captain, are you all right? As he lay on the ground, the female judge announced his elimination. And Lu stares in disbelief. What? Even the red star couldn't stop her attack? Yuki was a little worried. No, the test of this trial isn't strength, but whether the conviction in your heart is strong enough. The next second, her rope tore through Anlu's beautiful dress. A princess dress? Did she think this was a game? Eliminated. Jiajia's whip is no match for it either. You're a whip too, but too weak. Eliminated. Another lash strikes Wu Jai's object, but his book remains unharmed. I've read many books on faith, and your persistence is acceptable. Next up is Shen Chen, who strains to hold his shield against the rope, and luckily he passes. The large shield is sturdy, not bad. Next up is Jinran, who pushes the doll in front of her with both hands, and ultimately passes because it's unaffected by the rope. How can a doll have such strong faith? Interesting. Yunmu observed for a while, taking mental notes. This woman is indeed not simple. And Lu and Grandpa Zhao have already been eliminated. Shen Chen and Yu Jai passing was expected, but his sharp eyes landed on Shinran, kneeling and clutching her rag doll. Wei Shinran didn't stand out, yet her faith was so strong when suddenly a call caught the protagonist's attention. Look at that person, Ziming said, praising as he lashed his whip with all his might. That's quite a sight. She looks at Anzi behind the hazy dust, a bit surprised. I've been a judge for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen a radiant golden girl behind someone. Such a powerful conviction. And Tu's eyes widened behind his round glasses. The goal I seek is different from yours. And Naijie seems to sense something. Anza's illusion is of Sister Chang, and her actions and words give him pause. Anza Zuoming quickly changes targets. Li Yunmu is the last one. She narrowed her eyes at the protagonist. I'm most interested in you in this exam, the top rookie. Even Elder Qinfeng praised you highly. I want to see what you're really made of. Before Yunmu could even grasp his obsession, Zuoming's whip lashed out. This terrifying force struck the protagonist's body in an instant, and his teammates cried out in alarm. This is bad. He hasn't even begun to materialize his belief yet. Get out of the way, senior. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion erupted where I was standing, sending debris flying. Jia and Anlu cried out in anguish, but as the dust settled, a golden hand was seen gripping the green whip. Even the female judge was taken aback by this, her face twitching as she listened to the words that followed. Tell me, lady, what did I ever do to offend you? Standing beside his conviction, he exposes Zuoming's plan, revealing that her attacks were far more brutal than the others. Everyone marveled at the protagonist's conviction, radiating a brilliant aura. What kind of materialized conviction is that? How handsome. So the intensity just now was the examiner going easy on us. And Z notices Li Yunmu's arrival as he stares at the muscular arm holding the rope. Zuoming, one hand in his pocket, retrieves the rope with the other, then changes the subject. All right, your team has made it through this round. Tomorrow's top 3 exam will determine the winner, so all competitors, please get some rest. Though she smiles, she's inwardly frustrated. Even using 80% of my power, I couldn't hurt him. What a terrifying man. Cut to room 409, where a dark figure stands before a communication device as a voice whispers from the other end, I'm sorry, the mission failed. The Evolution Earth Dragon hadn't hurt Li Yunmu at all, and he glanced out the window at the main character sitting below. Don't rush, a voice interjects. I can find an opportunity to strike in the 3rd trial. The other end immediately objects. No, acting within the Hall of the War God is unsafe and easily exposed. A mysterious voice echoes, singling out the young man on the stone bench. Our beloved hero. Van Muck remains lost in thought, pondering fragments of a familiar face. Anza, it seems the incident with Sister Chang has completely changed him. Lost in thought, the Hall of the War. God is indeed a good choice for NZ, offering many cultivation resources that money can't buy. Suddenly, a group of people appeared beside him, all looking worried. What's wrong, senior? Frowning, Yunmu turned around and whispered, It's you guys. His teammates remained silent, listening intently. With a downcast face and somber tone, he says, I'm sorry, everyone. I think I have to break my promise. Yunmu's words only made the atmosphere heavier, as he recalled his own resolute promise. My name is Li Yunmu, and I will lead you all to victory in this selection. Back to the present, he falls silent. Only 3 can win this selection. I thought I could get 3 of us into the war hall. Yunmu bowed and calmly explained, but a friend of mine is also participating in the selection, and the Hall of War Gods is very important to him. So no matter what, I have to help him win this selection. He lays out his plan without hesitation. In the upcoming competition, I'll even help him win against you all. Yunmiren was utterly dejected. I'm no longer fit to lead the factions. He looked at each member of the team, searching for a solution. I'll go to the Pavilion Council and explain the situation, and find you a new leader before tomorrow's competition. Suddenly, Shenchen cleared his throat, breaking the somber mood. This is so boring. With his arms crossed and a frown, he was trying to save Yunmu from fighting. This competition is boring. I've had enough. Enlu stared, astonished. What was Shen Chen thinking? Now that we're here, you think you can just back out? He concedes, I'll participate in the third round, but I won't advance. Shen Chen leaned back, turning to look at him for support. Do what you want. Go help that guy win. He frowned, adding, as for leading a new team, don't mention it. The leader of this team can only be appointed by Shen Chen. Li Yunmu and brother Yunmu lock eyes, deeply moved, as Yujie chimes in from the side. That's right. Since Grandpa and Lolo are out, our squad won't be splitting up. We're just here to learn. We've only been here a year and our skills are limited. And Lo Ting Nich leans in, saying, Senior, I want to help your friend win. She smiled sweetly. We'll all be cheering you on. Men was touched by their sincerity. He gives a faint smile. The next day, Zuoming stands next to a door radiating terrifying spiritual energy. Smoothing her hair, she announces, Welcome to the third round of testing. Next, you'll enter this dimensional gate. Beyond the door lies a path leading upwards. The 3 who ascend the furthest in 3 hours will be the victors. The female examiner's face turns sinister, stating the only rule is that there are no rules, so leaders must protect their team members. She says this, but deep down she seems reluctant. Good luck to you all. As Yunmu approached, Zuoming's voice echoed in the distance. The test begins. Men closed her eyes and stepped through the strange gate, followed by the others who found themselves in a bizarre snow-covered place, leaving them all bewildered. This is snow. Yunmu gazes into the distance, seemingly surprised. His eyes land on a towering mountain peak blanketed in frigid snow. A snow mountain. Reaching out to touch the falling snow, he realizes this must be a secret realm, the intense cold capable of freezing one solid. Yunmu was surprised when a snowflake grazed his cheek, leaving a scratch on his handsome face. Each snowflake was sharp, and to find such a secret realm, the Temple of War is indeed extraordinary. He turned to look at Anzi's back, unsure of what dangers lay ahead, and decided to settle the Catwind squad before pursuing Anzi. Heavy footsteps echo through the blizzard, each step sinking into the earth, freezing some and bewildering others. The captain can't hold on much longer at this rate. We should find the leader. Though that idiot's hopeless, he'll probably get lost with the others. Anza gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, reminding himself that he was halfway there and just needed to persevere. His teammate suddenly remembered to ask, Right, I haven't asked what level you are, Black Star or Silver Star? Gold Star? The words catch him off guard. Did he just say he was a Gold Star? This man is A Liang. He turns and his pupils suddenly turn a savage red. How wonderful. Without a word, he summoned terrifying spirit energy in his hand. He grabs Anzi by the neck, gloating, I'm saved this time. Choking, his eyes begin to roll back as he asks, What are you doing? Panic sets in as his power is drained. A Liang lifts Bong Antu, grinning with satisfaction. Can you feel your mystic energy disappearing? This is my old man's family technique, capable of absorbing the mystical power of others. He sneered, As long as I can absorb your golden star energy, victory is assured. Golden spiritual energy swirled around Anzi as he clutched at the arm shackling his neck, desperately crying for help. A Liang Yijue was relentless, laughing and declaring that in this desolate place, his cries were useless. After a while, he let go, throwing Anzi to the ground. Don't worry, I'll take you with me. Seeing him so weakened, a Liang laughed mockingly. Freeze into ice cream here. And Z cursed under his breath, weakly reaching towards a Liang's departing figure. You bastard. Not long after, a figure appeared in the distance, struggling to drag a body across the snow. Anzi, half conscious and dazed, wondered, Who is it? He recognized the red hair and the gait immediately, and as Anzi was dragged along, he stammered, Xiaomumu, he screamed, trying to salvage his pride. Why are you here? Put me down now. We're not a team. I don't need your help. What are you trying to prove? With each word, Anzi spoke. The pain deepened. Did he think the world revolved around him? I'm no longer that kid who hides behind you. I'm no longer that crybaby who just relied on you. Fenmuk shielded Antu from the blizzard, pulling him along. I can understand your resentment towards me. Truth be told, I hate myself too. She's your sister, but I think of her as my own too, and I can't leave you here to die. That's why I can't abandon you. Not if you're just going to die like this. Our brother roared like a madman. When I bring Bone Sister back, what am I supposed to tell her? Enza was deeply moved, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he was dragged along. Realizing that instead of hating him, he hated his own powerlessness. Even the strike I landed on you before was just anger at my own incompetence. Antu tormented himself, wondering why he was so weak. Why didn't I try harder before? Why did I always hide behind others when problems arose? I have to try. He muttered to himself beside the long trail in the snow. I must learn to fight for what I want. I refuse to be a cowardly demon who relies on others. Yunmu quietly pulled Enzi along as he covered his face and spoke his wish. He didn't want to lose anyone else, so he had to become stronger. I want to protect you, protect Daxiang, protect Xiaoqiang, and of course, you too. Yunmu's cheeks flushed red in the harsh weather as he replied, I know, you idiot. He knew Enzi was probably crying again, so he threatened, Don't cry or your tears will freeze. The closer they got to the summit, the deeper Yunmu's feet sank into the snow. Dragging Lingan with one hand and blocking the fierce wind with the other, he breathed wearily and said, The snowstorm is getting stronger. After walking a while longer, he spotted a familiar figure ahead, Lingan's team leader. Looking toward the finish line, he excitedly shouts, Almost there! I'm number 1! I'm going to win! Just then, a fan speeds past, yelling, Hey, move! Liang recognizes him instantly, and when Li Yunmu sees the miserable figure being dragged through the snow, he's shocked to realize it's Ling An. Seeing this, the captain watched him go, sneering. Looks like young Master Ling has found himself a new backer. Ignoring the dead weight, how about we work together? Our man hesitated for a moment, but the other continued to plead. How much is that trash paying you? I'll give you double, just guarantee me first place. Before he could finish, Liang's head flew from his neck. Yunmu continued onward, annoyed. How disgusting. The snowy summit was close, but the path grew steeper and the snow deeper. Lingan, unable to bear the constant friction, pleaded, Xiaomu, let me down. I've reached my limit. Even Yunmu's steps began to slow. He looked at the snow beneath his feet, thinking, Even my body is starting to stiffen. It seems impossible to get them both to the summit with my mystic power alone. He then reaches into the void and pulls something out. It seems there's no other way. A while later, a group of people also climbed the mountain, some constantly complaining and a few trying to encourage each other. It's almost there. I can't do it. I can't walk anymore. Don't give up now. It was hard enough getting here with the help of those 2 guards. True. I would have frozen to death if I hadn't followed them. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Yunmu spoke loudly from above. Hey, everyone. Beyond here is forbidden territory. He then said to them sternly, Sorry, this road is closed. Seeing him, Shenshin immediately recognized Li Yunmu, while the black-clad man beside him angrily shouted, Li Yunmu, what do you mean by this? Our master calmly pointed to Lingan, lying behind him, telling them that the boy was the top scorer in this exam, so this is your destination. Hearing this, everyone below protested, saying, He's number 1? Why? He cast a cold gaze upon them, a smug certainty in his voice. Based on what, you ask? Because I, Li Yunmu, said so. At this, the man in black, even more displeased, shouted, Huh? Who do you think you are? He stomped his foot in the snow and shouted, Everyone, attack! The 4 fools immediately jumped up and rushed towards our side, confidently saying, So what if he's the top rookie? There are so many of us we can't take him down. The Jing brothers watched from the sidelines. Shendai excitedly said, What an impatient bunch. Seeing this, Yunmu sighed in boredom, then unleashed the crimson lotus of the great sun blaze, incinerating the 4 in the flickering flames amidst the blizzard. Seeing this, the younger Shen brother excitedly raised his fist and said, 4 people turned to ash in an instant. The fire gradually disappeared. Seeing the 2 brothers still standing, Yunmu asked, So, what are you 2 planning to do? He stared at them with murderous eyes and growled, Do you want to end up like them or stop here? Shenshin stepped forward, boasting with confidence. You don't think we're as useless as those guys, do you? The 2 of us are a formidable team. Hearing this, Yunmu propped his hands on his thighs and said with interest, Oh, so confident. He's curious and immediately provokes the 2 Jing brothers. You can try, Yunmu said emotionlessly, sitting back to await their response. The brothers fell silent, their eyes fixed on him with a chilling gaze, but unease stirred within Yunmu's heart. These 2 are indeed different. They might have reached the transcendent profound realm. Fighting them would drain my profound strength. Silently calculating, he realized that if someone else reaped the rewards, he might as well use a feigned retreat to turn them against each other. Shendi suddenly chuckled, then stepped forward and replied, Looks like there's no other way. This is the only option. Yunmu frowned in anger, his cold eyes glaring at them as he thought, I've failed. At that moment, he remained still, silently observing his younger brother's approach. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, a thought flashed through Yunmu's mind. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble. At that moment, Shendi appeared before him, but he didn't attack. Instead, he pulled out another forbidden sign and planted it firmly in the snow. Shendai excitedly called out, "Hurry over, I've saved a good spot for you." Then, turning to him, he asked, "Hey, Lee Yunmu, you only need one spot, right?" He hummed in agreement. "That's right." His younger brother excitedly replied, "Great, then let's aim for second or third place." Without hesitation, he answered, secretly gloating over his successful plan. Meanwhile, below, a group of 4 approaches the summit and one speaks up. "I abandoned my squad to guide people to the top. Payment up front." With a confident tone, the man replied, "Rest assured, I won't let your team die in vain. I'll double your reward when I get into the War God Hall." Just then, the police officer spotted the group and immediately shouted, "Brothers from the foot of the mountain." Shenda coldly looks down at them and announces, "Sorry, your trip ends here. There's no more room." The leader, hearing this, angrily shouts, "What do you mean, no more room? What nonsense are you 3 up to? Make way for me." Without hesitation, he pointed at Yunmu and calmly replied, "Sorry, can't do that. Why don't you tell him to move?" "I can't help it. So my brother and I will just have to stand in the second and third spots. Please leave." Unwilling to accept this, they immediately flew into a rage, yelling to cut the chatter and attack. Shendi sighed, scratching the back of his head, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. They never listened to reason. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than his eyes lit up with fury. Without hesitation, he grabbed his 2 swords and charged toward them. Closing in, he showed no mercy, swiftly taking them down one by one, then leaping into the air, his blade aimed at the last man standing. In the next instant, Shendi plunged his sword, ending him with a fatal blow. The clang of steel echoed in the biting cold as he wordlessly advanced on the remaining foe. He froze, his eyes wide with terror. "What is this guy?" The leader, seeing Shendi's ferocity and bloodlust, exclaimed, "He's like a demon." Yunmu quietly observed the situation and couldn't help but think, "Luckily, I didn't directly engage with these 2 brothers. If I really fought Dong Shimeng's people, I might not have the energy to protect Anzi." He felt a sense of relief, knowing these 2 would act as free bodyguards, securing his advantage. Thinking this, he realized Shendi had already taken down his opponent with a clean move. In that moment, he secretly rejoiced, thinking, "It seems we've won." Though Lingan lay motionless in the snow, Xiansheng called out his name, grateful for his worthy companion. Later, at the War God Palace, sounds echoed endlessly from beyond. "Another cup? I want one too," Yunmu said abruptly, staring blankly at the food flying around. "So I said," frustrated with everything happening, he asked, confused, "Why are all these people at my house?" Hearing that, An Lu excitedly raised her beer and said, "Let's drink to Senior Lang An taking first place in the selection competition. He's really amazing." Ling An waved his hand, replying shyly, "No, it's all thanks to Zhao Mumu." Then Zhang Dan approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "Now that Anzi is a member of the War God Hall, how about the old chief instructor of the War God Hall makes you a meal?" Hearing that, Yunmu muttered disdainfully, "Absolutely not. That old man will kill you." But of course, Ling An happily accepted the invitation. "Is that okay?" "Of course, it's more than okay." He leisurely sips his beer and scoffs. A rare sight indeed. So the old man can actually stay put. Turns out he can learn to behave. Hearing this, the crowd flew into a rage, rushing to give him a beating. "You dare say that? If you hadn't made enemies everywhere, why would I be here?" "It's all your fault, you brat. Give me my freedom," Yunmu cried out in pain. "It's breaking, it's breaking." After a long while, he slumped down in a corner, rubbing his shoulder and lamenting that the old man only took his anger out on him. Nu Yan slowly approached and advised, "Don't look at him like that. He's actually always been very worried about you." Yunmu frowned slightly, then retorted. Seeing the lengths his father went to, she advised, "You know your father's personality. He's always busy." She paused, then softly added, "But to avoid bothering you, he hasn't left the War God Palace once." She continued, "Even I got tired of seeing him like that every day." Ruyan continued, "When you weren't here, your father would ask people for news about you every day, afraid of missing anything. Perhaps in this world, the person who worries about you the most is that old man." Soon after, the scene shifts to the teleportation square, where Yunmu's team has gathered. Ru Yan suddenly spoke, "Xiaomu, be careful out there and come visit me and your father when you have time." He then softly added, "While I'm away, I'm leaving my parents in your care." Royan readily agreed, "Don't worry, and please take care of yourself." The time had finally come, and an urging voice echoed out. Wei Xinran activated the teleportation array, resolutely pulling the lever and responding affirmatively. In that instant, a massive pillar of blue light shot into the sky, tearing through space itself. The people stared blankly as the light faded, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Who knows how long it'll be before we meet again? You little rascal, you've got to keep pushing forward. Ling An smiled softly, offering a promise. Little Moo Moo, wait for me. I'll definitely get stronger quickly and stand by your side. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation passage opened, delivering them to a silent, gloomy forest. As soon as they landed, Yunmu quickly scanned their surroundings and exclaimed, Senior. The team has set foot in a completely foreign land. He immediately realized this wasn't the Great Hall. We seem to have been transported to some forest, Yunmu quickly announced to everyone. Could there be a problem with the teleportation array? He quickly concluded, No, I think we were deliberately led here. Someone must have altered the parameters of our teleportation. Suddenly, the ambushers above revealed themselves. You're right, as expected of Li Yunmu. You assessed your situation in an instant. I was hoping to catch you off guard, but it seems I underestimated you. From the start, Yunmu recognized the Holy Heavenly Sect, and with his hand in his pockets, he calmly asked, What does the esteemed Holy Heavenly Sect want by bringing me here with such effort? He loudly complains, telling him to stop pretending to be confused. With that, the priest glares at him, saying that they've come to avenge their leader. Undaunted, Yunmu smirked and issued a challenge. Avenge? With this rabble? You couldn't even get close. But mid-boast, his spirit sense flared, and his eyes darted back. With absolute vigilance, Yunmu swiftly and unexpectedly counterattacks, sending the spy reeling backward. Everyone anxiously calls out to their senior as he furrows his brow, trying to figure out who the mole is. Before Yunmu was a shadowy figure of the spy, lurking behind a thick cloud of dust. Seriously contemplating, Yunmu knelt on one knee, not hurrying to get up, but quickly exposing him. So, the mole was you? Without hesitation, he took a dagger and cut off his brown hair, then nonchalantly admitted it, saying he was truly incomprehensible. He stated, I thought upgrading the Iron Jade Dragon King would solve you, but it was too easily killed. I had to change tactics. He brushed his hair from his forehead and continued, It took some effort, but I finally completed my commission. With a single glance, Anlu seemed to freeze in place, her eyes wide with horror as she stammered, How could it be? It turns out Xinran was behind everything. And without a hint of remorse, she sneers, Such a good little girl. I've been pretending for far too long. Shenzhen couldn't believe what he was seeing and immediately shouted in a panic, Wei Xinran, what nonsense are you talking about? I order you to return to the team at once. She glanced at him with disdain, answering calmly, Back to the team? Shinloi, Captain, I'm done playing this childish game. Go find someone else who's willing to play your games. Bye-bye. Just then, Anlo rushed over, calling out, Han Nian, wait, aren't we best friends? But in response, Han Nian's eyes turned cold and she mercilessly attacked Anlo, catching her completely off guard. Just then, Shen Chen appeared in the nick of time, blocking the attack with his blade. And Lu, still reeling, sat on the ground, muttering a name as Jinran coldly threatened, Get out of here. Shen Chen looked over seriously and asked again, Wei Xinran, are you serious? Ignoring his words, she disdainfully brushed past the priest and coldly said, The offering is complete. Where is my reward? He replied, Patience, it will be yours. Yunmu finally speaks up, saying that she almost killed her friend. Han Yan indifferently replies, I don't need friends. Hearing this, Anlo sobbed, her eyes filled with tears as she softly called out to her. But Han Nian didn't care, turning away as if there had never been any affection between them. The priest, with a cigarette burning in his hand, sneered, Let's see a touching drama. Kill them all. Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately charged towards the Vanmook team. Tamthan quickly reminded them, Cat Fong squad, prepare for battle, aerial slash. Amidst the chaos, he realizes his power has diminished, and Grandpa confirms his suspicions. Captain, I can't gather my mystic energy anymore. Shenshin cries out in alarm. What? And the priest, seeing this, kindly offers an explanation. That's right. This is the domain of the Scarlet Mandate. A powerful warrior once died here, and his resentment has corrupted this place. Every mystic who comes here will find it difficult to use their mystic power freely, and the deeper they go, the more effort it will take. So he frowned, revealing his smug and arrogant face, and continued, No matter how high your level, it's useless here. Then, Tu Teho Hoan confidently asserted, You're dead for sure, as his two underlings charged in at the same time. But as soon as he finished speaking, his two subordinates were instantly blown back. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cried out in shock. What? Naijai chimes in without hesitation. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. She cracked her knuckles, her low voice continuing. So, after all that, all we need is physical combat. Finally, Yunmu coldly concluded that if they wanted to compare physical skills, they'd come to the wrong person, while the others ignored his words and rushed to assassinate him. Die, Yunmu quietly told the girl beside him. Coming, Naijie replied confidently, ready to counterattack. I won't hide behind you anymore. This time I want to fight alongside you, she suddenly shouts, unleashing the 8 extremes ice. Naijie quickly strikes, effortlessly sending the 2 men flying, leaving them no chance to react. The others, seeing this, hesitate and turn their attack towards Yunmu. That woman knows ancient martial arts, saving it for the very end, so I'll take care of the other one first. His eyes sharpened, carefully observing his opponent's every move. Another opponent seizes the moment, swiftly moving from behind, ready to strike. A perfect opportunity. With keen senses, Yunmu detected his presence and decisively turned around, his arm swiftly seizing the man's wrist. Before he could react, Yunmu countered, leaving him bewildered and terrified. Yunmu showed no mercy, brutally slamming his opponent to the ground and calling out the move. He finished it with a powerful palm strike, ending the fight swiftly. The others who witnessed this scene were stunned, and Anlu exclaimed, "You two are amazing." Grandfather then added, "They're nothing like only being 1 class above us." Immediately after, Yunmu and Naitai high-fived and praised each other. Well done. Meanwhile, the priest interjected, "Is it too early to celebrate? My miscalculation? I didn't expect your physical skills to be this strong." He looked at them and continued, "But so what if you're both martial arts masters? There are only 2 of you, no matter how skilled you are." He paused as Yunmu and Naijie listened silently. He smirked, his face twisted with malice, each word a labored breath. The priest then roared, "Attack!" In the next instant, a suspicious number of underlings appeared, and Yunmu greeted them politely, marveling, "Wow, the sacred heavenly church really thinks highly of me, sending so many people after such a small fry." But as he said this, he secretly activated a mysterious magic, causing a bewitching black smoke to rise around him. In an instant, they quickly took shape. The shadows lined up behind Yunmu, ready for battle. He nonchalantly snaps his fingers. "I have plenty of people too. There are so many of them. What is this? 100 demons walking at night?" The priest, witnessing this, wondered if it was a summoning technique. Impossible, his arcane energy should be very low. Across from him, Yunmu, facing off against Li Yun, calmly says, "Let's do as before. My mystic energy is limited here, so let's make this quick." Then, seriously, he commands, "Shadow Legion, obey my orders." With a cold look, he signaled to cut them down, his voice sharp and unforgiving, ordering the Shadow Legion to attack the Holy Church without mercy. A member of the Legion slashes an enemy while others lift and hurl them away, completely dominating the battlefield. The golden member slams the ground, sending rocks flying. A swordsman leaps onto its back, yelling, "Die!" as he brings his blade down on the golden shadow. But life isn't a dream, as the black auras begin to reconnect with rapid regeneration. He sighs, watching the Shadow Legion members slowly return. It then slams its hand down on the swordsman, crushing him. Seeing this, the others panic and scatter, shouting, "Run! What are you waiting for?" A bunch of monsters. Yunmu's Shadow Legion gave chase without hesitation. One unlucky soul cried out to the priest for help, but in an instant he appeared, swept behind him, and gently removed his head. After dealing with the unfortunate man, the priest glared at the others, threatening them. "Those who retreat will die." The others grit their teeth in anger at the situation. 2 others turned to face the shadows, yelling, "Brothers, we're all dead men anyway, let's fight them." The priest smiled, thinking that summoning these creatures must have consumed a great deal of his mystical energy. He watched the chaos unfold, calculating that these monsters would drain his opponent's energy. Some time passed, and a wounded man on the ground screamed as a shadow approached. "But don't save him." Li Yun ruthlessly rushes towards him, finishing him off with a punch. He closed his eyes, screaming desperately for help, but after a moment nothing happened and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Li Yun's fist was just centimeters away. The man looked over, muttering in disbelief. Did he stop? Suddenly, the shadow's body began to fade before his eyes, and Yunmu felt the anomaly, startled. A system notification warns of insufficient funds in his depleted account as he stares at a screen filled with zeros. Seeing this, Yunmu starts tearing at his hair. "Seriously? It's already gone? You guys are too much." The Wind team looked at him, wondering who he was talking to and why he suddenly looked like he went bankrupt. He covered his face, lost in thought. Damn it, I got a little too cocky and didn't pay attention to the consumption of zero origin, just like last time. The scene shifts to a place where he's panting, sweat dripping down. In a stark white room, Yunmu mutters, "Too slow. Even if the shadows can train offline, it's not fast enough. I need to get stronger." He cried out, "System, how many shadow spirits can I condense right now?" The system responded, "Your current amount of void essence can condense many shadow spirits, but given your current body, you can only control 4 at once." It continued, "Exceed that number, and your body will suffer damage." Our hero, Yunmu, said with some annoyance, "Is it impossible?" Suddenly, the system offers a suggestion, as if it has a mind of its own. "If you want to force control of more shadow spirits, I have a way." Yunmu's eyes widen in surprise, his focus intensifying. He listened intently, and the system said, "Have you ever heard that money can make even demons work for you?" Yunmu quickly replied, "Of course I've heard of that, but what does that have to do with me wanting more shadows?" The system explained further, "Your own arcane power isn't enough to support you controlling multiple shadows at once. So, if you just ignore the interest, we can lend you power beyond your own." Before it could finish explaining the fees, Yunmu excitedly shouted, "Why didn't you say so sooner? Give me 10 shadows. No, make it 20. Immediately, a string of numbers appeared in the system. 25, 1, 7, 3. Seeing this, he was determined, for he was so poor that all he had left was money. Yunmu muttered confidently, "I can't say about other things, but I have as much of this as I want. I'm about to take off this time." Cut to 2 hours later, he stared blankly at the numbers on the system in surprise. Vunmuk's face contorted in horror, all color draining away. "What is going on?" He curses at the system. "You bastard, you swindler, you dare hack my account?" The system calmly replied, "This is the result of your normal spending." Yunmu, without restraint, continued to scream like a wild man. "Who are you trying to fool? I had so much in my account, how could it be empty?" The system explained that the cost of borrowing mystic energy increases exponentially, so creating too many shadows drained his reserves at an astronomical rate. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd gone too far, and all that money was gone. Ruyan was going to scold him again. He stared blankly as the shadow vanished. As Yunmu stepped out, the priest smirked. "Indeed, even if you're extraordinary, your mystic energy will run out. It seems it's time to bring that out." Behind him, several men brought out heavy weaponry as the priest's calm voice echoed. "Honestly, I quite like you, Lee Yunmu. If you hadn't killed our leader, I might have even invited you to join the Sacred Heaven sect." He waved his hand and sneered, "Unfortunately, you must die here today." Those behind him immediately aimed their guns at him, but Yunmu laughed confidently. "Energy cannons? You think you can kill me with those?" He shouts, "Then let's see if you brothers are ready to aim and fire. Tell Cat Fong Squad that everyone is under my command." Then, to the shock of the entire team, he tucked his tail and ran, yelling loudly. The priest and the holy members of the heavenly sect were left speechless. Yunmu smirked. "No arcane energy, yet he's trying to fight against energy cannons? His brain must be fried. I'm not that stupid." Okay, standing nearby, turned and asked, "High Priest, what should we do?" His voice rang out, commanding, "Chase after them." The priest gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I want Lee Yunmu torn to pieces." The scene shifts to the group fleeing, shouts echoing behind them. "Stop! They're firing guns, you can't escape." Jiajia is terrified by the gunfire. "Damn it, they have guns!" Yunmu shouts, "Shenchen, your physical skills aren't great. Lead a team to the outer perimeter where you can use some mystic power. Lu Naiji and I will head inside to split their forces and reduce their numerical advantage." Then he calls out the plan, and the group quickly splits up to flee. Oko anxiously reports, "High Priest, they've split up." The High Priest angrily commanded, "Damn it, Ka, take the men and chase after those kids. I'll go after Li Yunmu." Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the priest's voice echoes menacingly. "Yunmu, ahead lies the heart of the cursed land. Are you running to your death?" Hiding behind an ancient tree, Yunmu smugly says, "That priest really did chase after us." Naiji worriedly asks, "Are the kids from the Gale Squad going to be okay?" He confidently replies, "Of course," as Naijie suddenly realizes something. Yunmu's expression turns sinister as he continues, "Who do you think led those kids out here?" Meanwhile, a weary Unlo cried out, "I can't run anymore," to which Shenshen angrily replied, "You have to run, even if you can't." Suddenly, Yujai shouts a warning, and Shenshen carefully watches his step as they stop, stunned by the sight before them. Before them lay a stretch of black, muddy land, leading Catfang's group to despair. Beyond the cursed earth is a swamp. There's nowhere left to run. Cat Fang's team panicked, wondering, why is there such a large swamp? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind, causing them to turn around. Can't get through, huh? Looks like heaven is on my side. Oka, having brought his men, was overjoyed to see them stopped. I didn't expect you to run to the edge of the cursed land. Let's see if you can escape now. He is the vice representative of the holy heavenly sex mystics. He continued, but in this border region, where mystical power can be used, aren't you just rushing to your deaths? Oka ordered, brothers, same as before. The Catwind squad immediately took a defensive stance. He brazenly offered a reward. Whoever brings the most heads gets the prize. Meanwhile, Shen Chen seized the opportunity to leap into the air and attack, as a subordinate shouted, Lord Yu, watch out behind you. A massive explosion erupts, sending dust and stone flying through the forest as Wu Jai asks anxiously, did it work? Shen Chen's horrified form appears, and OK, holding his sword, says, I told you. He grinned maliciously, continuing his taunt. Too young to be resorting to sneak attacks, not very impressive. The Church of Divine Light's men quickly reacted, aiming their guns at Shen Chen, ready to fire. In their sights, he yelled for Ji, who leaped high towards them and responded. Here they come. Jaja's whip swiftly strikes the guns from their hands. So, they think the Catwind squad can suppress me while they take out my men? Don't dream. How could you kids possibly hurt me? But Shen Chen cut him off, saying, Of course we can. Jaja whips at him from below, reminding Shen Chen to catch it, while Wu Jai shields Anlu, telling her to watch him. OK, surprised to recognize her skill, turned and shouted orders for his men to defend. Wu Jai calmly grasped the needles in his hand and muttered, Learn purity. No thought. Absolute thought. The spirit is its own elixir. He coolly throws the needles at Oka's men, followed by desperate screams as many are injured by the exploding needles. With a stern voice, Wu Jai unleashes his technique, shouting, Explode! Just like that, the needles are detonating across the area. Jiaja and Anlu high-five, celebrating their success. With Anlu's help, the power is unexpectedly great, while Shen Chen silently observes with a serious expression. But from within the smoke and dust, something stirs. OK, covered in blood, emerges, roaring with excitement. Interesting. Very interesting. Then I'll play with you all seriously. Shen Chen gritted his teeth, reminding them, He's not dead yet, get back here quickly. But it was too late. He was sent flying. Everyone cried out in alarm. Enraged, Wu Ye Jiajia lashed out with his whip, screaming, You bastard! Okai's eyes darted around and he unleashed a devastating blow that cracked the ground, prompting Shen Chen to cry out, Jiajie! Meanwhile, Oka dusted off his clothes, turned to Shen Chen with a sinister grin, and said, It's over. You're next. Shen Chen stood in front of her, warning, Anlu, stay behind me. OK grins wickedly, telling him, It's no use hiding her. You're all going to die. He approached and lifted Shen Chen's chin, but unafraid, he firmly declared, I won't let you succeed. You'll have to go through my dead body to harm my teammates. Hearing this, he burst into laughter. You still want to protect others? OK punches him square in the face, taunting, Are you worthy? Shen Chen was horrified. He was too fast. He followed up with a sweeping kick to Shen Chen's gut. Oka strikes, reminding him that as captain he must endure, for his teammates are watching. He pummels Shen Chen's face, taunting, If you die, no one will protect your teammates. After landing the punch, Oka leaned in, proclaiming justice. He struck Shen Chen with a holy blow, causing him to cry out in pain as blood welled up. Stunned by the blow, Shen Chen also hears Oka's voice, while behind him Wu Huanlu cries out his name in fear. Despite being pinned and bloodied, Wu Jai angrily curses Oka as he continues to beat Shen Chen. Anyone else got some fight left? He sneered before abruptly stopping, sensing something. He looked at the motionless man and remarked, This guy's got no pulse. Is he already dead? OK then turned his attention to Anlo, approaching her slowly like a demon from hell. All right, you're next. No need to cry, you'll be seeing him soon. Her eyes filled with tears as she called out in despair. Anlu, weeping and screaming, cried out, Save me! And with her plea, the heart that had stopped beating began to respond. OK enthusiastically throws a punch at Anlu, who can only watch helplessly through her tears. Suddenly, Shen Chen, who had been motionless behind him, flew towards him, ready to throw a punch, roaring in anger. I told you! Don't touch my teammates! This causes Oka to turn around in shock, grimacing as he cries out, What? Shen Chen's fist is shrouded in a golden, rhino-like power. The blow sends Oka crashing face first into the ground. His face was covered in blood, teeth and lips mangled. The force of the blow was so great that Oka's body convulsed. His eyes rolled back and he groaned. His eyes now devoid of reason, Shen raised his hand, delivering another devastating blow that sent dust and debris flying. And Lo cried out, "Shen, stop! He's already dead!" But now, devoid of reason, he roared madly, and she screamed in terror. "Shen, stop it, please!" Suddenly, he froze, muttering to himself as he halted. Having regained a sliver of his sanity, Shen roared to the heavens before collapsing to the ground, his hands stained with blood. After a long moment, his eyes finally opened. Seeing this, Anlo happily says, "Tamthan, you're awake. Gia is relieved too. You had us so worried." Battered and bruised, Shen teases Anlu. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine, aren't I?" she said sadly, tears streaming down her face. "I thought you were going to die, that I was going to lose another friend. You scared me to death." He smiles reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't die easily until I find Wei Shenran." Shen looks at his teammates and solemnly repeats, "I once said that the Gale Squad can't be missing anyone, so I've returned from hell." That touching moment is immediately followed by a head smack, leaving him stunned. Clutching his head, Shen looks at Anlu, bewildered, and asks, "That hurt? Why did you suddenly hit me?" She scolded him for being an idiot, leaving him speechless, and Lu, blushing, looked away and said, "Don't do reckless things like that again. You scared us to death." Shen asked in surprise, "What did you say?" But Enlu denied it. "Nothing." Wujai pondered, considering the power from before. He silently looks at Shen, thinking he can confirm it didn't come from Shen himself. It was more like an iron-armored earth dragon exploding with power. Wujai narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Could the scene have shifted to the priest group? A subordinate called out, "High Priest, we found something," and he went to investigate. The subordinate said it looked like they were hiding their tracks, and the priest ordered them to give chase. Suddenly, he picked up a small stone and pondered. The priest stood up and ordered, "Follow the footprints." He explains to his subordinate that those footprints were intentionally left, with hidden tracks nearby. Li Yunmu is too cunning to leave such obvious traces. The priest confidently takes off, certain they're on the right track while elsewhere two figures are running for their lives. Naiji asks if leaving such obvious footprints is really okay, but Yunmu confidently replies, "Don't worry, they won't follow us." Yunmu explained that cunning people like him always think they're smart, so leaving such obvious footprints would make him go the opposite way. He laughed as he ran, saying that being too clever for your own good was the perfect ending for this kind of person. Immediately after, Yunmu tripped on a branch and fell to the ground, plucking a flower and cursing, "Who the hell plants flowers in the middle of the road? Seeing you fall makes me want to trip you too." Suddenly, a little bear appeared, surprising Yunmu. The bear had flowers growing on its tail, and its eyes began to glisten with tears. He wondered what kind of creature this was, when suddenly the little bear burst into tears. The cries echoed through the forest, and he angrily covered his ears. "This is bad. Why is it suddenly crying?" Natier shouts at him to put the flower down. "The bear will not allow anyone to touch its flowers, and if it keeps crying, it will attract something." Before he could finish, something landed behind them, kicking up a cloud of dust, and Yunmu warily glanced back, a little worried. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared, accompanied by terrifying growls as a colossal brown bear stood beside them. Frozen in place, Yunmu wondered, "A giant bear?" He paled and asked, "Hey, Liu Naijie, you're smart. Tell me." She looked doubtful. "What?" he chuckled. "Is this guy only capable of winning with brute force?" Naijie's face went blank as she stared intently at Ling Chung, speechless. The giant bear roared in anger, grinding its teeth with murderous red eyes, and without a word, it charged. Naijie cried out, "How can we possibly win?" Seeing the fist slam into the tree, her subordinate grew anxious. "High Priest, please calm down." But was the High Priest calming down? "That Li Yunmu is toying with me. I'll tear him limb from limb." He turned back to see smoke rising from an empty patch of land and announced it. "My lord, there's movement over there." He quickly ordered, "Give chase." With that, his men immediately rushed into the fray, while the beast stomped heavily on the ground. The elite bear's eyes glowed red as it bared its sharp fangs, sending Yunmu's group fleeing in terror. Naijie urged him on. "Li Yunmu, think of something. Of the 36 strategies, retreat is the best. If we can't avoid it, we can't win." In a desperate moment, Yunmu steps on a pile of dry firewood, the crack echoing as his eyes widen in horror. He's in deep trouble. The elite bear stopped short, a deep, wide pit now before it. Seeing Yunmu and Naijie fall, it grunted in confusion, while the two screamed as they plummeted. A moment later, groans echoed in the darkness as Yunmu, grimacing, squinted, wondering where he was. Meanwhile, Naijie painfully sits up, rubbing her head. Did we fall into some kind of trap? She frowns, noticing Yunmu's flushed cheeks and averted gaze, then smells something strange and asks, are you okay? Why that expression? She looked down to realize she was sitting on Yunmu's lower body, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. Naijie instinctively recoils, protesting her innocence, as Yunmu mutters, "That bear is guarding the cave entrance, so let's hide first." Together, they ventured deeper into the cave, beneath massive crystal formations that pointed down towards the earth, marveling at the cavern hidden beneath this cursed land. Below, a mystical river bubbles. The pair sit before the water, illuminated by the reflection of the stones behind them, and he speaks once more. This place might hold some magical power. The air suddenly turns frigid, causing Naijie to sneeze, her nose running. Yunmoga takes off his jacket and gently drapes it over her shoulders as she sits obediently, hugging her knees. She suddenly turned and asked, "Hey, if you give me your coat, won't you get cold?" He gently shook his head. "I'm fine. A little cold won't bother me." Naijie lowers her head, puffing out her cheeks as she thinks, "What is it? Would this idiot die if he said he was worried about me?" Unable to bear the thought of him catching a cold, she drapes the other half of the coat over his shoulders. There. Now neither of us has to be afraid. Yunmu moved a little closer, making the atmosphere even more stifling, and couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl beside him. Naijie maintained her adorable expression, only avoiding his gaze. Yunmu seemed smitten, his cheeks flushed as he stared intently at her. Experiencing his gaze for the first time, she's confused, her head spinning, and she asks, annoyed, "What are you looking at?" Van Muck awkwardly turns away, stammering, Nothing." Beneath the river's gleam, the young couple quietly shelters here together as he whispers, "How much longer will we stay?" Later, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, Yunmu woke her. "Hey, Naijie, wake up, I've discovered something." She rubbed the sleep from her eyes, wondering what could possibly be in this dilapidated place. Naijie stares at him, drenched and covered in fish. What has he done? Yunmu points to the water right next to him, holding up a wriggling fish in front of her. "Want to eat?" she asked, bewildered. "No." With that, Yunmu went behind her, pushed her toward the water, and said, "But none of that matters. Come into the water with me, I've made a big discovery." Caught off guard, she blurted out, "Wait for me." Deep beneath the clear water, the two dove towards another gateway. She was surprised that the lake led to another place. Finally, an exit. The two surfaced, gasping for air as Naijie looked around, noticing the distinct difference in this place. She sees a large circle containing intersecting lines and crosses with a blue sphere in the center. "Let's go take a look." Naijie followed cautiously behind him, sensing a massive energy release, and warned, "We really shouldn't get too close." She lightly touches the crosses planted here, a sense of unease washing over her. These crosses are suppression charms. Someone placed these artifacts around the energy sphere to suppress whatever lies within. The sheer number of crosses here means Naijie sensed the evil energy around this place. She says gravely, "Whatever's being suppressed is incredibly dangerous." But he doesn't seem to care, picking his nose with disdain. "If you're scared, stay here. I'll go myself." She was furious, but he ignored her. The girl, still dripping wet, rushed to meet me, as the villagers approached the orb, stopping at a mysterious black button. Yunmu carefully examines the symbols, saying, "I think I've seen this symbol somewhere before." Suddenly, a stream of golden water shoots out from the sphere. He muttered, "I remember Yunmu taking out a pot of the same color with a few ancient characters." "This," Naijie's eyes lit up. "This looks so much like it." Yunmu recalls an acquaintance, the old man of Wangwen Pavilion, saying, "This thing is only half complete. Perhaps you should quickly place the pot's mouth on that circle." Unexpectedly, it clicked into place, just as he predicted. Someone had taken it to suppress something here. The girl shouts, "It fits perfectly." Concentrating, Yunmu makes a slight adjustment, and his contact lenses immediately focus on a red mark. At the intersection of the two objects, a surge of green energy erupts from the sphere. Yunmu strained with all his might, using his free hand to hold the arm gripping the treasure to control its terrifying power. A moment later, the green spiritual energy was sucked into the pot. He happily raised the treasure high, exclaiming, "It's really one now." Like a child, Yunmu nuzzled it against his cheek. My treasure pot is finally complete. Natier narrowed her eyes, calling him back to reality. Hey, Li Yunmu. Stuttering, she realized something was off behind the white smoke, warning that something was there. And a long sword emerged, surrounded by skulls. Unafraid, Yunmu slowly approaches the dismembered corpse. Indeed, there's a treasure here. But why so many remains? There's almost no room to stand. As he reached for the sword's hilt, Naijie suddenly cried out, "Don't touch it! Stay away from that thing!" But as she spoke, Yunmu's finger touched the sword's hilt, and she felt a disturbance. This blade is truly strange. I've felt it ever since it appeared. Naiji stares at the mysterious sword, a fear she's never felt before. Yunmu turns away, heeding Naijai's advice. They know nothing about the sword's condition, so caution is best. Suddenly, a man approaches, staring intently and asking, "Who are you? Where is the void barrier that suppresses evil?" He realized they were dealing with the Holy Heavenly Sect, as the man recognized them from Yunmu's wanted poster and loudly exclaimed who they were. "Heavens, it's really Li Yunmu," she whispered worriedly. "We've been discovered." The man quickly drew his sword, his tone full of malice. "It seems heaven is on my side. Capturing you will elevate me to the peak of life. Enlighten yourself." Soon after, Yunmu casually dusted off his hands, even rotating his wrists as if the opponent was nothing. Too weak. He lay on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, tears streaming down his face. With one hand in his pocket, he nonchalantly turned to leave, saying, "If even the gods of the heavenly teachings covet this blade, I can't ignore it." Naijie asked anxiously, "Do you really want to do this?" Yunmu reached for the blade again, replying, "They even use divine intervention for this sword. I want to see just how evil it is." The moment he grasped the hilt, a blinding crimson aura erupted, forcing him to shield his face. Unable to withstand the power, Yunmu collapses, seemingly ascending to the heavens, his arms still in the air, a sign of life. The girl gasps in shock, calling out to Li Yunmu. He sits up, clutches his head, and sticks out his tongue in amazement, thinking he was a goner. The moment he touched it, he felt all his strength drain away. Meanwhile, Naijie gesticulated wildly, saying, "I told you so, idiot." Yunmu gave up and turned to leave. She was surprised he'd learned his lesson this time. Van Mook still juggled the treasures in the air. If the demonic blade doesn't choose me, I don't care either. Besides, this wasn't a fruitless trip. I now possess 2 sacred artifacts, a considerable gain. The two quickly located the pit they had fallen into. "Get your strength back first." Galing reached out to help her. "Give me your hand." With that done, Yunmu put his hands in his pockets and looked around. That strange bear was finally gone. Nate brushed off her clothes. "So, what should we do next?" The two friends walked and talked. "Let's get out of this forest quickly." Little did they know Shen Chen was in danger, unaware of the fireball looming above. Moments later, the fireball descended, aimed at their location but missed slightly, sending them flying forward. The puppeteer looks down from above, praising his well-being. "Very well, you wretch." The priest smirks. "You've made me search so hard." Yunmu replies, between laughter and tears, "You really are relentless." "What's wrong? Does it feel bad when your cleverness backfires?" "Prestige is taking quite the hit, isn't it? You fool." Enraged by this, he glared and cursed. "You brat!" He cleared his throat and ordered, "Attack!" Naiji is speechless at this guy. "Idiot, why are you deliberately provoking him?" He muttered as he ran. How was I supposed to know he was so petty? But the ball's speed matched their own. Seeing it approach, she shouted a warning. "Li Yunmu, be careful!" Yunmu quickly ducked and jumped to the side, then narrowed his eyes as the ball slammed into the cliff face. That was close. He almost bought the farm. But then he noticed the high priest and his cronies standing proudly on a high branch. "Give up. You won't escape this time. If you kneel and beg now, I might even let you keep your corpse intact." He cracks his knuckles, his tone supremely confident. "What a shame. You missed your chance to strike. Now you won't get another." "Huh? You're on your deathbed. What assets could you possibly have to say that to me?" The priest sneered. The bear's paw once again lands on this ground as Yunmu points behind him, where the beast's massive shadow appears with a terrifying aura. "My asset is this one." The bear, covered in scratches, growled through clenched teeth. His subordinate reports, "High priest is a secret bear." Yunmu flatters him while putting out the fire on the bear. "Big bro, did it hurt? Your fur's all burnt." The bear, its eyes wide and white, turned to him, roaring, "Coo-coo!" Yunmu quickly pointed his palm towards the group, explaining, "They're the ones who hit you. They're bad people who wanted to steal your flowers." Hearing this, the bear went berserk, its eyes flashing with fire, its roar echoing through the mountains. The two men could only stand dumbfounded as its shadow approached, the bear monster charging directly at the group of villains. It looks like it wants to devour them whole, as the priest's voice commands from behind. "Open fire and kill that bear," he commanded, while another casually said, "It's done. Let's go." Elsewhere in the forest, a young man leaned against a doorway, clearing his throat. "Yo, the kid's back." "The vice leader is growing impatient." That man brushed off the jest and told him to open the door. He quickly opened the door, bowing and whispering, "Please, come in." Inside were rows of test tubes containing thousands of people. The scene is horrifying, and as Han Yin walks, a red hand suddenly lunges at her, startling her. Across from them, a body controlled by machinery cried out, "Kill the evil." Shinran pursed her lips as the man gestured with a spray can, while inside a bloodied figure gasped for air. The masked doctor frowned, holding two instruments. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Just then, the two others entered, and the guide announced, "Vice Leader, Wei's girl is here." She quickly covered her nose as she entered the foul-smelling room. A piercing scream echoed as the doctor cheerfully said, "Little Xinran, you're here, come in." He cuts into the corpse before him, saying, "The person you wanted is here. Now about your promise to me." The body could only scream in agony before going limp. The man slowly removed his gloves, stained with blood, and lamented his failure. Live dissection was indeed no easy task. "Little Shinran, rest assured, I will of course fulfill my promise to you." He removed his mask, blood still smeared on the corner of his eye. "I always keep my word, but I need you to do something else for me first. Go home and wait for my word. You said you'd agree as long as I brought Li Yunmu." He casually slid his finger under the mask strap. "I already told you." His eyes widened as if he wanted to kill her, his voice full of threat. "Go home and wait for my news." Han Nian was helpless, forced to watch him with hatred in her eyes. Frustrated, she turned away as he chuckled softly, twirling his mask and gazing back at the test subject's body. It seems his eyes have become more terrifying than ever. He needs more test subjects. Shinran passed by the test tubes again, frowning, and couldn't help but think of her family, her parents, and Zhaoqing. Years ago, Han Yan witnessed them being taken away. "Release them, you bastard." The man noticed her lying helplessly on the ground. Wei Shinran, the Wei family's once-in-a-decade fighting genius. He approached, his tone gentle, and said, "Let's make a deal." Back in reality, Xinran's lips trembled, her eyes now sharp as she vowed, "I can do it. No one stop me." The young couple traveled far to a small village, and after a day's journey, they finally saw other humans. The villagers ahead seemed to be of the Red Barbarian tribe. He muttered, "We may have been transported to the Red Plains by the Sacred Heaven sect." With that, Yunmu reached out to the man carrying the log ahead. "Hey, big brother over there." That ungrateful youth immediately shouted a warning to everyone that outsiders had arrived. Everyone rushed over, asking, "Where are the outsiders?" In an instant, the two were surrounded by villagers. Sweating with worry, Yunmu asked, "What's going on?" The leader ordered, "Brothers, take them inside." Yunmu feigned mystery. "Are you going to attack?" But soon after, the crowd raised their glasses in celebration, as if they were throwing a party, startling the two into treating them well. The villagers stared, whispering about how strange they looked, but another voice chimed in. "How can you call them strange? They're just ugly." Beck took Pyle's food into Yunmu's mouth, telling him to eat up and get some nutrition. "Don't stand on ceremony with me. Make yourself at home." The village chief comes over and punches him, saying Badak is going to kill the guest with kindness. The guests aren't sick, their bodies are just built that way. He pats him on the shoulder as Yunmu pales, amused by his enthusiasm. The Redmane tribe loves making friends. Yunmu blinks, his head spinning. "Anyway, chief, where's the nearest teleportation portal?" He points ahead, "Just head south." Suddenly, someone comes running in, frantic. "Village chief, this is bad. The bandits are here again." The two paused for a moment, and the village chief, enraged, became visibly tense. "Damn it, they're here again. Brothers, grab your weapons, we're fighting them this time." "Big Took, stay here and protect our guests." As the others left, Yunmu asked, "Do you often have bandits around here?" He shook his head. "Not usually. These bandits only appeared 2 months ago." Badak recounted that villagers had suddenly begun to disappear, and everyone searched frantically. Then the bandits appeared, claiming responsibility for the disappearances. "If they want the villagers back alive, they need to bring out the village's savings," Badak said through gritted teeth, full of resentment. "My sister also disappeared." Just then, Yunmu suddenly left, and he blankly asked, "Where are you going?" "It's dangerous out there. The village chief isn't telling us something," Yunmu said cryptically. The villagers unite to fight, but this man, the mountain bandit leader, stands tall amidst their weapons, wielding his long sword. The bandit leader sneers, unimpressed, then a deafening explosion rocks the area, followed by his chilling words. "Get out of here." The village chief was thrown back, his sandals flying into the air. The boss, one hand in his pocket, held his blade to the old man's throat. "Old man, are you really going to be stubborn until the end?" The village chief was resolute. Even in death, they would not surrender, and he raised his sword high. "Then I'll send you on your way." The village chief, cornered, could only watch. Yunmu darkly muttered, "Reckless fool." He charged in, and with one strike, beheaded the leader. He leaned back, horrified by the blood dripping from the sword, and gasped, "So strong, so strong." With his sword casually resting on his shoulder, Yunmu asked, "Did you lay a hand on him?" The crowd in the distance, seeing their leader's mangled corpse, cried out in dismay. At that moment, Yunmu coldly and slowly walked towards them, sternly questioning, "Who allowed you to attack the village chief?" One of the henchmen turned and asked, his face betraying his fear, "What do we do, vice leader?" Without a second thought, the man turned and fled, urging the others, "Run! He's a monster!" Yunmu activated the insect steps and stealthily followed them, instantly taking down the two subordinates in the rear. Without missing a beat, he rushed forward to intercept the deputy leader. With nowhere left to run, he knelt in surrender. Yunmu spoke coldly, pointing his sword at the man's neck, and sternly asked, "Where have you taken the villagers?" The terrified lieutenant, drenched in sweat, blurted out, "Don't kill me, I'll talk. We took the villagers, but we already sold them off. I swear I don't know where they were taken." The village chief, hearing this, was momentarily confused, muttering, "What? Does that mean our only lead is gone?" The man beside him clenched his teeth in disbelief, wondering, "Where are you?" Yunmu's face darkened as he glared at the man. "Is that all you're worth?" The deputy leader cried out in fear, "That's really all I know." "Oh, right. There was also the person who contacted us." He carefully recounted everything. "Months ago, that person came to our mountain village and told us to find some people to help him. Men, women, old and young, he didn't care. 10 gold pieces per person." The deputy leader meticulously described how, although the person was completely covered, his figure was definitely smaller and thinner than the Hongman tribe. Hearing this, his expression suddenly tightened as he pondered. What was this outside organization up to? Their goal was... Just then, the village chief unexpectedly arrived. "Thank you. Leave the rest to me." Yunmu respectfully replied, "Don't mention it. We were the ones who asked for your help." Surprised, the village chief asked, "You have a request for me?" He calmly replied, "You haven't told me the location of the inter-province teleportation array." The village chief understood immediately, pointing ahead and saying, You mean this? Just head south, and you'll reach the largest town in our Crimson Plains." Following the chief's directions, Yunmu arrived in Mantian City in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared, he was quickly surrounded and warmly greeted. "Come on, brother, let me buy you a drink." "Here, little girl, try some watermelon. You must be new here. Let me show you around." From afar, a clear voice suddenly rang out, make way, they already have someone to greet them." Hearing the familiar voice, Yunmu and Naijie froze, realizing it was Shen Zhen and the Gale Squad. The two then accompanied the others to a hotel, where Shen Chen explained, "After escaping the ambush, we realized we'd been brought to Hongman Continent. The only intercontinental teleportation portal in Hongman Continent is in Mantian City, so we decided to wait for you here." Entering the hotel lobby, Naiji hurried to the front desk to greet them. They booked 6 intercontinental teleportation spots to the central continent. Jaja plopped down in a chair, exclaiming, "Yes, finally going home." Yunmu looked around, secretly marveling at the extravagance of this place, so different from the outside. Just then, Naijie exclaimed, "What? It's that expensive?" He went over and whispered, "Are you short on money? How much do you need?" "If I really can't, I'll trade some materials for money," he muttered, pointing at the bill. 60 million. "Ah!" Yunmu, who finally understood, cried out in alarm. "Why don't you just rob me?" The receptionist calmly retorted. "Sir, you're joking, if making money was this easy." He casually picked up a pile of items and asked, "Damn it, see how much I can get for these." The receptionist replied, "Please wait a moment while I check." After a brief examination, she said, "Sir, these can be exchanged for 83 million hyun coins." With a look of surprise, Yunmu said, "So much? I thought these would only be worth 3 million at most in Central Province." The receptionist gestured to the screen and explained, "Central Province specialties are very valuable in Crimson Province because the only way to transport them between the two provinces is through the very expensive inter-province teleportation array." Hearing this, Yunmu smirked and asked, Then materials from Hongman continent must sell for a lot in central continent, right? The receptionist replied, "That's right." Yunmu gleefully takes a deep breath, then announces to everyone, "Let's not go back just yet." Natier, annoyed, asks, "What crazy idea do you have now, Yunmu?" Yunmu closed her eyes, savoring the moment with a blissful smile. "I smell money." Meanwhile, inside the vice leader's office, a subordinate kneels on the ground, recounting the events. After hearing the story, the vice leader asks incredulously, "Li Yunmu took the sacred artifact." The man was overcome with fear, desperately begging for mercy. "Vice leader, please spare me. I'll retrieve the sacred artifact." He coldly stated, "You don't need to retrieve the sacred artifact. We're short on test subjects." The vice leader smirked sinisterly, saying cryptically, "No need for such trouble, you'll do." The subordinate's face instantly paled, and his smile vanished. He coldly ordered his subordinate to be dragged away, ignoring his desperate cries. "Vice leader, please spare my life, vice leader." The priest sheepishly reported, "Vice leader, Li Yunmu appeared in Mantian City 2 days ago. Please grant me 2 squads." He continued firmly, "I can definitely kill him and retrieve the divine artifact." The vice leader refused, saying, "No need. I'll send Wei Xinran to handle it." A message was then sent to her. The priest tried to persuade him, "But my eyes and ears in Mantian City are numerous. I can find him faster." The vice leader leaned on the armrest, coldly stating, "I don't like to repeat myself." He stood up, casually took the cigarette from his mouth, and threatened, "Forget that idea and don't ruin my plans." The vice leader turned away indifferently, not forgetting to threaten him, "Or I'll have your whole family on my operating table." Elsewhere, in the Crimson Continent within the Enchanted Forest, 2 men were hunting. One of them wondered aloud, "Strange. This place is usually teeming with beasts and monsters, so why is it so empty today?" The short-haired man immediately suggested, "How about we go deeper?" The other man rejected the idea without hesitation. "Go deeper? Have you forgotten what happened?" The mysterious story from that year is suddenly recounted. 2 years ago, a dozen Red Star powerhouses went to subjugate the enchanting butterfly demon in the southern forest. After several days, everyone returned. But he paused, then continued. Some went mad, and others forgot how to live. After hearing this, the short-haired man was a little wary and whispered, "I remember now, let's just go back." The purple-robed man sighed in frustration. "Let's come back and check again in a few days." Meanwhile, Yunmu effortlessly annihilated the massive beasts, gleefully anticipating a huge profit, wondering how Shen Chen and the others were faring on the periphery. Yunmu quickly collected their remains into the Star Realm Gate, Long Fenjin eager to bloom, thinking of the riches awaiting him in Central Province. As he worked, another massive monster suddenly attacked. It paused, seeing its brethren strewn lifelessly on the ground, and growled softly in fear. Yunmu was delighted, a sly grin spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming as if he'd struck gold. The monster, terrified, turned and fled for its life, letting out a desperate cry for help, as Yunmu and Naijie gave chase, gleefully shouting, "No one can hear you now." Meanwhile, he didn't notice a fallen wooden sign with a red warning, "Beware of the extremely dangerous enchanting butterfly demon." The monster fled, tears streaming down its face as Yunmu gained ground, shouting for it to stop. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yunmu's feet softened, as if liquefying, and he stumbled and fell. Even the giant beast is now a distant blur. He's falling, disoriented, wondering how this became a chasm. Above, Naiji screams in terror, but Li Yunmu offers no response as he plummets into the abyss. Suddenly, her body begins to change, her face blurring beyond recognition. It turns out Naiji was possessed by the enchantress butterfly, who revealed a sinister smile and muttered, "Dead, are we?" Soon after, the fake Naiji calmly turned and left, as if nothing had happened. In that instant, a dark shadow appeared behind her, soaring upwards. It was Yunmu, who had narrowly escaped death thanks to his spirit wings. Yunmu clicked his tongue, confused, wondering why the ground had suddenly disappeared. He floated in the air, looked down at Naijie, and wondered if that thing knew illusion magic. In moments, Yunmu landed gracefully, continuing his ramblings. "Monsters with illusions are worth a fortune." He quickly turned to Liu Naijie. "Did you see where that monster went?" The imposter Naijie hesitated for a moment, pointed in a direction, and said, "It ran that way." Without a second thought, Yunmu quickly followed. "I can't let it get away." She reveals her true colors, her eyes glowing purple with rage. Meanwhile, the real Naijie wandered through the forest in a daze, her face blank with confusion, muttering to herself, "How strange. I was just chasing that mystic beast with Li Yunmok. but in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Speaking of which, she paused, her eyes fixed on a staggering figure near the bushes. Naijai's eyes widened in horror as she realized something, instantly recognizing the figure before her and crying out in alarm. Li Yunmu, his body riddled with wounds. He staggered over, and Naijai asked Han worriedly, "How did you get so injured?" Yunmu Xiaotao replied, "It was that mystical beast from earlier, but it's okay. I know where it went." Without a second thought, she rushes after him, unaware of the sinister smile creeping across his face. Soon after, the two finally approached the monster, and Yunmu quickly suggested, "He's very perceptive. You go first, and I'll block his escape route." Without hesitation, Naijai rushes to attack, but the man behind her reveals his true colors. It's the imposter, Yunmu. Instantly, he quietly prepared to strike her from behind with his sword, but Naiji, anticipating his scheme, suddenly stopped, chanting an incantation, and used her elbow to unleash a mountain force, retracting her body, turning her back, and twisting her hips. She channeled the Iron Mountain haunt, then decisively struck him with a palm. Caught off guard, he reeled in pain, blood dripping from his mouth. As the imposter lay sprawled on the ground, Naijie spoke clearly. "Finally showing your true colors, are you?" She coldly exposed him. "You're a fake Li Yunmu." The imposter asked, confused, "How did you figure it out?" Naijai scoffs, telling him to use his brain next time, as that mystic beast was only at the gold star level, and even a full-powered attack couldn't hurt Li Yunmu. The figure on the ground chuckled and gradually vanished into dust. "I was careless this time, but no matter." Before disappearing completely, he left behind a confident look and words. "You won't escape." She quickly understood everything and pondered, illusion magic? She had to tell Li Yunmu immediately. He must be having a hard time, too. Meanwhile, back with Yunmu, he's pinned against a tree by her. Stunned, he cries out, "Liu Naijie, what are you doing?" The imposter, Naiji, moved closer, whispering about a feverish body, shamelessly flaunting her figure and seductively purring, "Take me, Li Yunmok." A witness to this scene screamed in horror, struggling to cope. She lunged forward and he panicked. "Liu Naixi, what's wrong with you? Calm down a little." Then, Naijie looked at Yunmu with glowing purple eyes and purred, "Li Yunmu, you've immediately fallen for the trick," and his whole body jolted, his eyes turning a purple as well. Yunmu couldn't resist as the fake Naijai moved in to kiss him, when suddenly a voice screamed out, startling him. "Stop right there." The real Naiji stomped her foot from afar, then charged forward, punching the imposter and yelling, "How dare you use my face to do such a thing, you fake?" Naijie shouted at the dissolving imposter. "How dare that fake use my appearance? No, damn it." Meanwhile, Yunmu was still dumbfounded, wondering how one Naijie was hitting another, so she immediately smacked him on the head and explained it was an illusion. She then seriously explains that this illusion can affect hearing and sight, but it can't maintain its form if struck. The head of the fake Naijie suddenly turns into a strange cloud and floats into the sky. The smoke coalesces into a human form, accompanied by a voice that says, "Sick. I wanted you to die in bliss, but you don't know what's good for you." As the words fade, the woman's head materializes, and her body begins to take shape. The butterfly enchantress hovered in the air, her wings fluttering, a look of excitement on her face, clearly enjoying the hunt. Yunmu looked up and, seeing the woman's form, said, "A big goose." Annoyed, she unleashed butterflies and silk threads, declaring, "I am the butterfly." The threads wrapped tightly around Yunmu. As he was about to be completely enveloped, he smirked and said, "More worms. Then we'll need fire." He unleashed the great sun flame art, and a massive fire appeared, burning everything away. As the flames subsided, the woman charged towards Yunmu, slamming her silk threads where he stood. The earth shattered, but Yunmu managed to jump back just in time, as she unleashed a flurry of silk strands toward him. He deftly dodges the attacks, using nimble footwork to evade them with ease, and as the female demon lands before him, he offers a friendly reminder. "Oh, giant goose, don't forget I'm not alone. When did Naijai appear behind that woman?" She stared at her with cold eyes, muttering an incantation. Chi converges, the palm strikes, all returns to nothingness. Demonic summit. The next moment, a powerful blow struck the demoness's back, sending her flying into a tree as she coughed up blood. Van looked pleased as he approached the demon, sneering with obvious satisfaction. "Is that all you've got? Where's your illusion?" But she smirks, chuckles, and taunts the wary Yunmu. "Humans are so foolish. Did you really think I wasn't using illusions?" As she said this, the demon's body gradually shifted behind him, reforming from smoke. She flew above Yunmu, a delighted smile on her face, raising her weapon high, ready to strike a fatal blow as Naijie reached out, calling out in a panic, "Li Yunmu!" As the demon woman brought her weapon down on Yunmu, he casually stepped forward and summoned Li Yun from behind him. It appeared and blocked the demon woman's attack, shocking her. "What?" With a swift motion, Li Yun severed her head from her body as Yunmu scoffed. "And you thought you could sneak up on me?" The demoness's body turns to smoke as she glances at Yunmu with a cunning look, marveling, "Tch, this guy's strong." It then turned into a pile of silk, flying forward, transforming into 2 demon masks before Naijie and asking, "But is she as strong as you?" Realizing the ploy, Yunmu frantically called out to Naijie, but in the next instant the demon mask slammed down where she was, forcing her to leap into the air. But unbeknownst to them, the remaining demon mask was already behind her. As Yunmu shouted a warning, Naijie turned around in horror, only to see its mouth open wider than her entire body. Yunmu and Li Yun rushed forward, shouting, "Naijie!" But she was a step too late. The demon head had consumed her. The woman had also returned to her butterfly form. She reassured him, "Don't worry, your little girlfriend isn't dead yet." But as she said this, a sinister look appeared on her face, and she grinned widely. A series of clones appear behind the demon woman, who excitedly looks back and says, "I've turned her into my image." Then, with a smug look, the enchanting butterfly asked, "Can you tell which one is your girlfriend?" Seeing the fear and hesitation on Yunmu's face, she was overjoyed. "Don't dare attack? Are you afraid of hurting your girlfriend?" Immediately, she and her butterfly army surged forward, declaring, "Then you can just die." The butterfly dance technique was unleashed, and a series of green silk threads were fired towards Yunmu. He quickly countered with a shadow army for defense, then charged forward to face the demon, deflecting her surprise attack with his sword. But in an instant, she teleported behind him and placed her hand on his shoulder. "If you want to live, then stop caring about her life or death. It's disgusting. Get your hand off me." The demoness, hearing this, kicked him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground and asked, "What are you pretending to be?" Van Muk was sent sprawling, the earth shattering in a massive quake. He quickly sat up, body battered and strength depleted. He knew that continuing like this wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Yunmu's pendant suddenly glowed brightly as the stubborn legion seized the opportunity to rush towards him, intent on his demise. In his desperate hour, Yunmu heard a voice, his father's. He was startled as the sound materialized from a wisp of smoke in the void. Then a hand appeared and instantly blew away several clone butterflies. As the demoness's silk threads gathered into a vortex, she stared at it in fear. What? That feeling... In the next instant, the Nightmare Queen, Ling Long, appeared before Yunmu from that silken vortex. Seeing her, he was relieved, wiping away sweat and secretly rejoicing. "My daughter is back." Meanwhile, the woman gaped in astonishment. Why would such a supreme being heed his call? Seeing this, she and her butterfly legion flew into the sky, thinking, "I must escape before she sees through my illusions." But Ling Long saw through her quick escape. Her eyes widened, pupils glowing, as she stared directly at the swarm of butterflies, and the enchantress's illusions and clones began to crack, then shatter into pieces. Seeing her illusions shattered before her, she panicked, wondering, how could my illusions be so easily broken? Is this the ultimate power? In desperation, she noticed Naitiu's body falling nearby. Seizing the opportunity, the demoness flew towards her with sinister intent. "I have one last card to play. With her here, they can't touch me." The demon lunged, reaching for Naijie, who floated above Qiu Zhong. Just as her hand reached Naijie's pink shoes, a voice echoed, "She's mine now." Suddenly, an unseen hand gripped the demoness's neck, halting her for a moment. Lost in a panic, Mi-Dai looked at the figure constricting her neck. What? So it was Ling Long who intervened, staging a dramatic rescue. Her breath grew shallow as she was choked, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, spare me." Her eyes lit up at the demoness's desperate pleas, promising her blood essence and eternal servitude. But before she could finish, a splash of crimson stained the air. The demoness's hand fell as life seemed to fade away, and Ling Long happily flew out of the smoke, returning to her small form and rushing towards him, arms outstretched, calling, "Daddy!" Yunmu is embraced by the little girl, who affectionately pinches his cheeks. "Daddy, you praise. Your daughter is really amazing." Lin Long shrinks down, standing in Yunmu's palm, stammering, "Mommy, mommy," as he stares back in surprise. "Mother?" The little girl was referring to Naite, who lay motionless on the ground. "Mom," Yunmu said awkwardly. "Hey, don't call her that." Just then, she slowly woke up, rubbing the back of her neck and groaning about a headache. What was going on? She's awake. He quickly holds out the necklace. Get back in the scale, quick, she can't see you. With a pounding headache, Nijay wondered, didn't that goose swallow me? Where's the goose? He asked, turning around and hiding his hands behind his back. I took care of him. Suddenly, she raises her hand and summons her spiritual power. Scout leader, crane step push. The forest echoed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. Trying to trick me again. How can Yunmu break the illusion? Damn goose, take this. Why hasn't the demon revealed itself? He cried out miserably. Stop hitting me. It's really me. After some convincing, she asked worriedly, Yunmu, are you okay? Yunmu's head was still spinning from the beating. They had only gone a short distance when they heard a strange noise. Van Muck quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Hide, someone's coming. In the distance, a truck approaches, a figure bound to its rear as the leader barks orders to speed up. He laughed maniacally in the car. Run faster. They've put a corpse in the truck to threaten the girl. If you don't pick up the pace, you'll end up like the guy in the truck. The three men sat smugly, never expecting to find a girl in the forest who knew illusion magic. Luckily, we have the vice leader's medicine, or we would have fallen victim to the bewitching butterfly enchantress's illusions. The leader grows increasingly arrogant, urging his men to hurry. Yunmu stares in disbelief, while Nijie is bewildered. How could such a place exist? After a while, they stopped the carriage and threw a corpse into the abyss, a place where so many had fallen before, the bodies piled high like a vision of hell. He glanced at the bearded man trampling a member of the Heavenly God sect, then stopped at the pile of corpses, the countless bodies of the Manhong tribe. Yunmu's face twitched, veins bulging. He recalls Badak's words about the villagers disappearing, and the image of Van Mook pointing his sword at the bandit flashes in his mind. Yunmu recalled the man's words, observing that the figure trading with them was definitely not a member of the Manhong tribe. He surmised that everything was related to the Divine Light Church, but what was their goal? The carriage stopped over there, and at the edge of the pit, the henchman grabbed the girl's hair, pulling her forward, and asked, How about it? Isn't this a beautiful sight? They're all your people? He whispered from behind the victim, After we're done with you, you can join them. Helpless, she wept, glancing at Yunmu, who couldn't bear it any longer, and descended from the tree. Sacred Heaven Sect, are you guys some kind of freak show? To not recognize you, and dare trespass on Sacred Heaven Sect's forbidden grounds. Yunmu frowned, threatening. Who I am is irrelevant. Just answer my question or you'll face a terrible death. The fat one burst out laughing. This is killing me. Who do you think you are? The other one crossed his arms, sneering. Even Li Yunmu wouldn't dare speak to our boss like that. The leader feigns composure, slicking back his hair, but his tone is arrogant. A reckless brat like you needs to be taught a lesson today, or I'd be remiss. He finishes speaking and throws a punch, trying to knock out Yunmu with one blow, but he's shocked by Yunmu's lightning-fast reflexes. What? A second later, the tables turn as he seizes the leader's wrist, twisting it back, causing him to cry out in agony. His two lackeys rushed over, shouting, Boss! But a swift hand moved from behind. With a stern expression, Natier knocks out the remaining two thugs, leaving them coughing in the dirt. Yunmu slowly sat next to the leader, coldly threatening him, unless he wanted his other arm broken. His stern demeanor terrified the man, who obediently answered his questions as Yunmu began his interrogation. What about the bodies? The man stammered. I really don't know. I only heard that the vice leader was conducting experiments. Yunmu paused at the word experiment, pressing for more answers. So where is this grand experiment of yours? Where is the vice leader? The leader propped himself up, scrambling to speak. Boss, I really don't know anything else. This answer, of course, did not satisfy Yunmu. He stood up, turned, and said it was a waste of his time. He picked up a sharp knife and approached the captive victim, each precise cut freeing her from her bonds. He and Nate coldly departed, leaving the knife behind and calling back, The rest is up to you. Deal with it however you want. It's up to you. The woman was touched, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, Thank you. The girl slowly picked up the knife, sending the leader into a panic. What do you want? He stammered, his eyes wide with fear. No, don't. A second later, the air was thick with the stench of blood. As she walked, she turned to ask Yunmu what tricks the Celestial Sect was up to this time, capturing so many people. He snorted coldly, knowing it couldn't be anything good, especially since they'd lost a body transport team, which they'd surely investigate. Nijai suggested, I'll tell Shen and the others to hurry back to Mantian City. It's not safe here. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks as a terrifying explosion erupted from the dense forest. From the thick smoke, Yunmu carried Nidai in his arms as he leapt into the air, while the cannons below continued to target them. With the woman in his arms, Yunmu looked down at the weapon. Speak of the devil. He held her aloft as the binoculars locked onto his handsome face. Immediately, they fired cannonballs at their opponent, but to attack him with such paltry weapons, he instantly pierced through the barrage. But suddenly, Yunmu froze, muttering about his body. It was then that men realized he couldn't move anymore. Just as the cannons were about to unleash two massive fireballs, boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted where he floated. Dust and smoke engulfed them both, but undeterred, Yunmu held her close with one arm, while unleashing the universal principle. The violet blaze shattered the cannons in an instant. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the protection of the great sun violet blaze. Yunmu challenges, "Come on out, these tricks won't work on me." A small figure emerges from the bushes. Not bad at all, as expected of Lee Yunmu. Yunmu stares intently at the figure. It's her again. Shinran also looked up to face him directly, as Yunmu glared at Wei Shinran, whose wings were now partially broken. Yunmu lands and raises his chin. "Why would they send you to kill evil?" She retorts, "Of course not. My mission is just to retrieve the holy relic." Yunmu smirked. "You mean that? It's in my badge. You want it? Come and get it." A dark aura began to emanate from his feet, but Yunmu released Naiji, summoning his second shadow from behind to see if she had what it takes. Hanyul quickly drew her sword from her sleeve in response, raising it defensively with a determined tone. "Then let's see." Shinran bravely charged forward, confronting his belief in power. A blast of purple spirit energy came, and she immediately leaned back to dodge it, swinging her sword in an arc, unleashing power towards Yunmu's shadow. Unexpectedly, the first shadow is hit. She flies through it. A golden line slices through, and the shadow's head vanishes. Seeing the situation, Yunmu knew things weren't good. Her polished combat skills and mental attacks compensated for her lack of Zhuan power, but shouldn't that kind of mental attack be extremely draining? He kept his hands in his pockets, watching the small figure of the woman before him. Why is Xinran using her powers? Her eyes widen as she manipulates the spiritual energy in the area. Yunmu and Naiji are frozen in place once more, unable to move. Without hesitation, she raises her sword, ready to strike them down. Soon after, blood trickled down with a cough. The shadow managed to grab Xinran's blade, but she forced it through his hand, piercing Yunmu. He looks at the exhausted Xinran, her breath growing shallow, blood around her mouth, and speaks. The continuous mental attacks on a composite body must be taking a toll. Yunmu asks sternly, "The sacred artifact of the heavenly sect? Is it worth risking your life for?" Yunmu remained safely behind his shadow shield, while Han Yan gasped for breath, recalling the pendant opening to reveal a happy family of 3. The vice leader stared intently, then ordered, "Find a way to retrieve the sacred artifact from Lee Yunmu." He clenched his fist, his voice strained. "If she doesn't return to reality..." Shinran's eyes once again showed her resolve to fight. She draws a sword from her sleeve, shouting, "Not yet!" Shinran furiously swings, bisecting Yunmu's second shadow. While controlling his sword with one hand, Yunmu instructed Naiji with the other. "Naiji, you don't need to interfere. This is my fight." He unleashes an attack to secure his victory, but as Yunmu strikes, Han Yan leaps into the air. His relentless attacks forced her to use both swords to defend, as Yunmu's blade danced, seeking to ensnare the dark shadow. Finally, his sword clashes with Shinran's, and a smile creeps across Yunmu's face. Not bad. Even injured, she grits her teeth, determined to fight, using the power of her eyes. "This is all thanks to your guidance." Yunmu's body trembled, and he looked uncomfortable. Another mental attack. Before long, Shinran coughed up blood. Yunmu sneered, so sacrificing so much stamina really took its toll. With a swing of his sword, he sends her weapon flying, and she falls backward. Yunmu raises his weapon, a grim declaration. "It ends here, tranquil water frenzy." A slash cuts through her as he effortlessly glides past. Defeated, Xinran coughs on the ground, dust still rising around her. She struggles to sit up, asking weakly, "Why?" Confused, Xinran stares at the man before her. "You won't kill me?" Yunmu retrieves his weapon and replies, "If I killed you, the Catwind Squad would never forgive me." With one sentence, he could change her. Those fools are waiting for her to return. That's right. Han Nian's eyes widened, unable to accept what she was feeling. "I have nothing to do with them anymore." Yunmu gently placed something in front of Shinran, which is why he called them fools. "Take this back and turn it in." The two then left, leaving her alone with the precious cauldron, saying, "Though it's unclear why she's risking so much, there must be a reason." Shinran bit her lip, her body trembling. She stood and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Senior Dai-hung keeps asking you about the heavenly god sect's sacred poison, doesn't he? Shinran bravely wants to stand on the side of justice, for once. I'll retrieve it for you, and I promise to return the sacred artifact, once this is all over. Yunmu turns away, tactfully refusing. No need. Just get home safe. Don't keep them waiting, and I'll retrieve the sacred artifact myself. As if his wish had been granted, he was overjoyed. Unexpected, wasn't it? Of the holy heavenly sect. Yunmu already had his plans when he placed Ling Long in that pot. I'll even give you all a special little gift. His hatred grew stronger, and soon old and new grudges would be settled. Cut to inside Manthianthan, where the two notice the chatter of the crowd. The reward is too high. This guy is not simple. Naiji is curious as she sees Yunmu sneak into the crowd. Hey, where are you going? Danma raised his hand, his greed ignited again. It seems there's a reward to be claimed, maybe a big score. Money to be made. After a while, Yunmu managed to squeeze through the crowd to eavesdrop. The man announced that anyone who captures this person alive can claim a reward at the royal palace. 1 billion, to be exact. But Yunmu's face fell when he saw how awful his wanted poster looked. What is this supposed to be? Unfazed, Yunmu points and laughs. Liu Li, look at the name on the wanted poster. Should we grab him while we're at it? As fate would have it, he was soon in handcuffs. They quickly restrained Yunmu, smugly dragging him away. Kid, aren't you the one on the wanted poster? So easy to catch? Yunmu snatched the wanted poster, comparing it to himself, and grumbled incessantly. What? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Where do I look like him? Are you kidding me? The whispers around them were no longer about whether they looked alike. They're so alike. So alike. Looking closer, they really do resemble each other. What is going on? He asks, point blank. Yunmu was about to lose it. It was an exact match. In that moment, I truly began to doubt my appearance, as he dragged him away without hesitation. All right, come with me. But all he was left with was an empty handcuff. You vanished, making him look like a fool as Naijie snatched you away, annoyed as she ran. I'm impressed. How does this kind of thing happen all day? He held up the cuff, muttering, worthy of the billion-dollar bounty, escaping my cuffs in an instant. The adults loudly pointed out the size. That handcuff of yours is for full-grown people. It's too big for them. Soon, the people of Mantiancheng were searching for the young couple. Where had they run off to? Where did they go? A boy reached out, his eyes wide with anticipation. It was balloons. It turns out that Naijie and Yunmu were wearing bear costumes to sell balloons. Seeing his reluctance, she suggested, they're probably not in this square. Let's look somewhere else. Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were gone. Naijie still hadn't figured things out. Where can we go? The whole city is plastered with wanted posters. In his beastly form, he marched to the palace to demand an explanation. Yunmu fumed. They made me look so bad. I almost got ignored. Seeing this, the girl was speechless. So that's what he's angry about? A scarred man looked at the wanted poster and muttered, This Li Yunmu is a prominent figure in Central Province. How could he be involved in our missing people case? Another man added, I didn't believe it either, but the Governor General saw it himself. In the royal conference room, the accusations piled up on the table. The two pondered, wondering if someone was trying to frame him, but even so, they could only find the person and ask directly. Suddenly, 2 teddy bears burst through the door. Inside the dog costume, Yunmu gritted his teeth. Who's in charge here? The 2 men looked bewildered. Who are you people? He slams his hand on the table, scattering letters everywhere, and retorts, What people? The pair begins to undress, propping their feet up on the table. Are you looking for us? The 2 men in the palace quickly recognized Li Yunmu. Guards, seize them. The general raised his hand to stop the guards, who looked at him in surprise. General, one of them said. He turned to face him, saying, Since you're here, I'll be frank. He listened calmly as he was accused of using the people of Zhou as sacrifices and practicing forbidden sorcery. The Grand Commandant clasped his hands together, seriously questioning if the accusations were true. Cut to the eerie room of those demonic people, where the tiny Jinran sat slumped against the walls next to a photo of the Cat Fong team, their faces beaming with joy. The subordinate looked at the girl with her head down and called out, Hey, little Wei family girl! She looked up at his announcement. The vice leader told her to go to the palace, where Yunmu was leaning back in his chair, sneering, I'm involved in the missing person case? How ridiculous. The person opposite him clasped their hands together and negotiated, "We won't make things difficult for you. You can leave as long as you agree to an investigation to prove your innocence." The fiery youth arrogantly retorts, "What if I say no?" The man replies grimly, "Then we have no choice but to be impolite." He immediately gave the order, "Someone!" A group of men immediately surrounded the young couple as he slowly rose, his tone laced with hidden meaning. "Escort these honored guests to their rest and treat them with the utmost respect." One of them reached for Naijie, demanding, "Miss, come with us!" She retreated, shouting, "Don't touch me!" Yunmu, hands behind his head, spoke sharply, his words sending shivers down the spine of the large man. "Let her go." The subordinate turned, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. They all felt a chill run down their spines, frozen in place. Could this be the pressure of a transcendent? "If we actually fight, I'm sure I'll die." Suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind, along with a familiar voice. "So that's why no one greeted me after my visit? Turns out you were all here?" one of them said, turning around and recognizing them. "A young master," he ignored the small fry and went straight in, sensing a powerful aura from afar. I wondered who it could be. Yunmu frowned at his old acquaintance. "I knew you were a capable disciple of the Manchu, but I didn't expect you to come and go from the palace as you please. It's been too long." Without a word, they both raised their fists, while Dongqing called out to them affectionately. The young master reached out to touch them, surprised. "What's with this huge formation? Come to my room for a drink. We'll talk while we drink." My hunch was right. He then asked quietly, "What are you guys wearing?" Van Muck was still annoyed, thinking he was being long-winded. The insolent subordinates chime in, "Hold on, young master. This man is heavily involved in the disappearances. If we let him go, it'll be difficult to explain." Hearing this, he frowns and glares at them. "Are you saying everything is related to my brother?" The young master then defused the situation for Yunmu. "Is that so? Brother, you understand, so you'll play along, right?" "I don't." The young master brushes it aside. "Very well, you all heard it. He said he didn't do it and went to drink wine." The second member stared blankly. "What? This is beyond a joke." Governor Liu was still unwilling to give up. "Young master, this is important. If you continue like this old man will have to intervene personally. He fiercely protects his foolish master, threatening. Uncle Liu, now that you're governor, you really think you're above everyone, don't you? Don't forget, uncle." The young master turned his head, each word spoken slowly to remind the man. "I am the young master of the Hongman clan, its future leader. If you want to lay a hand on me, then try it." He placed a hand on Yunmu's shoulder, saying the man they believed to be the culprit was destined for greatness and wouldn't bother with such petty acts. The young master's words were fearless, implying only fools rely on accusations when they can't find clues themselves, as he gleefully watched his family turn on each other. It was then that Yunmu spoke up. "All right, I didn't just come here to cause trouble today. Aren't you all looking for clues about the case?" Yunmu reveals that he has a clue, a very important one. Bound and determined, Shinran pushes open the doors as the vice leader watches contentedly from the window. "Little Shinran has arrived, just what I wanted." He stroked his chin, his voice alluring. "I trust you brought what I desire most." Zinran frankly places what he wants on the table. This is the sacred artifact that Li Yunmu stole. The vice leader has unexpectedly returned to his complete form. A welcome surprise. "Where are my family?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. He's not going to let them go that easily. The vice leader narrowed her eyes at the girl. "Rest assured, I will return your family to you, though they may be a little different than before." Sinran is startled. "What do you mean by that?" He gets straight to the point. "I think you've seen the legion of blood corpses I created, right?" She bit her lip, thinking of the bloodthirsty test subjects in those vials, as the vice leader calmly continued. "Now, there's a slight problem. Han Nihien recalls the tormented body in the test tube, constantly crying out to be killed. He makes a small request. I don't remember which jar they're in, so why don't you go find them yourself?" The vice leader's words hung in the air, as if she knew what condition he would impose. Xinnian's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was forcing her to do. Her heart sank, and she collapsed to the ground, seeing the vice leader and his illusory clones smirking wickedly. What an interesting reaction. So that's what someone looks like when they're on the verge of collapse. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A moment later, her body gave way, and Xinran hunched over, one hand on the ground, the other clutching her chest as her breath grew ragged. With his hands in his pockets, he revealed something interesting. Even trapped, they begged for her life. The vice leader whispered in her ear, "Especially that little devil. How old is he this year? 7 or 8? Its painful screams were music to my ears. With that, he turned and left Jinran in turmoil. Now you're free. I promised them I wouldn't harm you, especially since your family put on such a good show for me. You should thank them properly. Her heart aches and she clutches her chest, her spirit seemingly dead in this moment. Tears streaming, Sinran thinks of all she's done for him, betraying friends, harming her teacher, and failing to save her own family. In this moment, Sinran was completely broken. I'm better off dead. Like this. Her other hand gripped the ground, her fury reaching its peak. Han Nian looked up, resorting to her familiar method. Hypnosis. She could no longer bear it. She lunged at the vice leader, drawing the sword from her sleeve. A second later, the air was filled with an eerie blackness, streaks of purple scattering into fragments. Back at the palace, someone slams their fist on the table. The young master grits his teeth. You're saying the Holy Heavenly Sect is behind all of this, and the number of victims is far greater than we imagined. Yunmu admitted that the corpses in that pit weren't just a few dozen. He gritted his teeth, consumed by hatred. Damn it, the Holy Heavenly Church again, doing this to my people. The young master immediately issued a challenge without hesitation. I declare that the Red Plains clan will wage an all-out war against the Holy Heavenly Church. Upon hearing this, his subordinate slammed the table and stood up in a panic. Young master, he quickly dissuaded him. Do you know what it means to wage war against the leading power of the divine holy continent? Please reconsider. He frowned at the crowd, a group of stubborn old men, but his subordinate still had to prevent this war. The mass grave alone couldn't prove that the divine holy church was behind it. If they start a war like this, something terrible will happen. Yunmu stood there, silently listening to his persuasion. Even if Li Yunmu is a rising star, his word alone isn't enough proof. Out of nowhere, footsteps rushed over, and someone shouted, "We believe him!" The eyes of everyone in the palace immediately turned to them, and a subordinate, seeing their leader, exclaimed, "A member of the Haiyan clan, why are you here?" He calmly called his granddaughter forward, telling her not to be afraid, that they were there for her. It was one of the victims Yunmu had rescued from that pit of corpses. Without hesitation, she reveals the truth. Grand Governor, I can testify. All the missing people were captured by the Holy Heavenly Sect. The young master was shocked. She could testify? She nods in confirmation, and Naijie in the back recognizes her as the girl he rescued from the lake of corpses. The girl began to recount her tale. While hunting in the forest, she was captured by members of the Holy Heavenly Church. On their transport, I saw many of my clansmen die tragically, words that fueled the young master's rage even further. The victim calmly continued. I also overheard many internal discussions of the heavenly god religion. They're using our people for experiments. Hearing this, everyone raised their hands, vowing to fight. Young master, let's start the war with song. We Manchus are not weaklings. We must avenge our people and make them pay for treating us this way. The young master turned to the man in front and asked, General, do you still intend to stop us? Liu Zongdu gripped the accusation papers on the table. You think I'm a coward, kid? If the evidence is accurate, I declare war on the Scarlet Tribe. He throws the papers into the air, officially declaring war on the Divine Light Church. As if waiting for this order, everyone excitedly shouted in unison, full of anger. Liu turned to the young master and Yunmu. Don't get too excited. We don't even know where the Heavenly Church's secret experimental unit is in Manhongchao. The time has come, Van Mook interrupts. Don't worry, I know. He struck a dashing pose, revealing that his daughter had pinpointed their location. In the Royal Palace Lounge, the team sits on the sofa, discussing. Senior, let's go too. We might find Xinran. Yunmu leaned back, closed his eyes, and dismissed the idea. Just leave the Holy Church to the Hongman tribe. After I take you back to the academy, we'll visit their headquarters. And Lu quickly waved her hands. No, we want to go too. Suddenly, a strange noise made Shen Chen alert. Who's there? He rushed to open the door, only to freeze at the sight of the person standing before him, as a voice called out from within. Shen Chen asks, Who is it? He quickly recognizes his teammate and stammers, It's Wei Xinran, as those inside are shocked. What? Xinran is back. Just then, she seemed to lose all strength and fell forward, collapsing into his broad shoulders. Only then did Shen Chen notice the streaks of blood on the back of her shirt, and he whispered her name. Han Yan. The remaining three rush out in concern. Han Yan. What's wrong? Shen Chen quickly laid her down, and as she opened her eyes to see Yunmu and Naiji, she whispered, Senior, I'm sorry. Han Yan opened her palm. The poison needle I promised you. I got it. Her eyes began to fade, a slight smile on her lips, but I broke my promise to return safely. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Yunmu couldn't help but be moved, while Gaifeng and the others couldn't believe what was happening. No, please, there must be another way. Shin-Chen rushed to her side, gently lifting her head as she whispered, Captain Wei-Shin-Ran, won't you come back to the team? He couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face as Shen-Chen cried out in anguish, Of course! These words seemed to ease Shinran's heart somewhat, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Shinran imagined their team together, and how things might have been without that evil blade. But life doesn't have what-ifs, as her eyelids slowly droop. And in an instant, a mournful atmosphere engulfs the area. A fierce battle unfolds in the cursed forest, as the Crimson Tribe retaliates, vowing vengeance for their fallen kin. The lab members wielding cannons fought as one, determined to hold the forbidden entrance until their plan succeeded. Then even the gods would fear the heavenly teachings. With a battle cry, the two sides clashed in a deadly fight, and the cannons roared, claiming countless Hong lives. A lab lackey worries how long they can hold out against such numbers, while inside, a circle of soulless figures surrounds the infamous, cruel leader. The priest urged, Vice leader, the Manchu's offensive is strong. Our followers can't hold out much longer. He nodded. Time enough. When I obtain the evil blade, it will be the day those ants die. He calmly puffed on his pipe and continued. Vice leader, is offending all of Hongmanju worth it for this one blade? Without hesitation, he replied, Of course it is. Zhang spreads his arms, gazing intently at the sword plunged into the ground, and declares, This sword is a divine weapon? The priest furrows his brow, asking in surprise, A divine weapon? The vice leader replied, That's right. Records say that the curse incantation used this blade to slay an old god and seize its position. But after the curse incantation defeated the old god, it cursed its own blade and cast it away here. A god's weapon retains their will, allowing us to glimpse their realm. The deputy leader, radiating malice, added, It's also an unparalleled honor. He took out the treasure that Yunmu gave Shinran and gave the order. All right, the ritual preparations are complete. I must begin subduing this blade. The vice sect leader added, Stand guard outside and don't let anyone disturb me. The cauldron slowly rises into the air. Though the blade can absorb mystical energy, it also releases cursed power. From above, it emits streams of green spiritual energy with a crimson aura at its center, but as long as I use the sacred artifact as a bridge, I can continuously convert the blood zombie's mystical energy for myself. The vice leader's voice echoed as he transferred power to the blood fiend. As the red energy swirled around the blade, his triumph grew. Even a divine weapon can't escape my grasp. The blade absorbs the mystical energy and transfers it to me. The vice master was slightly taken aback by its murderous aura, thinking, As expected of a divine weapon, even after being abandoned for millennia, its power remains so formidable. He resolutely reached out both hands towards the azure blade. But you still can't escape the fate of being controlled by me. Suddenly, an explosion behind him grabs his attention. The vice master is in a hurry. The blood corpse is about to succumb to the curse's power and explode. He must hurry. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to submit to me. The vortex of spiritual energy grew denser, and just as he was about to finish, another explosion rang out nearby. From the dust, a voice spoke. Sorry to bother you. The vice leader turned to see Yunmu, one hand in his pocket, looking down calmly. I'm just here to pick something up. The man asked suspiciously, Are you Li Yunmu? Yunmu replied sternly, That's right. You must be the vice leader or whatever. My student has been in your care. The vice leader calmly sneered. Come to avenge that girl. You're too late. Yunmu smirked in response. Not at all. There's something you don't know, is there? Unfazed, Yunmu reveals, I gifted the sacred artifact to Wei Shinran, and I included a little surprise for you. It'll wipe that smirk right off his face. Yunmu shouts, Arise! Just then, the treasure unleashed a cyan vortex, and the Shadow Queen gradually emerged from within. With a wave of her hand, Ling Long decimated hordes of experimental corpses. The vice leader still seizes the precious blade. This is bad. The blood corpse is exploding, and the curse power is flowing backward, but as predicted, he's blasted far away. The blade's power causes blood to flow from his eyes, and he coughs up blood incessantly. The vice leader's body goes limp, and he collapses to the ground. Yunmu walks toward the blood-red sword, a sword for which countless lives were sacrificed. It's clear you truly desire it. He's the next to place his hand on the hilt, but I won't let you have it. Its terrifying power threatened to overwhelm Yunmu in an instant. He gritted his teeth, finding it amusing that it was still so fierce. even after being weakened by the divine Holy Heaven sect. The system suddenly warns of a powerful force invading the host, and in 1 minute, the host will explode and die. It suggests using the Star Realm to share the invading power. Remembering his ace in the hole, Yunmu calls out, "I still have the Spirit Realm." As the Spirit Realm opens, the space is instantly consumed by a mystical blue. The power of the Star Realm was absorbed into where Yunmu stood. Weapons glowed with green energy, and red spiritual energy was summoned from the trees. Yunmu held the ancient blade in one hand, gathering all the power, the crimson energy and the essence of the Star Realm, into the other. Soon, it filled his palm. Feeling he had enough, Yunmu stomped his feet and pointed his palm full of energy towards the treasure blade, taking and absorbing its power. Soon, the blade's murderous aura begins to fade, revealing the scars of battle. So, this is the sword's true form. Yunmu easily draws it and swings it through the air. Yunmu couldn't believe how easy it was. He'd succeeded so easily. But little did he know, a burst of purple energy suddenly emerged from the treasure blade, attacking him head-on, its spirit affecting his eyes. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Damn, a sneak attack!" Yunmu quickly closed his eyes to minimize the damage, but when he opened them, he was even more confused, wondering where he was. It seemed he'd been thrust into another galaxy. Before him lay countless planets and stars. At the altar, the Catwind team and the young master rushed to find Yunmu, calling out his name. Eventually, the group entered a cave, and Naijie, noticing Yunmu gripping the sword's hilt, called out to him. Enlu and her 2 fellow disciples stared blankly at Yunmu's back, wondering, "What's wrong with senior brother?" Naijie, standing next to her, was flustered. "He's probably subduing the sword. Don't touch him for now." Suddenly, one of them cried out, failing to alert the others. The injured vice leader struggled to his feet. "Why is my body changing like this? It's the power of the curse, eating away at my body." He roared like a madman, one side of his body now clearly monstrous. "Yunmu!" The vice leader, his face contorted, searched for Yunmu while shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Locking onto his target, he lunges forward, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." The others quickly form a shield in front of him, protecting Li Yunmu. Meanwhile, in the galaxy, Li Yunmu is engulfed in the purple glow of his blade, as a menacing planet looms in the distance. Slowly opening his eyes, he looks ahead and asks, "Who is that?" A long-haired man with obscured features appears on that planet, surrounded by terrifying power. Yunmu grits his teeth in discomfort. What level of being is this? You want me to kneel? This pressure is terrifying. Then the figure spoke. As expected, the god of slaughter is not so simple. If you weren't cultivating a source of star power, I fear you wouldn't have lasted until today. Forget it. Living like this is meaningless. Let's start over. My killing intent, my blade demon, wait for my return. Though 10,000 years may pass and everything will be lost, when the power of the star realm reappears, that will be my return. As he finished speaking, more energy was released, and the power from the earth exploded, rushing towards Yunmu. His body faltering, he struggled to look ahead, wondering, is this the aura within the evil blade? This power, it feels so familiar. That power is about to consume Yunmu entirely. He muttered that this felt like the power of the star realm, and he was about to be swallowed whole. With only one eye left to see, he cried out in anger, "Damn it!" Outside, the vice leader mocked the young master as he stomped on him with his demon foot, saying that they were overestimating themselves if they thought they could stop him. Now, the Hongman clan had fallen before him, lying defeated on the ground. The vice leader turned to Yunmu, furious, and cursed, "Damn you, Yunmu, daring to ruin my plans and steal my evil blade." He rushed toward him, enraged, but it was too late. Seeing this, Naijie cried out in fear, "No, stop!" The vice leader approached Yunmu from behind, raised his demonic hand, and glared as he said, "Kill you, and the evil blade will still be mine." Seeing the hand reaching out, Naiji cried out in alarm, "Yunmu!" But just as the ghostly hand was about to touch him, it was blocked by a heavy blow from the evil blade. The vice leader stared at his trembling hand, crying out, "What?" She's shocked as well, as Van Muck appears, looking triumphant, caressing the evil blade, saying, "Sorry, this sword is mine now." Our hero has successfully tamed the demonic blade, and now he holds it firmly in his grasp. The vice leader was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. A mystic had blocked his attack. Could he have deciphered the divine information left in the air? He rushes towards Yunmu with a sinister plan. He can't allow him time to grow. He must be eliminated now. As he raises his demonic hand, Yunmu swiftly circles the blade, brings it behind him, grips the hilt with both hands, and thrusts it forward with force. In a swift move, he unexpectedly plunged the hilt into the vice leader's stomach, causing him to cough up blood with wide eyes. Then he held the hilt with one hand, touched the blade with the other, and summoned his power. With that, Yunmu plunged the blade into his body, the power of the Yuming lightning strike causing him to convulse in agony and scream. But the vice leader wasn't finished, maniacally summoning his demonic hand towards Yunmu, who quickly leaped into the air. The vice leader's hand slams down, sending rocks flying. Immediately after, Yunmu lands, drawing his blade back, the friction causing power to surge around it. He gripped the sword tightly, braced himself, and swung it forward, using the nether annihilation to slash 2 diagonal cuts across the vice leader's abdomen, then teleported behind him. With the deed done, Yunmu stood still, his blade in hand as his opponent slowly fell, bearing a grievous wound. Seeing him collapse, Niejie excitedly asked, "Did we win?" Suddenly, Li Gao coughs up a mouthful of blood, thanks to the vice leader, who now stares wide-eyed with a triumphant grin. "You've fallen for my trap." Van Mook realizes with a cold smile that the blood contained poison. He stared at the blood he'd coughed up, a mix of surprise and fear. The vice leader rose, a triumphant smile on his face, saying, "Your left side's going numb, isn't it? Did you think a holy vice leader of the sacred sect would be so weak?" He turned to Yunmu, who raised his sword, and he immediately said, "A lifetime of poison, using countless people as experiments." The vice master approached Yunmu, raising his demonic hand, and said, "The perfect test subject is myself." The X-shaped wound was already healing. As the vice leader's sharp claws closed in, Yunmu struggled to block them with his blade, in only for the vice leader to suddenly seize the sword, splattering blood and catching him off guard. He then grabbed the blade and yanked it up, kicking him violently away. At that moment, the vice master looked at the blade with glee. "You're finally mine. Impurity and a cursed blade are the perfect combination in this world." Suddenly, Men said gravely, "Psst, if I were you, I'd throw that blade away. Have you forgotten? How did you become like this?" Yunmu smirked, then slowly said, "Worldly massacre. Cursed sealing." No sooner said than done. The black aura around the blade suddenly wrapped around his hand, and he cried out in alarm, "What?" A moment later, he collapsed to the ground and threw the blade aside, as his other arm also began to transform into a demonic hand, causing him unbearable pain. As demonic thorns erupted across his body, the vice leader screamed in agony, blood gushing forth. He ground his teeth, snarling, "No, my body is breaking down. I need more flesh to sustain it." With that, the vice leader turned his gaze to the blood golems of the sacred religion, the source of flesh he craved. He rushed towards the mountain of corpses, ravenously devouring them. Our side was disgusted by his behavior, Niejie said, slowly approaching him with a pill. "Yunmu, quickly take this. It can stop the poison from spreading." After thanking her, he devoured the pill. With his body restored, Yunmu rose and staggered forward. Niejie worriedly reminded him, "Be careful, he's from my clan." But he immediately reassured her, "Don't worry." Immediately, his murderous aura flared, eyes blazing purple as he declared that all of this should end. The vice leader on the other side sensed it, pausing to listen. Yunmu approached the Nichiren blade, asking curiously, "Isn't facing death better? Why insist on struggling like that?" Hearing this, he smirked, saying, "Your biggest mistake was not taking the chance to kill me earlier." Yunmu coldly replied, "Now you no longer have that chance." At this point, the vice leader's entire body had transformed into a demon, becoming larger and more terrifying. Seeing this, Yunmu mocked, "The more you transform, the more disgusting you become." Annoyed by the word disgusting, the vice leader stomped his foot and leaped forward, charging at him and slamming his fist down. Test the perfect power of this body. He leaps back, only to be shocked by its strength. How could something so large be so fast? As Yunmu stood in shock, the vice leader teleported behind him and gleefully asked, "What are you looking at?" Immediately after, a violent collision occurred and dark energy erupted in a cloud of dust. As the smoke clears, our hero retreats, summoning his shadow to block the approaching demonic hand. Suddenly frozen, he stares ahead in disbelief as the vice leader's body regenerates, who proclaims, "I told you this body was perfect." His body restored, he tells Yunmu, "Each blood corpse I've modified has a 100% fusion rate with my body. They are all a constant source of energy for me." Then he reaches out and grabs the blade of Yunmu's sword. "What makes you think you can defeat me?" He barely manages to block the blade. The vice leader suddenly pushed the blade up and punched Yunmu hard, causing him to cough up blood again as he despaired, thinking, "He's too strong. I can't fight him." Thinking quickly, he retreated, summoning his Shadow Legion to fight back. They appeared in a flash, fists raised against the vice leader. Seeing this, he sneered, swatting away the shadows as he mocked, "You think these specters can hurt me?" While the Vice Master fought the Shadow Army, Yunmu and his blade shot toward him, striking his left arm, but he retaliated with a powerful punch to Yunmu's face. The Vice Leader's arm falls to the ground and our boy retreats. Wiping the blood from his face, he thinks in shock, is this the power of a sage? Even with the evil blade's power, the Vice Leader's left arm is gradually regenerating. In despair, Yunmu suddenly remembers, wait, the evil blade's power. The evil blade in my hand hasn't been fully awakened yet. If he can awaken it with the power of the Star Realm like in his memories. Just then, the Vice Master launches an attack. Yunmu regains his composure, blocking the blow while calculating how to defeat him. He just needs to buy enough time to activate it. While the Vice Leader relentlessly attacked, Yunmu calmly dodged each blow, buying time. He lunged forward madly, smiling while Yunmu fled. While stalling the fight, he tries to awaken the evil sword, urging, "There, hurry up." The Vice Leader senses something amiss, wondering what he's plotting by stalling for time. Then he raised his hand, surrounded by destructive power, thinking that he couldn't stall any longer with the evil blade in his possession. Whatever he's planning, he must be dealt with quickly. The Vice Leader used the Divine Punishment Strike, his palm striking Yunmu and sending him flying. He took the full brunt of the attack, blood gushing from his throat. The area around Yunmu explodes, sending dust and debris everywhere as the Vice Leader smirks with satisfaction. The Hongman clan was frozen in place, staring in disbelief as Naijie cried out Li Yunmu's name in anguish, tears welling in her eyes. The Vice Leader then noticed her, saying smugly, "Almost forgot about you. Don't worry." In the next moment, he lunged at Naijie, his murderous hand leaving her defenseless. "You'll be seeing him soon enough." At that moment, the power within the demonic blade surged violently, its force stopping the Vice Leader's hand in its tracks, shocking him. "What?" He jumped back, spotting Yunmu with the blade, and curiously asked, "You're not dead?" My boy smirks menacingly. "Looks like my luck's better than yours. Are you ready to die?" The Vice Leader regained his composure, retorting, "Me, prepared to die? What are you talking about?" Before he could finish, Yunmu's icy expression and sharp eyes suddenly loomed large in his mind. His hands trembled as he thought in horror, how did this guy's aura suddenly become so strong? A terrible fear washes over the Vice Leader as he wonders, could it be because of the evil blade? He stood frozen, staring at Yunmu, questioning if he had truly mastered the evil blade's power, then steeling himself, no matter the reason. I must take it back. As the Vice Leader thought this, Yunmu and the azure blade struck him, a payback for what he'd done. He barely finished speaking when the Vice Leader realized with a start, "Too fast! Too fast!" A flurry of strikes tore through the Vice Leader as Yunmu flew back, engulfed in power. His body now riddled with cuts and purple blood, the Vice Leader sneered, "Is this the power the evil blade grants you? But it's useless. My body can regenerate infinitely. Just wait until you're exhausted." Before he could finish, Yunmu interjected, telling him to take a good look at his body before talking about infinite regeneration. Hearing this, the Vice Leader looked down in a panic, realizing his wounds weren't healing. "My body is perfect, so why? Could this be the evil blade's power?" he wondered, when suddenly moans echoed in his mind. "Give me back my life. We don't want to die. We want revenge," the Vice Master shouted, clearly disturbed. "Who are you? Stop it. Stop talking." But those voices only grew louder. "I don't want to die. Where's my mother?" Die. It was then he realized the bloodthirsty cells in his body were resisting him. The death curse continued to echo as the blood corpses within him desperately resisted. The Vice Leader, unable to accept this reality, screamed out in despair, "Why resist me? I am your god." The blood zombies were emerging from his body, and Yunmu's blade was raised before him as he approached, surging with power, his whole body glowing, and he said mockingly, "A god? You dare call yourself that? You're nothing but filth. Go to hell and repent." Seeing the evil blade's fierce strike coming, the Vice Leader cried out in terror. "No." He finally collapses to the ground, defeated and broken. He then turned to our protagonist, stammering, "I lost. Impossible." Without mercy, Yunmu struck, the Vice Leader's body vanishing instantly as he declared, "Nothing is impossible. It's all over." Moments later, our hero slowly walked towards everyone, his body covered in blood, raising his sword and staring wearily at it. "I didn't expect borrowing your power to have such a strong side effect, Or am I just too weak? With that, his eyes blurred, and he slowly closed them amidst the cries of those around him. After a while, Lee Yunmok opened his eyes to the sight of everyone's joyful faces. And Lo exclaimed, "He's awake! I knew he'd be okay." Lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, he asked, confused, "Are you trying to turn me into a mummy?" At that moment, Jiajia and Anlu jumped for joy. "The senior is awake. We should celebrate." But then she suddenly yells, telling everyone to get out and leave him in peace. She shooed them away, saying, "Out, all of you. He needs to rest, and I'll take care of him." Then she shyly approached Yunmu's bedside. "Finally, some peace and quiet. How are you feeling now?" Annoyed by the bandages, he wondered why there were so many, but gently replied, "I feel great, don't worry." With the matter settled, Yunmu touched the blade beside him, wondering how his body couldn't handle the immense power of shattering the world. Then, puzzled, he wondered why he couldn't feel the great power in the saber anymore. What was going on? At that moment, the fake young master kicked open the door and called out to his brothers, then cheerfully patted Yunmu on the back, saying, "You're finally awake. You're our benefactor. It would have been a great loss if you died." He asks, "Is the matter with the Divine Holy Church resolved?" He smugly replied, "Of course." Then, with great pride, he recounted, "We've torn apart our relationship with the Divine Holy Church. The Holy Celestial Church members in the Cursed Land have been wiped out, and the other followers in Hongmen Prefecture have been driven out." Hearing this, he touched the cursed blade beside him and continued, "What is their ultimate goal? Is it really this blade?" "Yes, that's right," the young master replied. "According to the hostage, that's the history of this blade." Unbelieving, he says, "The god's curse sounds strange, like an evil god who only causes trouble from behind the scenes." Suddenly, Yape's serious tone startled him, and with a grave expression, Leon Mook warned him of the grave danger he was in. Men was skeptical of that statement. "My situation is very dangerous." But Laji insisted she was right, explaining that any trace of a god, even a single word, could greatly enhance one's power. Not to mention the weapon he once used. If other forces learn of this, his situation will be very dangerous. Hearing this, he stares intently at the evil blade beside him. At that moment, the young master placed his hand on his chest and promised Yunmu, "Rest assured, brother. Only a few leaders of our Hong Manchu know about this. You are our great benefactor, and we will definitely not reveal it." But suddenly, he hesitated. "But the Holy Church is another matter. What should we do?" Hearing this, our hero calmly replies, "It's fine. Let them come and try to take it." He affirms with great resolve, "If I can't even protect my own blade, then I'm not worthy of it." Hearing this, the two were very satisfied. The young master proudly praised Yunmu for his spirit, saying he was worthy of being his brother, and assured him that anyone who dared to touch him would be against their Manchu clan. Afterward, our protagonist tells him, "Right, I have a favor to ask." Later, in the heavy rain, a group of people approached the graves with black umbrellas. Yunmu and his sandstorm squad arrived at Han Nian's grave, a scarecrow in his hands. He placed it beside her grave and said sorrowfully, "I found this in the Sacred Heaven Church's lab for you. It's important to you, right? You've been through a lot, Han Nian." He shielded the scarecrow with a black umbrella as the others silently grappled with their emotions. Then, Anlu sadly recounted, "Han Nian, this commemorative badge is for the victims who died in this incident. The headmaster has arranged a place for you by the memorial, so you can be reunited with your family." She bit her lip, fighting back tears. The heavy rain continued to fall as the sandstorm squad turned to leave. "Sinran, rest in peace. We'll come visit you again." As she finished speaking, the rain miraculously stopped, as if Han Yan had granted them one last gift, and they lowered their umbrellas to gaze at the rainbow above. The rain stopped. "Yes, thank you." Cut to a city scene where a clerk is greeting some customers. "Hello, what can I do for you?" She was stunned to see Yunmu and his crew dressed like the mafia, as Shen Chen awkwardly said from behind, "UGA, don't say we know them." As the clerk was about to press the button, she paused, hearing our hero whisper about needing 6 intercontinental teleportation tickets, asking her to hurry. Hearing this, she withdrew her hand and replied, "Of course, right away." Moments later, the system notified him that 60 million had been spent, and the clerk happily presented the tickets. "Here are your tickets." Meanwhile, Yunmu stares blankly at the system, wondering why it only cost 60 million, not 600 million. The employee explained that he had super VIP status, enjoying a 90% lifetime discount because he was a benefactor of Hong Manchao, then shouted out his name, Li Yunmu, to our bewildered protagonist. Annoyed, he pointed at the employee who misinterpreted it and happily said, No need to be so polite. All eyes immediately turned to him. Everyone shouted Yunmu's name, terrifying him, and in the next second his crazed fans swarmed him like cats to cream. Little Mumu, I love you. Our hero, don't go. Van Mu ran for his life, desperately crying for help. Seeing the dust cloud kicked up by the female fans, Nijay helplessly tells An Lu, "Let's go. We'll wait for him at the teleportation array." She's still shocked by the scene before her. The senior is really popular. Indeed, very popular. The 5 members of the Cat Peak team have arrived, just waiting for Yunmu, who is trying to escape the crazy fans. Seeing him in the distance, Nijie waved and called out, "Yunmu, hurry up. The teleportation is starting. If you don't come now, we're leaving." Hearing this, Yunmu mustered all his strength. "Wait for me, damn it. Just watch." Instead of running, he leaps toward the others, a sight that leaves Pan Nu utterly stunned. As Yunmu landed, Lai Jai immediately praised him. Not bad. The 2 cheerleaders and Lulu in the back held up signs with 100 points. He panted a few times, confused, "Wait for me to copy later." As the teleportation array activates, our favorite idol and his team wave goodbye. Seeing this, the female fans were unwilling and kept shouting, "Don't go, Lee Yunmu." A second later, the whole team was teleported away, bidding farewell to Hong Manjo. Soon after, Yunmu's team arrived in Yuntian Fortress's inner city. Stepping out of the teleportation array, everyone was excited. Finally, he's back. Finally back for barbecue, roasted chicken, and more. At the same time, the crowd on both sides of the road erupted in chatter, their eyes fixed on him. "It's Lee Yunmu. He's back. Tell the sect. He's returned from the Scarlet Plains." Of course, my brother didn't miss a word. He glanced at them, then seriously warned, "Something's not right. Be careful." The team was stunned. "Huh?" But complied nonetheless. Okay. Suddenly, some nobody jumps out of nowhere, blocking his path and brandishing a weapon, then loudly proclaims, "Lee Yunmu, I've finally found you. I heard you used a divine weapon to kill a sacred mystic." He declared without restraint, "Let's see if you're as great as they say. Fight me." The man froze as he simply brushed past, not even bothering to look, only saying dismissively, "Excuse me, please move." This infuriated him, his muscles bulging. The Zhuan cultivator angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Li Yunmu, by refusing my challenge, you're looking down on the top dogs of Black Tiger City." He simply waved dismissively and replied coldly, "So what? You're just one of many who want to challenge me." Our hero left a message. "Line up and wait your turn." This enraged the man, who gnashed his teeth and charged forward, only to be held back by his 2 subordinates. "Van Muck, you stop right there. I'm going to kill you." The man in green quickly dissuaded him. "Senior brother, don't act rashly. This is the inner city of Yuntian Fortress. Mystics are forbidden from fighting here. Our mission is to scout Van Muck's strength, so let's just follow him." Soon, wherever he went, he became the center of attention, with some in the crowd pushing forward and shouting. Not only did Li Yunmu accept Naijie's challenge, but things weren't much better here, with some girls even going so far as to beg him for a fight. Seeing him still silent and unresponsive, they grew frustrated and began to hurl insults. "Fight, Li Yunmu, you coward!" Seeing this, Anlo says with frustration, "There are too many people following us." Jia Jia responds that they can't shake these people, tailing them from a distance. And this isn't good. Suddenly, a young man spoke up as Yunmu approached, suggesting, "If I were you, I'd take someone on." Curious, he stepped forward, asking, "Why suggest I fight someone?" Pointing towards the group, Ruo Chen calmly explains, "They're curious about your strength, but too proud to show it, so they're sending people to test you. Instead of refusing challenges, why not just fight someone?" Yunmu, agreeing somewhat, rested his hand on the back of his chair and replied, "That makes sense. You're right." He then suspiciously inquired, "Aren't you curious about my strength?" Hearing this, Ruo Jen paused, stunned for a moment, before understanding and flashing a sinister smile. "Of course." Yunmu, holding the token, continued, "If we're showing off our strength, we need someone willing to fight, right?" Ruo Jen replied decisively, "That's right. We need someone willing to fight." With a snap of his fingers, he tossed the token high into the air. "Let's go to the Void Arena." In an instant, the 2 arrive at the arena, evenly matched and brimming with power. Outside the inner city, their sudden appearance on the main screen stunned everyone. Azure Dragon General Yun Mu was about to battle Tang Ruchen, one of Yun Tianbao's 10 heroes again. This Yun Mu is all the rage lately. Rumor has it he almost leveled the Holy Heavenly Church. And they say he got his hands on a divine weapon, and that's how he beat the Holy Profound expert. Is it really that sensational? Back in the arena, Yunmu wastes no time drawing his azure evil blade, but Huan immediately dismisses it. Oh, is that the rumored divine weapon? Seeing his stance, he didn't back down from the challenge. Well, let's see. Rogen immediately unleashed his spiritual pressure, black energy swirling in his left hand, golden flames erupting in his right, and declared, "I'm not the same person I was back then." Then, try out my new move. As soon as he finished speaking, Rushin unleashed a palm strike, instantly turning his spiritual power into a pillar of light, violently rushing towards him. But with swift movements, he skillfully used his mystic wings to fly up, narrowly dodging the attack as the power curved to follow him. He was momentarily stunned, wondering, "It automatically tracks?" Far from intimidated, he simply smirked and sized up his opponent, acknowledging his newfound strength. With that, the two faced each other at close range, and Ruo Chen threw a punch to block Yunmu's path. Yunmu was now caught between two enormous pressures, one side with fierce golden flames, the other with surging Ruo Chen aura. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on his sword, muttering, "You've gotten stronger, but I'm even stronger." With that, Yunmu unleashed a decisive strike, tearing through the oppressive forces and successfully reversing the situation. Ruo Zhen was immediately blown back, exclaiming in shock, "What kind of technique is that?" Yunmu looked at him mockingly, scoffing, "It's not a technique at all, just pure power." Refusing to accept defeat, Ruo Zhen unleashed even more spiritual power, roaring, "Impossible! I'm a transcendent master. How could one strike break my technique?" At that moment, his power began to coalesce. Black dragon flames were then activated, summoning a majestic, illusory dragon, as Ruzhen angrily shouted 3 times, "I don't believe it." He then let the dragon shadow engulf his body, transforming into a fierce force that relentlessly charged toward him. Yunmu stood still, not dodging, but secretly assessing. He hadn't expected the attack of the profound light power to materialize, and with such formidable power. He hadn't intended to use this sword. Thinking this, Yunmu immediately took an offensive stance, deciding his opponent was worthy of seeing it. The two faced off, and in contrast to his opponent's furious rage, Yunmu wore an eerie and terrifying smile. In the next moment, the atmosphere grew tense as two surging auras began to violently collide. Yunmu shouts, "Cursed power! Break it for me!" And with that, his cursed black energy engulfs Black Dragon Flame, instantly shattering it under its terrifying pressure. As the many tracers watched the Black Dragon Flames vanish, they were stunned. Taking advantage of their shock, Yunmu pressed his wicked blade to Tracer's neck and declared it was over. He had lost. Meanwhile, outside the inner city, the onlookers were horrified by what they were witnessing. Well, what kind of unearthly power is that? This sword is terrifying. Van Mu is a monster. Meanwhile, Ruo Chen cries out in defiance, refusing to accept defeat. Black Dragon Flame failed to materialize, and with tears in his eyes, he looked at the Black Dragon Flame in his hand, his heart aching. "What are you doing? That's my precious Black Dragon." Seeing this, Yunmu reassured him softly, "Don't worry. Once the cursed power dissipates, you can continue to use your ultimate move." Hearing this, Nie Chen asked, confused, "That's good. But what curse were you talking about just now?" "Sounds ominous." He explains that the sword was once cursed, and anyone who dares covet it will be cursed as well. The scene shifts to a dark room where shadowy figures are watching Yunmu. The one in the center speaks, "A curse, you say? Perhaps it truly is cursed to make that old man from the divine heavenly sect fail?" The scene shifts to a sect, where the leader sternly announces, "No sect is to attempt to seize the divine weapon. Just monitor its movements." All the mystics responded in unison, "Yes, sect leader." Meanwhile, in the Mystic Guild Master's office, Duduk leaned back in his chair, laughing with amusement. That brat is really clever, knowing how to use the gods to threaten others. As long as the divine weapon doesn't fall into the hands of a major power, it's a good thing. He wore a pleased expression, then spoke with a sneer, "Yunmu, let's see how many surprises you can bring me." Elsewhere, my homeboy, who was being talked about too much, sneezed uncomfortably. Meanwhile, Da Xiong appeared behind him, his deep voice calling out to Yunmu, who asked, "Why meet at this secluded cliff?" He quickly agreed, of course, to take him to the Poison Saint. Sometime later, the two entered a forest. On the way, Yunmu recounted everything that happened in Hongmanzhou, how the final power within the evil blade prevented his resurrection and ultimately killed him. After that, I was in a coma for several days. Hearing this, Da Xiong squeezed through a mountain crevice and asked, "So that's the whole story of how you obtained the divine weapon?" He quickly replied, Yes, why the sudden curiosity about the sword? He pondered. Little Mu, even though we have many enemies, all from major sects like the Chaoyang sect and the Divine Heavenly Church, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be as dangerous as this sword. Yunmu flinched as a spider greeted him unexpectedly, but didn't forget to answer. You mean the curse? The words in the arena were for those sly foxes to hear, to keep them from bothering me. Dachiang turned back and glanced at him, then voiced his speculation. No, that's not what I meant. You obtained this sword too easily, as if it were waiting for you. The curse god has descended, but he must have a way out. He immediately pointed at him, implying something, and continued. His target is most likely you. Yunmu slowly approached, asking suspiciously, What does that mean? Could the cursed god be after my body to return to the mortal realm? Who knows? It's not impossible. With that, he stares intently at him, suggesting that perhaps he himself is the god of curse. Yunmu is increasingly confused. Huh? What does that mean? Why is he saying things I don't understand? He casually walked down the stairs, replying, It's nothing, I was just kidding. Let's move on. The two then stumbled upon a green frog trapped in a glass jar. But there was more than one. Yunmu looked around, then sighed. This place is cold and dark. The poison master is indeed an eccentric. Dachiang calmly replied, Anyone who can take something to the extreme is, more or less, a weirdo. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from the room ahead, startling him. Oh no, it's blown up. Is this an ambush? A sweet voice suddenly rang out, catching him off guard. Ouch, that really hurt. The voice came from a girl covered in the after-effects of the explosion, her clothes tattered as she rubbed her head, muttering, Failed again. I guess the ratio's still off. She collected herself, glanced up at the two men, and then screamed in alarm. Oh my God, why are there people here? You're here to kill me, right? Dejong quickly explained. The battle maiden introduced us. Is the poison saint here? Hearing this, her expression suddenly changes, and she urgently asks, You're Little Na's disciple, the Valkyrie you call Little Na? Then the girl slowly stood up and continued, I often hear her mention you. She's very proud of you. At the same time, she hiccuped, then introduced herself with a cute and confident air. I'm the one you're looking for. The poison saint, Mujin Dexyong, exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. Dujen told you we acquired it, right? Please, concoct the antidote quickly. Meanwhile, Yunmu secretly assessed, This is the poison saint? Such a dramatic outburst. She seems unreliable. Trembling, Mujin replied, I'm sorry, but I can't make the antidote for you right now. He was stunned. In the next moment, she suddenly began tearing at her hair, screaming in a panic. I just created a new poison and tested it on myself, but I haven't made the antidote yet. I only have half an hour to live. I need to make the antidote quickly. Yunmu wears a displeased expression, thinking, This girl is hopeless. Meanwhile, Mujin urgently gets to work, needing to quickly recalculate the formula. 8 grams of non-toxic waste from Qi is starting to feel dizzy. He stares blankly, wondering, Am I really okay? Meanwhile, an angry voice suddenly erupted from behind, successfully drawing their attention. Poison Saint, I've finally found you. The orange-clad man appeared, panting, and continued. Bet you didn't expect this. I'm the lucky survivor from the sect you poisoned years ago. After all the hardship I've endured, I've finally found you. You're finished this time. He charged past them both without hesitation, shouting, Don't get in my way! Unconsciously watching, Dajong immediately judged, Too fast, this person is at least a super mystic. He approached Mu Jin, then reached for his sword, ready to attack. Die! He roared, but she paid him no mind, focused only on concocting the antidote from the 4 drops of extreme leech urine. Suddenly, Mu Jin unleashed a massive torrent of poison, forming a ferocious serpent that attacked before he could react. What? It immediately let out several piercing shrieks as the serpent swiftly glided forward, the toxic gas engulfing the orange-robed man in an instant. His entire body began to corrode from the strange liquid, leaving only a skeleton behind. Yunmu was stunned, lamenting that he had been completely dissolved. This is getting a little intense. Even Dajong is stunned. Is this the poison only the poison saint can concoct? He secretly surmised that this woman, though seemingly unreliable, was actually quite trustworthy. It seemed she was only pretending to be foolish. Thinking this, Yunmu slowly approached and softly called out, Hey, poison saint! As soon as he spoke, Mujin was startled and instinctively threw the entire pile of solution in her hand straight into his face. Yunmu frothed at the mouth and collapsed. Helpless, she stammered, Sorry, don't talk behind me when I'm concocting something. I'm easily startled. Watching, Daxiong could only think how incredibly foolish this guy was. Soon after, Mujin concocted an antidote for them both. She became fascinated as she took the poison needle from Daxiong. Is this the deathly needle, one of the top 10 poisons? Almost unable to resist, Mujin reached out, but Yunmu quickly shouted, "You've only just detoxified yourself. Don't push yourself too hard." She patted her chest confidently. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just watch over me and don't let me be disturbed." He was incredibly doubtful. Was she really okay? Seeing Mujin fall flat on her face, Yunmu couldn't help but worry about her clumsiness, and he immediately called out, "Poison Sane." Sometime later, Mujin quickly held 2 bottles of green liquid in her hand, announcing her completion. She stepped out, looked at them, and casually asked, "Which of you wants to try the medicine?" The 2 friends panicked and fled, shouting in unison, "No need." The poison master glared at them both with discontent, then turned her attention to the piglet in the pen she'd been raising, and immediately began butchering it. It's time for Bao Bao to contribute. Bao Bao was shocked and desperately tried to dissuade her. "Please, mother, you can't just use this poison, let alone me. If something happens to me, my siblings will starve." But Mujin didn't care. She just laughed excitedly. "Tranquil death, I'm going to solve you today." From the corner, the 2 watched with tears in their eyes as Bao Bao's voice faded, and the atmosphere grew silent, save for her sobs. Mok Can slumped to the ground, patting the head of the unlucky turtle, and sobbed with grief. "I failed, my little pig number 337. Don't worry, darling, Mommy will avenge you. On your death anniversary, I'll cook your favorite meal." She gently takes off her outer robe, shocking Yunmu. It seems using something else to replace the poison was a failure, and now she has no choice but to go. The poison saint gently strokes her hair and says sternly, "You 2, come with me." "Where are we going?" Yunmu asked, puzzled. Without hesitation, Mujin replied, "To gather a vital ingredient for the antidote." Soon after, the 3 arrived at a forest. Huddled behind a tree, the poison saint immediately assigned tasks. They were to attract the enemy's attention with whatever means necessary. But Da Zhong chimed in, confused. "Wait, who exactly is our enemy? They have a certain characteristic." Before he could finish, she kicked them both out. Yunmu and Da Zhong were kicked a good distance away. Mujin, standing behind a bush, waved a branch and announced that they would split up, leaving this side to the 2 of them. "Oh right, absolutely no flying," Yunmu shouted in fury after hearing that. "What? Why can't we fly?" Meanwhile, he fell silent, his eyes sensing something was amiss as a light suddenly burst from the ground. Yunmu immediately jumped back, shouting, "Dodge it!" The dust around them cleared, revealing a strange object with smooth skin. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that?" Da Hung silently observed every detail, quickly recognizing the pattern and the bone-chilling aura. Could it be the 6-phased serpent? As soon as he finished speaking, the serpent lashed out, baring its fangs and snarling menacingly. Seeing ice forming in its mouth, aimed directly at Armin, Da Xiong frantically warned him. "Be careful, Yunmu. Its venom is extremely cold. Once it enters your system, your blood will freeze within half an hour." He faced the countless shards of ice as he asked for clarification. "Extreme cold?" he says, intrigued. "Perfect. My Great Flames technique counters cold." Yunmu immediately unleashed his heavenly fire, incinerating the Serpent Star's ice magic. Caught off guard by the counterattack, its body engulfed in flames, it roared in fury, then bared its sharp fangs and lunged at him. Seeing his teammate in danger, he urgently calls out, "Big Bear!" He immediately responded, and Great Bear quickly activated his special eyes, seeking out the Serpent of 6 Souls' weak point. Finally, he squeezed the trigger, sending 2 bullets hurtling towards the snake, one straight into its eye, the other piercing its skin and hitting its vital point. Seeing this, Yunmu joined the fray, soaring into the air, gripping his sword tightly, and declaring that if it's a snake, it must be chopped into 7 pieces. Then, Yunmu decisively struck, severing the serpent's head in an instant. With the deed done, the 2 celebrated their victory with a high five as he exclaimed, "That was awesome." Daxiong humbly replied, "It was nothing." But before long, Yunmu suddenly noticed something was off. "Why do I still hear that strange noise? There's more?" They look around in stunned silence before he remembers, "I remember now. The emerald python is a pack animal." As he said this, countless giant pythons surrounded them, and one suddenly whipped its tail towards Yunmu. He quickly blocked the attack with his sword, the force sending him skidding backward, his shoes smoking as he struggled to maintain his footing. Our hero furrows his brow in frustration, sweat dripping down his face as he wonders aloud how there could be so many snakes in this forest. Before Yunmu stood dozens of serpent spirits, their eyes burning with desire as one hissed menacingly, unleashing a barrage of icy shards in his direction. Yunmu swiftly retaliates, soaring into the air to dodge the attack, causing the snake to lose its balance and crash to the ground as our protagonist nimbly moves closer to them, roaring with fury. "You're just beasts, don't underestimate humans." With that, he gracefully dodged, slashing a decisive line across the emerald serpent's body, causing it to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Da Xiong relentlessly mows down the creatures with a hail of bullets as he suddenly calls out to Xiaomu. Then, remembering Mujin's words, he quickly reminded him, "Didn't the poison saint say never to fly into the sky?" Ignoring him, Yunmu retorted, "Forget her. That fool isn't trustworthy at all. She's the one who got us into this mess." Taking advantage of his lapse, the emerald serpent seizes the opportunity to strike, whipping its tail and slamming our hero into the ground. Great Bear turns around in shock. "Little Moo, that really hurt." He clumsily gets up, cursing, saying these beasts would resort to sneak attacks. He suddenly steadies himself on his knees and says, "Kill one," and another pops up. "How annoying. Let's finish this all at once." Then he decisively jumps up, his eyes flashing with electricity, his rage erupting as Yunmu shouts his technique, "Divine Possession." Da Yong frantically tries to stop him. "Wait!" Elsewhere, a deep voice echoes, "Intruders detected by aerial surveillance." Next, Yunmu is displayed on the phone screen of a mysterious person. The man angrily mutters, "Someone dares to invade my territory. How troublesome." With that, he grabbed his coat and left, determined to deal with the intruders. Meanwhile, Mujin suddenly appears inside a dark cave. The poison master laughs with glee, saying, "I've finally found it. Those two brats were good for something after all." Unafraid of the monstrous black serpent before her, she calmly says, "Six-striped python king, I'm here to borrow something." Hearing this, it immediately opens its mouth wide, flaring its hood and growling menacingly. Its eyes glowed with a mysterious deadly red light, and the serpent lunged to attack. She calmly gazed at it, her face devoid of fear, and mused, "What a lively child, but it's time for bed, or your mother will be angry." As she spoke, she quickly clasped her hands together, creating a dense aura of killing intent. Without hesitation, Mujin spread open her palm, covered in viscous poison, and unleashed the roar of the heart. She decisively lunged forward, slashing a long line across its body, leaving her venomous mark. "Rest now." The six-faced Serpent King roared in agony as the rapidly spreading poison paralyzed its body. The poison saint, witnessing this, taunted, "As the king of venomous beasts, you've never experienced the numbness of poison, have you? When it comes to poison, you're just a six-striped Serpent King, while I am the king of this world." With that declaration, the giant serpent collapses to the ground. Mujin quickly reverted to her clumsy self, tripping after only a few steps and falling flat on her face. Falling face first into the dirt, the poison saint, riddled with wounds, sobbed, "That hurts. I'm gonna die. I twisted my ankle and fell on my face. I want to go home. To be defeated by such a fool is too humiliating." So thought the Emerald Python King, as Yunmu entered a state of trance, forming a fist. A flurry of punches rains down on the giant serpent, each blow packed with immense power, and with a mighty roar, a massive explosion erupts in midair, shrouded in a mist of blood. The remaining giant serpents are drawn in, and from the dust, Heizi's hands emerge, poised to tear everything apart, as another of Yunmu's shadow warriors appears with a snort. Watching from behind, Daewung marveled, "Wow, these shadow warriors are unbelievably strong. Is it a summoning technique?" Meanwhile, those giant serpents are still fighting back. He watched intently, wondering, "But why can't I see the flow of arcane energy on the summoned creatures?" Daewung then closed his eyes and gave up. The summoner is no pushover either. Mu has completely mastered soul possession. Meanwhile, our charming homeowner watches his adorable shadows fight the enemy serpents, hands casually in his pockets. Suddenly, he heard a whooshing sound and the gaping maw of the giant serpent with its sharp fangs. Yunmu immediately unleashed a slash, the blazing flames blowing away the giant serpent as he shouted to get out of the way. Right after unleashing the attack, he clenched his fist, hesitant thoughts swirling in his mind. While the divine transformation looks cool, Yunmu realized with a flash of red in his eyes that it puts too much strain on his body. He wouldn't dare use this skill without the support of the recovery fruit. Just then, another giant serpent appeared behind him, jaws open and ready to strike. He glanced over, deciding, "Then let's make this quick." Yunmu turned instantly, unleashing a flame-covered sword strike. He blazed a trail, leaving behind a sea of fire that consumed the serpent's remains and roared, "Turn to ashes for me! Burn it all to ashes." Zhang looked up in awe, smiling and exclaiming, "This scene is truly magnificent." Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in midair and a deep voice called out, "Hey, kid!" A man lunges forward, slashing at Yunmu and saying, "Trying to mess with my pet?" This causes my brother to quickly lean back, dodging and exclaiming, "Whoa, that was close." He then lands on his hands and slides back a short distance. The man landed on the ground, a cut now visible on Yunmu's face, likely from the sword's aura. He casually wiped the blood away, looked over, and asked, "Who are you?" Wielding such a massive blade so carelessly is dangerous. With that, a middle-aged man with a large blade on his shoulder frowned and looked over, saying, "How dare you try to turn the tables? This is my territory. You should be the one introducing yourself first." Hearing this, Yunmu was puzzled. "So this is your territory? Does that mean that snake belongs to you too?" He replied, "Indeed." Yunmu immediately retorted, "Your snakes are very rude, you know. I was lamenting being abandoned here by that naive poison saint without a single move when suddenly we were attacked by your snakes." Hearing this, he asked if the poison saint's name was Mu Chin. Caught off guard, Yunmu replied, "Yes, do you know her? That's great." The man, Li Qingchang, hearing this, immediately brandished his blade and charged, declaring, "If you're associated with that woman, none of you will leave here today." The mid-air collision creates a massive explosion, obscuring the shield below. Daiwung anxiously calls out to his little Mu. Yunmu was thrown from the smoke, rebounding toward him as he replied, "I'm fine." He questioned Kan Thuong loudly. "What the hell? What's with the sudden attack? I thought you were supposed to be reasonable." He landed and shouted, "Minion of the poison saint, give me back my daughter's life." With those words, Qingshang frowned and glared, his eyes and voice filled with hatred, and hearing those resentful words, Yunmu imagined Mujin's terrifying face with the poison test tube and wondered, just what did that poison saint do to his daughter? Kan Thuong immediately charged forward with his great sword, yelling, "Die!" Our protagonist and his companions quickly raised their weapons to block the attack. The collision was incredibly forceful, shaking them both. He grimaced, gritting his teeth, and said, "This guy." At the same time, Yunmu deflected him with his blade and shouted, "How is your daughter's revenge my problem? If you want revenge, go find the poison saint." Kan Shang landed and asked, "What's it to you?" He raised his blade again, blue lightning crackling as he declared, "All of the poison saint's lackeys deserve to die." With that, the massive blade, crackling with power, hurtled toward the suspended Yunmu, closing the distance in an instant. He frowned, thinking, "Too fast, I can't dodge it. I'll have to defend." With that thought, our hero blocked the attack with his blade, creating a surge of golden lightning at the point of contact, instantly neutralizing the blow and leaving him momentarily stunned. Yunmu's eyes flashed with surprise as he wondered, "Huh? I blocked it that easily?" Just then, from outside the battle, Da Hung shouted a warning, "Little Muck Muck, that's Duong Kong, look up." Hearing this, he looked up, his eyes wide with shock, pupils contracted, blood vessels bulging, and he stammered. It was then that a massive formation appeared in the sky, filled with countless great blades, as Yunmu stood there, stunned. Qingshang raised his hand, forming a seal as mystic energy gathered in his palm, and he declared, "The arrangement is complete. Open the myriad tribulation blade formation." As he said that, dozens of massive blades descended from the formation, all targeting him. He frantically swung his sword, trying to deflect the incoming blades. As he fought against the onslaught, a massive blade appeared above Yunmu's head, while another materialized directly in front of him, causing him to grimace. Damn it, there's no escape this time. A massive explosion then erupts in midair, sending dust and debris everywhere. Qingsheng calmly looked over, then took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and returned his greatsword to his side, as his somber voice echoed with the arrival of the poison saint. "So, you finally decided to show up?" Mujin immediately questioned. "You nasty old man. Why does your snake woman have so little poison?" He pulled out a vial of poison, adding that it was in case some nasty woman came to steal it. "Every 10 days, I'll come to collect." Seeing this, the poison master asked, "Do you hate me that much?" Without hesitation, Qingshang tossed away his cigarette and replied, "Do I hate you that much?" "Of course I hate you." He seethed, his face contorted with rage. "I'll hate you for life. If it weren't for you, my little angel, Tian Tian wouldn't have left me." Kan Thuong recalled his daughter in her pink dress, lamenting, "She was so lively, lovely and innocent. She even asked him, "Daddy, does this dress look okay on me?" Then, on her birthday, instead of wishing for herself, Diane hoped her father would always be healthy. But one day, she was struck by a rare and deadly poison. Kan Shang invited the poison saint to treat her, who injected the girl with something, and soon after, Diane left him forever. Heartbroken, Kan Thuong approached his daughter's bedside, calling out to Diane. Back in reality, his eyes flashed with anger as he blamed her for Diane's death. Kan Shang unleashes his blades, declaring he'll make her join his daughter in death. Below, Da Xiong looks up, worried. The poison saint is losing. We have to help her. In the sky, explosions and shockwaves reverberate. Yunmu produces a blue furnace, smiling softly as he says, "Don't worry, I have a plan." The two do fight, pushing each other down into the dense forest. Qingshang shouts, "After all these years, you're still good at dodging, but prepare to pay with your life." But in a flash, the poison saint appeared behind him, purple energy swirling in her hand, and shouted, "Centipede!" Kan Shang barely glanced over before the next attack was launched. Kan Thuong is no pushover, quickly countering with a horizontal slash of his blade, a spirit-rending strike. Mu Jin, forced to evade, retreats, admitting he's difficult to approach. Meanwhile, Kan Thuong glanced over and asked, "Aren't you going to use your trump card?" She brought it on herself, always holding back. He questioned, "Holding back?" My informant replies, "Indeed, that woman only uses paralyzing poison. She never dares to kill." Amidst the ongoing battle, Yunmu continues his analysis, but the old man shows no signs of stopping. This is too unstable. It's time to end this mess. Seeing the poison saint kneeling amidst the shattered ground, Qingshang's voice questioned, "Hey, Mu Jin, why are you dragging your fiat?" He stood there, both doubtful and arrogant, with no serious fighting stance at all. Did she think feigning weakness would spare you? All the more reason I can't. Just then, Yunmu's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. From above, he looked down and said, "Hey, old man, let me show you something interesting." Kan Thuong looked up, puzzled. "What is this?" He raises his hand to the sky, and a golden light shoots upward. Then, Yunmu slams his hands together and declares, "Void Dreamscape." A golden barrier instantly appears, trapping the old man as Qingshang punches the barrier and asks, "Is this a barrier?" "Impossible." Mu Jin's eyes widened as he stared inside, followed by his dissatisfied cry. "A sacred artifact like the Wheel of Emptiness. How do you possess it? Release me at once." Yunmu landed, hands in his pockets, a confident smirk on his face. "See? Wasn't that easy?" He's not hurt, just unable to move. The poison sage turned back and said, "Thank you for your help." He rubbed his chin and asked her, "But who is this old geezer? He's pretty strong, isn't he?" Mu Jin replies, "He's one of the top alchemists on the continent. Li Tingchang, the master of the medicine manor." Inside the barrier, he pounded his fist against the shield, yelling, "Let me out!" Just then, Yunmu approached the barrier. Furious, Kan Thuong pounded on the barrier, yelling, "Kid, I'll find a way out and kill you." He nonchalantly picked his nose and replied, "No need to look. The only way out is to increase your power and break through the barrier. But do you even know how? Do you?" He immediately produced a vial of liquid, asking, "As long as I have enough power, right?" "Take a good look, Mu Jin. This was specially prepared for you." Seeing this, the poison saint rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Mortal spirit, holy water, are you crazy?" She frantically demands that Li Yunmu open the barrier and stop him. This leaves our sim stunned and confused, but Qingshang doesn't hesitate, raising the vial to her lips and downing it in one gulp. Mu Jin, standing before the barrier, asks, "Is it too late?" All that can be seen is the old man exhaling cold breaths and cracks appearing on the barrier with a few ka-ka sounds. A moment later, a dark energy emanated from him, and with a great shout, the entire barrier shattered. Yunmu raised a hand to shield himself from the force, asking, "What kind of elixir did he drink to unleash such power in an instant? That's insane." The poison saint looked over silently, replying coldly, "That's no spiritual medicine." As the dust settles, Kan Thuong's feet appear. He stands there, a green glint in his eyes as Mukkan continues, "What he drank was something I concocted years ago." Hearing Poison Saint's words, Yunmu immediately questioned, "Poison? Why would he drink poison for no reason? That stubborn old man is insane." That poison can stimulate a person's potential and rapidly increase their mystical power in a short amount of time. But the price to pay is very heavy. Meanwhile, Qingshang crouches down, summoning more greatsword phantoms to prepare for a counterattack. He stomps his foot and rushes towards Mujin as her voice echoes, "When his mystical power is burned away, that's when he dies." The target is locked and Qingsheng pours all his strength into this one decisive blow. An and Da Xiong jump aside, calling out, "Poison Saint," while the man raises his blade and shouts, "Die!" As Mujin clutched her head, she finally spoke. "Li Qingsheng, you really are a fool." With that, intense mystical energy erupts around her, coalescing into a serpent which Mujin unleashes to counter his attack. In a flash, Kan Thuong's greatsword was knocked aside, and he was violently thrown backward by mystical energy, causing him to cough up blood, his eyes rolling back as he gasped. The poison saint watched him fall, clenching her fists as she cursed, "You stubborn old fool." She grabbed Kan Shang's collar, lifting him up as she continued, "Get up now." "Do you really think I can't beat you? I've only been holding back for Dian's sake," Ma Kan angrily retorted. She looks down, her voice heavy with sorrow. He knows all too well that Tian is afflicted with the 9 phoenix poison, which has no cure and causes prolonged suffering. The poison saint recalled the girl in her sickbed, a photo of her and her father on the nightstand, and Mak Khan saying, Dian, I'll go make some medicine." The girl had immediately called out, "Sister Mak Khan, if my father saw me like this, it would break his heart." Startled, the poison saint turned back to reassure her. "Huh? Don't worry, Dian, just focus on getting better and you will." Her frail voice continued, "Sister Mak Jin, you don't have to lie to me. I know I won't recover." These words stunned the usually composed poison saint. Didi, in tears, choked out, "I have one last request." Dark marks from the poison appeared on her innocent face, and with a smile she continued her wish. "Please help me be free. I don't want my father to see me like this." Back in reality, Ma Kan sadly tells Kan Thuong, "Dian's death will rob you of your will to live. But your hatred for me, the flames of revenge, will give you a reason to live. But now, you're throwing your life away for revenge." Hearing her story, he stares blankly in disbelief, saying, "No, it can't be. You must be lying to get the 6 venoms." Seeing Kan Thuong dazed and confused, Mujin continued to scold him. "Stop deceiving yourself. Haven't you ever wondered why I don't fight back?" His eyes glazed over as he continued to listen, realizing that the serpent's 6 souls was also in this starry forest. "Why would I go through the trouble of seeking you out every few years, only to be beaten time and again?" She releases Qingshang's collar. He falls to his knees before her, clenching his teeth in anguish and torment. Tears streamed down his face. What pain must he be enduring to make a man weep like this? His voice choked with emotion. So that's how it was. Yes. Crazy. My Dian thinks I'm useless. The poison saint continued. Dian once told me her biggest regret was not being with her family, seeing the world, and tasting all the different cuisines. She then produced a vial of liquid and told him that if he still loved her, he should drink the antidote. Help Didi fulfill her last wish. Kan Thuong's face was reflected in the vial. Perhaps he had already made his decision. Back at the poison master's base, Yunmu holds up a vial and asks, "This is the Wuxia Liupo poison. The Liupo beasts in the Star River Forest are terrifying. I almost got eaten." Hearing this, she sighed, lamenting their hard work. Then, turning around, her attitude shifted abruptly as she fumed, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have come to the apothecary. Not only did I fail to get the poison, but I was forced to reveal my little secret." A small snake then lunged to attack our charming male lead. He quickly grabs it and asks the poison master, "Will that stubborn old man take the antidote?" Mujin, holding the snake venom, replies with wide eyes, "It'd be better if he died, but he's a doting father, so he's probably somewhere else now." Kan Shang now holds a small wooden box with a field pattern on it, standing in a vast green prairie, gazing into the distance, remembering his daughter's wish. Kan Thuong will now take his daughter on a journey across the continent, a touching moment between father and daughter. And now, before us, the yawning maw of the Yanmen. Yunmu sits and sighs, feeling like there's nothing to do these days. Even though he got the antidote, he still has no clue how to enter the Nuwa realm. Da Young tossed him a soda and replied, "Why so gloomy? We have time." "Think of a way to capture her slowly," Yunmu continued. "Think slowly? Does he plan to take his time until the next intergalactic war starts in 3 years? Will Sister Zhua even last until then?" A question then popped into Da Zhong's head. A war across the universe? He then turned to ask our dear fan, "Does Mumu know anything about the Freedom Society?" He innocently asks, "What are the Free Ones?" De Wong explains, They're a scattered group of outcasts and sages expelled from their sects, forming a gray underground organization. With a serious expression, he continued. They occupy the gray areas of the continents according to their own rules. Some of their leaders have even reached the level of war saints, calling themselves underground emperors. It's no exaggeration to say that even the Sage Council can't do anything about them. Hearing this, Yunmu asked decisively, "So they're basically the mafia?" "So what if they are?" Da Yong replied. "Think about it. If they've been expelled from their sects, they have no way to participate in the all-realm war. The masters in the Free Group definitely want to reach the Saint Warrior stage, and if they want to go higher, the Free Group might know how to enter Nuwa realm." His words gave him pause, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Da Yong asked, "Go? Go where?" Then he questioned, "Tell me, do you know any members of the Free faction?" "I don't." Our homebody honestly replied, dejected. "How would I know them?" Van Muck immediately lamented, realizing it was all for naught. Just then, Da Xiong's father returned, opening the door and asking, "Oh, you're home. Are you on break from school?" Startled, he turned and asked, "You're back, Dad?" Old Zhang entered, peering down at him through his glasses, and asked, "Are you perhaps Liu Mu?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I remember you helped my parents before." He poured a glass of wine and continued, "It was nothing, really. Da Xiong just keeps mentioning you. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know." Yunmu immediately asked, "Uncle, do you know the Freedom Group?" Da Yong spat out his water in shock, then ran over and pointed at him, scolding, "You idiot. We run an honest business. Why would we know those thugs? I was just asking." But Zhang's answer startled them both. He slowly raised his glass and said softly, "I know them." Da Hong immediately asked, "How do you know those free ones?" He smiled and replied, "In business, you have to have connections with both the light and the dark. On the contrary, you two are still young, so don't associate with them unless you have to. If you must meet them, you can check out the Water Tribe." Dae Woong added, "The Water Domain is the Sea Tribe's auction house, and aside from the regular auctions, there's also a super auction held once a year, where forces from all over gather, including the free ones." Mr. Zhang added, "Indeed, the auction will be held in a few days, which is why I've returned. Whether you want to connect with the light or the dark, this auction is the perfect place." He smiled, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at the two of them, adding, "But it only provides the opportunity. How far you can go depends on you both." Yunmu bowed, appearing eager. "An opportunity is all we need." Then, with a calculating smile, he added softly, "Leave it to us." His answer gave even a wealthy businessman like Mr. Zhang pause. Then he smiled, sighing, I'm beginning to understand why my foolish son likes you so much. I need to go to the Central Continent branch of Tuiku for work tomorrow, so you two come along and apply for the auction qualification while you're at it." The next day, Yunmu said, "Even though I prepared myself to face a crowd of wealthy people, seeing these luxury cars still sends a chill down my spine." Da Zhang reminded him, "I advise you to tone down that country bumpkin look of yours for now. Now, you need to act like you have money." He looked at me and commented, "Why do you rich people like wearing such restrictive clothes?" His hairstyle is weird too. Hearing that, he grits his teeth, forced to endure his discomfort. "Look ahead." Yunmu followed his gaze, his eyes widening in surprise at the grand, luxurious building before them. He observed carefully and said, "Looks like this is the place. Let's go, Da Xiong." He adjusted his clothes, smiled with a challenging tone, and said, "Let's meet these underworld emperors." At that moment, at the frame architecture building, under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun, many people were heading inside to participate in today's auction. Da Hong turns and asks, "Does Tiu Muk Muksh have a way for us to get our freedom?" My charming man adjusts his vest, smiling confidently as he replies, "Don't worry, I've been thinking about it all night. I've devised a foolproof plan. It's guaranteed to work." Just as they were about to enter, a security guard stopped them. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid I must stop you." He announced that their combined balance was less than $1 billion. Not enough to enter the water residence, causing Wenmu to sweat and turn to blame him. "Da Yong, aren't you supposed to be rich?" He replied, "My dad hasn't given me pocket money in ages." Seeing this, the male guest next to him spoke sarcastically. "Where did these two broke losers come from? They can't even afford $1 billion. And they dare show their faces at the water pavilion." The girl with him chimed in. "If you're not coming in, don't block the way," he says, calling them poor devils. Just then, a familiar voice asked, "Why aren't you two going in?" Those people stared wide-eyed at him, wondering what was going on. It was none other than Da Xiong's father, Mr. Zhang, a well-known figure in the financial world, who approached them with a smile, asking what they were waiting for. He honestly told his father, "We don't have enough money to meet the water residents' requirements." The guard immediately bowed in greeting upon seeing him. "Mr. Zhang." Old Zhang approached, putting his arm around Yunmu's shoulders, puzzled. There's no way, brother. There must be some kind of glitch in your system. My friend here is the Azure Dragon Brigadier General and a member of the Lee sect. How could he not have $1 billion? The display of wealth left the other guests in awe. What? The Azure Dragon Lieutenant is so young? I've heard disciples of the Lee sect possess extraordinary power, truly a prodigy. After walking together down the hall, Yunmu turned to thank Uncle Zhang. "Thank you so much, Uncle." He reached into his pocket and waved it off, saying, "It's nothing. I've prepared some things for you." He then produced 2 masks and a black card, telling them, "These masks and this card will conceal your identities." We've arrived at the auction grounds. Inside a lavishly decorated room, crystal chandeliers cast light upon many wealthy faces. Cut to the auction house's VIP room, where a woman's voice is heard, filled with surprise. "Are you sure you want to bid on this?" Yunmu, now masked, replies, "Definitely. Please arrange it quickly. I don't want to miss the auction in the next few days." He plucks a flower, inhales its fragrance, and muses, "This flower truly smells divine." The staff member was heartbroken. "Sir, those flowers cost 10 million each?" This woman is the leader of Tuiku. Seeing the fruit before her, she's shocked, thinking to herself, "This is a resurgent fruit." She then looks at him and proposes, "Sir, name your price for the resurgent fruit. We won't refuse." He immediately looked over and replied, "Indeed, the water tribe is different, very generous, but I don't need money. I need information." The water tribe boss immediately stepped forward and politely asked, "Please, sir, have a seat. What information do you require?" Yunmu sat down, raised a hand to his chin, smiled, and replied, "Simple, I need a way to enter the Nuwa realm." This request startled her, causing her to frown slightly as she thought, "Enter the Nuwa realm." He added that he wasn't planning on participating in the all-out war. The leader replied, "To speak such words at such a young age, it seems we of the water tribe are not fortunate enough to keep the recovery fruit." She exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, "The Mystic Guild controls access to the Envoy realm. We really don't know any other way, but I want to make it the most dazzling auction item tomorrow. He'll definitely get what he needs." After the news of the recovery fruit spread, all the continents were in an uproar that night. On the Holy God continent, a report comes in. "Boss, the water tribe has sent the auction list." He asks from his seat, "Wasn't that sent a week ago?" After reviewing the list, he exclaims in shock. Meanwhile, on the northern Yang continent, a woman slams her fist on the table, ordering all the society's funds and sacred artifacts to be prepared. "My precious, I must obtain the restoration fruit." Switching to the Galway continent, another leader took a drag of his cigarette and declared, "I must attend this auction." Finally, on Central Continent, an old man sat among the flowers as a voice behind him remarked, "You certainly have refined tastes." The man frowned and looked back, asking, "Is that you?" "It's been a while." President Dodeok replied, "I'd like to visit more often, but you're one of the free ones now, so it's not so convenient for me." He held up a list and asked, "Have you seen the latest list from the Water Tribe?" Duck frowned, focusing on the paper as the old man replied, "How interesting. I was planning to go there myself. They're right, if you live long enough, you see everything. I never thought I'd see the fruit of high up for auction. Who's selling it? What do they want? Looks like the world is about to change." Cut to 5 days later, at the water-dwelling headquarters in the auction room, everyone listens attentively. "Please be seated quickly. Our auction is about to begin." Seeing Yunmu drooling in his sleep, Da Xiong shook him awake, saying, "The auction's starting. Wake up." The blonde MC then strode confidently onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Water Lodge. I'll be your host for tonight's auction. I trust you're all eager for tonight's feast, and as you can see, our esteemed guests have donned masks to conceal their identities. The MC announces that tonight is a chance to witness precious items, and with that, the auction officially begins. So, the first item up for auction is Trace Z Chai Blood. Our sleepy protagonist grumbles upon hearing this. "This MC is so loud, I can't get any sleep." The first items have found new owners with the constant sound of the gavel in the final bids. The MC's voice rings out, announcing the second item up for auction, as Yunmu wonders with frustration. These are all trivial trinkets. When will the rebirth fruit be up for auction? Oh, at that moment, the host switched to a serious tone. "Very well, our third item is the spirit tablet, with a starting bid of 10 million. At this, many scoffed, saying, "Are they crazy? A wooden tablet worth 10 million? That's right. It doesn't even have a trace of mystical power." Just then, the system announced, The star system has detected a high-value treasure. It is recommended that the host acquire it. Hearing this, our hero was taken aback and asked, "You mean that broken token?" He immediately raised his card, bidding while muttering to himself. Though he doesn't know what secrets it holds, the system is never wrong. He bids 10 million. Suddenly, a girl on the upper level raises her hand, vying for the item with an exorbitant bid. 100 million. Looking at the unique girl before him, our protagonist couldn't help but wonder, where did this person come from? Meanwhile, the bodyguard accompanying him turned to the boss and asked, "Boss, is that our soul tablet?" He smiled and replied calmly, "This is a trap to reduce the competition for the revival fruit." The others remain calm and wait as this place gathers tycoons from all over. They all know the value of this item, but no one speaks, proving everyone's goal is the fuck high fruit. Not to be outdone, Yunmu, following the system's instructions, raised the price to 100 million. But without hesitation, the girl quickly offered 150 million. He cursed inwardly, realizing this woman was driving up the price. He raised his hand, bidding 200 million, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. 2 million? Are these two crazy? Reaching the limit, the mysterious woman raised her hand to her communicator and asked, "Grandfather, should we continue?" The voice on the other end replied, "I see it." The old man muttered to himself, originally intending to bait those old fogies, but he didn't expect someone so young to recognize the value of the spirit tablet. It's been a while since he's been out and about. The world has changed so much. With a smile, he adjusted his hat and ordered his granddaughter to raise the price again. Immediately, she announced 300 million. Yunmu was shocked, and the crowd stirred, exclaiming in disbelief, 300 million. A jump of 100 million. Surely 300 million is the limit. This kid doesn't look wealthy. 200 million must have been his limit. But he stood up, surprising everyone in the room. "Well, that's enough. I'm out of patience. Haggling over the price is such a waste of time. I like dominating the situation, so I bid 600 million. Then Yunmu stepped forward, looked up at the girl, and challenged, "This young lady, make your bid." The girl smiled, thinking to herself, "This kid. My grandfather was right. Not bad." Then he pulled his hat down and ordered, "Let him have it." At the same time, someone whispered to the MC, "There's a problem with this host." He asked what was going on, and after understanding the situation, he stepped forward and said to Yunmu, "Sir, it seems there aren't enough funds in your account to cover the auction price. Could you explain?" The room buzzed with whispers. Not enough money? What a joke. Our charming protagonist chuckled, reaching into his coat as he replied, "Insufficient funds? I forgot about that donation I made last week, before launching something towards the auctioneer's table." The host looked at the object that had just been stabbed into the table and asked, "This is a black card." The card was embedded so deeply that the table cracked. The auctioneer stares blankly, a slight smile on his face, as Yunmu leans against the table and asks, "This should be enough, right?" Seeing him spend so much money on it, Dazhong immediately asked, "Why did you spend so much money to bid on this?" Yunmu simply replied, "Let's just say it's a protective charm." He examined the card in his hand, wondering, "System, what exactly does this thing do? It cost me 600 million. The system immediately displays information. This is a high-level treasure, a protective talisman. Once activated, the user will be randomly teleported 100 miles away. An avatar remains in the original body's place, continuing its actions, and can copy the original's abilities and appearance for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Yunmu was astonished. "Wait, so this means I have an extra life?" What a treasure. Everything has its value. He then immediately shows affection for his newly acquired card. "My lucky charm, I love you so much." Seeing this, Daishong couldn't help but think, so the little guy likes protective amulets. "I'll give him a few cars someday." As the auction neared its end, the MC spoke up. "All right, we've finally arrived at the last item of this auction, and I believe it's what everyone has been waiting for." The red curtain slowly rises, revealing the item as the familiar voice of the host echoes. "This is the most dazzling auction item in the last 10 events. Before you is the rebirth fruit, desired by many underground forces for its immense value." The crowd clamors, raising their bid paddles. "Is this the rejuvenation fruit? It's finally here. I have to have it." MC announced the price quickly. The host quickly tried to calm everyone down. "All right, everyone, please don't get so worked up. This treasure is special. The seller doesn't want to sell it, but trade it." He gestured towards the item and continued, "Whoever can provide a way to enter the Nuwa realm can have it. Let me be clear, I'm not counting participation in the all-universe war." Hearing this, an impatient guest slammed his hand on the armrest and said loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" he asked the MC, clearly annoyed. There's supposedly no way to enter Nua's realm other than the cosmic war. But then someone steps forward and declares, I want that fruit of subjugation. It's the same girl who fought our hero for the talisman, and she declares, I know the way you seek. Those present questioned each other with doubt. This girl knows how to enter the Nua realm. Is this a scam? Another voice chimes in. This is the water prison. Lies will expose your identity and bring a region-wide bounty. The mysterious man sits there, smiling to himself. My friend, you agreed to take the secret of entering Nua's realm to the grave. But a glimmer of hope has appeared before me, so I have no choice but to reveal it. Unbeknownst to him, Duke, wearing a black mask, was already sitting next to him, saying, Do you really have to do this? Don't forget, the Mystic Guild has forbidden the unauthorized use of space rifts. If you're caught traveling through space-time fissures, the penalty will be severe, he added. You should be careful. I don't have many friends left. Cut to the end of the auction, where our protagonist enters the information exchange room. An agent from Tuiku introduces him. This is the owner of the recovery fruit. You may speak before finalizing the transaction. Seeing her, he asked, Is it you? What a coincidence, she replied, if it wasn't for you selling the recovery fruit. Yunmu stepped beside her and patted her shoulder decisively. But you're not the real buyer, are you? He walks directly to the tea table, hesitating slightly while the woman stands by, clenching her fists in anger. Yunmu directly asked the old man holding the coffee, You're the one behind this, aren't you? I have a question for you, he said in a deep, raspy voice. You want to ask me, why buy the Fuxi fruit when you clearly know how to enter the Nua realm? He didn't hide it either, his voice cold. That's right. The man explains that the spatial rift is completely unstable. Those who enter are torn to shreds, and only those with a burning desire for power dare to venture in. As for me, I'm not one for taking risks. If you think it's too dangerous and don't want to try, you can still back out now. Yunmu stepped forward, sat in the opposite chair, and replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just help me get into the spatial rift, and you'll get your subservience fruit. The old man continued, It seems you have a way to resist the tearing of space. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. The two sat in silence, then finally came to a decision. Then the deal is sealed. The old man presented a jade pendant, saying, This jade badge will serve as proof. When you arrive, my people will guide you to the spatial rift. The location of the space rift, I know. I think you're quite familiar with it. The old man narrowed his eyes, looking intently at him, and asked, I'm familiar with it? That's right. That spatial rift lies within the star realm of the Mystic Guild headquarters. As Yunmu pondered, he was startled by the old man's voice. Kid, just consider this old man rambling. He tipped his hat and continued, saying that no matter how capable you think you are, don't try to find answers related to the mystic ancestor. Some things are better left untouched. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Rest assured I have no interest in any of this. The old man replied, That's good. He even took off his mask to advise the young man, saying that if he ever needed help, he could go to the Black Street and ask for Wei Tu. Little did he know, this man was the underground emperor of Central Continent. The leader of the Baklando family, Baklando V2, didn't hesitate to remove his mask and respond to my admiration. It's truly an honor that he's willing to meet with someone like me. I'm Lai Van Mux. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cut to the Central Continent Mystic Association, where he's waiting at the reception desk, complaining. So slow. Is this how the underworld operates these days? Just then, a slender hand tapped his arm, greeting him. A girl with short, stylish hair appeared. She's Ro, V2's granddaughter, and with a wave and a smile she says, You've waited long enough. Let's get going. Van Mook asks, Are you Baklando's contact? Let me see. Seeing him fumble, she brushed it off, saying to skip the formalities. Then, holding up the mask, she playfully asks, Haven't we met before? Do you recognize me now? So, Meow Meow was the girl at the auction. He wondered, It was you. If you were coming, why did the elder give me the token? She hurriedly pushed him away, saying, Never mind the small stuff, let's go, quickly. Meanwhile, two young men in black suits stood looking at each other, lamenting. It's strange, we can't find the person the master told us to pick up. This is the place, right? Let's keep looking. The notification said the rendezvous point was here. Yunmu sighed, never expecting such a lavish star realm to have such a desolate place. She continued, explaining that this was the least developed area of the star realm, rarely visited by anyone. Then she takes out a device, presses the red button, and warns him to be careful, as it would be troublesome to disturb the guardian. Seeing what's ahead, Yunmu's eyes narrow as he speaks hesitantly. She politely calls this a fissure. Before them is a doorway leading to a vast space, saturated with an intense violet aura. He turned back to ask, Wait, why did you take out a weapon? Yu Yao replied. Why? Of course, I'm preparing for the adventure. Who knows what's in there? Hearing this, Yunmu frowned and looked over. You brought me here so I could go in on my own. Her face filled with panic as she replied. Huh? Huh? You're not taking me? She then rushed forward, begging him, Please take me with you. I really wanted an adventure, so I snuck out here. Please, take me with you. He was a little surprised to hear that. Sneaking around? No, it's too dangerous. I have to call the elder to take you back. As Ruo tried to hold him back, Yunmu noticed something strange and paused, asking, What's wrong? He stared at the slowly appearing sword, wondering, why is the sword constantly roaring? What's going on? The sword slowly materialized, its aura somewhat similar to the rift. Yunmu tightly grips the sword as purple energy from the gate is drawn into it. He exclaims, This sword is absorbing the power of the spirit realm? Witnessing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but ask, Hey, what are you doing? That'll bring the guards, he says, confused. I don't know what's happening. I can't stop it. Sure enough, two figures appeared, demanding, Who's causing trouble here? She cried out, Look, the guards are here, it's all your fault. The masked guards say to each other, Is he manipulating the spirit realm's energy again? Impossible. Only the ancient ancestor can control the energy here. Meanwhile, as Yunmu and Yao Yao stood bewildered, the guards' voices echoed, followed by spatial rifts behind them. They swiftly attacked, shouting, Unauthorized use of spatial rifts is a grave offense. Seize them. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, I can't move. Stop, you damn sword. In that critical moment, Rauru rushed in and knocked the two guards away. Seeing Yunmu frozen with the sword in his hand, she shouts, Figure out how to stop that stupid sword of yours. I'll handle these two. The black-haired guard warns, Too dangerous that kids' speed and swordplay from before are no joke. Meanwhile, with a stern glare, Yao Yao shouted, You two will pay dearly for interrupting this beauty's adventure. As iron gloves materialized on her hands, she coldly stepped forward, saying, Going out for fun and running into a fight. How fortunate. I can test out my new toys. As soon as she said that, razor-sharp claws emerged from her gauntlets and she lunged forward, striking the two men with a flurry of blows. But the guards are no pushovers, immediately creating a barrier to defend themselves. Blackmane turns to warn his teammate, Direhawk, this girl is not simple. Use alpha tactics. End this quickly? The other replies that he understands. With that, he swung an axe, blocking Meow Meow's claws, and the falcon quickly jumped back. Blackmane channels his arcane energy into his battle axe and strikes, leaving her to block with crossed arms. She was knocked back, steadied herself, and said, Not bad for a dumb bear. I won't face you head on. Blackmane shouts the signal. Fierce Eagle 12 o'clock, 50 meters. A sniper scope appears, zeroing in on Ruo. It was then that she realized, and the Lai Ying quickly pulled the trigger. A red-hot bullet fires from the barrel with immense force, but she quickly leans back, dodging the deadly attack. At that moment, Black Mao seized the opportunity, firmly gripping the Tianqian, determined to capture her. A massive explosion erupts, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. He declares that there's no escape for her this time. The final blow comes from the Fierce Eagle. As Yao Yao struggles to parry a powerful strike, her movements restricted. Li Ying smirks, takes aim, and replies, Coming right up, I love stationary targets. As soon as he finishes speaking, the bullet is fired, its target. Ru. It carried immense power, tearing through the air. A direct hit would be fatal, but a sword appeared, effortlessly slicing the bullet in two, and Li Ying exclaimed in shock, What? Meanwhile, behind him, Yunmu's sinister sword gleamed, and he sensed the danger, fear taking hold. Then, from the darkness, two crisscrossing slashes appeared. As Li Ying turned, the sword was already at his throat, his gun sliced to pieces. Ming was a little surprised, thinking to himself, after absorbing the power of the Star Realm, his abilities had increased quite a bit. He gripped his trembling sword arm, thinking, Why is this sword becoming harder to control? Those last two strikes almost cleaved him in two. Thankfully, I pulled back in time, or killing a protector would bring a mountain of trouble. Black Mao looked over, witnessing this, and immediately shouted, What? Thinking he was needed elsewhere, Li Ying knew he had to end this quickly and provide support, while Yao Yao cursed, annoyed that her prey had been stolen. All right, old man, that was fun. She unleashes her sharp claws and declares, It's time to end this. With a cold laugh, Meow Meow unleashed claw projectiles, saying, Try this on for size, old man. Blackfur skidded back, axe in hand, startled by the flying weapons, and exclaimed, What? He braced himself with his axe, but the claws pierced his body and blood spurted out. Blackfur dropped his axe and collapsed, blood gushing from his throat. Diu approaches, sighing. Not bad for a guard dog that won't die. She sits down and asks, So, old man, want to keep going? Resting her chin on her hand, Meow Meow says, Bingo, our first adventure is an easy win. Yunmu reminds her that more night watchers are coming, and she needs to leave quickly. What's your senior's contact information? She asked, startled. Huh? You're just going to let him take me back? Why did you say we were comrades earlier? You really have no humanity. From the rooftops above, the night watchmen declare that neither of them will escape. And so many of them, Rudiu replies. All right, another round so soon. With a snap of his fingers, one of the night watchmen summoned a fiery blaze, engulfing everything below as Yunmu quickly scooped up Ruju and fled. Be careful, she gritted her teeth, furious. You bastards dare treat a beauty like this? Let me go. I'll kill you all. Idiot, these guys are clearly much stronger than the last ones. He immediately stopped her. Do you have a death wish? With that, Yunmu plunged into the spatial rift, leaving no escape. A gamble for them both. Captain, they've entered the rift, the subordinates reported. The red-haired youth replied, I see it. Report it to headquarters immediately. A full-scale manhunt is underway for the Azure Dragon's young strategist, Li Yunmu. Having entered the rift, the two are now helplessly swept away by an unknown force, their screams echoing into the void. Van thought, sensing danger, Damn it, the instability of this rift is even worse than before. We won't last. Our bodies will be torn apart. He looked over to see her eyes closed, nearly in free fall, and asked, Hey, are you okay? Then Yunmu shouted an order. Hey, system, immediately create 2 regenerated bodies for us. Hurry. The 2 were suspended in an undefined space, their bodies enveloped in a mysterious purple aura. He thought to himself, No, this is bad. The system's consciousness then displayed a notification, stating that it was recreating bodies for the 2 of them. Some time passed, and Meow Meow poked him with a dry branch, saying, Hey, Li Yunmu, wake up. He sat up and asked, Where is this? She immediately replied, We've crossed into the rift and seem to be in a house in some city. Yunmu excitedly stood up and laughed. A city? Could it be we've fallen straight into the capital? How fortunate. Yedinghuan and Huahuan thought they were dead. As he ran off, Yao Yao called after him, Wait for me! He pushed open the door, letting the light flood in. Yunmu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the wreckage before him, wondering, What is this? Stunned, Yunmu asks, Is everyone all right? His companion Yu Jo echoes his concern. Oh my God, this is a disaster. Was there a war? I can't wait any longer. He rushes forward. That's right, she shouted. Why did you leave me behind? Standing before the tree, its leaves withered and falling, Eamon hesitated, lost in thought. Why? Even Yu, looking at the withered tree before him, exclaimed, The Fuxi tree is like this too, and Sister Xiang is not here. Yunmu knelt on the ground, his face somber. Nuo Qianye, Ding Xiang, Sister Xiang. Where is everyone? Someone explained to me what exactly happened. Just then, Juju caught up, leaning against the Fuxi tree, and asked, Hey, if you leave me behind again, I'm really going to be angry. Amen was smitten. What? The tree is so withered, is there no saving it? Suddenly, purple tendrils emerge, wrapping around her hand. Startled, Ruro cries out, Ah, there's smoke coming from the tree, wrapping around me. Yunmu quickly pulls her back and attacks, scolding, You idiot, always causing trouble, lightning law, lone light. But just as he pushed a few away, the tentacles immediately rushed toward him. Our hero frowned in disgust, saying, What a persistent pest. He then unleashed golden lightning from his hands, blocking their advance. Lightning. Judgment. Yunmu assesses the situation, realizing the strange black smoke attacks anyone who approaches Fuxi. He raises a hand, wondering what's going on. Damn it, one unclear thing after another, it's infuriating. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted on the mountain ahead, drawing their attention. Yunmu exclaims, Bombs! Is someone fighting over there? Indeed, a brutal war was raging between monsters and humans in the forest above. The busty girl encouraged Superlo to keep fighting. Reinforcements are on their way, as the girl behind her replies, Don't worry, Captain Grape. I can hold them off. The giant monster with the long red tongue reaches out to attack the two. Just as it roared, a long gash appeared on its face, leaving the 2 girls stunned. So strong, Yao Yao exclaimed, looking at the monster cleaved in 2. Why do you keep stealing the monsters I've got my eye on? Yunmu said, pointing to the side in frustration. Fine. All the monsters over there are yours, okay? Meow Meow crossed her arms, feigning indifference. Not bad. And so, the two dove headfirst into the slaughter of the unfortunate monsters. Who are those two? Grape wondered. After a while, everyone calmed down after the monsters were destroyed, except for Ruru, who was still fiercely fighting. Don't run. I haven't had enough. At that moment, Captain Budao spoke up. Well, thank you both for helping us fight off the monsters. He's a true man, checking out her chest first, then asking, You're the captain? He wondered what exactly had happened here. Why were you two attacked by those monsters? She replies, I'm not really sure about those monsters. I've never seen them before. Dazzled asks, Huh? How did you know she was the captain? How do you two know each other? Yunmu explains, Here, the bigger your chest, the stronger you are, by the way. Maybe she's just a commoner here. Hearing this, she angrily chases after our dear Yunmu. Meanwhile, Grapefruit stared at him, thinking, Wait, that guy? No way. She approached him, touched his chest, and asked, You're so strong, how can you not have breasts? Where are the breasts? Could they have been bound? He replies, I'm a man, of course I'm flat-chested. Hearing this, Putao exclaims in shock, What, a man? Super. Still in the dark, wonders, that's the captain's voice. But how can there be a man in the women's world? Are you from somewhere else? Report, there's a man here claiming to be the queen's friend, requesting an audience. The guard questioned, A friend of the queen? He immediately replied, Yes, I am Li Yunmu. Don't you know me? The guard then pointed her spear at them and interrogated. Insolent fools, the queen has no male friends. Speak, who are you, and what is your purpose in seeking the queen? Men shouts, I am the queen's own royal consort. If you don't know me, get someone who does. Hey, Hua Qian, come out now, or your wife here will die at the hands of your subordinates. The two guards immediately questioned him. Hua Quan, you just mentioned Hua Quan. With that, she immediately gave a loud order. Catch her! Everyone around them pointed their spears. Li Yunmu, what did you do? Meow Meow wondered. Why do these women hold such a grudge? He wouldn't let them get away with it. What do you mean? I am your princess. From inside the shack, a loud laugh draws his attention as a woman bursts through the wall, exclaiming, This is unbelievable. The muscular woman before Yunmu looked at him in awe, saying, Heaven does think of me sometimes. The surrounding people greeted in unison, Lady Bun Queen. Hearing this, our obsessed fan repeated in shock, Mantu Queen. She looked at him and continued, I didn't expect this, my mortal enemy. Hua Qian's husband walked right into their trap. Manthu put a finger on Yun Muping's chin, thinking, Hua Qian's man doesn't even recognize his own country? What terrible taste in men. He realized this wasn't Nua country. The queen quickly ordered, Captains, seize these two and lock them away. Yunmu gathered his Zhuan power, cutting her off. No need. If this isn't the Nua kingdom, I have no reason to stay as a guest. With that, he unleashed an attack, grabbed his wine, and fled, leaving a cloud of dust behind. But almost instantly, Manto was running alongside him. Yunmu's eyes widened, thinking, She's too fast. At the same moment, the queen kicked him backward, shouting, Did I say you could leave? Wiping his face, Yunmu cursed, Damn it! How can the queen of the Nua realm be so ridiculously strong? Not stopping there, she continued to charge toward him, shouting, Don't think you can escape so easily. Yunmu coldly commanded, activating the shadow system, and a blast of profound energy struck the steamed bun, forcing her to raise her hand in defense. The queen thought to herself, Something is attacking me, but I can't see anything. Seizing the opportunity, he gathers lightning in his hand, unleashing a decisive lightning spell. The lightning sphere hurtles towards her, but she confidently declares she can dodge it in an instant. But unexpectedly, our hero smirks, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. It's then the queen realizes, turning to face behind her, witnessing an explosion and gasping. What's behind me? Another attack from the shadows. And she raises her hand, struggling to block the attack. Manju grimaces, lamenting how difficult it is to deal with an unseen attack. Immediately, he unleashes a new attack, sending it forth. Li Linglong immediately burst forth from within, heading towards the queen, exclaiming, If I can see it, I can dodge it. But before she could celebrate, Manthao paled, glancing back and exclaiming, Something was approaching from behind. No! Explosions were erupting all around her, accompanied by a displeased voice. The shadows are everywhere, creating powerful explosions, sending dust and debris flying. The guards cried out in alarm, Your Majesty, what is he attacking with? Meow Meow wondered, looking at him. Could Lee Yunmu be a summoner? Our hero stands tall, shadow army and spirit dragon at his back. He points at her, declaring, "Hey, whatever your queenly name is, you're way out of your league compared to my wife." Mantu groggily gets up, replying with some dissatisfaction. Is that so? Her eyes flash with murderous intent as she declares, "Then I especially can't let you two meet." "I've changed my mind," the queen roared, lunging forward with a lightning-fast punch. "Better safe than sorry, so I'll just kill you here," he thought in shock. Too fast? Is that acceleration? With a declaration to sever, Mantu's hand strikes our hero's neck and drags him away. Yunmu immediately coughed up blood, feeling a crushing pressure on his neck, followed by a groan as he cried out in agony, and the queen's eyes widened as she unleashed her decisive blow. She slams Yunmu into the ground with such force that the surrounding rocks shatter, and he cries out in agony, "Damn it, that hurts like hell." Li Linglong is stunned. He's about to be killed. As he finishes speaking, Linglong appears behind Mantu. She glanced over as well, and Miaozhou gasped in astonishment. Huh? Is this guy married? At that moment, Linglong struck the queen repeatedly, forcing her back. Just when she thought she'd gained the upper hand, a voice from behind startled Linglong. Mantu grabbed her ankle, ready to throw her, and said, "This girl is such a nuisance." With that, she kicked Linglong, sending her flying towards Raoru. Seizing the opportunity, Yunmu ran to Juju, taking her hand, and said, "Come with me." She was stunned and confused, but he explained, "Don't worry, she won't die. My Shadow Legion is backing us up. The urgent matter now is to find the Enchantress Flower quickly. If it's the two of us, we can definitely defeat her." The Mantu looked over at the two running away, but was held back by Linglong and could only curse, "Damn it." She screamed the order, "Don't let them escape. Soldiers, capture them." The soldiers obeyed, pointing their spears at the two as Yunmu gathered his energy, his hands ablaze with resolve. "There's no choice, Blazing Sun." But before he could strike, a commotion arose from the forest, sending birds scattering. He wondered what that eerie sound was. The guards warned each other that the monsters were coming again. Manto shouts to reassure them, "Don't be afraid, warriors. Fight the wave of monsters with me, and leave those two be for now." The female warriors respond in unison, "Yes, with our queen. What do we have to fear?" As Mantu departs, she says, "Consider yourself lucky the monster saved you this time. You want to go to Nua Nation, right? Then we'll be seeing each other again soon." She turns and glares at Yunmu, threatening, "I'll make sure you and your wife die by my hand." Relieved to be out of danger, Miaoyo is happy. "Lucky, no one can stop us this time. Let's go." Seeing him pensive, she wondered, "Hey, what are you thinking about? Aren't we in a hurry? Aren't we leaving?" Hey. Yunmu smiles, saying, "I've got it." Startled, Yao Yao asks, "Why the sudden creepy smile?" The scene shifts to the forest, where Mantu unleashes a flurry of attacks on the monsters. His powerful blows cause the monsters to explode. Super Brock exclaims, "The queen is so strong, she can take on so many monsters alone." Grape reminds him, "Don't lose focus, Super Low, the Wind Guardians have an opening." She adds, "We have to stop them at the gap or the villagers behind us will suffer." Mantu declared, "Grape, evacuate the villagers now. I'll use my ultimate move to stop these monsters. I know you're worried, but the side effects are too harmful for you." But she doesn't care, channeling her power as she declares, "So what if it's harmful? I am your queen, and protecting you is my duty." Manto furiously attacked the monsters, yelling, "You flies! You won't harm my people!" She weaved through them, unleashing a flurry of attacks to wipe them out. The queen stood, fist raised, a little disheveled and tired as she looked back at the relentless monsters. The queen stood before them, shouting, "Come at me all at once. None shall pass today." After a time, she knelt amidst the rubble, crushing the monsters beneath. Pudding rushes over, saying, "Your Majesty, the monsters have been pushed back, and the villagers are all safe." "Your Majesty, how are you?" She replied, "I'm fine. Just a side effect of the explosion spell, so I can't move for now." Just then, 2 arrows came flying from out of nowhere. The arrows strike Bodao and Supler, who cry out in pain, "Who's there?" Yunmu stands with his bow, laughing. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Don't you recognize me?" The warriors immediately shouted, "Seize him! Don't let him harm the queen." While everyone's attention was on him, Yao Yao quietly moved to subdue the queen, calling out to them, Hey. With claws at Manthau's throat, she smiled and said, "I advise you not to move. Your queen is in my hands." She yelled, "You two are despicable. If you have the guts, wait until I recover before fighting." Yunmu retorted, "Do you think we're stupid? Why would we wait until you're back in shape to fight? With a cold face, he declared, I want to take your life while you're weak. How despicable, Yunmu smirked. Despicable? Victory is all that matters. She scoffed, looking disdainfully at the monster behind our gate. Shush, don't get ahead of yourself. Wait until I'm free of those monsters before you speak. No sooner said than done. A cataclysmic explosion erupts where Yunmu is, and Miaoyo cries out in shock. Hey, Li Yunmu. The barbarian frowned, muttering, in such a short time, the monsters have launched a second wave of attacks, and the frequency is even higher. From the thick smoke, the monster extends its head and massive arm, only to have its wrist severed by a wild slash, spraying blood everywhere. From afar, Yunmu taunts, You unsightly thing, you have no manners. He rests his blade on his shoulder, blood smeared across his face, yet he declares war. You dare interrupt my conversation with this lady? Die quickly. You admirers of mine are truly fearless, aren't you? There are quite a few of you, huh? Let's see. He starts counting from 1, then exclaims, Oh my, there are 42 of them. And then he turns tail and runs. And so, he says goodbye, leaving the 2 others dumbfounded. Just like that, he runs? My simp is nervously asking nonsense. There are over 40 of them. Before he could get far, Yunmu was surrounded by 3 monsters. Ruo shouts a warning. He narrows his eyes, clearly displeased. Out of nowhere, someone attacked it directly in the neck and the monster roared in pain. My side paused for a moment, wondering if it was a one-hit kill. Who could it be? It was Hua Qin, wielding her staff as she issued a command. Sisters, let's go. Wipe out those evil creatures. This sudden appearance leaves Yunmu stunned. He watched the fierce battle unfold, wondering where this female warrior came from, having taken down the leader of the mutated beasts in an instant. Another female warrior rushed forward, leaving me in awe of their incredible strength. With a graceful spin and a sweep of her staff, she decimated the monsters. As the monsters' corpses hit the muddy ground with a thud, a stunned Yunmu realized, wait, that move. Ye Ting, who was standing behind, spoke up. Hey, you, how long are you going to stand there dumbfounded? He quickly recognizes a familiar face and burst into laughter. Men was stunned. Ye Ting, it really is you. Have you gotten taller? The girl crosses her arms and retorts that she's still growing. Van Mook is still so talkative. I'm relieved you're both safe. Hua Qian rests his weapon on his shoulder, greeting them. I never thought I'd see you again, my true love. Our side shows its sinister face. Since you're here, let those villains witness what true power is. Yunmu did the same, adding, Together we can move mountains. The monsters, displeased, charge toward them. It swings its massive arm, but he swiftly ducks out of the way, and Hua Qian swoops in to sever one of its legs. Like a brave beauty, her tone was heroic. Then, taking flight from behind, Hua Quen faced the monsters alone, declaring she'd capture them all. She spun like a whirlwind, slicing through their bodies as golden sword beams assaulted the monsters. Amidst the scattered corpses, Yunmu, weapon in hand, sighed, Finally, it's over. He suddenly remembered, Ye Ting, how is Sister Shui doing? A girl rummaging near a corpse chimes in, assuring him that Sue's condition is stable. Ye Ting, pulling her sword from a monster, asks, But why are you leisurely strolling through our Kua Fu country? Never mind. Yunmu is frustrated. He wanted to go to Nua Nation, but the spatial rift brought him here. At first he thought this was Nua Nation, and he was worried to death. He wondered if she knew what these monsters were, but Ye Ting replied, I don't know either. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened as if she'd realized something, and Ye Ting stared grimly at the scale in his hand, recognizing it as a Lin scale. Soon after, an echo resounded in the Oa realm. We are eternally grateful. Without your help, our entire army would have been annihilated. Thank you for the timely rescue. She then urged, Your Majesty. Thank him quickly. Red Bean Bun blushed, bashfully turning away. Thank you. Hearing this, Hua Qian couldn't help but choke on her drink and burst out laughing. Look at your arrogant self. Finding it strange, she asks, Why are you helping me? We're supposed to be enemies. Hua Xin rises to explain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, understand? If these monsters break through your lines, they'll attack Nua next, she urged. Rather than waiting to die, why not join forces and fight them together? So, you're actually using your brain now? You used to solve everything with brute force. This is all thanks to my precious strategist. What's wrong? Impressive, isn't it? I knew she was watching me from behind. Ye Ting enters to report. Your Majesty, my investigation is complete. Hua Qian waves her hand, thinking, This is my adorable strategist and my spirit medium, too. Well, what are those monsters? The girl lowered her head, adding, Your Majesty, I need to know the specifics of the beast attack on the Kwafu Kingdom before I can make a decision. Manthao somberly recalls the past, starting 5 days ago when a large number of monsters suddenly appeared in the western city-state. She recounted that the monsters were powerful, Qingqi was severely damaged, and they were forced to flee the city and escape to the western forest. After the Kwafu tribe established a temporary base here to prepare for a counterattack, the monsters attacked again, driving them back. Only a day later, they returned. She and the others had lost count of how many attacks they'd fended off, but the monsters just kept coming. I understand, Ye Ding nodded. Your Majesty, she said, holding up a purple fragment. This is what I found on the monsters. These monsters are made of mud and rubble, their power supplied by this scale. I've analyzed this particular scale. Dai Ding concludes that it's likely the legendary demon dragon scale, leaving Grape surprised. Yunmu is equally shocked, asking what a demon dragon is. Hua Yan clutches the armrests, wondering, wasn't it sealed away 400 years ago? How could it reappear? Could someone be using dragon scales to control these monsters? Little sister, what's a demon dragon? Though having her cheeks poked, Yiting still explains. The dragon demon is an incredibly fearsome and powerful demonic entity. It once appeared in the realm of Nuwa to eliminate calamities, and experts from all over paid a terrible price to seal it away. Huaqian orders that now that the demon dragon has appeared, we must concentrate all our efforts on finding a way to destroy it. Yunmu pulls Ruru back, urging her to continue. Your Majesty, I believe the key is to figure out what the dragon demon wants. Ma Long's goal must be to kill people. Otherwise, it could just appear and hunt them down. So, what is Ma Long really after? He finally spoke. I think I know what its goal is. If I'm not mistaken, the demon dragon's target is Yunmu, and it reminds me of a mystical tree, the Fuxi fruit tree. In Koafu City, the group heads to the Fuxi fruit tree. Yunmu could sense an extremely strong, tainted aura beneath the tree, and Juju recalled, I was attacked by this tree back then. Hua Huan glanced at Mantu. Everyone, check if the roots have been damaged. Mantu repeats, roots, then frantically starts digging. Yes, the roots, as long as the roots are okay. Suddenly, Manthao's eyes widened, and she froze for a few seconds before standing up and slowly backing away. Then her eyes lit up, and she screamed, replication. Water annihilation circle. The Queen of Koafu Kingdom couldn't contain herself any longer. Demonic dragon, I must kill you. Her subordinates quickly intervened. Your Majesty, please don't act rashly. With a mere wave of her hand, she sends them flying, shouting, get out of my way. Your Majesty... Suddenly a slender hand appears behind her neck, followed by the words, this wench. With one hand, Hua Quen slams her to the ground, scolding, is this how a queen should act? She cries, you're insane. Do you even know where the demon dragon is? She wouldn't listen to reason. It doesn't matter. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Huake gripped Mantu's neck anxiously. The kingdom may be gone, but you still have so many people to care for, and you're responsible for the warriors who followed you. Have you forgotten everything? Hearing this, she realized, I'm sorry. Yiting rushed over from afar, frantic. It's over, Your Majesty. Gasping for breath, the girl revealed that the demon dragon had broken the seal and was weakened, needing to absorb the energy of the Fuxi tree to recover. But it hadn't appeared yet, meaning one tree wasn't enough to fully restore its power. Could its next target be within the city of Nuwa? The 2 women wave goodbye. Your Majesty, you're back, Hua Quen asks hastily. How's the Fuxi tree? Any anomalies? My subordinate was quick. No, nothing happened at all. Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Shu was safe. At that moment, Ye Ding hesitated. No, that guy is so cunning, he might have... Gathering her strength, she hurls her blade at the tree, but upon contact it spins wildly as strange voices echo. Damn it, the Fuxi tree has been invaded. Huaqian is shocked to see monsters sprouting like mushrooms, emerging from the earth. He frowned, sweating as he thought if the Fuxi tree had been invaded, and then he noticed a woman bound within the tree, crying out for Zhuebi. Yunmu raised his blade, snarling, damn it, Shadow Legion. Instantly, warriors appeared, wielding artifacts to confront the monsters, swiftly taking them down one by one. Still uneasy, he thinks of Tuyet Tai as men, small and defenseless, stands before 3 beasts that are constantly absorbing dark energy. Just as one was about to bite Van Muck's head off, it was attacked from the side. Van Muck looked towards his savior, who had just kicked the monster in the face, and spoke. Thanks, little one. Amidst the dark purple energy, he rushes forward, fueled by resentment, shouting, get away from Zuetier. With that, our hero swung his sword, severing the misty barrier, and Yunmu breathed a sigh of relief as the energy dissipated. Surely Chuebi is all right. But then his eyes widened as if he saw something else entirely. Ling Xue opens her eyes with a mysterious smile, and he, unable to understand her expression, asks, "Xuejie, what's wrong?" Ling Xue was slowly lifted into the air by the dark energy, as Yun Mumu watched intently, calling out hesitantly, "Shou, Sister Xue." Her pupils turn crimson, and she lets out a savage laugh, as if possessed. Without a word, Ling Xue lunges straight at him. Realizing the danger, Yao Yo rushes in to push him aside, warning him. Kneeling, he realizes the demonic energy around her is identical to that of the demonic dragon. Then Yunmu braced himself on the ground and muttered, "Xuejie, don't blame me." Our protagonist quickly came up with a plan, realizing that he could only wake her up. With that, he grabbed his sword and soared into the sky, striking Ling Xue with a powerful blow, but she easily blocked it with one hand. He was blown back by the force, and Ling Xue seized the opportunity, laughing triumphantly as she charged forward. "And I'll just stand here and die?" With that, Yunmu spun around and unleashed a golden aura. She quickly jumps back to evade, and the direct attack he planned is thwarted by a stone. Seeing the tear on Ling Xue's arm, he realizes something's wrong. He didn't touch her, yet her demonic energy armor shattered. He deduces that she's avoiding the evil blade. Could it be that the demonic energy is avoiding the evil blade? While he pondered this, she was already behind him. As Ling Xue attacked, Yunmu leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a devastating explosion. Yunmu fell several meters, but without resentment, he laughed and cursed. "Fate, still as crazy as ever, but being able to see you move makes me happy." He struggled to sit up. "We used to fight back and forth like this, always wanting to see who was better. Sister Xue, do you remember how long it's been since we last met?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. "I haven't rested for a moment during this time. The distance between us is still too great." He rose, grabbed his blade, and flew behind Ling Xue, unleashing a cursed frenzy. Caught off guard, she could only stare as the full force of the blow sent her flying. Seeing she could no longer fight, Yunmu approached, saying, "Looks like I was right. The power of the curse can absorb energy from all forms, including this demonic energy." The demonic energy dissipates, revealing Ling Xue's naked body. He produces a vial of prepared antidote, saying, "It'll take some time for the medicine to work, so rest here quietly for a while." He gently raises the vial, pouring it into Ling Xue's lips as she slowly drinks it, then plants his sword into the ground. "I'll leave this sword here, just in case the demonic energy tries to take hold again." He turned to leave, saying, "Girl, watch over her and let me know if anything happens." "Understood," the woman replied. In Yunmu's heart, the fires of hatred began to ignite. "That bastard uses everyone, even Zhu." Our man grits his teeth. "I'm really angry this time." He reaches out, creating a fire spirit. "Mingya, come out and help me with something." Yunmu's face turned serious. "My brother, the god of destruction." Mingya immediately appeared behind him. "Insolent brat, I thought you'd forgotten about me." Yunmu retorts, "Haven't I been accumulating void essence to help unseal you? I'm in a bit of trouble here." He sneers, "Don't mind if I do say so myself. My power is indeed growing stronger. In that case," Minna's eyes light up. "Let me give you a hand." My men smirked. "Thank you. Mantu and Hua Huan are still fighting those monsters over there." "Damn it, why do these monsters keep crawling out of the ground? Is that demon dragon trying to exhaust us to death?" From afar, Yunmu arrives, drawing his crossbow, ready to fire. Me and Mingya conjure a mystical force, and as darkness descends upon the immortal realm, I summon you in accordance with our blood oath. Descend upon this mortal realm, Minna commands it. Just then, a flock of dark crows appeared, startling the two queens as a chilling aura descended, and the hunt began. The monsters below continued their reckless challenge as the crows emerged to confront them. Each monster is overwhelmed by the Mingyan bird's relentless attacks. Mantu sighs, "Huaqua, your husband is so strong." Hearing this, she shyly twirled a lock of hair and replied, "No, not at all." Yeding frowned, covering his mouth in thought. The number of beasts is decreasing, so in theory the demon dragon should have appeared by now. Suddenly, she took a step back as the ground began to tremble. Yeding pointed forward, shouting, "Look at the sacred tree." At that moment, a deadly aura was forming on that ancient tree. Yunmu wasn't surprised at all, so it's finally coming out? He scoffed at the materialized demon dragon, calling him a coward as Mantu leaped toward the sacred tree. She raises her fist with a vengeance. "I will kill you, demon dragon, and avenge my people." Below, everyone worriedly called out to Mantu, but her fist passed right through the demon dragon without effect. A bead of sweat trickles down her cheek and she's bewildered. "What?" Manto recalls the time she passed through that aura, feeling as though she hadn't touched him at all. Malong frantically opens his mouth, creating an ethereal purple energy. With all his might, he forced the spirit orb downward, sending Hua Huan and the others flying back, while Mantu blocked the blast with her hands to avoid injury. Below, Hua Qian struggles against the roots as Yeding turns, seemingly noticing something. The girl warns the queen, who turns to see a root lunging toward her. Hua Qian slashes with her blade, only to realize it has no effect. Soon after, she and Yeding are bound tightly by the demon dragon's vines. Seeing her teammates suspended helplessly, Yao Yao's blood boiled. "You bastard, I won't allow it." Yunmu flies up with her to rescue the two women, touching my adorable little one. And they all land safely. "How were you able to hit it?" Hua Qian suddenly asked. "I couldn't hit it at all," Miao Miao answers frankly. "It must be because I used the connection of profound energy." Meanwhile, Yeding sighed. "Can you put me down now?" His brows furrowed. "Looks like it's up to us to deal with this guy." Yunmu put his hands in his pockets and called out, "If that's the case, come on out." The shadows reappeared, and he raised a finger to command, "Now, shadows, control the magic dragon." Meanwhile, Mian closes his eyes and whispers, "The rest is up to Senior Ming-Ya. He's burning with passion. Don't worry, kid. It's just a trifle." Ming-Na braced himself, muttering, "So the ugly thing finally came out of the tree, huh?" As the demonic dragon lunged to attack, he swiftly moved to its side, saying, "Then that's that." With confidence, Min-Na quickly lands a blow on the monster, making it easier. He looks down on the collapsed demon dragon with disdain. "You're just a demon, yet you dare to face me? If I were back in my prime, you wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on my head." Suddenly it lunged, slamming into him and sending him flying. Ming-Na is slammed into a rock crevice, sending dust flying everywhere, but he quickly unfurls his wings and takes to the sky. Ming-Ya's eyes flashed with coldness as he gathered a point of light in his hand, saying, "Twilight." A golden power descends upon the monster with terrifying force. Yunmu raises his hand excitedly, saying, "Unlocking just one seal has already changed its power so much, it's definitely worth using." "So, was that it?" Suddenly, his expression froze as he looked ahead. From the dust, black tentacles emerged, and Yunmu shouted a warning, "Watch out, destroyer." And just like that, the black tentacles engulfed Minya, prompting a panicked warning from men as the creature turned into vapor, the dragon wrapping around Minya and tightening its grip. He calmly smiles, taunting, "That's quite the grip you've got there. Anyone else would be done for. Too bad for you." Then, with a smirk, Myung-ah unleashes a burst of light, obliterating the monster. Ming-Na laughs. "You're dealing with me." Yunmu is shocked by the sight. "Holy crap, he tore it apart instantly? I guess I need to be more careful if I try to weasel out of anything with him in the future." The monster dissolves into a pool of black liquid, then reforms its body once more. Looks like this thing is just an energy being. It's going to be tough without a physical form. After taking that last hit, the demonic dragon went berserk and charged at him. Min-Ya, struggling to defend himself, curses, "Oh, so you're angry now?" Its strength and speed are far greater than before. He grabs its mouth and lifts it with all his might. Min-Na was confident, but before he could even show off for 5 minutes, the monster slammed its tail into his head. Clutching his head in pain, Min-Ha cursed. That cheap shot really hurt. In a moment of carelessness, the monster's tail struck again, causing Min-Na to vanish in a panic. But in that critical moment, Ru-Ru lunged forward, slashing at the tail and roaring with fury. Ming-Na watches in shock, recognizing her standing figure as the girl who accompanied the little devil. Ruo leaps into action, countering the demon dragon's earth-shattering roar, her claws grazing its heavily scaled tail. But then another tail ambushed Ruo, sending her crashing into the rocks. Ruo, panting, eyes the approaching monster, calculating, "This isn't good. Even if she likes to play around, this is too reckless." She chuckled nervously. "I have to admit, this is getting out of hand." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above the monster, and Yunmu's voice echoed through the air. "Thunder magic." Instantly, a pillar of lightning struck the monster's head, and Miaojo exclaimed, "That move. It's not from the Witch King's realm." After landing a blow, Yunmu casually approaches, wondering why they keep throwing themselves at the enemy, and points to his head, reminding them with a smile, "Can't you use your brains a little?" Ming-Na Vuong and the magic dragon were evenly matched. "If we work together, victory is assured." The magic dragon roared in pain, scorched by Yunmu's lightning magic. He calmly declared, "That ugly bug is temporarily paralyzed, so we can use this time to regroup." He scoffed, "Don't you dare speak to me in that tone." Minya stood and said, "Kid, its strength isn't as great as mine. The problem is that its body creates such a wide attack range." Yunmu frowned, muttering, In that case, the girl from Baklan and I will feint an attack to drain its energy while you deliver the finishing blow. Yunmu took a fighting stance and asked, "Are you ready?" Ruo Diu retorts, "How annoying, I have a proper name, you know." Then she charges forward, attacking first, and reminds him, "Call me Ruo Dieu," as I charge. Using her sharp claws, Ruo Dieu strikes at the demon dragon's tough scales. Enraged by her attack, it lunges to tear her apart. Taking the opportunity, Yunmu leaps onto the demonic dragon, a smirk on his face as he unleashes his skill. The great sunflare technique ignites, engulfing the demon dragon in flames and causing it to roar in agony. It thrashes wildly, and Yunmu leaps away, warning, "Everyone, be careful. It's gone berserk and is attacking indiscriminately." Seizing the moment, Mingya lunges forward, delivering a powerful blow while taunting, "Still want to run wild?" He grabs its tail, driving it into the ground, his voice brimming with confidence. "Watch me pluck your dragon scales." At that moment, Mingya ripped off a scale, causing the demon dragon to roar in agony, and he fought with increasing ferocity. "If you want to fight me, you need to train for a few more years underground." The demonic dragon tries to burrow away, slamming its body into the earth, sending rocks flying. Mingna swiftly leaped away from the demonic dragon as Yunmu praised, "Well done, just as expected of my leader." He smiled, pleased with the praise, but remained vigilant. It wasn't over yet. At that moment, the form of the demonic dragon began to reform. Mingya chuckled, "Look, it's merging again." On the contrary, Yunmu seemed quite pleased, saying, "That's right. Just stand there and provoke the demon dragon. Dig deeper. We can do this as many times as it takes. The three of us will keep fighting until you submit." Hearing this declaration, the demonic dragon scoffed, abandoning its attack to burrow underground. Startled, Mingna warned, "Damn it, this thing's trying to escape. It's trying to burrow underground again." Suddenly, Yunmu's voice echoed, "Boss, a reminder. Push it into the star realm or it won't disappear normally." Then, with a sinister look, Yunmu said, "Then it belongs to me." Mingya smiled and replied, "You greedy little brat, suck it in." The demon dragon was pulled back by his force, preventing it from burrowing underground, and was gradually sucked into the black hole. It roared in defiance as its body began to fade away. Mingya chuckled, "Be good for me." Then he increased the suction, pulling it inside, as Minha smiled and muttered, "Go on in." The demonic dragon thrashes as it's pulled in, half its body still outside. Yunmu draws back his arrow and says, "Still struggling? Give up, you're mine now." It was then shot straight inside. His voice echoed, "Stay put in there." Enraged, Ma Long clawed at the rift, desperate to escape, but the spatial gate closed before he could break free. "We won," they said with trembling voices, and the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. "Our nation is safe." At that moment, Mantu's darkening expression worried Grape. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Hua Qian came running from afar, shouting loudly. Linger happily throws him into the air, cheering, "You're amazing! You saved us again." Yunmu blushed, saying, "Put me down, everyone's staring." Hua Kui then put him down and told the children, "Let's have a feast. We won't go home until we're drunk." Meow Meow immediately agreed, shouting, "No one leaves sober." Suddenly, Mantu spoke up, "Wait, it's not over yet." Her expression turned serious as she proposed, "Hua Huan, do you dare to duel with me? Whoever wins gets the resurrection fruit." Yading angrily retorts, "Are you stupid? Our nation's Fuxi tree. Why should a duel with you decide its fate?" Mantu's eyes narrowed as she questioned, "You who possess the Fuxi tree could never understand." She explains, "Without the Fuxi fruit from the Fuxi tree, this world cannot reproduce. And without reproduction, there is no future. The Mantu god roars, 'My nation, my people, will all be driven to the brink. I cannot stand idly by and watch it all happen.'" Hua Qian warns him, "Mantu, don't act rashly. We can figure this out together." Ignoring her pleas, he lunges forward, attacking. "How will you solve this with the Millennium Fruit?" Hua Qian quickly leaps away to dodge, as Mantu glares and threatens. "Hua Qian, even if you dodge, can you take all your people with you? If you don't fight me today, I'll lead my people to attack, and don't blame me when people die." Hua Qian's expression turned angry as she asked, "Are you threatening me?" Yunmu, standing behind her, said, "Hua Qian, agree to her demands, or she won't stop. She's unwilling to accept defeat and wants to use her spiritual power? Fine. If you want to fight, I'll give you a fight." Satisfied, Mantu lunges forward to attack, and the two exchange blows in midair, shattering everything around them. As she blocks the attack, Hua Qian says, "Just give up, Mantu." She follows with a punch to the face, reminding her, "You can't beat me." Enraged, Mantu retorts, "I don't believe it." Huquen kicks her to the ground. Then, I'll beat you until you face reality. She gave Manthao no chance to recover, and attacked. The attack blankets the area in dust and debris. As it settles, Huaqun sees Manthao lying helplessly on the ground and says, "You've lost, Manthao." She said, unwilling to accept defeat, "Damn it, I haven't lost. I can still fight. I may not need my country, but I can't let my people perish with it. But I've truly lost." "Huaqun, I beg you." She abandoned all dignity and pleaded, "Please, take in my people. They are all innocent." Huaqian blankly calls out to Mantu. Just then, Yunmu approached, sighing that he never imagined she, so strong, would be reduced to this. "Don't worry, I have a way." Huaqian asks in surprise, "Duling, what's your plan?" He calmly replied, "I think you all should use your brains a little." Then, Yunmu suggested a biological method, asking if they didn't even know how to graft a branch. They silently watched the newly planted twig, their anxiety evident. "You mean that's all it takes? Are you sure?" He replied without hesitation. "Yes, just water it regularly and it will grow into a big tree." He's experienced with this, and Hoa Qian is overjoyed. "Duling really knows how to do something amazing like this. I love you so much." Mantu also looked at him with grateful eyes, never expecting they could possess the revival tree once more. "I truly can't believe it. I don't know how to repay you." Yunmu replied, "If you want to thank me, how about giving me that dead tree?" She asked back in surprise. "Huh, you can have it, but what do you need a dead tree for?" He replied, bored that he hadn't thought of it yet, but he would find a use for it. Yading narrowed her eyes, thinking this kid must be plotting something mischievous. Manto agreed, offering the tree, but wondering how he'd managed to move something so large. Yunmu simply stood up and said, "Thanks, I have my own way." He quickly jumped onto a branch and called for Hua Qian. "Honey, give me a hand." Yunmu asked for help cutting down the tree. Hua Qian immediately draws her blade, slicing the tree in two with a move called Hellseed Blade. My man snaps his fingers, muttering as he opens the star realm. Everyone watches in amazement as the Fukai tree slowly enters his star realm. They marveled as the deceased Fuxi tree fell into that mysterious space, and he slipped in amidst the chaos. Even Li Yunmu fell in as well. Hua Qian blinked happily, thinking the mysterious man was the most handsome, and she loved him so much. Manto looks at him suspiciously, wondering about this kid's background and his incomprehensible moves. In the astral dimension, the demon dragon wreaks havoc. It stares in surprise as he approaches, muttering, "What a mess you've made, turning this place upside down. You deserve to die." Enraged, the demonic dragon lunges at Yunmu, who calmly manipulates gravity, crushing it to the ground before approaching with a teasing smile. "Does it feel like an immense power is crushing you to the ground?" "That's right, because I created this world." With emotionless eyes, Yunmu declared, "I am the god here." The demonic dragon trembled in fear under his pressure. Yunmu slowly reached out to touch it, saying, "I don't know where you came from, but it's clear you like the rebirth tree, right?" "I have a tree as well," he said. "I can give you the energy you need and let you grow slowly. In return, be my pet." "What's this?" Malong stares deeply into his eyes, and suddenly its entire body turns into smoke. Yunmu coughed and said, "I'm choking. What are you doing?" The demonic dragon's form had changed into an adorable puppy, surprising him. "You turned into a dog?" Yunmu sat down contentedly, saying, "That's right. After all, you're just an energy being without a true form. Before, you were just transforming into a dragon, weren't you?" He watched it run around in circles and said, "If you don't have a true form, in theory, you can become anything." "How convenient. Turning into a dog means you've accepted my taming, right?" The demonic dragon barked in response, as if to answer him. Yunmu praised with satisfaction, "Good boy." After subduing Ma Long and making him his pet, he slowly exits the star realm where Hoa Qian is anxiously waiting. "Young master, you're finally out. Something big has happened." Yunmu frowned and asked, "What happened now?" "What's all the commotion?" She urgently explains that while he was gone, the crowd parted to reveal that curse. Sister Tuyet, along with a dilapidated figure, stood up and looked at Van Mook as Hua Qian screamed. The girl has awakened, and Yunmu is stunned in surprise. Sister Zhua raises her hand and hesitantly greets him, "Long time no see." Overjoyed, he rushed to embrace Zhua and exclaimed how wonderful it was. Then Yunmu burst into tears, saying, "You're okay, it's really great." Zhua hugs him back, noticing how much taller he's gotten. The scene shifts to the Nua clan palace, where people are happily strolling about. Ling Shui changed back into her stylish clothes and joked around with Yunmu, saying he did well in her absence. "You've certainly grown," he replies sheepishly. "It's all right, I guess." "More importantly, Shui," Shouldn't we figure out how to get back first? Suddenly, Ling Shui's voice turned cold as she questioned whether they had considered this problem before coming here. He acts like he's asking for a beating and says he didn't do anything. After hearing that, she yells, "I take back what I said about you being mature." Hua Cheng couldn't bear to look back at Yunmu. Did Dowling really have to leave so soon? I don't want you to go. Yeding said the spatial rift wouldn't open for another 2 years. You two stay here and wait until then, he said, bowing his head. I still want to go back a little sooner. What if Sister Zhu's poison isn't completely gone? Having the poison saint around would ease our worries, Yunmu asked. Oh, right. Ruo Ruo from the Baklan Du family? But she had already vanished, leaving him confused. Where did Ruo Ruo go? She's already outside, reeling in a small fish, when a furious Yeting rushes over, scolding, That's a century-old shark, you can't eat that. He asks, Ruo Ruo, your Baklando is king of the underworld, so you must have some kind of after-sales service, right? After-sales service is not usually offered, but I've prepared an escape route for our outings, just in case. After grilling the fish, he watched her leisurely walk in and asked what her conditions were. She rattled off her demands. First, next time you go out, you have to take me with you and convince your grandfather. Grandpa likes you a lot now, so if you ask, he'll definitely agree. Yunmu agrees, saying he'll take her along if it's not too dangerous. Miao snaps her fingers and says, Second condition, I represent the Baklandu family and invite you to be our honored guest. The Baklandu family will always treat you well. Hearing this, Yunmu frowned and questioned her motives. What was she trying to pull? She placed her hand on his shoulder and said, Don't underestimate the eyes of the Bailan family. That thing you used to subdue the demonic dragon? I know what it is, she whispered in his ear. Yunmu watched Ruo Ruo eating fish, a bit surprised, and wondered, did she recognize my star realm? Did she reveal it? He narrowed his eyes, calculating that if she invited him, she must be well-intentioned and have no reason to reveal his possession of the star domain. Then he smiled and said, All right, I accept the invitation from the Baklandu family. She smiled back happily. The scene shifts to the Fuxi Kingdom, where Manthao looks at him wistfully and asks, Do you really have to go? What if something happens to the Fukai tree? Who would we even turn to? Yunmu quickly replied, Didn't I write down all the important things on that piece of paper? Don't scare yourselves like that. He turned to Hua Qin and deeped in, offering his advice. Once I find a stable space rift, I'll come visit you all often, he promised, and the girl agreed with a smile. You promised, okay? Called out Yunmu. All right, I have to go now, Diao. She replies, I know. Meanwhile, Ruo Ruo happily held the fuckvai in her hand, thinking, I have a fuckvai too. Grandpa won't have anything to say this time. She then throws a purple orb into the air and says, Let's go, look. This is our Balin Sex treasure, a rift teleportation orb, but after throwing it, nothing happens, leaving the three in silence. After a moment of silence, Sue questioned her with doubt. Hey, is this thing of yours reliable? Meow Meow awkwardly replied, It's probably because a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky, saving Meow Meow. She excitedly exclaimed, Of course it's reliable! Yunmu deployed his wings, scooped them up, and flew upwards, urged on by Ru Ru. Li Yunmu, hurry and fly up. There's no telling when it will close. Hearing this, he cursed. What? Damn it! The people of the Nuwa Kingdom silently watched as Yunmu argued. Myoryo, you should lose some weight. I can barely fly anymore. My Jue is still lighter than you, she retorts, annoyed. What? Am I heavy? And just like that, they were back in the city, safe and sound. Trembling, Dieu Dieu hugged the person and muttered, Every time I travel through the rift, I get a terrible headache. I'm never going there again. Fan Mook chimed in. If I hadn't regenerated your bodies, you would have died in there long ago. But then he noticed something was off, saying, Something's not right. They looked at the streets with suspicion, and Anmi pointed out that there wasn't a single person in sight. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. You've been gone a long time. A group of people had appeared high above, looking down at Yunmu, saying, It pains me to see you here. They sneer. My dear strategist, you have quite the entourage. Yunmu frowns beside Ling Shui, who says, Things are more complicated than they seem. He took stock of the situation. Around 70 guards on the rooftop, not even a 100. He carefully scanned the faces of the guild leaders. Not only were the branch leaders present, but even the Grand Guild Master himself had come. With a smug grin, Duduk said that since he was here, there was no escaping his crimes. Van Muk confidently retorted that he was surprised that a mere commoner like himself warranted the attention of the Guildmaster, implying his crimes must be quite serious. He pondered, Indeed, truthfully, I didn't want to arrest you. You asked bluntly, So will you let me off this time? Duke waves him off, saying enough nonsense. There's no way he'll let Azure Dragon General Yunmu get away with activating and using the space rift. His tone was icy as he pronounced the death sentence. The others rushed forward, and Duke pointed down at him, each word dripping with venom. Execute him immediately. In shock, Yunmu could only utter, "Death sentence?" He braced himself for battle, yelling, "Damn, I know I messed up, but this is too much." Lingxiu rushes to stand in front of our protagonist. "President, Yunmu didn't use the spatial rift for anything bad. He did it all because of you night watchmen who are running madly towards him and have unleashed those blue binding ropes." She recognized the immortal binding rope with horror. Ling Shui immediately jumped forward, pushing Yunmu back from the dangerous attack, and warned him. "Careful!" He slipped from her grasp, panicking and shouting that it was useless to reason with them. Ruo protects Tuyet. She's still weak. The terrifying force sends our hero flying back several meters. He digs his knees in, struggling to stop. Damn, no time to breathe. These men are likely all above the level of transcendent. Masked figures leap down from behind, attacking, telling the criminal Yunmu to cease his resistance. "You can't escape." One of them swung, aiming for our protagonist, but he narrowly dodged the blow. Yunmu raises his arm to block the second blow. Who would willingly walk into the light? Capture means death. Someone whispers from behind, saying resistance is futile. He raises 3 fingers, summoning his eerie dark energy. "Prepare to die." He pointed his hand forward, and a blazing fire engulfed the area where Li was standing, causing Meow Meow great concern. "Liumu, are you all right?" "Fortunately, our man has escaped." He scoffs, mocking how a fire user is getting burned by his own flames. Word gets out, and he'll be humiliated. From behind, another figure scurries in, sneering, "Don't celebrate too soon, kid. Pride comes before a fall." Out of nowhere, a head emerges from the ground, and the figure lunges at Yunmu, giving him a fright. Someone's hiding underground? Our hero's eyes sharpen. Spinning around, Yunmu kicks out with a grin. He escaped through the earth again, frustrating him to no end. Damn it, the ambush failed. Be careful, he's gone underground again. He crouches low, carefully searching for his next attack point, a savage laugh echoing from below. Our Earth Dragon technique specializes in underground ambushes. He slipped into a corner, thinking, as long as I stay hidden, I can wait for an opportunity to strike. Moments later, the Earth erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering his mask. He fearfully watches Yunmu floating in the air, wondering if he's about to be wiped out along with a huge chunk of land. Han Lingfei, the North Han branch president, is a little surprised. Even the night watchmen underground have been taken out. He truly lives up to his reputation as the young prodigy the boss chose. Duke chuckled. He's pretty good, isn't he? The higher-ups began to issue commands. "Hey, don't waste your time. That kid won't go down easily." Yunmu lands, ready to fight, and Duke's orders continue. "Everyone, charge." They each began unleashing their signature moves, while our hero spun around, creating a protective barrier. Image Spirit Guard. The guild leaders were stunned. What was that just went by? "It doesn't seem to be mystical power." The other replies that only a ghost would know what it is. The chairman found it increasingly interesting. This kid held countless secrets to be discovered. Yunmu soared into the sky, boldly swinging his blade down, unleashing thunderous lightning blades, sending lightning bolts crashing down upon them. Each one is blown away as our hero fights like a madman, striking again and again. Thunderclap. But just as he was about to strike, the sword faltered for a moment. He frowned, grinding his teeth as he watched it absorb the red spiritual energy. Not again. What is going on? The broken sword acts up at the worst possible moment, and the guild leaders panic as it frantically absorbs astral energy. How can this be? How can he manipulate the mystic energy of this realm? As he watched and listened to the whispers, Duke narrowed his eyes. Only the mystic ancestor should be able to manipulate mystic energy here. He turned to Zhao Xin, the president of the Huasong branch, urgently ordering him to block all news related to Yunmu from the outside. He obeyed, and a hooded figure reached out to provoke our Yunmu, telling him to obediently surrender. "You can't escape now." In that perilous moment, Yaozhou rushed in, unleashing her ultimate move. Netherclaw chides him. "I admire your dedication. Can't you just ditch that broken sword?" Helpless, Yunmu says, "I wish I could, but I can't. My hand—" He looked down at his arm, which was also absorbing the energy, and cried out, "My hand is stuck to it, and I feel something crawling into me through it." Gradually, the crimson energy crept up to his face. "No, my body is about to overflow." Soon after, Yunmu fell backward, as if the energy had seeped into his very bones. "No, I can't contain it anymore." His pupils turned crimson, and his breathing grew heavy. The night watchman below looked up in confusion. "The mystical pressure is too strong." Unable to control his power, Yunmu unleashed a devastating strike. Mystic Blade Strike. They stumbled back, shocked that he'd cleaved through the entire building. Is this kid a monster? Even I'm shocked by that strike. Did I really do that? No, that's not right. I shouldn't be this strong. He hovers in the air, gazing down below. Forget all that for now. With this power, he just might win. With that thought, Yunmu charged into the assassins, felling them left and right, while in the distance an old hand rested on a young woman's shoulder, saying, "Go." With his hands clasped behind his back, Naiji's grandfather cautioned, "Don't let your emotions control you." She hesitated. "Grandfather, he insists. I have to do this today." "You are my granddaughter. Do not disgrace our family," Liu Nixi said. She quietly lowered her head, sadly responding, "Yes." Yunmu stands below, summoning lightning and fire magic, as the night watchman leap down. Then he raises his palm, and the area is instantly engulfed in terrifying smoke and flames. Standing high above, Duke nods in approval. He's growing at a monstrous rate. I want to extract every secret he holds. Given enough time, he might even surpass me. He strokes his beard thoughtfully, but first the boy must survive the night. Below, our hero battles two assassins alone, when suddenly, one lunges forward with an ice fist. Yunmu dodges in the nick of time, his eyes widening as if struck by something strange. The familiar move stuns him. Why is Liu Nijie here? She could only hastily explain, "Have you forgotten? My grandfather is the head of the Kapfong City branch. The Grand Master can mobilize all members of the other branches." Nijie lowered her head, her voice dejected. "When I accepted this mission, I was really hoping it was just a nightmare. Why do you have to be at odds with the guild? What am I supposed to do now? My grandfather is up above, urging me on. Tire, kill him. Continuing to talk will only fill your heart with distractions." Nijie looked up, stammering, "My grandfather." He further instructed, "Remember, the person before you is a death row convict. Don't get involved with his kind." Yunmu gently touched her shoulder, and Liu Nijie turned her head in surprise. "Huh?" My family turns Nijie around, cups her cheeks, and says, "Smile. Why are you always frowning?" This leaves her bewildered. He smiles brightly, without a hint of resentment, telling her to focus on her duties and not worry about him. He's fine. Nijie's grandfather cleared his throat. "Nijie, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, Ruo Yao appeared behind them. "Hey, Yunmu, remember to treat me to ice cream after this. Who is that?" Before anyone knew it, Yao Yao landed a kick on Nijie, then shouted, "Leave her to me! Don't worry." Yunmu muttered a name, Yaoju. Meijia thanked him and sped off, leaving the two girls to their fight. Yunmu looks at the assassins relentlessly attacking him, each one powerful, including the heads of the various factions. He recalled Duke's sinister face. Right, there's that old fox too. Wiping them all out is a bit of a pipe dream. As men unleashed a flurry of attacks, he realized there was only one option left: to slaughter all the black-clad figures around him. A messenger reported, "President, Li Yunmu is about to break through the encirclement." He replied without much surprise, "Yes, almost there." Duke smiled, offering his coat to Min Triet. "Thanks to Van Mook, I've eliminated quite a bit of the trash in the branch." He wondered, the chairman wants him to jump down without hesitation, of course to thank him properly. Below, the fierce battle continues. Yunmu surveys the battlefield, close to breaking through, when a fist suddenly slams into his face, stopping him cold, sending him crashing through a solid wall. The sounds of destruction echoed as he was hurled through the building, landing hard in a heap. He lowered his head and scoffed, "Damn it, I'm done for. This old fox is on another level." In the ruins, Yunmu finally realized he was up against someone beyond a battle saint. Duke straightens his cuffs and says, "I wanted you to work for me, but you've made such a big mistake." What a pity. Yunmu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Work for me," he blathers. "Truth be told, the first time I met you, you made my family want to puke, and that's when your shadows appeared." Dudeok stands tall before his war gods, surprised. He passes right through them without injury, as if they'd be better suited to a haunted house. "What's wrong, Yunmu? Do you need an introduction?" He swings his sword, attacking from behind, but no need. Ling Long joins in with a kick, and the scene explodes, sending debris flying everywhere. The two stood dumbfounded, watching the thick dust swirl around them. "What's our men staring at?" She clicked her tongue, also surprised. Duke raised his palm, summoning two swirling sources of energy to block the attack. With a shout, he unleashed his power, sending them flying back as Yunmu crashed violently into the ground. The system warns that the Golden Bell shield has been destroyed, and the demonic dragon's spine has shattered, suffering critical damage. The host is temporarily unable to move, initiating body recovery. With his hands in his pockets, Duduk calmly approaches. "You're persistent, kid, but this ends now." Suddenly, a puppy appeared beside him, barking loudly. It was the dragon demon's new form. A moment later, a cloud of purple smoke emanates from it, engulfing him. Then it sits down and lets out a fart. Yunmu crawls on the ground, praising, "Good job, puppy. I'll double your dog food when we get home." Suddenly, a hole bursts from his stomach, shocking the puppy. Doduk escapes its grasp, flying high into the air and smugly adjusts his tie as he stands before him. Slowly, Duduk spoke his name. "Criminal Lai Van Muk, Mystic Unit 9UI 1664. Suddenly, a blue arrow hurtles toward his head, causing Duduk to recoil. "Who's there?" he exclaims. Hearing someone call out, Yunmu struggles to look up. Is that someone calling down to him? "Hey, is that old drunk still alive?" The So-Duong and Truong families arrive just in time to provide backup. "Sorry we're late." Suddenly someone below waved and called out, "Hey, Big Bear, recognize anyone?" "Hey, Yunmu, you actually succeeded. Our Ming is going crazy." "Damn, what took you so long? A little later and you'd be here for my funeral." They teased again. "Let's go home. We're not saving that idiot." He anxiously called out, "Hey, I was just kidding. Let's go back." Duduk narrowed his eyes, calling out each person's name. "The Tang family of Tianlong Citadel, the So family of Tianvan Citadel, the Truong family of Katfong Citadel. Do you all intend to oppose the guild?" Dai Hung sternly asks. "And what if we do? To you, he's a criminal, but to us, this kid who gave us guidance is our hero." "Just as I thought, they're just kids. I'll stop the attack." "Min Triet, proceed with the execution." He reaches into his pocket, ready to obey. Oh my. Min Triet pulls out a gun and taunts him. "Take a good look at your hero." He points the gun at Yunmu, pulling the trigger and announcing his impending death. The bullet is inches from his face, but our hero just stares blankly, until at the last moment someone arrives to sever Mingzhe's arm and deflect the deadly shot. He cried out in agony as Da Xiong squinted into the distance, and Duduk gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, a disoriented Yunmu panicked even more as Zhan Wuyai, the war god temple genius, turned back and raised his bloodied pinky fingers. To touch someone from the war god hall without so much as a "by your leave," isn't that impolite? From a high-rise building, a voice grabs his attention. "Then I wonder if I can represent the war god temple?" "Qin Feng, war general of the war god hall, is here." Duduk muttered, "Old Qin?" He looked up in shock and asked, "Old man, you're not dead yet?" Qin Feng retorted, "If you're not dead, how could I dare to die?" Duduk sneered, "So today, the war god temple wants to turn against the mystic guild." Qin Feng didn't waste words. "Then we'll see how you handle this." His men prepared to take up arms, ready to welcome Qin Feng's party. Suddenly, a loud laugh and a strange voice came from behind Duduk. "To see you both at once is truly nostalgic. After all, there aren't many of us old fogies left." The underworld emperor, Wei-Tu, arrives, followed by Bak Lando and his cool, black-clad bodyguards. "What's this? Aren't you going to have a drink with me?" He went from one surprise to the next. Did Duduk suspect that Wei-Tu would come as well? He chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said I was here to pick up my granddaughter?" Van Mook remained stunned in the background, overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. Suddenly, lightning strikes as a figure bows, declaring, "I pledge my oath here." Our mage's comrades stand before him, chanting in unison, forming an alliance with the Li family. Yunmu opened his eyes wide, deeply moved, as everyone knelt beside him, gently touching his arm and calling out to him. Yunmu's grandfather was furious, and Naijie bit her finger until it bled. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. My decision is made." She frowned, interlacing her hand with his, sealing their bond with a surge of blood energy. "I must stand with Li Yunmu." This caused quite a stir among the crowd. "That's a blood oath. Once sworn, it can't be broken, or betrayal means death." Duduk wears an angry face. These people are not to be trifled with, and now that they've formed an alliance, they could even start a war with the Mystic Guild. He moves closer. "It seems we have to change the plan." Yunmu's teammates rush forward. "What does he want to do?" Duduk softly offered a vial. "Don't be so tense, like I'm some villain. Have that girl give this to Yunmu." Naijie was bewildered. It was the water of life. As Yunmu drank the liquid, he eyed Duduk suspiciously. "I truly can't fathom what that old fox is thinking." With a smirk, Duduk flattered, "Of course, I'm here to save you. I've always valued you, and I don't want you to die." Hearing those lies, he angrily retorted, "Enough nonsense. You were just eager for me to die. Kindness is wasted on you." He immediately became dispirited, turning to the side and replying sadly, "Then I'll have to go." As Do-Duke put on his coat, he instructed Van Mook. "Oh, right, my little smart aleck. Make sure you come to my office tomorrow afternoon." Raising his middle finger and sticking out his tongue, he asks, "Huh? What? Are you planning to kill me in your office? You think I'll just go because you tell me to?" He suddenly says seriously, "You'll come, because this is your only chance." Those words from Do-Duke made Yunmu hesitate. Opportunity? He turned, a sinister smile on his face, and said, "You know your situation better than anyone, and this opportunity can help you reclaim your glory." Finally, they're gone. He turns back, wondering, "How did you guys end up together?" "No need to ask. It's all thanks to our strategist, De Jong. He saw your wanted poster and immediately thought of forming this alliance. Then he walked over and put his arm around our strategist, saying, 'After I presented this idea to everyone, they agreed without hesitation.'" He looked at the people in front of him admiringly. Little Mu has such good friends. Hearing this, our protagonist clasped his hands together sincerely and declared, "I, Li Woon Mok of the Li family, hereby swear that the Li family and my friends will form an alliance, never to betray each other." A smile bloomed on his lips as all his friends looked at him intently. Ruojin takes the lead, cheerfully suggesting, "All right, let's find a place to hang out. I know a pretty good restaurant, let's go there." But our hero turned back to Naijie, asking, "What's wrong, Lu Naijie?" She stammered, unable to meet his gaze. "I'm not going. I should head back." But before Naijie could finish, Yunmu grabbed her hand and slung an arm around her shoulder, pulling her along. Ignoring her protests, he pulled Naijie into a hug and said, "Let's go. I'm starving," making her blush furiously. Then Yunmu turned back, flashing a bright smile, and said, "You're buying later." Naijie was a little stunned to hear that. She calls out Li Yunmu's name in surprise, tears streaming down her face, completely moved by his actions. After all that emotion, she happily walked back with him, saying, "Okay, my treat." That night, at the Mystic Guild headquarters in Duday's chambers, someone pounded on the door, shouting, "Old Fox, I'm here. What scheme have you cooked up this time?" Seeing our Mei blocking the way with an iron shield, he was utterly helpless. "Don't be so defensive. It was just business before, but that kid's made you impatient. I don't trust you, so if you're not going to talk business, I'm leaving." Hearing this, he smirked and got down to business. "Help me with something, and the Mystic Guild will lift your bounty." Yunmu immediately asked what the task was. He weighed his options, thinking that if it wasn't too dangerous, he could try it, as constantly opposing the guild wouldn't be good for the Great Bear mercenaries. Immediately after, Du-Duke gave his orders. A heart encased in armor flies straight toward Yunmu. He removes his hat, holds it in his hand, and asks in surprise, "Is this holy energy?" Dukde immediately confirmed, "That's right." Then, with a sly look, he gave his orders. His mission: to use it to destroy a space rift. Du-Duke explained that since Earth entered the Dark Ages, humans became prey for mystical beasts, nearly hunted to extinction until the mystics appeared. Centuries passed and humanity gradually built safe zones, forgetting the threat of mystical beasts, but the Mystic Guild could not. Most rifts led to unknown beast worlds. This spatial rift is the most dangerous one yet. Hearing this, Yunmu immediately turned and waved his hand dismissively. "No, thanks. Sounds a bit dangerous. I'm heading back." His reaction left the other guy speechless for a moment. Then Do-Duke grabs him by the collar, saying he can't leave. Yunmu struggled. "Let me go. I know you're trying to kill me." Hearing this, he sighed wearily and reassured him. "How could I? If I killed you, they'd come after me." He used every trick in the book to manipulate him, assuring him that it was safe. There was a jade tablet on the mechanical core, and he could throw the sacred artifact into the spatial rift first, then activate it from the outside. But that only infuriated Yunmu more, as he screamed, "Safe my ass! Let me out, or I'll start yelling." He tells him helplessly that the entire building is under his control, and he'll only be released if he agrees. Seeing this, he reluctantly complies. Fine, I agree." After leaving the Mystic Association headquarters, Yunmu was still furious, cursing all the way. "Damn, old man, just you wait." At the window of Doth's room, an unidentifiable figure watched Yunmu leave and asked, "I don't understand you. Why let Li Yunmu do this?" Turns out he's Naijai's grandfather, questioning his choice. Why not develop them into allies instead of pushing them to the enemy? But old man Tootie smirked, assuring him, "Don't worry. I've got it all planned out. Your future grandson-in-law won't escape." Let's rewind a bit. After hearing Yunmu's story, Naijie was stunned and asked, "Huh? The Holy Continent?" Then she slams the table, vehemently protesting, "It's too dangerous. The Holy Continent is the territory of the Holy Heavenly Sect. The chairman wants you to die." Even though the main forces of the Divine Heaven sect have crumbled, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Calmly chewing his food, Yunmu replied, I didn't want to agree at first, but when I heard about the Divine Heaven sect, I thought I should make a trip. Hearing this, she took his hand and offered, Then we'll go with you. Dajong agreed, saying it was too dangerous for him to go alone. Their sincerity left Yunmu speechless. Liu Naite and Da Xiong were surprised when he pulled out 2 suitcases. What are you talking about? Of course we're going with you. I've already prepared your luggage. At this point, Da Xiong and Naijie deeply regretted not letting the Holy Angel faction beat this bastard to death. You're right. And so the 3 of them made their way to the Divine Continent. Yunmu opened a spatial rift and was shocked. Seriously, it was that easy? Unbeknownst to them, someone was hurtling towards them from above. Wasn't the Divine Continent supposed to be the heart of the divine religion? And yet, not a single enemy has appeared along the way. Perhaps they're all in hiding, crushed by the Mystic Guild's recent offensive. As the strange shadow descends, Yunmu, holding the holy artifact, happily says, This mission is easier than I thought. But as the shadow lands with a thud, he immediately recognizes the danger and leaps away, warning the others. Everyone, be careful. The strange dark shadow immediately changed direction towards the fleeing Naijie. It fixed its terrifying red eyes on her, and as the shadow closed in on Naitai, Da Xiong fired a shot just in time. It deftly dodges the attack, and with smoke still rising from his gun, he says with concern, Its speed is terrifying. Even with Aaliyah's eye, I only caught a glimpse. The shadow takes form as a massive beast, shocking everyone, who ask, What in the world is that? Suddenly, its eyes glow with a terrifying light, its sharp teeth grind together, and a violent power surges from the beast. A second later, 2 more ferocious beasts appeared beside it, identical to the first. Stunned, Yunmu asked, 2 more? What kind of beast is this? Naijie was stunned, saying, I've never seen this kind of mystical beast in the illustrated guide. Just then, the mystical beast opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing shriek. Yunmu, Da Xiong, and Naijie staggered, crying out, Headache! It's a sonic attack! The mystical beast rushed forward, planted its hands on the ground, and spun around, kicking the 3 of them away. Seeing the mystical beast grab his gun, Da Xiong cried out in shock, Wait, you don't mean to... A blast of energy from the gun severed a lock of Da Xiong's hair as he dodged, thinking in disbelief, a mystical beast that knows how to use a gun? Immediately, Nightedge engaged the mystic beast in one-on-one combat, exchanging fierce blows. After a time, she landed a surprise strike, sending the beast flying, but it quickly recovered, landing on its hands as if nothing had happened. Instantly, the mystic beast lunged forward, striking Naijie with a powerful blow that sent her flying backward, mirroring her own attack. Yunmu quickly caught her, asking worriedly, Han, are you all right? Naijie wiped the blood from her lips, replying with concern, I'm fine, but I didn't expect a mystic beast to learn human techniques. Seeing the rampaging beast, Da Xiong angrily shouts, Damn it, that big mouth is starting again. Yunmu immediately reassures him, Don't worry, I have a plan.